cale e buroi, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Ai, n-ai văzut un cârdioi. Di văzut nu le-am văzut, di păscuțel le-am păscut, prin pârloage tot sărloage, la fântâna lui Iordan, numai capte din Cârlan, la fântâna lui Iordan, numai.
No more games. Kneel before Zeus.
Yeah, they'll chrono this. Pew, pew, pew.
Oh, aggressive
XM.
fuels. Very nice.
Is it enough to save XXS?
Oh!
The bash is there straight away. XXS is dead. XG, they've got to get the rest of them out of here. They might not get the chance to. They get the lasso, but it doesn't matter. Global's out. As XXS dead, that's going to be Xingqiu following them as well.
Oh!
He's got borrowed time here, Arme. But can he actually get away from it? Jump in from Lal over the back lines. He's straight on to Xingqiu. The fear comes in. Arme's gone. Dead for 2 minutes. This game, it's over. GG's called. Spirit take game 1. The setups there. Collapse into position. The reel in, bringing them in for the 2-man RP. Into Yatoro, cleaning them up. Look at the blast coming in. They're looking a while, but he's already out. Able to dodge that jump, and they turn with the Hex. They've got the Requiem full up as well. They're looking straight towards Arme. Collapse will come in with the RP, and Yatoro's bringing in the damage. They catch both XM and XXS with that RP off to the side. As this fight, it's over completely for XG. Arme's going to put the BKB and try and run. He might not even make it out himself. He's going to go for the TP. That the damage is done. Ultra kill for Yatoro. There's the RP, collapses in, Skuro as well. They'll clean up XM once more as this game is over. The series is Spirits as they'll take this 2-0, knocking out Xtreme. It's not bad there. 3-man Avalanche with the fear coming in as well. That's damage to Uragi. He's in perfect position on the high ground to take down Kataomi. Save. We'll get the ult off though, and Koppy's dying. Caught in the silence. Koppy goes down. Uragi, can he clean up this fight somehow? The torrent for GPK catching on to Uragi. Mira able to get the dagger down upon Uragi now. Will put the BKB, look towards Pure. But Pure, he's running away. Ari's in on top of him. Pure's rage comes to an end. They've killed him. Looks to be getting risky, Mira. In with the jump to the side, they get the dead shot and the silence here onto the two of them. Uragi's caught in the midst of the fight. The boat comes crashing down. Uragi's caught. He's gone. Has buyback available if he wants to. But I think Navi will have to concede this team fight and this Roshan. Uragi, he's going to get in there. Look at the BKB. He's just going to get caught by the bash for now.
Needs thunder.
He's got to back off now that the BKB is starting to come to an end. Ari getting very, very low. The song's there. Coming in, Uragi and Koppy scramble back to the fountain. Ari will get caught outside of it. Mira, he's jumping up close. He's having to kill Koppy in the fountain.
GG.
And it is over. Koppy is going to try and look straight for Kataomi, but there's the shackle shot in return. Saves got the catch into the boundless. Koppy's gone. He tries to play aggressive to get the Bane. The roar comes out, but the fight once again is going to fall apart for Navi. At the Nightmare and the shackle there to stop the TP out from Boom. Pure's been able to get the catch on Ari. They're going to go fully in onto them. They got the follow-up as well. Miro's getting burst low, but he's able to walk out. Miro survives. Copy trying to chase him down. He can't finish the kill. Miro lives. It's 4 dead on Na'Vi.
They're going to have to use all the buybacks.
Okay. We'll start the BKB here from GPK. Turns with the balance onto the 3
my.
of them. Yuragi's just dead. Immediately dead there off the back of the buyback.
That's the game.
Killing them up to the fountain. It's over. GG is called. BetBoom take the series 2-0, knocking Na'Vi out of the competition.
Vision, they go to the Eclipse, they drop it down, they look over as they've got themselves at least the kill on the Tofu. The Eclipse doing good damage on the Ace, but they go to the Song. Is it going to be enough to keep him alive? They'll heal him up, but they've got the Doom. It's going to be through onto the Storm Spirit. Lucid beam on a Quinn, Nisha's dead, no buyback. Mickey running away from the fight and finally get the kill on an Ace. But he's on the back lines, Boundless Strike connects on a Saberlight, down goes the Dawnbreaker. They'll find themselves in Senia too. Now they'll drop the Eclipse, Roche is low when the Aegis picked up for Quinn. Saberlight goes in. But they've got the Song trying to keep him out. They'll jump over, try to keep their hands onto the Dawnbreaker, but with the BKB running out, there really isn't an easy place to run. Starbreaker, Bedlam. On the other side, they find themselves Watson, Boxy trying to pick him up and let him leave, but Saberlight dies before that. They threw the Doom. It's on to Nisha, who's running, but a lot of this duration, they have the net. He's looking dead. Boxy gone too. 3 heroes dead on the side of Liquid. They'll find 3 kills, but they'll look for more. Lincoln's popped, Insania, Basher immediate, and then Basher comes in, the BKB, the chase is on, and they will look to get the Luna, but with the BKB, can they get all the way back? No, they've got the X, they'll have the Torrent, it's a full wipe. Link call connects. And now they'll go to the Metamorphosis. The Dreamco is going to be on the backlines. They're going to snap that. Ace silenced up. But Watson with the BKB takes the Aegis out of the Nisha's hands really quickly. Malin is going to be dead, so they don't have the Aphotic Shield to work with. The damage being done by Mickey, but they've got themselves a jump in, but they got him twice. They got this puck twice. They'll look over for Boxy. Another Team the Beast. Mickey's in trouble. The Blink as well as the call, but they've got themselves the Hurricane. They're the right click in. Nicely. But there's the Cyclone coming up from Ace. Sunder used by Mickey, and he is in trouble. The Astral Step, the double kill from Quinn. They'll look for Saberlight. They don't give a shit about this blade now. Jumping, looking for Quinn, dispose, unleashing. Can they get the kill here? They hit the call, but the damage being done onto the Phoenix forces out the Supernova Egg. It might end up popping. No, they'll get the kill into Insania. They'll use the Wheel of Wonder. That taunts up Boxy, and Mickey has to go all the way up onto the high ground with that Force Staff. They got 2 heroes dead on the side. Another trap over for Nisha. The silence forever. And that's going to be 3 dead on Liquid. Following that up with Saberlight's death. It looks so grim here for Liquid. They have found themselves the Yules on Mickey, and they will start to surround him. Astral Step and another kill. Full team wipe. GG called.
Nice guys.
Gets the jump, they go to the blink as well as the Slither. Crush the Dream Code is going to be placed down, and they've got the attention on him. Baboshka. Pure cleans him up immediately. Shapeshift, Lincoln's on him. Yarrow, Rue is dead, and now Yatoro. He's fighting, but does he have the damage? They chase him, the BKB into the lasso, the Sonic Wave. They get the code of this Bat Rider. Yarrow, Shapeshift's going to be running out soon, but they find Laurel. They get themselves the Nullifier. They hit the Bash, but Pure still moving forward. Takes down the Queen of Pain.
Oh, that Nullifier.
But Yatoro has more than enough damage to get at least that Ursa.
Here comes Pure.
They jump in, and this is a big problem, but they get saved, and now they've got the Phoenix. It wasn't a big enough problem. They caught Pure, and he's dead for 95. That might just be it. They'll go for Pure, but GPK is in for revenge. Infest enemy arrow. They'll go to the ghost ship. That's going to fly forward, and Yatoro's out of mana. The Enfeeble on him too. The Rod of Atos controls him. They're looking for the Torrent, but the Force Staff over the Torrent. Now Sword Guardian on a Miero. They get the kill on Yatoro. Save takes him out. He does not have buyback, and they look and find collapse too. Infest, Miero on the run. GPK still here. There's the Hex. Rue trying to start it off. Sword Guardian going to fly in. That's going to land on the GPK, but they've got the kill on Rue. They'll take him out first. The Fiend's Grip on the Dawnbreaker. That's going to be beyond Godlike for Pure. Dream Coil committed, but the BKB from Miero. They'll search. They'll go for Yatoro, who's hit with the Rod of Atos, and they'll pull him back in with the X marks the spot. Lotus Orb doesn't matter much. Piercing the Veil. But the silence from the Waning Rift doesn't really matter. He's in the Pierce the Veil. They just don't have the damage to get the kill here on the save. The Balance Strike hits on it too. Enfeeble. These quills are spraying. GPK dead a second time, but they will lose Laurel and Yatoro. GG is called a 2-1 for BetBoom.
Then there were 3. We have started off this tournament a week ago with 16 teams, and now only Gaimin Gladiators, Team Liquid, and BetBoom Team remain. Welcome back, everyone, to the final day here of a PGL Wallachia Season 5 here in Bucharest, where we are getting ready to finally crown perhaps a new champion, perhaps a repeat champion. We'll have to find that out later today. For right now, though, we can revel in the idea that we are here for a lower bracket final between Team Liquid and BetBoom. And to help guide me through it, I've got Lizard and I've got Tigov, dressed to the nines today.
Morning, morning.
You got your Sunday best on, friends.
Absolutely. Here to revel in the Dota together with you.
You like that word?
Absolutely.
That was nice, yeah. I actually forgot to wear long socks, though, so that's my only critique here. Is
we're like semi-casual.
Semi-casual. Like, these ankles are out on show. Oh, God, don't show the ankle.
It's summer, you know? We're
true.
like, this is like a boat vibe kind of thing.
Oh, true, yeah, because you don't want to wear a tie, you know, it's going to be, you know, hot and sweaty, but yeah. Smart enough for the occasion. The fact that we could get another Liquid Gaming finals, we could get the BB in the grand finals, especially when they look, putting it bluntly, really bad during the playoffs.
Up until yesterday.
Up until yesterday, where it's like, what the, where was this team in the playoffs, in the group stage, sorry. So yeah, I think, you know, it's, yeah, very good finals no matter what.
We can take a look at all the teams that have joined us throughout this tournament in the playoffs at least, and what got us to this point of now 3 teams remaining. BetBoom Team's journey in particular has been quite rocky. They were able to beat Spirit early on in the upper bracket, but then lost to Team Liquid already once. They dropped down to the lowers and beat NAVI, and then got a repeat victory against Team Spirit yesterday, and now they're hoping to flip the script against Liquid. Liquid, on the other hand, though, they managed to cruise on through the upper bracket, beating Aurora, then beating BetBoom Team, and then faltering to Gaimin Gladiators. Gaimin Gladiators, they've only dropped 1 game this entire tournament. It's the very first one against Tundra Esports. They went through the group stage undefeated, then stepped all over Xtreme Gaming 2-0, and then gave Liquid the exact same treatment.
Yeah, absolutely. Like Gaimin Gladiators, honestly, I'm kind of happy that they're back. They've been struggling for quite some time, and you can feel the aura around them, like around their interviews, around the way they talk about Dota. Like you can see that these guys have something, like they have some knowledge about the meta, about how the game should be played over everyone else in the tournament. And it obviously shows with all their results so far.
Yeah, I feel like we've just seen the tip of the iceberg of what they have up their sleeve in terms of strategies. They have not really had to be tested. It's been a bunch of 2-0s.
Yeah, that's the good thing for gaming, is because when Gaimin are in form, their way of playing Dota is hard to counter because their lanes are strong. Their early 20 minutes is so strong that it's like you have to overcome all of that and then recover your resources. Like, that is one of the scariest teams to have a good kind of just understanding of the meta. I think gaming is often, you know, appreciated by other teams when they're not in form, because it's like, okay, they're winning their lanes, but there's some problem elsewhere. They won't close out the game. But the fact is, they're closing out the games as well. Yeah, you don't want to go up against gaming if you don't have a clear way to just stop that kind of death ball.
The only thing that perhaps doesn't go in their favor is the current record of PGL Wallachia. Sure. So far, I think we've only had lower bracket kings besides once. So if we look at the score lines at all the grand finals,
for champions,
for the champions, for the grand finals, only once we had an upper bracket team going all the way and taking grand finals, and that's been Liquid.
Season 3 Liquid also, not even the Season 4 Liquid.
Exactly. every other season, it's the team that comes from the lower bracket. Now, I'm not saying they come from the lower bracket from the get-go, but it is the lower bracket team that takes it. And I feel like Swiss stage plays a part in that because it gives these lower bracket teams a little bit more info that they have to work with to come back and to win the grand finals.
You also come into the last day kind of warm because you have to play that lower bracket final. You get one series under your belt, and you take a little bit of a 45-minute break, which we will have something to keep you guys entertained during that break. If you saw the trailer yesterday featuring a No-Tail Kuro and Puppy little podcast, but that's hours into the future. But that momentum does help coming into the grand finals.
Yeah, it's also, they haven't been tested for gaming, right? When you think about their run so far, like, has a team truly tried to outpace gaming? They haven't. Has a team tried to deal with some of their kind of key strategies? Not yet. It's like they've attempted, but it's not worked. So what happens in a grand finals if going into game one, any of the lower bracket teams has a really cool idea and they force gaming to go, wait a second, they understand us. Like, they've actually counted us in the first game. So I'm really hoping for both the lower bracket teams that the coaches have identified the strategy for the grand finals already. I know they have to obviously win the lower bracket finals first, but you can't just survive the low bracket final, go, oh, okay, we made it, and then enter the game one and go, okay, now how do we deal with them? I really hope for both of their sake that last night they have to prep for both BB Liquid and gaming, because if you don't prep to 110%, that is often when gaming will just pick apart your strategies.
Yeah, you won't have time. Like in between the low bracket and grand finals, you're going to be watching the content, the podcast, so you won't really have time to
Eyes
prep.
are going to be glued on the screen.
Exactly.
Yeah, and Tofu's winner's interview for his movement into grand finals with winning that winner bracket finals, he said he would be okay with the Liquid grand finals for the nostalgia's sake and the fact that I'm sure that they have a pretty good advantage against Liquid aside from TIs. But then the BetBoom team growth that we saw yesterday is also very intimidating.
Yeah, the growth is amazing so far from BetBoom, I have to say. Like, even when it comes to not only the drafts, but the itemization on certain heroes. When it comes to GG versus Liquid, you talked about Tofu's interview. When I remember Blitz's interview, he was like, yeah, we want to meet Gaimin, but you guys, you know what? We already won against you in grand final, so this doesn't matter. Screw you, Quinn, or something along those lines. It felt like he was already finding some sort of an excuse for that matchup.
It was like whenever you get the rematch with someone like 20 times and they win the last time, they're like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah. Basically.
And we'll see how many of these rematches will be occurring with a lot of the most popular tournament heroes at this tournament, because we had a little patch in between, but it seems that some of the most contested heroes have remained to be extremely popular throughout this entire tournament. Batrider has actually overtaken Death Prophet in terms of contest rate, or maybe they're still tied right now. Oh no, he has overtaken him.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
More picks, but more bans for DP as well. We had a couple of series where DP was more or less ignored. But overall, coming into this tournament, I feel like DP and Undying were all the rage, right? Naga, Batrider as well were kind of there, but Bat, interestingly enough, he was mostly considered a core, right? Like going into the tournament, then switched completely into not necessarily just the support position, but the flex position. You open up with him and then you roll him wherever you want to. But for me, Puck, Kunkka, Naga, for the remainder of the tournament will be highly contested.
And you look at the successful heroes, our lower bracket finals between both of the two teams. How many drafts have we seen BB or Liquid utilize a Bane for Kataomi or Nature's Prophet for Mickey, right? It's like the successful heroes, of course, will be in the final days, right, from those teams. And yeah, they are exceptionally strong. It's fast pace, really good lanes. They play the map, and it's just aggression, right? Every single hero here, they have laning presence with an ability to poke their head into a 10-minute fight, 15-minute fight, 20-minute fight. They're not really afraid to go for it. And
I also feel like looking at these duos, they're very common, Naga and SF. We might see it here today as well. If you're given the Naga, you can instantly take the Shadow Fiend afterwards, be it mid or safe lane. Lifestealer and Nature's Prophet, we don't really see all the ingredients here. Usually Lifestealer is a good combo with a lot of heroes, maybe some global potential as well with the Prophet. But this Tusk Dawnbreaker for me right now looks like a thing that has been figured out. And you can see it in the win rate, 20%. I see a lot of teams are moving away from glass cannon carries, and that's something that Pure and BetBoom have really adapted the best to. I think his hero pool as well allows it, right?
Yeah, but those combos we saw at just very end there, right? It was Dawnbreaker plus aggression. Win rates 20%, 30%. But I think BB is one of the best teams at the moment at actually punishing the strength offlaners, the heroes that kind of want to exist, because then you don't kill, right? Because Lifestealer, hero that not many other teams are playing, it looks exceptional. When you see Bristleback as a carry, Dawnbreaker as an offlane, it just hard counters it. And you could argue for Spirit, they respected Lifestealer in the early phase of that series, then kind of forgot about the hero. If Spirit had respected Lifestealer, we probably are talking about them today, right? Because I think that was the drafting edge that BB required to win that third game. So I think Liquid has to respect this hero.
And what's really cool is Liquid already beat it. So will they respect it? But the thing is, I truly feel that within a day or two, they fixed the Lifestealer problems that they had. Itemization and the playstyle. And even Pure during the interview, he kind of joked about it.
He's not going Octarine? Or?
Yeah, that build was kind of funny. I had some fun.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that they already adapted and they improved their draft significantly and the playstyle across the map. So for Liquid, I expect a much tougher match today versus BetBoom.
And that is going to be our first match of the day, that lower bracket final. It's going to be Liquid taking on a BetBoom Team to start things off, as we can take a look at the schedule. And then after that, we do have something that isn't on the schedule, but that you should definitely pencil in between these two series, a podcast of legends. Puppy, Kuro, and No-Till took an opportunity to sit down, and we're going to only be showing the cut down version because our break is only around 45 minutes in between the lower bracket and the grand finals. But on the YouTube channel, you'll be able to find the full length interview between all those three. We haven't even seen it yet. We only saw a brief trailer, so we're going to be glued to that one. But that's after the first series of Dota. Now, between Liquid and BetBoom Team, we also have to wonder how many of Liquid's strategies are going to be able to remain consistent, because if you have been checking Twitter this morning, Insania is not able to play today. He had traveled in from Hawaii to day one of playoffs.
Yes.
Yeah, he came in for day one of playoffs, and Toby graciously, after giving Blitz a lot of good ideas from Blitz's own interview, stepped down, and Insania has now not been feeling too great, and so Ari is going to be subbing in now as the 5 position for Liquid. So we'll have to see how many of Liquid's old strategies will be able to be relied on with Ari in the mix, but as we saw from Ari's Navi performance, it's about as good of a sub as you could hope for.
Yeah, it definitely is. Tiga, position 4 and 5, how close are they? What do you think?
You're going to see some Marcy 5 position?
I mean, potentially. I mean, he back rider 5 position. He plays the Shaman in the 4. So I think luckily the meta does have overlap between 4 and 5 at the moment. The main difference will just be the warding efficiency. Because I think map play, laning, and aggression, Ari will be able to do without a shadow of a doubt. But as a 4 player, you often only have one observer ward to place whilst you're running around. You're not always thinking about the dewarding and this kind of component of the game.
Yeah.
You know what's actually really cool? I was just by chance looking at Team Liquid's records, and the amount of wards de-warded or placed, I'm not sure, one or the other, the record, Boxy. So, you know.
Okay, that could help out.
That can definitely help.
Dude, I think that's been corroborated by my fantasy cards during TI.
Yeah.
Boxy does numbers, man.
Yeah, he just fiends on those words. But looking on the other side, we have some interesting details as well coming from the playoffs so far. BetBoom and the boys have been doing some amazing stuff. We spoke about the supports on one side. I feel like Save as well is a worthy mention. He's been playing out of this mind. Like, I think he's probably scoring, I don't know how to check that, but he's probably scoring most tips from your teammates per game.
I've always wanted that to be a record, and every time I ask the stats guys, it's not possible. I've always wanted, like, who's got the most tips at a TI, right? But alas, one day the technology will exist. And no, I fully agree with you. I think the fact that Save on Muerto or Windrunner, it feels like he's always getting initiation. He's always finding that ability to find that jump, to find that catch. But as much as you want to catch someone, you can't really catch a puck too well. And GPK had an incredible series yesterday.
Just look at that. KDA 5-0-9-0. Died 0 times. And with this Monkey King, only 2 times. This is a full series against Spirit.
Oh, so if he lost one game, it must have been the Monkey King game, right? Because he actually died in that one?
I think, yeah, I think that's correct.
No, it's on the right-hand side.
He did not die in his puck loss, actually.
But the critical thing here is the reason why Puck is so good in the right hands, be it Nisha, be it GPK, is Puckish, right? You're innate. Every time you just join a projectile, you're getting that additional burst of heal, right? If we rewind the clock, multiple years, this would be a Puck that already had died. The heals prior would have been the reason why he goes down, but every single jump, every single drawn, every single orb or blink or waning rift, he's buying time, elongating the fight, and then of course in that clip Miro came in to punish Spirit in the end.
What's really cool about that innate as well, he's squishy. He's extremely
Is it cool
squishy.
though? Or are you just saying it for the broadcast? I really hate this innate.
Oh, wow.
I mean,
I think Puck has so much mobility, so much elusiveness, and you pump in the heal to him, like...
Do you think Puck would be viable right now without that innate?
Happily not. No, it is
selfish.
The hero,
Yeah, it is.
I do like it. It's like a nice little new mechanic that we've been given.
It is.
You know, we don't have anything like that. And it also enabled our grand finalists, Gigi, to play it on position 4 into Jakiro.
True.
Which is some new tech that was given to us by Tofu. So overall, I am an enjoyer, but we probably will see a lot of Puck banned or picked in this current matchup.
As I joke, yeah, it is a good innate. It gives a lot of life to hero, and I'm hoping to see more Puck in the series. I did kind of obviously allude to Nisha playing it. It is a very good hero, and I mean both teams in this tournament, it feels like the only teams to really want to play Nature's Prophet carry was Pure for BB, and of course Mickey on Team Liquid. You then have the Puck as well from the mid lane. There's a lot of crossover between the big statement heroes that we've seen, the highlights during their playoff run. But also for Ari, we kind of touched on him very lightly in regards to his 4 to 5 swap. I would like to think that he will just keep the same hero pool, right? It's going to be Marcy, Batrider, Shadow Shaman. It will impact the draft integrity that they have. They often would draft in a certain way, but now this is going to have to force their hand a bit more.
Yep. I think the laning stage as well is a bit different. Like you just play the lane. Of course, it's not the same if you're playing a support on off or on safe lane. So he'll need to adjust a little bit to that. But he is very skilled. Like you said, the position 4s and 5s overlap, at least in heroes right now.
But this could also be a world where Liquid come into the series. Let's say they want to do the Marcy Axe lane, right? Which is something that they started on Navi. Liquid then picked up themselves. What stops Ari playing in the 4 role, right? Taking the Marcy to lane with Saberlight, throwing Saberlight into every single fight, giving him the boom treatment, and then Boxy just goes to play the safe lane. Like there is a world where, because of this like uncharted territory for a team, because of how high skilled they are, they can just every single game check the vibes. All right, what do we want to do? Off we go. Like you've got 2 very mechanically skilled 4 players that can bring aggression to a lane.
Put Nisha on safe lane, Mickey on mid, just chaos reigns.
Yeah, why not? Maybe too far, but yeah.
I guess I am more likely to expect Ari in the 5 because they already had to deal with a stand-in 5 for this tournament with Toby. And so if they've at least done the hard work of seeing like, okay, this is how we adapt to having a 5 position that we're not totally familiar with, Mickey knows how to deal with it, then slotting Ari into that slot may be more seamless.
And also looking at the previous records, this team Liquid has, they have played with stand-ins in the past, and I feel like if there's anyone that can make him fit right in, that's Blitz. So a little bit of talk perhaps yesterday, and he should be ready to go.
They already gave him a jersey also. I thought for sure we were going to see
it's Blitz probably
a black and yellow jersey in there, but Blitz. And yeah, Blitz has been wearing a KP jersey for a lot of these interviews. Just make some duplicates, Team Liquid. You have so many stand-ins all the time.
I mean, that's the benefit of having so many coaches, right? At any minute, it's like, oh, okay, which coach do we need a
They're
jersey
really just
from?
there for wardrobe.
Yeah. Because like every event, it's like...
The walking wardrobe. All right, Jabs. The only problem is he's so tall, like everyone would look... it would be a very comfy...
The jersey does look a little bit baggy on Ari, so I would not be surprised if he's wearing a Jabs jersey right now. Also, because it's our last day, we get a chance to go into our finals head-to-head venue with the trophy proudly standing in the middle, which Liquid are hoping to claim their 3rd, if they can make it through here. BetBoom Team just looking for their first, not only for Wallachia, but for this entire season. BetBoom Team has been within grasping distance of championships, but has not managed to convert this entire season so far.
Yep.
So this would be a huge vote of confidence for them going into TI.
I feel like BetBoom didn't really have a great showing so far in the Wallachias. I think the last time they got out in the first day of the playoffs, instantly to lower brackets and out. So this is a really good showing for them, at least here in Romania, in Bucharest.
Yeah, and the only tournament they have won this year, it was an online tournament, I believe. So it's not as if it was like the...
What was the name of the tournament?
It was the Fissure episode 4.
Oh, okay.
They did transition.
The episodes, I think, are online tournaments.
Yeah, so it's, again, my thing's not loading, so it's fine. But they won an online tournament. They did 3-0 Gaming. But then since then, of course, they've had this like kind of turbulent run. Are they playing with Pure? The whole kind of scandal that circulated social media, but also has never been confirmed. So is it true? Is it not? Do they want to play with him? They got second place, right, with Karatic in the last Dream League.
I mean, they were all smiles after that Spirit series on the cams. So hopefully they have healed whatever or buried whatever hatchet there may have been.
I feel like winning heals a lot of wounds in Dota. A lot of angst that you might have towards your teammates or towards one of your teammates is quickly patched up and healed if you are winning with them again.
You're not so bad after all.
I mean, that is just Dota, right? Win, be happy, lose, be sad, and then managing the sadness is half the reason why a team can succeed, right? Often nowadays it's about...
More than half as well, I would say, right? Like,
yeah, it's about 95% of competitive play. Yeah.
Like, even in pubs, it's all about how you manage your emotions and how you deal with obstacles that your teammates might put in front of you.
I found a new tactic, all right? And I've just thought about it right now. When someone gets angry, what you should do is always just say, yes, you're right, I'm sorry, and then move on.
Okay.
So rather than trying to debate and be like, let's talk about the mechanics of Dota, just
not worth it.
Agree with them, make them think they're right, play out the game.
And keep doing what you were doing already.
Exactly.
Yeah, I can't be wrong, because if I'm wrong, then they're right. And I can't live by that.
Yep. Another thing that you can do is just play a small lick on harmonica for them, by the way. But
that was
maybe
little
some other time. Garmoshka, yeah. But look at these heroes, by the way. I do feel that BetBoom have maybe upper hand going into this series just by... I always feel that way. If you lose to someone 2-1 in the upper bracket and then you meet them in the lower...
It's revenge time.
It's revenge time, plus you have probably thought about it a lot. And from those losses, they have improved. So now Liquid, they can't use the same tech. They need to adapt to the new BB team that they're facing up today.
There's a lot of overlap, though. We already saw the most successful heroes having Nature's Prophet on the list for both of these teams. We already saw BetBoom Team manage to do work with Templar Assassin against Spirit. So I'm curious what is going to be prioritized in terms of first phase as we get into the draft for game number 1.
When you're already with a Terrorblade ban, I'm thinking about BB opting for the Nature's Prophet first pick if it becomes available. They have played it on Kotomi and Pure, so it's not as if it's locked into a specific role. And Terrorblade is one of the kind of the liquid counters to a hero that has such map play. Counter it as well with illusion spam, take the one-on-one fight.
Lifestealer as well, right? Like that's what they played the last time they ban out the TB. We'll see. So far, when it comes to BB, they banned out the TB in the last series 2 out of 3 games.
Oh,
that's the difference.
That's the Ari respect ban right there.
Is that the first time Marcy's been banned in the first phase? Against Liquid? I believe so.
Against Liquid for sure.
Yeah, I know. Just triple checking before.
Triple check.
Don't want to slander the boxy name, you know. Just, but you know, it is the first time that they have had a Marcy ban against them.
I think Navi did have some first phase Marcy bans.
Some first phase Navi bans. That would be a little bit.
All of them are Navi bans.
Oh, sorry guys. Yeah, you're not allowed to play.
Will Batrider now be banned? That's my only question from Liquid, because that's the hero they would go for, or TA, right? Like this is the difference.
Or Nature's Prophet.
No, but yeah, if you ban the Batrider for Liquid, you are opening up BB to take a very strong Nature's Prophet first pick. So I understand you take away the Templar Assassin, you kind of flood the pool with a couple heroes. They take Prophet, you take Bat. They take Bat. You know,
take Quap or something. Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, that feels slightly more stable for a draft opening, especially in a game 1 low bracket, best of 3. I will say it's been on my mind the entire time. Love the fact that Liquid's in the blue booth, BB's in the red booth. Like they don't have this like contradiction.
Color coordinated.
Exactly, like blue on blue, red on red. Would have been jarring for the viewer.
It would have been. This is very much more aesthetically pleasing.
Technology.
All right, BB, what's the plan? What do you want? You want your Prophet? You want your Batrider? Or you want something else? Maybe, well, I don't think they can first phase like a Lifestealer or anything. They ban out the Dawnbreaker.
They get the Prophet.
They get the Prophet.
Yep.
You want that Batrider response now?
it would make us sound really happy and cool, but yeah, we did it.
All right, one more layer. Do we ban out Quap now if we're Team Liquid?
Oh, you're getting carried away now. All right. The adrenaline's getting to your head.
down, baby.
I mean, Queen of Pain has been banned out in this series before, and it is the counter pick for Bat. Deviation heavily favors Queen of Pain when she's picked into the Bat as well. So I think that is the most obvious approach, especially because BetBoom plays it on offlane as well, right? Like they're a team that really thrives on winning lanes, and Team Liquid might just ban it out.
It's either that or like the dispels, like the Oracle or the Abaddon. And at BB, they take out the Shadow Fiend and the Monkey King.
Just taking out some of the Liquid staples. Again, for Liquid, they have a lot of choices, right? I mean, Puck is a hero that's been ignored right now in the ban phase.
True.
Both heroes would like both teams, would like it. You have Nature's Prophet that can TP into any coil. You then have Batrider that can set up and coil break very easily with Lasso.
I love how BB have just banned out the heroes they lost to in besides the Ari ban. Dawnbreaker, SF, Monkey, all the heroes that they lost to in the first series when these two met. So they're just straightforward. We didn't like playing against these guys. They were kind of OP. Let's get rid of them.
Yeah, and of course, Liquid haven't even thought about Bane for Katomi. A first pick hero in the previous series for BB. Now it's been let through the pool as well. There's a lot of kind of combinations available. The Bane for BB, there's Tusk, the Puck.
It's extremely core-heavy bans, so both team supports have a lot of room to play with.
One of those cores that was kind of marking the last few days is the Lifestealer. Also not too bad into Bat, by the way, to have that built-in rage. Down the line, of course, Lasso is nice against you, but you can itemize for some stats resistant. And there's the Puck. Yeah. Opens up the Storm, by the way, as well.
Dawnbreaker was banned out, so Team Liquid get their hands on an early Axe.
Yeah, that is going to threaten the Nature's Prophet core, right? When you want to try and TP into a fight, stand your ground, you get hit by a Blade Mail core, it's going to hurt you a lot. So much pick-off potential as well with the Axe and Batrider. A lot of sweeping map play. BB needs to start preparing for that. I would be surprised if Bane wasn't picked. Like, Bane should be a kind of an easy hero for BB to lock in now. Nightmare, Fiend's Grip, always good.
The only question is, if they do go for Bane, they go for Quap first. They can go for Bane, but that would make the Prophet either a 4 or a core, which I'm fine with as well, because it's a really good Bane game. You love playing it into Axe and Bat.
Yeah, that's a good point. Disguising it a little bit longer would make sense. I kind of got a bit carried away hyping up Katomi. But yeah, taking saves, any of Save's heroes here, like a Windrunner, the Muerta, like a bit of lockdown himself and be able to explore the map would be really cool. But you know what? They actually don't care. That is fair play. And I think as soon as Lizard mentioned the idea of keeping that flexibility alive, it made sense. But clearly, BB don't care. They actually want Save to give more information. Like, is that a standout tournament?
There's still some flex, right, with the Prophet. So you have that at least a little bit. Queen of Pain as well has some flex in BB. Yeah. I wouldn't play a position 1 Prophet on BB for sure, but
because of the Batrider and the Axe on the other side?
Yeah, it's still very annoying to play into.
I'm getting flashbacks to TI, right? When every draft it was like, oh, maybe this is not the Prophet game now. Maybe this is not the Prophet game. And they obliterate the game, right? Like the games that I've seen from both BB and Liquid with the Nature's Prophet, it's had like that level of aura where it's like, you know what, I don't even care what they're against. You give it that first 20 minutes of farm, pick off play, you're always having that item lead.
And it's BB's bread and butter, right? Like, they love to own lanes, and this global presence that he can bring during the laning stage is massive. So now you have the Quap as well. You can combo it up with any of the save heroes if you want it on position 4. Looking at one other hero besides Bane that I found could be very impactful this game was Shadow Demon. Bane brings a lot more control, of course, but SD into Bat, SD into Axe, just an overall good pick.
Yeah, and Liquid, one of the few teams that still drafts Ember with this much confidence. Other teams always try and close a phase with the Ember Spirit, afraid of the potential counters, but of course, they don't really care, and the Tusk that we mentioned during the previous ban phase does get picked up by Liquid. I'm just looking at a strong laning lineup that wants to run at BB, poke them, fight them, and maybe that's their read on Nature's Prophet. If it does go to a core role, Nature's Prophet wants to join a fight, reset, but he cannot join 4 fights in a row, right? Like he kind of wants to pick and choose, and the way that you look at Liquid's lineup, that is 15 minutes into the game, they are rolling over their opponents with no care about cooldowns.
And it's nice to have multiple spells to get on top of Prophet easily, right? Like this is a hero that plays the outskirts of the fight, and whenever he TPs in, if there's like a random snowball, even it is annoying to play into. He loves playing into these static mid laners, like your Lashes, your Dragon Knights. You kind of see him, you know he's gonna sit there. You sprout him, you hit him. Ember is a completely different story. Spirits into Prophet for me are really nice in general, like your Storm Spirit, your Ember. So a lot of potential for Liquid to make this Prophet's, if he's a position 1, life a little bit harder than usual.
And if he's not a position 1, the other most successful hero for Pure has been Lifestealer, and they are doing a very good job at making sure Lifestealer is not going to have a good game either. A lasso, a call, and a Walrus Punch.
Yeah, if you want to try and stand your ground on a Lifestealer, that is not happening.
Yeah, we get ourselves a GPK hero 99%. So we have the DK mid and the Queen of Pain offlane. Like for the longest time, I really hated Dragon Knight mid post the broken era of DK on safe lane.
Oh, so you only liked it when it was broken?
Well, I hated it the way it was played on mid lane, because players would still just rush some Mage Slayer, Blink, and literally be a singular stun post laning stage, and that's it. However, BetBoom were always a bit different. GPK, he greeds out a little bit on the hero, and more often than not, I see him just going for carry-esque build from the mid lane, so that he can actually scale with the team as well. He still brings the Blink Dagger, the initiations, but I like the way that he plays the DK.
Yeah, the key thing is DK in the early game will go to hit a tower. He'll lead the charge in regards to the kind of the map play. Sure, the win rate's not looking good, but for this draft, it kind of makes sense, where your initiation from Liquid, it's the Axe, the Bat, or the Tusk jumping you, or Ember trying to play on your backlines. The Ember backline has already been answered by Bane hitting a Fiend's Grip. So if you have a core that can withstand an Axe call, that can withstand getting lassoed underneath a tower into like uncharted territory, it opens up for the Prophet and the Quap to blink in or TP into the part of the fight. So I think the DK is a good pick, but he just has to maintain his items. He cannot sit back and kind of become another like utility core. He has to scale.
And before some core bat on mid lane goes into the DK lane. Not going to happen because of the Quap option, of course, as well, that you can maneuver around this play. But yeah, absolutely. I like the grip into the Ember. I feel that some itemization as well from the Prophet can help out with that, depending on what position he's in.
I love the fact this game for BB is more about, can they stop the Tusks saving the grip? They already have a lot of chaos with the blinks and TPs that I mentioned. So it's like stop Tusk, frontline on DK, and Kotomi has to see through all this noise to ensure that he finds the grip, and he always seems to find it.
And they're not expecting a Prophet core, by the way. Beast banned out, Ursa banned out from Liquid. So there's another thing that you have to worry about. Eventual Aghanims on Nature's Prophet. Not only the Shard, but the Aghs as well. Can't really snowball easily out of that.
Another thing about the DK Ember matchup is when Nisha wants to be active on the map, DK with the green facet, you just slowly chip down his tower. You kind of force the Ember to think more about the mid lane. And BB, they take away front line with the Abaddon, and then one of the strongest lanes in the game at the moment, the Tusk Cleaner.
Yeah, they're basically expecting one or the other, just making sure that they cover all bases. Because you could lane Abba and Bat as well on the safe lane.
Okay, Pure, you've got a whole lot of disable that you have to deal with. What's the option? They took out the Ursa, which would be a good source of status resistance.
And there's still the Lifestealer if you really want to go for it.
He's been comfortable, but this is a tall order for a Lifestealer. He also has his Sven, although I don't know if you want to be chopping into a Blade Mail Axe.
There's also a good old Morphling left in the pool.
Or he can take the Quap safe lane if he wants.
It's probably going to be the Prophet, I guess.
Frost and the Prophet, boys.
Okay.
So Shadow Shaman and Nature's Prophet, those two hit hard. That's one thing that they're getting with the lane. At least, if that's the lane that they're rolling with, I think that should be the case, considering their latest games, right? It's mostly been co-op on offlane for them.
Usually, yeah.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, Bane's been there 5, so
Yeah, Bane Prophet.
Bane Prophet will be the safe lane. And Liquid go, congratulations, lads. You pit Nature's Prophet against the best Nature's Prophet team in the game. You give us Medusa. I mean, this is always a... It feels like that. Yeah, again, BB's entire logic for this game will be withstand the initiation of Axe, Bat, Tusk, then counterplay them, deal with Medusa last. Because if you jump the Medusa first, you'll show your positioning, you'll enable all this kind of pick-off play from Liquid to thrive, dragging heroes closer to the Medusa. But yeah, there is a lot of pacing available for BB to try and stop Mickey's timings.
And even if you do catch that Medusa first, I don't know how you kill her very quickly. There is not, like... There's not very good sources of burst damage.
Yeah, but there's a lot of damage from a lot of heroes as well, right? And you have Bane on your side too.
Yeah, you got the right clicks of GPK, the minor, whatever about that. Then Pure as well, like his itemization. Like if he has a good game and suddenly he's an item ahead of the Medusa the entire time, you can enter a fight with confidence. So it's, I mean, all eyes pretty much on the early game, I feel like, for BB. How do they set up the map? Are they enabling the pick-off play? Because if they enable pick-off play, Mickey's going to have to second guess every move he makes. But if they enable him just to kind of coast through the lane, get all his farm, and now you're trying to run into a Manta, Butterfly, whatever Medusa, that's a problem.
Yeah, for me, Medusa is currently one of the strongest heroes once she hits that sweet Skadi spot.
Oh, yeah.
That a lot of other heroes cannot buy. It's just way too expensive. But on Medusa, it looks so damn good. However, BetBoom, I feel like this is their identity. They're playing for the lanes. And if they dominate you in the laning stage so hard, Save is going to have a very big timing on, or very quick timing on the Blink Dagger. Just hunt everyone across the map. So laning stage for BB.
It's rare that I would advocate for a last phase support, but for the way that Save has been playing, I'm like, yo, if you can manage to get a hero that he really wants on last phase, go for it.
100%. I could not disagree. I think this game has a lot of life to it. I would like to think that this should be, you know, the 40-50 minute game where it's, can they hunt the Medusa? The epic scaling of both of these cores, like Prophet and Medusa, they are like the titans of the carry role.
Well, let's see what Blitz's ideas were for this game number 1 as he's standing by with Nomad for a coach interview.
Thank you, Tsunami. So, yeah, Blitz, obviously not the ideal circumstances today. Can you give us any information about what's happening at the moment?
Yeah, so maybe around like 8:30 this morning, Aiden's been sick for a couple days, and he was kind of just soldiering on. Honestly, he was not looking so great. I think he was like half asleep while we were playing against Aurora and BetBoom the last 2 series and Gladiators, and then he felt like he was getting a little bit better, and then this morning he told us like his condition isn't getting better. I think he's okay, and he will be okay. I don't think it's anything too serious, but right now he's in the hospital, and then we'll kind of go from there, and we'll monitor, and hopefully everything's okay.
All right, fingers crossed that Aiden has a good recovery here. But of course, we've got Ari standing in. I mean, did you have a previous relationship with Ari, and what's he like?
Yeah, I mean, I've known him for quite a while. I think one of his old friends hit me up years back, and he was like, if you guys ever need a support, this is the guy. And since then, we've been talking. I think we had a period where we were watching Dota together almost every day. I think he was the first person. I mean, I'm telling you, 9 o'clock, we're spamming his phone. We're like, get up, get up, get up. We have the hotel ring his room, and they're just like, and then I have to go physically there, knock on his door, and he's just like, I just gotten out of the shower. He's like, what's going on? I'm like, get your stuff. Like, we're going. But very much thanks to Ari and Navi, of course, for letting us use him, and PGL for, and BetBoom, honestly, for allowing it to happen. You know, we wanted a competitive series, and I'm glad that things were able to come together so we could get a good stand-in for this.
Excellent. It's all about the Dota here. Let's find out how it's going to go down in game number 1 with ODPixel and Kezu.
Thank you very much there, Nomad and Blitz. And indeed, unfortunate circumstances, but as Blitz was saying, Ari, if you get in a stand, it's a pretty good one to have. You know, coming over from Navi, had obviously a great run at this tournament. And yeah, he'll be slotting in here today with Liquid in place of Insania. So let's see how it goes for him.
Yeah, it looks like they're making sure to keep him comfortable. He is being allowed to play in his normal role, in the post-4 role, where it looks like Boxy will take the safe lane. You know, let's see if him and the boys can make it happen for Insania, who... Yeah, like Blitz said, should be okay.
Let's have a look. So with these lane setups overall, what do you make of this? We're getting this situation where Liquid, they've found the opportunity to come in with this last pick, Medusa.
Yeah.
How much do BetBoom care about that?
They should care quite a bit. They don't have the best draft to deal with the Medusa. I mean, they have two things going for them. They have one, they have tempo, which of course they have with, you've got DK, you've got Quap, you've got Rasa to take buildings, and also Nature's Prophet. And I would say later in the game, like if the game does drag up past the 35-40 minute mark, BetBoom have quite good kiting capabilities with like also the Quap, the DK, long fights, but the in-between period, Mickey might be a monster.
So look at Flame Break on the top. Katsuomi.
Nice pushback.
He's in trouble.
See ya.
That's first blood for Ari. Coming in hot here.
This is one of the lanes where if you're BetBoom, I don't know if you're too happy about it, like even without the first blood. Like Axe, Bad Rider, they're very happy in this lane. Sure, you've got the Bane, but I think that Battle Hunger just kind of makes the difference. And me, Bane, Nature's Prophet, like they just hit you a lot, you know? They don't pose like too much threat.
See how the lane goes down here. Miro, obviously on the off-lane Quap. We've seen him have some fantastic games on this. Can become this insane damage dealer.
Yeah.
And just an incredibly difficult target to kill. Obviously Liquid, they do have a few methods of lockdown. So chances of tripping Miro up in the early game if he plays too aggressive.
Yeah, they do have quite a couple of good lockdowns, right? Especially later when you get some Blink Daggers available. You've got the Axe Call, you've got the Lasso as well. So we'll also need to see if Katsuomi can get some good sleep saves off. A Saberlight, of course, with the double ring of protection. The kill that he was a part of earlier. He's got his Urn of Shadows already.
I'll be able to claim the Lotus for themselves.
I mean, Ari's already level 3, 2 levels in the Sticky Napalm. He can apply a lot of pressure.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing it right here, getting in under the tower. Katsuomi will hold him back with the Nightmare. At least give time for the stacks to reset on Pure.
We haven't talked too much about the mid lane yet, but DK is a very, very good hero against the Ember. Of course, you have quite a lot of physical stuff. You have minus armor. Your spells also are physical, which means, sure, you don't break the Flame Guard, but all your spells will go through it. Nice job by Boxy, dodging the Shadow Strike here.
Almost impossible for them to get kills down here on the safe lane unless Save makes some massive misstep. Well, they are going to try for him here. And the shards, but Mickey taking quite the hit from Miro.
Got stick.
Indeed, he's got 16 charges of that. Boxy will be able to chase on and get Save and deal with the charges up. Mickey's perfectly fine, so Save will actually end up getting caught out.
Well, very good stuff here in the safe lane by Liquid. You know, even with Boxy, this is not his normal lane, but I will say ever since Liquid had Jarex around the Singapore Major, I feel like he did something to Boxy. I don't know what it was, some special 1v1 training, but Boxy, he's literally been the standout post 4 player for me ever since then.
Yeah, showing off that flexibility here.
They are struggling down here. Like Miro, a lot of the time we see the Squab, she dominates the lane. I mean, even now it's going okay, but you're low on the resources.
Yeah, and Mickey's not been slowed down in farm, getting just as much out of the lane as Miro.
Gonna have to see what GPK can do here for BetBoom in this early game, as the other 2 lanes aren't going too hot. Ari stacking up the stickies onto Pure.
With a good flame break, but Katsuomi ready to make sure that Saberlight can't close in for the further catch. Saberlight, top of the CS right now. Getting a complete free farm on this off-lane Axe so far with the lane set up.
They are slowly building up the pressure, like even in the top lane. Pure doesn't have too much region left. Like I was saying, GPK, I've got my eyes on him. He is winning the mid matchup as he should, racking up those denies. Will have his Elder Dragon form soon as well. And this Siege Cave is alive. So let's see how BetBoom want to kind of abuse this early tempo.
Top lane again. And Pure, he's gone off for the TP back.
Drag him out.
Catch him indeed on the edge of the Berserker's Call. Katsuomi, he will fall. Ari under the tower though. Should
Pure
die in return. And Saberlight actually finished up Pure, he can't. So Pure able to go for that quick reset, gets out, gets straight back in. Short loses Katsuomi, but is able to make sure he gets Ari in return.
Still a little bit annoying for him because Pure, of course, to come back so quickly, had to TP back home and then TP back to base. So it's gonna need some resources.
On the mid. The Hex in a shackle. Have they got enough damage, though? They don't. Boxy's in with a TP ready to turn straight in with the snowball on a save. We're going to have Ari coming across as well. Nisha's got to be careful. He's getting very, very low. Will survive as he gets away from the 2 of them. GPK, Dragon Tail down on towards Boxy. So finding the trade there. Nisha will be able to refuel a little bit. with the bounty rune, but still, yeah, this mid lane, GPK keeping that pressure on despite Liquid trying to turn up and slow him down.
Couple of killing trades, but of course, I mean, GPK losing half his HP on this first siege wave, it does matter quite a bit for Liquid. It's definitely a benefit for them because DK at this point, GPK would like to get, what, like 40 to 50% out of this tower, but Dragon Form soon gone. Siege Creep did also die, so this is honestly quite a big deal for Liquid.
Nisha able to get back into the lane. Clean up the creeps as GPK's push comes to an end. And bottom, okay. Been left on his own now, but seems to do pretty fine with that. Has the mangoes, 1 charges, so...
Yeah, he's doing fine. I will say Medusa is not what she once used to be. It's a lot easier to cut through this hero's mana pool nowadays. Pure, once again in a bit of trouble. Safe with a quick TP.
Yeah, TP's coming in.
Wrath of Nature.
And they're going to be able to catch Sableye underneath the tower, so very dead on the axe. Pure, caught by the flame break of the Firefly, so Ari able to kill off the carry in return. So, unfortunate for Sableye, but not bad for Ari. It's going to give him level 6 now on the bat.
This is a very good Batrider game. Sure, apart, like you need to get either instant hexed or like gripped by the BetBoom support. So when it comes to the core matchups, you've got some very good ones. Oh, BetBoom here though on the second form will be able to claim the tier 1 tower.
That's so much damage. Having the backup of both supports here, GPK. And as you can see, Nisha knows he's not going to try and stop this one. Can't. Has to let the tower go.
Oh, BetBoom definitely set up for an advantageous early game now. Even with this pressure that's happening onto Pure. Will he get out of this? He will.
It's out with the TP, and yeah, they'll just have to sort of leave this area free, so Liquid will be able to put the pressure onto the tier 1 top. GPK after that tower, he's halfway on the goal for the Blink Dagger. It's going to start heading up towards the top lane. Looks like they want to try and push Liquid out of here. See if they can set up for a fight. Wards down though, so Liquid, they've got a good information. Pure gets the Sprout into the Hex, but they can't quite get in range for the Shackle. Mira TP's over. Jumps in aggressively, but the Snowball comes in clutch here. Boxy with the dodge, as they've now got the call in onto Miro. Sableye getting burst down low though. They'll kill off the Axe. Lasso's there to lock Miro down. Ari ensuring that they get the trade between the offlaners. BetBoom, can they finish off Ari with the Firefly up? Ari is away, out with the TP. So Ari again making sure that Liquid don't come out of that empty-handed, guaranteeing them that offlane trade.
It's a very nice getaway. As BetBoom, yeah, they do try to come for the defense, but kind of costly. You bring over Miero, really clutch snowball save, like that Sonic Wave did not do a lot. And this is important for Liquid, because their heroes are all kind of... They don't really help each other. They need to make work with their supports and make space for the other ones. As Nisha, of course, had a rough time in the mid lane against GPK.
Now back to the top lane here for Sableye, but Katsuomi has got the setup. See if anyone's going to come in and help out, or if they can. They've got the Sprout to Sableye. It's pretty beefy with the chainmail. So it's taking them a bit of time to go from under the tower, and indeed a bit of time too long. TP now comes in from Nisha. That's going to be saved dead, dunked down by Sableye. And Boxy, he's going to try and change more. Ari gets a good knockback with the flame break. I mean, that was a...
That's just easy. That
yeah, they can't go for that sort of kill. That was never going to happen. That took them way too long to try and kill the Axe, and it just ends up with the Axe dunking the both of them.
You could BetBoom they started second guessing themselves a little bit.
Yeah, you could tell.
You either need to full commit to get the kill, and then you trade 1-for-1, or you poke and get out earlier. But yeah, Liquid, they'll gladly take those. Double dunk.
Let's see if they can punish them back here as the TP comes in for GPK. Sableye trying to get the call up, but the Hex is there from Save. This time, Liquid, they're the ones that push their luck too far. Mass TP's coming in from BetBoom as they clean up both Sableye and Boxy.
Oh, big! Honestly, quite the big deaths. You had both supports struggling on BetBoom, but now with these kills, Katsuomi squeezes in his ult. Save gets a bit closer to his Serpent Wards.
Now both teams just pushing it a little too far. First game of the day, you know.
Yeah, just a little time to wake up. This will be the safe lane tier 1. So BetBoom, of course, trying to play the tempo of their draft with the DK.
They're coming in with CPs. I mean, Sableye's got the blade mail done.
Maybe not quite, but in the meantime, you also have Miero down bottom. He was able to force out Mickey in the 1v1. And he's got the Siege Creep available. Sure, so you hold your offlane tower, but you will be giving away your safe lane tier 1. And BetBoom, they need this. They need the space on the map. Open it up for the GPK Blink Dagger. And try to pace into this Medusa lineup.
Yeah, finding Mickey would be pretty huge. So if they catch him farming here towards the bottom, they're very close, BetBoom.
He's gotta be careful. First of all, there's no stone gaze on him. And second of all, a grip against the Medusa, it's no joke. Long duration. You've got the mana drain as well.
So Mickey will avoid the move up top. They've got their eyes on Pure under the tower. Straight at him they go. Is there going to be any backup coming in? Even if there is, it's not going to be here soon enough. Another dunk for Saberlight as Liquid take the tower.
Oh, good moves from Liquid. I was a little surprised that, like, usually when you have Prophet, you are not the guy that is going to bait in the tier 1. Because it looked like maybe they want to counterplay, but, you know, you're not some Lifestealer, Gyrocopter that's tanky. So Pure will have to give his life. GPK with the Dragon form.
There's the jump. Ari.
Looking for a snowball.
I mean, it's going to come in to save him from
Onto
the creeps. Ari, he will still dive. Pure's able to get the final right click in. See Boxy go for the TP out. Saves closing in. GPK's ready with the blink as well. Back in with the Dragon Tail. Sets up for Pure to clear up both of them.
Well, that was nearly clutch as hell from Boxy, but BetBoom get themselves 2 kills on all of this.
I mean, Nisha and Saberlight, maybe seeing if they can do something on the back lines, but would be very risky.
Yeah,
with 2 heroes down on Liquid.
It's not easy. It's not like Liquid don't have any vision in their triangle where BetBoom are going to go with some of the heroes. You do have 2 Blade Mills available, but no real good catch. Saberlight, of course, still has to work on the blink. Because at this point, it's BetBoom that can kind of like tempo up and control the map, since they are the ones with the early blink dagger.
Yeah, you can definitely feel it with their movements, BetBoom. They will certainly be doing as much as they can to take as much as they can around each of these Elder Dragon form timings from GPK.
He's closing in on the Manta. I mean, it is a good Medusa game, but I will say, like, BetBoom's heroes, it's not like they just auto-lose later on when it, you know, comes down to it.
For sure, yeah. This DK, this Nature's Prophet, I mean, we've seen Pure with his incredible skate, and yeah, I mean, all 3 of them, right? All 3 of these heroes get pretty ridiculous as the game goes on. Because the sort of the cap on their potential is incredibly high.
Yeah. And Medusa can struggle in like some longer, dragged-out fights against mobile heroes. Yeah. DK and Queen, they've got quite a lot of mobility later with some Hurricane Pikes. You've got the Blinks, got some Blade Mails going around too. So
no, I think I'd agree. The later this goes, you know, BetBoom, they've definitely got a lot of different sort of strong timings to work towards. They can try for this early one, taking over the map, but they've got a pretty good backup plan to fall onto with their lineup. Whereas Liquid. Yeah, so much is going to be resting on the shoulders of how Mickey's able to carry this on the Medusa with the farm that he'll get.
Absolutely. As they're moving towards top, they will find Ari once more. Should be going down.
I've got the blink now on Saberlight, so can get a bit more proactive looking for the plays with the supports. And the Axe backup. It's got a good few dunks so far.
Yep, Saberlight definitely having a good game. I mean, so they're pretty good when it comes to picking off now, of course, Liquid with the Bat and the Axe. They do have a bit of overlap. They're like kind of single target. They jump one guy. I mean, Axe, of course, can jump more than one, but we'll have to see how Liquid get through the next couple of minutes. They are eyeing Kateomi in this mid lane. They're going for a smoke.
See if they can catch BetBoom with this Blink Dagger reveal.
Well, Liquid have 2 plays. You either smoke mid on the siege creep onto Kateomi, or you try to go into your own safe lane.
And Kateomi, of course, wouldn't be the biggest of kills. Liquid not looking like BetBoom's going to be giving them anything here.
You will get an amplified damage rune, so it should be allowing them to take this mid tier 1 tower. They do hold it over for Nisha's bottle.
So I get the tower, but not going to get any kills out of this. BetBoom doing a good job of avoiding this sort of move, not getting caught out whatsoever, BetBoom, in those moments.
See, BetBoom now see Mickey. He did TP into the top lane.
Now Kateomi might just found BetBoom themselves a grab. Gets the setup here. We'll see the lasso come in. It's going to drop out Pure into the call. Oh, there we go. Saberlight's in. They take out Pure immediately. There's the dunk as well on a save. Oh, it was all a trap here from Liquid. But Camiro and GPK clearing up with a Sonic Wave like that. They'll come very close to getting kills themselves here. Saberlight, he'll fall. Miro, can he get away from Nisha? He's able to just turn and kill him. He gets the triple, it gets out. I mean, it looked for a moment then, that fight, that it was like, okay, Liquid's got a plan. But then the Queen of Pain turns up, and they didn't have a plan for that one, Kezu.
And Queen of Pain is a hell of a hero in this meta right now. It's like, just with Blade Mail, Bondage, throwing out some of the spells, Miro, he definitely came in as the saving grace in this fight.
He really did.
Mickey TP'd out, but BetBoom kind of get to turn it around later on.
Because for Liquid, you know, they kind of catch Pure at the start of the fight, kill the carry very quickly. You know, you can certainly see where they're like, all right, we've got this, let's keep going. But then the Queen of Pain, Miro, definitely had the final word in that fight. As we see at the start here, it's like, all right, Liquid's ready to go. They get this jump onto Pure. He's very dead. Save's very dead as well. Let's straight over to the Bane. But here comes the Queen of Pain. Miro in with the Scream, sets up for the Sonic Wave onto the two of them. And then at this point, Liquid's like, can we actually kill this Quap? You know, Saberlight tries, does he get the dunk off because he dies too quickly?
A Blade Mail is so
he can't even get it either. Miro gets the kills, gets out of there.
Blade Mail is such a fun, because Saberlight couldn't dunk, his dunk dealt damage, which then kind of killed him off of the Blade Mail return as well. What an item. We've got Mickey, of course, he's working onto Descati. There's still quite a bit of ways, the item is very expensive.
Now Liquid, when they go for that next move, they are definitely going to have the Queen of Pain constantly in the back of their minds. They have to be ready to deal with Miro coming into the fight.
And GPK, he's level 14. He's got a Hurricane Pike available, he's got attack range and a Brigand's Blade. Can't really ask for much more when it comes to the DK's game at the moment.
Yep, really good timings here with the pushes. Everything going to plan so far for GPK. Liquid. They want to try and look for something around the mid. See if they can do a mirror a little better this time. They'll see him blink back under the tower. I mean, if they can catch him alone, if Saberlight can get the call on him, it would be pretty huge. They're going to look for the jump in the mid instead. They'll just grab Kataomi. Nisha ready to try and scout out the back line. Saberlight closes in. Sprout from Pure will block him off. Nisha wants to keep the chase going. Save. Should be in trouble. BetBoom, they'll just let the two supports die. They'll get the cores out.
No dunk. But yeah, you do get the two supports, as Ari finds a good grab off of this mid lane ward, which has been placed just not even too long ago by Ari himself. Pure going for some aggressive farming in the meantime.
Now looking towards the BKB next for both him and GPK. Saberlight's got his eyes on Miro top. Can they do something about this quad? They try and make the jump, the blink out's there, Miro. The Blade Mail turns with the Sonic Wave. I mean, they're taking so much damage. They do get the call off onto Miro. But oh my God! The Nature's Wrath comes in. Saberlight and Ari die. Miro survives again. Oh, I mean, it's got to be getting a little bit frustrating here for Liquid. They're trying to go on the quad. They nearly have him.
I mean, they didn't have the dunk anymore. He's also got the mystical for the magic resistance. He's got the essence ring. He gets to push him, and again, just a Blade Mail coming in.
And that just works out the best situation there for BetBoom. Miro doesn't die, Pure on the carry. He gets both the kills globally.
What a... I mean, you're so happy if you're Pure. You literally didn't even do anything.
You just pressed ult and easy double.
Press R, get like 1,000 gold injected to yourself.
Yep.
I'm quite happy about that one. And of course, they did get the Torm after it's all said and done.
I mean, what do you do? Is there some sort of like itemization we got coming in? Like, see in the middle. Pure is going to get jumped. Look at the lasso. TP's coming in, but Pure is looking pretty dead.
It's a good grab. No, for Liquid, it's just they didn't have the dunk. I believe with Saberlight's dunk, you just die there on Miro. So it's kind of, you know, you go for a clutch play. Sometimes it comes around to bite you.
Yeah, let's have a look again at that attempt to try and kill this Queen of Pain. Miro, of course, getting the chance to get both the Blade Mail and Sonic Wave off at the start, gave him a very good edge. And Yeah, it would have been close. I think. Do you think it would have been under the dunk threshold? And indeed, Zaro does. That's a what can you do sort of situation. It's like, oh, well, we tried. We didn't get him, and the carry just got a double off us. What can you do?
What can you do? Sometimes you call it, you move on.
Yep.
Miro will end up leaving the top area for now. I mean, Mickey, of course, he's telling his team, guys, don't worry about it. He's got the Scotty, still having a very free game himself.
He is top of the net worth. Yep. Looking for the butterfly next on his shopping list.
He's yet to die. And sure, you know, Quap is strong and all, but it also means it gives you like a stronger snake later for Mickey as well, if he wants to look to like tank through. Looking for the butterfly next, which means it's going to make it very hard for him to end up being killed by the Nature Center DK.
I'm getting a chance to get the tier 2 themselves. I mean, this is, of course, because BetBoom, they've got their sights set on the Roshan, so they're kind of like, well, whatever, you can take that tower, we're going to go for the Rosh.
This is a big deal. Liquid, they should fight this one.
I mean, can they get her in time?
So they mass TP it into mid, they are smoking up.
Oh, they might be able to make it just in time. They'd have to be very quick with the jump if they want to interrupt it, though, because Roshan's falling quickly. They're trying to get the jump on the high ground, but saves there with a Hex. Immediately catches Saberlight, stops him from being able to enter into the pit. Liquid pushing back away at Miro, but the space is there for BetBoom to get the Roche, get the Aegis, picked up onto Pure. Mickey, Stone Gaze. They move forward, take down the Bane. They look towards Pure. He's able to slide his way out of the pit. Nisha with the Arcane Rim pumping, ready to try and chase some more. Chains are there. Lasso locks down Pure through the BKB. Miro comes in with a Sonic Wave onto the two of them. Pure still alive, finally falls. Miro this time caught by Saberlight. Gets the call off, kills the Quap. They kill Save. Now they're ready to look for Pure a second time. They've got the chains up to stop the TP out. Liquid, they don't get the roast, they don't get the Aegis, but they absolutely get the team fight clean up. Triple kill for Mickey.
Oh, absolutely big. I wonder how much this is done on like purpose, where Liquid, you go hit the top tier 2 tower, and BetBoom, they don't want to fight you. So their reaction will be to go Roche. But the moment you see nobody from BetBoom, they all TP into the mid-tier 2 and immediately smoke to go for that fight. As BetBoom, this positioning for their draft against Liquid is absolutely not what you want.
Yeah, I mean, at the start it looked right? Because BetBoom, they were able to stop the initial effort from Saberlight to get in, right? Save gets the Hex onto him. But as we sort of was the end of the fight, Saberlight was able to sort of still play the fight in a way that he could still eventually get that call that's absolutely necessary onto Miro's Quap.
Yeah, and Boxy, he breaks the grip again, and GPK here on the corner, you'll see his Dragon Form. It's about to run out. It runs out right now. Sure, you still have the Aegis, but none of the Liquid heroes need to commit. Ari finds a great lasso.
Miro gets back in, but bam. Saberlight was waiting at the edge of the fight to see the Quap blink in, gets him with the Blink Blade Mail himself, and that's how they're able to punish it. And this time, you know, Liquid is their carry, getting the last hit on all these big kills. Mickey getting the triple off the back of that.
Oh, absolutely huge.
What's up?
Fine, Boxy.
He's got Mickey here to help. And Mickey's going to look for some kills himself. I mean, Boxy's still alive. He's going to survive and nearly gets the shard trap on. And GPK's got to run. He's getting slowed by the Battle Hunger. Punch up there from Boxy. Pure TP's in as well as Miro, trying to help out. They get the stun in onto Saberlight, but he gets the call and the Blade Mail off. Doesn't matter. Sonic Wave from Miro finishes him off. They use the Stone Gaze as they continue to try and chase Pure and GPK, having to put the BK.
Ari's coming.
Ari, he's got the lasso onto Kataomi, so they catch themselves the second support. It's both the Bane and the Shaman are gone, and Nisha, he wants to try and chase on with the BKBs coming to an end. Pure TP's out in the trees. GPK will be able to continue to escape. Liquid striking back.
Boxy is so tanky. This is the best neutral item you can get on a Tusk at this stage. It's even unleashed, like he's got more armor, 39 damage block from all the incoming attacks. He was literally tanking through everything from like a near top net worth DK. Just gets to live. Liquid get enough time to move over and get themselves even more kills.
Now they're giving us a good close game here. 25 minutes in, 21-16. It's a 2K lead right now for BetBoom. Obviously, the net worth spread much different between the two teams. It's much more even between BetBoom's cores, whereas with Liquid, of course, we're going to see it be a bit more top-heavy on the Mickey Medusa.
I like the itemization from Yero. You kind of need this Ghost Scepter. Make sure you don't die in like a call or the chains. Get yourself away from this Medusa. He's going for the Aghanim Scepter next to get himself some scaling.
Butterfly done on Mickey. Now, next up, he's going to be looking for the damage item. Has the Daedalus queued up.
Well, Liquid have eyes on Kataomi with their own ward in the jungle.
Yep, it's got the chains. BetBoom, they will not want to move it on this. They let Kataomi go.
Silverlight not getting off the dunks just yet, but it's all right.
It's all right.
They're chilling. Take a deep breath. You got the dunks later, brother. I mean, yeah, Mickey, he can kind of charge.
Yeah, he's feeling strong now.
He is... I'm not going to call him unkillable, because if he's out of position, he can die, but with this fresh butterfly, he's very hard to kill if his team is around.
Amira clearing out the wave bottom.
It's a BKB completed for Ari, so what is your counterplay? When he goes in with the Blink Lasso, you've got to grip him or just accept the fact that some guy is being dragged in.
And BetBoom, bit of a shake-up for them since that last rush. See itemization from Pure, wants to get the Mjolnir done, and then we'll be looking towards the Disperser. Oh no, sorry, wants to get the Diffusal.
Yep, Diffusal
so
first.
Has a little bit of mana burn here that obviously does make the difference when you're trying to outright click a Medusa.
And like we said before, Mickey is having a great game. It will continue to be this way, but BetBoom need to look at their scaling.
Oh, Kataomi.
Just finds good old Medusa.
Yeah,
that's not what you want to look at.
Another easy kill for Mickey. Got to be careful what you feed this Medusa.
Yep. Well, let's see how BetBoom want to go about this. The best thing you can do when you cannot fight the enemy team, of course, is to split up the map. Try to keep it as open as possible. So Miro will look to split some waves. You're going to have Pure that's going to continue to cut waves because, yeah, they are not ready to fight. You need to get closer to like an MKB, another round of items on GPK, and the Aghanims on Miro. And trust me, Liquid, they know this. They're going to play aggressive on the map, maybe even pick up a gem, have Ari and Saber like 5th for some kills, and Mickey takes the objectives.
I know this build's big brain from Mickey, getting the Silver Edge online. That, of course, makes Miro very killable.
It really does.
You know what I mean? You take away that aspect of the bondage, and suddenly the Quap is essentially 20% less survivable than they were before, so the break's going to be pretty big if Mickey does want to get that Veggie. He switched his options back now.
He thought that...
Yep. He's thinking between the two of them. I wouldn't be surprised if he still gets the Silver Edge after the Daedalus. But the Daedalus is just going to help him kill everybody else.
No, Daedalus, of course, is quite good. Maybe he wants like the faster, higher damage output. They're looking for a kill, or they were at least thinking about it. I will say one of the things that Liquid can play for, and it's a very old combo also, is you lasso the guy into the Stone Gaze.
Yes.
During the lasso, of course, the guy will turn to stone, and that's a really hard one to play into if you're BetBoom.
Let's see, BetBoom. BetBoom, what's their next move now?
Let's have a look at some of their item timings. They should be looking to... So they got the Ags now on Miro.
Yep.
And Pure is... I mean, if he wants to finish the Diffusal...
I think you probably do just buy it up, right?
Yeah, he can buy it out right about now. Which kind of tells me that they are aiming to all-in the Medusa. That seems hard.
No, but this is the thing as well, because obviously because of that butterfly in play, he does need the MKB, so it's a hard decision for him. Like, what is more valuable, having a bit of mana burn against the Medusa, or having the ability to have that true strike?
No, the
with
MKB for sure. Absolutely MKB.
So you think even though he's got both queued up, you do want to get the MKB first?
I would say so. Like, even now, like, do you need to go for this Diffusal play and then try to all-in the Medusa?
It's got to be the MKB. I think you're right. He's just going to buy the MKB out those two first. So you get the jump, GPK.
Okay, Snowball. Saber Knight is keeping behind.
Miro looks for Ari. He gets the BKB off. They've got the call at the moment on to save. They will lose the Tusk, but Bonzi's in straight away with a buyback, and Miro will get the blink out only just, but the chase is there for Nisha. That's Miro gone. GPK's BKB has just come to an end. Saberlight closes in. He's able to get the call off. Mickey's bringing in the damage. GPK, he's very likely going down as well. There's no saving the Dragon Knight. He'll fall. Liquid taking the fights very nicely here. I mean, BetBoom, they're just not ready to kind of full commit. You know, we saw that Pure didn't really want to get involved, didn't want to try and fight yet. He's got this large amount of money, 3,800 gold, that he's yet to spend up.
Yeah, what are they talking about? Like, if they've been talking about, yo, guys, I need the few more 100 gold for the MKB, and his team was like, okay, boss, we're smoking right now, and we're going to kill this Medusa. That's not, I mean, Liquid, they will happily take this one.
Oh, they will, up to the high ground for Liquid off the back of that misstep from BetBoom. It's just really all been sort of downhill from BetBoom since they got that Roshan and the Aegis, right? Yeah. Ever since that, Liquid's had their number. Now they're taking a barracks against them.
And Saberlight also had great positioning. He was able to TP on the outpost and come in from behind, swoop in on to save. He did miss the dunk, of course, so I think his dunk rate is quite sus this game, but luckily for him, seems like he doesn't need it.
And Pure close to being able to buy up the complete MKB. Yeah, he's got it now. So has got the MKB. Now you'd imagine he's going to be like, right, guys, we can try and fight, but it's still not going to be easy.
Yeah, I will say, Mickey did drop to, like, what's 30% mana? Like,
Sure.
20 to 30%. But the thing is, he's got a lot of backup. You've even, I mean, sure, it's a baby Lotus on Tusk, on Boxy, so he's going to be looking to pick those up too to save him, but there's a Snowball save, you've got Lasso, you've got the Axe Call. BetBoom shouldn't just have this one idea of burst the Medusa. It has to be good. You need to set it up right, and it can only be done if you also lock down the rest of Liquid.
Because I guess that's the thing as well. Sort of outside the damage from the Quap, everything else from BetBoom, it's incredibly single target, right?
Yeah.
The Shaman, the Bane, the DK, you're going on one hero. Whereas obviously with Liquid, you got the AoE of the Call and the Stone Gaze, and even the multi-hero chains coming in. So for these sort of grouped up team fights, it's much harder for BetBoom to take.
That's what GPK can do. He has got an amplify.
Saberlight's going to put the BKB, try and close in on them. Nisha's made the jump over towards the backlines. They will use the control as well to look to take down save. Saberlight gets the call onto Miro and Katomi. He'll get the Sonic Wave off Miro. That's Ari dead. Buyback coming in straight away for save. They want to put everything into this fight, BetBoom. As they found the chance to kill off Saberlight, they get the Hex as well onto Nisha. He'll get the Slider Fist and the Remnant away. Boxy will get left behind. BetBoom having to use both of the support buybacks for that fight.
Nisha.
They get the Shackles. Big kill at the end of it all there as they get Nisha on top of it. Roshan is up. So BetBoom, the support buybacks absolutely paying off there in the fact that they're able to secure those big kills at the end and turn this into a Roche potential. And this time, Liquid's not going to be around to mess with them after it.
Oh, that was absolutely huge for BetBoom. Yeah, like the biggest thing of this, yeah, you get the kills. Of course, that's great. But just making sure that you get the hands on this Aegis as opposed to Liquid, that's the biggest deal of that fight.
And I think a lot of focus was put in there from Liquid to sort of deal with Mira and such. It did give Pure the free position to get a lot of damage done in this fight as the Nature's Prophet.
And this is something you have to respect as Liquid. You do go quite deep here, and BetBoom, even though they don't really have the map control, they got to take their outpost, so they can just buy back, TP straight back in here, and it absolutely made the difference. Otherwise, Liquid could have been doing the same thing right now. But Ari and Saberlight, where are they going to TP to if they buy back?
Yeah, and it's just big stuff from Save, really. The initial control really helped them get that first kill, and then the fact that he was there with the chase down and had just the reach to lock Nisha down that once more. And then they get huge kills. A good swing back into the game there from BetBoom. Pure getting pumped up.
Yeah, it should be, because they absolutely did just get a huge fight back into this game. As Miaro, of course, getting to scale on the Quap. This, to me, the Queen of Pain is kind of the new Exodia. You get the Axe, you get some items that keep you alive, you get the 20 talent with the Screen of Pain damage. He did just unlock it off the back of the last fight also.
Mickey.
He does want the Silver Edge.
He's close about. It's going to be very big. You know, you've got to be able to break the bondage effect of the Quap somehow to give you that easy chance of actually killing her rather than this sort of sustained just popping off and pumping her up. So the Silver Edge, how far is he away from it? Just about, yeah, very close. Very close to having the Demon Edge of that one. So Mickey should be able to have that set up for the next fight. See if he's able to find the opportunity to be able to get in and get that hit in onto Miro.
I could also see like this idea of BetBoom where you just designate the supports to try and like screw with Mickey in the fight. Like sleep him, drop the Enfeeble on him, hex him, keep him shackled, even you have to give your life.
Yep.
And just let your cores kill the rest. You can still just deal with the Medusa last. They're trying to pump up Mickey into his 25 talent. Try to get him ever so close to it. Going for a smoke.
They're going to see Pure farming the mid. Ari, he's going to get the lasso set up onto him. Save's going to try and come in and help out the Hex, but the Lotus was there in time, and now the call's in on a Pure. Pure's gone the once. That's the Aegis out. On the side, BetBoom, they'll try and look towards Nisha. Sonic Wave comes in with the Sonic Fist dodge. It's there. The Fiend's Grip's locking Nisha down, but instantly gets put to a stop. Nisha's going to be fine. Save will fall, and BetBoom, they've got to run. GPK gets out with the blink in time, but Boxy's hot in the chase. In up to the high ground with the punch of the shards, but Pure's ready and waiting for him. They turn, take Boxy out. Miro. Starting to play around Saberlight. BetBoom may be considering if they can push back in for the fight themselves. Miro jumping in, he gets caught by the break, but the BKB's there. Miro trying to hold his own support. Miro's going to live. He'll get out. Mickey to fall. BetBoom. They weave themselves perfectly back into the fight, and they take the victory on this one.
Oh, they're getting really strong. Yeah, I'm not surprised they're starting to tip Miro. He's doing so much.
Yeah, I imagine he was the one sort of making the call in that situation. Like, guys, we can get back in on this.
Yeah, it's just fight
Fully
after fight.
punished Liquid.
He keeps getting out so much damage. Blade Mail, Ghost Scepter. He's got the BKB as well. I mean, it looked great for Liquid. If there's no ages on BetBoom, they just straight up cannot fight.
It's going to be a big push coming in now from BetBoom potentially on the lanes because there's no mid-K for a minute.
And I think we're getting to the stage where BetBoom's Tricore is really getting the scale up.
It's a lot for Liquid to deal with.
Even against the top net worth Medusa, like GPK, level 24, he's closing in on the 25, he's gonna get the Ags. We've already seen what Miro has been able to do.
We saw there in that last fight, they did get the break hit off, but the BKB was there ready before the call came in, so they didn't sort of have that overlap that was necessary to be able to kill Miro. He survives, ends up dishing out again insane damage as the Quap. Boxy has got his eyes on Miro. He's going to try and set something up.
Call.
Nice jump from Ari. Pure's coming in though to help out. Doesn't matter. This time Miro's dead. Pure. He's got backup coming in. Save. Look for the Hex on Anisha, but Anisha's able to jump away. Boxy also on the retreat. GPK trying to continue with the lockdown, but Liquid, they're able to back off. Now is it Liquid's turn to get back in. There's no fear at the Quap. With Miro out for 80 seconds, Ari very low. He jumps in and dies. Sableye's got to be careful as well as he falls incredibly low. BK moving in with the break hit, but the BKB's there from GPK. Katsuomi caught by the snowball. They get the kill, but same to be said for Pure. Able to turn, take down a second for himself. 2 for 2. Both carries getting themselves some action out of that.
Katsuomi got the good old Medusa shard treatment.
Oh, with the grip, immediately getting the snake flying at you. And
then stoning your ass.
Yeah.
That's
the awkward thing really about the Bane, because if it wasn't for that shard, Bane would be kind of good against Medusa. Yeah. But with that shard in play, yeah, you got to be pretty sure that the cold-blooded is on cooldown, because you go for the grip and get stopped within a second.
He has to kind of force out the CD first. Yes. I mean, Liquid, they still have these wards from earlier.
He's going to get the opening on to save, and he'll get the immediate stone gaze off to make sure that GPK can't have a go on towards it. Save's going to be able to force away, though. They didn't quite have Saberlight behind. So I couldn't get any further lockdown.
Holy zoomer fingers on that stone gate.
Yeah, that was instantly.
Like, what the hell?
He went for the break straight away. He knew there was a chance that anyone was going to jump him. Stone gaze was ready.
As he's looking for the Swift Blink next. Needs to continue to be mobile. Let's see, 4K lead for BetBoom still. Roshan not too close yet. So we might have both teams, try to take over the map a bit, put themselves in position for later. 25 talent for Pure, so he can be wherever he wants at any time.
And BetBoom.
4 Gale Guards on Liquid. They just really want to try to stay alive throughout all this random poke that you've got going on. Boxy still holding on to the poor man's shield. I mean, so much tankiness, it's crazy.
Yeah. I got to note as well, obviously Miro with the beautiful one as the Quap has the Pyrrhic Cloak. Can never sort of understate how ridiculous that reflected damage can end up being.
Yeah, especially against Medusa. He can't really control it. I mean,
someone's going to die. You put the cloak on someone on Liquid, if you're getting hit, they're probably going to end up dead.
Boxy at least. I mean, he doesn't want to get rid of his armor on his neutral item for now, so he's going to hold on to it.
GPK's in.
Shield rune.
Oh, he's able to grab it for himself, and he gets the opening Dragon Tail onto Mickey. They've got the control of the Hex into the Shackles, the Sonic Wave as well. Saberlight, he's dead, and he doesn't have buyback to enter into this fight. Liquid, can they hold their own 4 versus 5? They're starting to back away. Mickey looks over towards the Bane, but the Outworld South there in the grip, and again, the cold-blooded snake bounces over, instantly puts a stop to the grip. It might not matter though, because GPK's in with the BKB, bringing in the damage. Mickey out of mana. He can't survive through this one. Mickey to fall. Pure looking towards Nisha. Nisha's going to try for the TP out, but the Dragon Tail's there. BetBoom will take down the 4 of them.
And they're not done yet. They can start pushing over.
Yeah,
Pure,
they got a big push ready to come in.
Yeah, he's got no CD on the TP. He can just keep going back and forth on the Natures, join his team here.
And BetBoom just starting that fight the perfect way, right? Getting Saberlight out of the equation. And then able to focus a lot of damage onto Mickey. Like, his mana pool disappeared pretty quickly in that fight.
Yeah, it kind of just died to collateral. Same with Ari. He blinks in to try and save Saberlight, but there's a Sonic Wave coming out. You've got Brief Fire coming through. Snakes are already out. This is they're going to be threatening at least 2 sides of racks.
Yeah,
maybe the tier 4s.
Full minute.
Has no buy.
Yeah, full minute without the carry here on Liquid.
What can Liquid do here? Do you have anything fancy? Nisha has buyback. Ari wants to do something to Pure, but he would need buybacks in order to do anything here. Oh, Pure's buying out the full disperser for this fight also.
That's, yeah. If they get in position to get the hits in onto Mickey with the MKB and the disperser, it's not easy for the Medusa to stand in position and fight back. Pure absolutely has the damage to deal with him. GPK starting to poke onto the tier 4s. 20 seconds until they're both back up. See them get the lasso on Amiro. Is he going to be into anything else? Though Saberlight has been caught again. They get the Hex into Shackle. He's out again. Still does not have buyback available. He's short on the money. So this defense is going to have to be done by Liquid without their axe. The tier 4s are melting. Can they hold 4 versus 5? The Ancient is dying so quickly. Liquid are going to try and throw bodies in at them to take BetBoom's attention away from the Ancient. They catch Katomi. Katomi will live for now with the Outworld Star. Still dies though. The Serpent Walker, they're ending the game. GPK is ready to get out of this one. They look for the Ancient and find it. BetBoom closing up this game 1.
Nice stuff from BetBoom to try and come back in this game. Honestly, it's all the second Roach with the buybacks. They get the teamfight win into the second Aegis, where Liquid, they did really well, but this was a mistake they were not allowed to do in this game.
No, absolutely not. Yeah, BetBoom as a whole with the moves. I mean, GPK, another one of those games, I think it was yesterday as well, right? He barely died. Today, that's a great start for him. Just the one death on this Dragon Knight, played the movements across the map very, very nicely. And the Miro co-op. Even though some of the fights Liquid were able to deal with it, there was a lot of them where they really weren't. Miro on this offlane co-op showing how good he can be in this position with this hero right now. Game 1 is going to be all a BetBoom team.
Well, the victory ends up being all BetBoom team, but the journey to that point seemed like it could have been a little bit of Liquid, because that Medusa was reaching a real difficult point for BetBoom team to deal with, but it was ups and downs. Beginning, BetBoom team. Medusa gets Scotty, Liquid. And then I guess all the other cores of BetBoom team start to get their big items. Back to BetBoom team.
Yep. Usually you have a normal draft where you have like a stable offlaner that jumps in and stuns or calls, whatever. You have your mid laner that's kind of chaotic, also a lot of control. But BetBoom, they don't play that Dota. They literally have 3 carries from 3 roles. You have Dragon Knight, like during the draft panel, we talked about how GPK loves having late game potential from the mid lane, goes for Mjolnir, goes for Blink BKB Mjolnir, and he's already dishing out enough damage, and then the Axe, plus the co-op from the offlane and the Prophet. Usually Medusa can 1v5, but these 3 heroes combined were more than enough to take her down.
Yeah, and that's the thing as well, I think, with BB, they had to withstand a lot of that early game from Liquid, right? Liquid had incredible aggression, right? With the Bat Rider, the Tusk running around the map, trying to whittle down the resources for the side of BB. But the thing is, they had so many little standout moments, right? You had the the Queen of Pain, where she hit this 2-man Sonic on the Bat and the Axe, and turn it around with a pure ultimate from Nature's Prophet. Then you had multiple saves from the Bane and Shaman in different positions. Like they kept taking the fights, but they were never losing fights where it was like, okay, the entire game's over, Medusa's hit the point. Sure, you lose one mid-racks, but it feels like they kept just scaling, kept taking the necessary stuff.
Yeah, they were definitely scaling, taking the necessary stuff, and they used their buybacks to perfection, I feel like, as well. In a couple of these team fights, when Liquid goes a little bit too deep, they instantly get punished. Like, overall, BetBoom, I feel like this kind of gameplay is necessary for them to take a game off of Liquid. They need to recreate it in the future games as well, especially versus the Medusa. I feel like that Liquid had a pretty decent plan, but they needed to execute a bit more cleanly post-Skadi. Like, once you get Manta Skadi around 23-minute mark, I feel like that is your time to shine, to take an Aegis and just kind of close out the game. Before it used to be Manta Butterfly, now it's Manta Skadi. It doesn't really change a lot. You want to take the Aegis and pressure high ground. Unfortunately, it did not work for them this time around.
No, and I don't even know if I would attribute too much of this missed opportunities to Ahri being the stand-in. It was an interesting twist to send Boxy to be the 5 position effectively and put Ahri in his comfort role, but I thought Ahri did well. It was just that Liquid put themselves in a draft situation where they aren't allowed to make very many mistakes. It's all on Mickey to get gigantic. Once he gets the Scotty, you still have to play everything very right. All your lassos have to be seamless. All your calls have to be perfect. Your snowball saves have to be flawless. Otherwise, the tricore of BetBoom Team will eventually overtake a Medusa.
Yeah, they had a lot of these team fights played out almost to perfection, but you lose one or two, you make one singular mistake here and there, and suddenly these three cores just skyrocket in net worth. This man as well, like we were considering, is someone going to buy a diffusal? Is he not? Well, eventually he did.
Eventually,
the game was.
It was a novelty purchase at the very end.
Exactly, it was already over, but Disperser, sure, why not? Just some extra spice against the Medusa.
I mean, I think we're just learning that Nature's Prophet truly is such a dominant carry, right? Like, you cannot fault, right? The kill participation, like all the stats on the screen here, it's, yeah, incredible stuff. So, yeah, I feel like Nature's Prophet is going to be the hero of the series. Maybe even having to see Liquid maybe ban it out themselves, against themselves. It's, yeah, that is mental to think about for a game too. But yeah, it's 16, 5, and 13. You couldn't ask for like a better performance.
And this was a very difficult Nature's Prophet game. You're against an Ember Spirit, you're against a Batrider, you're against Axe Calls, and during the entirety of the draft, you were like, it's probably not going to be a carry Nature's Prophet if this is what you.
It didn't look great, honestly. It didn't look like a great Nature's Prophet carry game. But I really think the biggest difference maker on their side, besides the draft being magnificent, in hindsight, the two support bringing all the control that was necessary for these three cores to do whatever they wanted. I feel like Queen of Pain was a massive difference maker in team fights.
Yeah.
And in small skirmishes too. Like so many times Miero just blinks in, Blade Mails, uses ulti, and then you think you got her, you think you can kill the Queen of Pain, suddenly Nature's Prophet with his Wrath of Nature gets a double kill or something, cleans up, gets that extra oomph that she needs. But every fight, when you go through the scoreboard, it's 5k, 6k damage dealt by the Queen of Pain.
We can take a look at one of the earlier skirmishes, though, where Medusa was starting to look like a real problem for a BetBoom Team to deal with. This is basically her Scotty timing, where she has become a wall.
But this is where Liquid, sure, BB take the Aegis, but this is like they're playing with the Medusa at the center of the fight. Look at the positioning of all of Liquid. It's like, where is Mickey? Take the fight with Mickey. You get a lasso, you drag them back to the Medusa, right? And the tail end of this clip is just like, it's just beautiful aggression together. The issue for Liquid is the next fight. The fight after, it was an axe initiation or a Batrider going in, and the Medusa, even though it was a couple seconds late, it's not the same as this clip where Mickey is inside of the perfect jump. And yeah.
In hindsight, I wonder if in this fight, it was kind of worth it to even lose it just to take away the Aegis from her. Because it takes away that massive pressure that Medusa can bring.
But look at the KDA from Pure, right? He's 7, 5, and 5 here. He gets the Aegis, right? This is after his death. He then ends the game 16 and 5 and 13. Like, this was his final moment where he goes, you know what? I understand the fight. And I think that's a key thing for BB. They showed that in that engagement, they respected Medusa. They understand that they can't take the fight when she's there. So they kept playing the map, farming up, waiting for the mistakes to happen. And a lot of Liquid's game plan was chaotic energy in the skirmish, right? It's you send in a bat, an axe, a tusk, whoever, and then you kind of play around it. They kept baiting it, and eventually Liquid, as soon as their positioning was slightly wrong, and I mean like milliseconds wrong, Pure turns up, he converts on the fight. So for Liquid, it's they just need to make sure that they are just slightly more disciplined. But we are also talking about a team playing with a stand-in where they're not going to be on the same page compared to obviously previous the main roster. But
and we can look at when the pendulum starts to swing the other way, and when BetBoom Team start to finally get a handle on dealing with this Medusa. At 32 minutes.
Kind of poetic. 23 into 32 minute mark in the next team fight, and you can see the difference maker here.
But look at Mickey, right? Like, you've already seen the initiation. Your axe and bat's dead, and now Mickey enters the fight. What happens if Liquid had just waited?
I think it's not that terrible that he initiated the way they did when you look at the fight, because BetBoom had to force 2 buybacks out of themselves, right? Like, they used the 2 buybacks to go back in. I think the massive difference for Liquid in this game in minute 23 and in minute 32 is the same. They lose Aegis after. Like, they don't have that Aegis to play with. They don't play around the Medusa with it. Because when you have an Aegis on Medusa, you can just allow yourself to put her up front because she's threatening objectives. If she doesn't have the Aegis, you're playing team fights. And for team fights, she cannot be the one going in, doesn't have a blink. They will just run away 24/7. And you are basically forced into a mistake. That's the problem, right? Like, you jump in with the axe, you start a fight, but then they have 2 buybacks on supports and you lose it.
I mean, unfortunately, I think I disagree there, 100%. Like the fact that Liquid are jumping and only killing supports, like supports want to buy back at the 30-minute mark, right?
Of
they
course.
want to be the ones soaking the fight, and you know that they're scaling. You know that DK, Quap, you know, Nature's Prophet, they're these like titans of the late game, 3 versus 1.
No, that's what I meant as well. It's fine. Like, yeah, you jump in. That's a forced mistake.
Yeah. So Liquid, it's like they have good mid game, they have everything there, but I think they got a bit too excited, right? It's like when you're feeling the win, you're like, we're doing it, guys, and if they just, that single fight, that 32-minute fight, pause, take a breather, take it differently, Liquid probably win this game. Like, it's one fight that changes everything for Liquid.
You're absolutely correct. If they did it differently, they could have won.
I'm sorry for disagreeing with you.
It's always.
Now we agree.
Agree to disagree.
Yes.
Disagree to agree.
Don't kill supports for 32 minutes, kill cores. Because supports, they buy back. Cores, they cry.
And BetBoom Team are the ones doing the laughing right now. Liquid, maybe one tear shutting down their cheek. But don't worry, they're not gone quite yet. They got one more game to repair their mistakes. Gentlemen and ladies, get ready for game number 2 of our lower bracket finals after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time for game number 2 of BetBoom Team versus Team Liquid, where BetBoom Team are still continuing the immense momentum that they have had for these past few days of the tournament. They had lost against Team Spirit. No, they beat Team Spirit. They lost against Team Liquid in the upper bracket. Quickly cleaned up their act. Learned their lessons.
Absolutely.
And now they're coming in hot. And this one wasn't even, so yesterday I was giving most of the credit to GPK. I think GPK was playing far and beyond what we had seen from...
Are you going to say that his score of 4 deaths now, or 5 in 4 games? You should, yeah, unacceptable.
Too many deaths.
Too many deaths.
Show me the deathless scores again.
He needs to step it up for real.
I mean, you're playing a DK. How are you going to die on DK? Come on now.
If it was like a Puck or Monkey King or something, he had the shield rune eventually. That's why he had no deaths. It helped him.
He's been playing fantastic, though. Definitely the most growth out of BetBoom Team for this tournament so far, I think.
No, for sure. I think especially GPK is just being consistent in the mid lane. Pure's always farming, because we didn't even talk about it, right? Like the early game for Liquid, how much focus did they put on top? We saw Tusk up there, Ember up there, the Axe, the Bat, of course.
All 5 of Pure's deaths were like in the first 20 minutes of the game, basically.
And he was still like top 2 net worth. He was just... Thank you for ganking my lane. I appreciate it so much. And then he's off on the side farming up. It was so much focus on Pure that often other players have to step up. And of course, Miro, like we mentioned, GPK, the supports, they all stepped up at different stages of the game. But Liquid had so much emphasis on shutting him down. And in the end of the day,
they learned, man.
Didn't. Yeah.
They learned how to play when Pure gets killed and molested in the lane 24/7.
Yeah. Because it's been happening all tournament long.
All tournament long. If you remember when BetBoom lost the series, they lost the series against NAVI first, right? I'm correct.
To knock them down to lower.
Yeah. But the game that Navi won.
Oh yes.
The game that Navi won, at least, they just destroyed Pure in the lane.
Yeah, his Lina.
Exactly. It was a bit of a feed fest there in the laning stage, at least. But hey, I really do believe that they adjusted a lot going from that series towards of course, the end of the tournament.
Yeah, Miero's also been a force to be reckoned with on his Queen of Pain.
I mean, I feel like, just for me at least, when I was watching BB in the Swiss group stage, I was like, yeah, just looks like another carry, whatever. And then every playoff game, I'm just seeing a slightly better version of himself. I'm like, okay, he's kind of returning to some form. He's getting there.
They're refining.
They are refining, 100%.
We'll see what he's going to get his hands on in this game. Liquid this time have a first pick. And they're going to ban out the Monkey King and the Naga as we get into the draft for game number 2. BetBoom Team, they take out the Death Prophet, and Batrider is bumped up to first phase ban.
Yeah, that's a really interesting one. They ban out the Bat. Of course, it's because of... There are 2 heroes that come to my mind immediately when I see the Bat banned out. It's the Queen of Pain and it's the Nature's Prophet, right? Like, these 2 are... When you look at those graphs that kind of connect heroes, either by good counter picks or good combos.
Oh, okay.
Bat is... The lines are very thick between him,
There's a strong
Nature's
relationship.
Prophet, and Queen of Pain. Yeah, exactly. And BetBoom, they just adore picking Queen of Pain. So I would be surprised if it's not taken by them once again, even though you don't have a bet against you.
A key thing for Liquid is Nature's Prophet for them is often a second phase hero. They don't rush to pick it up. Because of how well BB just played it, is that going to be a hero that's promoted in their kind of, oh, okay, we have to take it now because if we don't, we won't get it? Do they even care, even though it's a specialty? So it will be very interesting just to see into the mind of Liquid around Nature's Prophet. Again, often their openings have been Shadow Shaman, Axe, Naga Siren, Batrider.
We'll also see if apparently Templar Assassin gets to slip through BetBoom Team
that's
not first phase ban it.
Yeah, that's a big one. All the illusion heroes are left in the pool besides the Naga. TA has been attempted, at least teams have attempted to answer her in multiple ways, but so far she always somehow comes out on top.
I love the fact that we never really see an average TA game. It's either she's the perfect strategy, 100% shut down, but it only happens every, let's say, a couple games, or it's, okay, yeah, there's a reason why the hero is completely first phase banned. But they banned the Undying, they take the TA.
Yeah, they lost yesterday against GG with... and GG did play TA, so they decide to maybe borrow a strategy as well from them and take it up for themselves. Of course, they have played TA in the past as well.
And Liquid, they also tried to go for the Terrorblade against the TA, eventually getting Brewmastered down the line. So that could be an option for BB if they wanted to. Take the Terrorblade, have the good carry-to-carry matchup, ban the Brewmaster with your single ban. But instead they go for the Darkseer. Again, on paper, there's so many counters to TA from first pick. You've got Terrorblades and you've got Darkseers and whatnot. I could continue the list, but yeah, for now, they go for the Darkseer. Iron Shell for Refraction, the Wall to just take a clone of the Templar Assassin. She buys Deso, now you get Deso. What's BB? They want to take the fight a little bit more to Liquid. I think the key thing, though, for BB is to make sure they don't try and perfectly outfight Liquid, because their identity in game 1 was just hyper skirmishing. If you try and take the skirmish to them as well, lose the skirmish, your game can very quickly fall apart. You need that scaling inside your lineup if you are to try and to beat Liquid.
Do you get Deso on Illusions?
I believe so.
I thought that one's not taken over by...
You get Auras for sure.
Yeah,
maybe
like
not.
AC.
Maybe I just lied to you all. Who knows? I said
put it up in the air for right now.
Yeah, I might be getting called an idiot in chat. That's fine. Don't mind that.
Very smart too.
Maybe I'm clinging on to some like 2016 thing.
Vintage.
A vintage statement I just made. Yes.
Yeah, we have a lot of changes all the time, right? And sometimes you just
don't trust me.
I now want to go to a lobby and test it.
Find out. Regardless, though, I'm with you about the Ion Shell and the Refraction, though. We'll have to see if BetBoom Team have more solutions against it, because Nature's Prophet was one other thing that they have been leaning on, and Liquid opt to ban it out.
Yeah, they ban out the Prophet, and now is the time to see if TB is going to go through. I feel like Darkseer has multiple reasons why it was picked up. It's also a really good hero for Liquid to pick up, in case TB is picked up versus the T on the other side. Of course, Brew as well is one of the options, and BB now with the ban or the pick are going to kind of reveal their hand when it comes to carry matchup. They ban out the puck.
Okay.
Steal the Marcy.
I thought for a second if Liquid go Marcy, there is a world where Katomi out of nowhere could bring back a very old specialty of his, the Winter Wyvern.
Oh.
A very physical damage lineup from Liquid.
Yeah.
We haven't seen it because laning is a bit questionable, but Cold Embrace, Winter's Curse with the Darkseer, it could be exceptional.
This is also just bringing the pressure to Liquid, right? Like, you look at Marcy and Darkseer, and this is a kill lane.
Yeah.
But this is also a do or die lane. If Liquid can find the right position 5 against these two with a TA that can sustain themselves and actually maybe even out the lane that is, it would be a huge success.
And one that Boxy has to be comfortable with as well, because he's the one playing the 5 right now.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll mix things up a little bit or if it will stay the same. For now, it does look that Boxy will once again be playing Tusk, and it's a brawler. I feel like even though it is a brawler, Marcy and Darkseer, they hit level 3 and they are stronger than you. 100%.
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we've been seeing pick me up into any offlaner be absolutely devastating, be it your Undyings, your Axes, and now your Darkseers.
And sometimes that's just with a couple of spells or a right click here and there. Now imagine 2 level 2 Iron Shells on top of these 2 heroes. It's...
Do I ever flex a Templar Assassin? Can I send her mid if I think that this lane is too much to deal with?
You can, but look at Pure, he's really thinking. I mean, this is the problem with the draft right now for BB is TA is most likely the carry. Because of that, there's still a counter pick available both on offlane and mid. BB has to show a core. There's no flexibility in the lineup. Darkseer is the offlaner, which means any core picked here most likely is going to enable either Nisha or Saberlight to instantly lock in that's their hero, I will not beat them in the lane. Especially because Tusk and Shaman are very strong laning heroes with the correct combinations. It's not as if there's a weak support, and look how happy they are. They're ready. They're locking in the counter picks. Look, he's pointing. Look.
He's like, look.
Yeah, look at this one. We're
This
doing
man
this.
and his papers.
Yeah.
They are burning a lot of reserve time at this stage of the draft. I think send Miro to the send GPK to the Wolves.
Send GPK to the Wolves. Okay.
Yeah, let Pure be the be all end all.
Somehow he escapes all the wolves all the time anyway, right? So
okay, go for the Warlock.
There's a lot of kind of counter picks left for the mid lane.
Oh, no, instead they send Pure to the Wolves.
This is really cool. This is actually such a nice adaptation because I don't think Liquid... Sure, you can expect Pure to play Lifestealer 100%, but when you pick a TA like this, it might not be the first hero that comes to your mind, but you can also see that they left a lot of these illusion-based heroes in the pool for BetBoom to pick and choose from, and BetBoom still didn't bite that bait.
What's Lifestealer doing better than a Terror Blade would have done?
I feel like...
Player comfort plus radiance and natural armor items, right?
Player comfort, radiance, you're playing with Darkseer.
Oh, yeah.
Incredible combo. Then you have Fatal Bonds, Radiance, Iron Shell. Like, your mid-game potential is through the roof right now.
Oh, and they pick the Dawn into Lifestealer. So often, BB have picked the Lifestealer as a response to the Dawn because the Lifestealer doesn't die in lane. But with that tag team, the shards, maybe they're seeing a way in which they can kind of just muscle through it.
Should be Shadow Shaman though, right? Probably, or are we still going with Tusk?
Yeah, it's so weird with Ari and Boxy.
Yeah, they can flex it one way or the other.
I would prefer, I think, the Tusk to lane with the Dawn, just because you can then pull waves easier if the lane does go a bit poorly.
Yep.
Different mentality though. Maybe they start the lane and just go fight. The thing is though with the Warlock, it is very nice. You just keep the Lifestealer alive, you survive for it.
Maybe it's actually even better for the safe lane if you have some shackles when they're diving you under the tower, chicken fingers, hex. Maybe it's better than just ice shards.
And also, we're not 100% sure that Templar Assassin's going to be in the safe lane, so maybe the 23rd pick from Liquid might make the side lanes a little bit more clear where Tusk and Shaman go.
Liquid, they just need big time jump, right? The Storm Spirits, I find the backline, I start the fight. And very quickly they do Stormcorp ban. Very fair. Very good bans there from BB.
Tiny's still in the pool.
They don't have ultimate last pick. That's also an issue now for Liquid. Because of the heroes that are left in the pool, if you go for, let's say, an Ember, there's a Huskar left on the other side, and things can go real bad, real fast for you. They need to find the right ban here to enable themselves to pick these kind of chaotic backline jumpers that right now they don't truly have.
The thing for Liquid is, do they have enough in their lanes to punish the fact that Lifestealer and Darkseer are farming side lane heroes? At the moment, I don't think so. Because in game 1, there was a beautiful overlap where they do it. They ban the Huskar, probably indicating that they will pick Ember. And at least that means they have a hero that can connect the dots. Dawn wants to farm, TA wants to farm. They need someone to set stuff up. Ember can go do that. He can kind of bring the Dawn into the game, bring the supports into the game. But it does put quite a target on his back, right? If Ember or whatever Nisha plays here gets shut down, it is going to be just a farm fight between both sides. And I think I'm leaning towards BB's draft, just feeling better in the mid game once their first couple items come into play.
Oh, actually, they go the next step. They snatch the Pango up.
Sure.
I was thinking it's going to be the other way around. They pick the Ember, and then the answer is the Pango on the other side. Because it would also be pretty decent for BetBoom, but they can also, by the way, it's not like a one-way street. They can still pick the Ember here and be happy with it. If you're on BetBoom, it's still a solid draft for them. There you go. Now, this team is like the Darkseer's dream right now on BetBoom.
Who wants an Ion Shell?
Who wants an Ion Shell? Who wants Vacuum into Fatal Bonds, into Marcy jumping in and some Golem? Their team fight is strong. The Ion Shells, you can cast them on every single one of these heroes. At least on the other side, you have some ways of dodging. Like you have Snowball, you have Rolling Thunder as well. You have ways of negating the power of the Fatal Bonds. So that's nice. But overall, I do think that BetBoom have a pretty nice draft to win the lanes once again and maybe snowball off of that.
I think my concern for Liquid is once BB get items on their cores, they can take an initiation, they can stand their ground. Like they don't need perfect positioning for their team to feel good in the fight. But for Liquid, you've got a Dawnbreaker who has to jump on top of someone. Pangolier has to connect on a roll. If TA is ever exposed by herself and steps up, she's going to get walled and put down. So it's like, there's not really that natural hero that can start the fight for Liquid. It's always like, you have to go with Chaos. You have to go with break the back line. And when I say start the fight, I mean more like survive the fight. It is difficult. Everyone's kind of playing for themselves.
Yeah, pretty much. So play for themselves, right? Like you take the Shadow Shaman, you get pickoffs with Dawnbreaker, maybe some Pango rotation as well. You have ways of actually killing off Pure in a single go. And I think that's something that a lot of teams have missed against Pure in the past.
Well, now we are getting into game number 2, a potential elimination game for Team Liquid. So let's get some more thoughts from Coach Blitz with Nomad.
Thanks, Nami. Yeah, so Blitz, I mean, interestingly in that last game, obviously Ari's coming in, he's not a 5 player, and now Boxy's moving to the 5 instead, so that's a little surprising to me. Could you explain why you've made that decision?
We just kind of want to make Ari feel at home. I mean, we woke him up like 5 minutes before this game, so we just wanted to make sure that he had a good experience and stuff like that. Obviously, we're not conceding or anything like that. We're going to play hard, and we're trying to win, and I think we were really close in that last game, and so we're having a competitive series, but we want to make sure that our stand-in, who's gracious enough to like last second just roll out of bed, is put in a good position. So that was kind of the decision-making around that.
Excellent. And were you happy with how everything went in that first game, other than obviously things falling apart in the mid, but, you know, with terms of the lanes and how Boxy and Ari were moving together, did it look good to you?
Yeah, for sure. I think that game was really competitive, and I think, you know, if you ask BetBoom, it was probably in our favor for a large portion of the game, and then they just kind of clutched it out. They do what we normally do to teams, which is like you make 1 or 2 clutch plays, things go a little bit haywire, and they did a really good job with that. But I think, you know, that was a warm-up game. We've had our 1 scrim with Ari, and so now we're ready to roll, hopefully.
Ari's woken up, hopefully, from his interruption. Excellent stuff. Let's see how this game 2 goes with ODPixel and Kezi.
Thank you very much there, Nomad and Blitzers. Indeed, here we are, game 2 time, ladies and gentlemen, between Team Liquid and BetBoom. And yeah, maybe just needed that one game to get through. And indeed, yeah, Blitz was very much correct. We did have some good back and forth in that game 1. Just ultimately, BetBoom able to find that chance to just close it up, run down the mid. So let's see if we get some more back and forth here. See if Liquid's able to give a bit of a better shot. As it starts, though, bounty runes will be 3 of them going the way of BetBoom to start things off.
Yeah, so side favor, of course, for them. Liquid did get themselves the hands on like all of the heroes that they kind of love, right? The fast pace, you go together, you make stuff happen. So we'll have to see how it goes for them, because I will say that BetBoom, they kind of have the heroes that I would want if I had to play against Liquid. You know, you've got the Lifestealer against Dawnbreaker has been their answer in a lot of the games. You've got the Warlock as well that's going to drop down all of the stuff, and you've got the team fight. But most importantly, one of my favorite heroes, and Miero has been having good performances on it, the Darkseer. Against the TA, against the Pango, very good Crimson game. I think BetBoom was set up for a good game.
Yeah, sure, and especially with this bottom lane setup, right? It's very aggressive. You know, having the Marcy with you, you're going to find these opportunities to dispose people back into these double iron shelled targets. A lot of damage is going to be kicked out from BetBoom in the lane. Level 1, though, we're going to see Liquid go aggressive onto the 2 of them. Might just be able to find that first one. Okay, the Fairy Fire's there, so save will be fine, but see Liquid punching at BetBoom very hard on the level 1, making sure that they're left in not too strong of a shape to fight on once they do hit the level 2.
I'm a very big fan of this lane swap. We saw this yesterday with Spirit as well, where they swapped their supports back and forth. First of all, you put Tusk with the Dawn against the Warlock, super good. But secondary also, TA Shaman against a Marcy Darkseer lane. I'm really looking at Liquid to have a good time in their side lanes. Sure, Lifestealer is good against Dawn in the game, but when it comes to the laning stage, you highly out-CS him, especially with how your new innate works, where you have a lot of damage the earlier you are in the daytime. I mean, Ari, he's just 1v2.
He did a pretty good job of just right-clicking them back.
He got flip-flopped back into them.
Does get dragged into the tower, so may have got a little too close that time. With the shackles. It's still going to be him going down the first. Will mean that Mickey gets a kill in return. It's going to take quite a bit of damage, though, from the tower hit and the shell. So, we'll be left pretty low. Same time up top, TP out in time there on the Tusk here for Boxy to get out. But you're getting the first blood there. Got to be careful. Close those towers and... No, even though once it's strong for Liquid, I do feel, but with the Marcy, you can never underestimate the chance for sort of BetBoom to just turn the play around, get on top of you, and get the kill themselves.
You really can't, and this matters a lot. Like, Miero in this lane, the faster he gets to the Vanguard against these 2 range heroes, he'll be A-okay. He also got a lot of solo XP. And we've seen the Marcy lanes. You double shell, you pick your brother up, you get on top of the enemy. It's very hard for them to deal with. A little flip back into the tower.
Let's got the refraction up and creeps in under the tower. CS so far looking fine here for Mikke. Each time I think you get the shells out to 2 of them, especially then now that the level 3's there. It's a lot of damage. Shackles are there to hold at least back the 1 of them. So Mikke's going to be fine. Maybe now see if they can turn their attention back over to ward save. Still with the iron shells, it's ticking them down pretty quickly. Mikke and Ari trying to survive through this. They'll turn, get the kill on a save with the melt hit. Refraction's back up, but Mikke has to run.
Shell on the creep.
Ari.
Oh, he got blocked. Foul play.
Miro, can he get the punch in? He can't. And now, and turn back over towards Miro. I mean, this lane is, they're both living on the edge here. Both teams could lose heroes quite easily. Same time up top, Boxy was able to get in on top of Katsuomi.
Yep, there's some, this bottom stuff is not over.
It's indeed. Mikke could still be in trouble here. The shells on the creeps. Miro coming in with a dive. Mikke,
chicken fingers.
He's got a few 1 charges and he's fast enough to stay out of range of Miro. They'll turn their efforts over towards Ari. Get themselves the easier kill. Still, this is going to be waves pushing in under the tower. And Mikke, he's getting held back from the farm.
Which means a lot of creeps going to die under Mikke's tower here that he cannot get any gold or experience from, which of course is a little bit sad. But there was a lot of high skill stuff going on, like Ari keeping away safe from Mikke to keep him alive. But all these windows of opportunity that Liquid have, I think they're kind of closing. Look at Miro's game. After this creep wave is dead, he's going to have a full Vanguard.
Yeah, he could just get in there with a shell on him and cause a lot of problems.
Pure?
Top lane, Pure's going to get taken out. Boxy and Saberlight.
Very nice stuff.
Able to push him out of the lane for now. Not an easy kill to get, but one they're able to find there. You know, so far Pure's having pretty much free farm up there, 22-9 on the CS. Liquid take him down.
It's good stuff. You need the early 6 on your Donald.
So Mickey,
flip back.
He's going to try and go aggressive on to save. It's good burst damage here with the meld. They're able to take down one of them. Mira obviously a much tougher kill. But this is probably sort of Liquid's best play, right? When they see the two of them, just go all in on save, so you eliminate the Marcy from the combo that BetBoom's trying to use against you. Because you can just, as we saw there, just kill this Marcy pretty quickly.
Yeah, like he doesn't have too much getaway. Of course, he kind of needs to pick me up to even get Miero in there. So Liquid getting a lot out of their bottom lane. With the, well, both of the cores in the bot lane are kind of enjoying themselves. Both Miero and Mickey with absolute free farm.
Saberlight and Boxy. Ready to team up for some more action, bringing over Ari as well. So if he can get the opening onto Pure, he's probably going to be aware that something's up now. So unlikely to be able to get the grab anymore onto him. He'll be fine, safe under the tower.
That's good stuff from Liquid, because if you do get on the lifestealer with anything, of course Warlock can't do anything about it, so they could have gotten a kill.
I mean, they want to look over towards the mid now. 6 minutes coming up. Liquid wanting to make sure they can maintain the rune control for Nisha. And with both supports here, and it's going to be enough to sort of block GPK from being able to get over and get the power in himself.
Yeah, Nisha's quite far ahead in this mid lane. More than half a level on GPK. So doing very, very well. Will get himself the Arcane Rune.
Of course, whilst these support movements are coming in from Liquid, Mickey does have to play very careful on the bottom lane, as he has been left alone for now. Supports of Liquid still focused on trying to see if they can catch out Pure. Can Ari get the opener? He can't. Pure continues to hold the line. Say that. All right, he steps up. The Shackles is going to be there. Pure is going to get caught by the Hex as well. Now the Rage will come out. TP's coming in as well, but Pure's dead. See if they can at least get something in return here, BetBoom. Saberlight under the tower will fall. The bonds linking the three of them. Sets up for Boxy to get cleaned up. They'll look to dive on forward to try and find Ari. Nisha's here considering if he wants to enter into the fight, but there's no fight to be had here for Liquid. Nisha has to hold back. 3 dead on Liquid. GPK coming in with a clutch rotation, and if anything, sure, Pure dies, but I guess at the end of the day, it was a bit of a bait. They were like, Pure, you might have to die for this, but we're going to clean up big time.
Katomi.
Oh, swashbuckle in time. Nisha able to stop Katomi from getting the wisdom. So Liquid at least able to find a kill here, and are able to protect their wisdom.
Some players are so greedy. Like, off of that, Katomi got 3 charges on the Grimoire, and he's like, that shit ain't enough. I'm gonna go steal the next thing on the top lane as well. As yeah, Miero did get the kill with the shell earlier, so he's been very happy about this. Let's see, Team Liquid, you've got the roll available, as Nisha wasn't really able to connect it anywhere, but that means you have it on the 8-minute rune, and you will also have the Solar Guardian available for Liquid. So
That's
wherever they go, it is really hard for BetBoom to fight into it.
I mean, BetBoom's coming in with the TPs. They want to contest this 8-minute power in.
Oh, they want to bait it out with the Golem.
Look at the opening Hex. Golem's going to get dropped here. Puts a stop momentarily to Nisha. The Solar Guardian comes in from Saberlight. They're locking down GPK, but he's finally able to jump out with the Remnants. Shards trapping Kataomi. Not going to be able to bring themselves in there, though. Saberlight has to back away. Can't pull in aggressively with a hammer. So BetBoom survive through the efforts there of Liquid. Same to be said for Liquid. That is the Golem dropped, and Liquid won't lose anyone.
Yeah, definitely means that Liquid will have their spells available a little bit faster. As of course Golem cooldown is quite high. Let's see if BetBoom get to put some tower damage up here.
There comes the push with the Golem. Liquid, what have they got to stop this, Ari? It's caught by the chains. Save straight in on top of them with the rebound. Boxy watching from the side, frozen a shard, but cannot stop them from killing the Shaman off. And now GPK is ready to look for more. Heads over to Boxy. Boxy tries to snowball away over towards the mid creep wave. It's taking a lot of damage there from the bonds as the creep wave gets cleaned up. GPK and Save still trying to chase, but Boxy should be fine this time round. Anything just drawing their attention back off the tower. BetBoom, they'll get back on with the push, but the Golem does come to an end, so if anything, Liquid there with that poke and play, they lose Ari, but they do manage to limit the amount of damage that BetBoom were able to do to the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, they're very happy with that. Sure, you give away the life of Ari, but your tower lost like a couple hundred HP to the first Golem of the game. It's very good for them. I wonder if Liquid will ever look to play towards their own safe lane. Like, TA is, first of all, really hard to kick out, but it's also really easy to play through her with all of the traps that she will have in the lane.
Yeah, I guess for now, Mickey's chilling. Yeah. And in terms of sort of finding opportunities to go aggressive like that, it's only really Mira that sometimes shows his face, and he's a hard one to get, even if they do get that slow off with the traps, with them having the surge at the ready.
are scanning.
Saberlight back up to the top. Build-wise for him. Probably going to get this Vlad's into the Aghanims.
Look at Pure, invading the enemy triangle, wants to get into the Ancient Creep, help on the 10-minute rune plus the mid-fight.
There's an amplified damage rune. See Solar Guardian come in again. They've got the lockdown on towards Save. Now they turn their attention over towards GPK, but they haven't got enough to kill him. Wall's going to get dropped down, but they're already out of there. Only gets the illusion on Tanisha. Pure able to move in, take down Boxy. And good fatal bonds here onto the two of them. Chains as well from GPK. Nisha, he's got the swashbuckle. It's okay for now. Pure is getting healed up by the Shadow Word. Just the support for support. BetBoom, though, still able to set up onto the tier 1 after that fight.
Mickey did get to take the enemy offlane tower, at least in the meantime. Can they hold their mid tower? Looks like they can.
A decent amount of damage done this time, though, by BetBoom.
Yeah, definitely like the rotation there from Pure. I mean, you have to adapt against the team you're playing against. We all know it. Your Liquids, your Gaimin Gladiators, they play fast. You need to be there. You need to adapt your gameplay. You need to adapt your item build. Pure also looking for the early armlet.
Gonna try and get in onto him. Rage at the ready, shards off the mark. Save. He's gonna jump in, trying to hold the two of them back with the stun. Gives Pure more than enough space to live.
Very aggressive, but eyes on Mickey in the bottom.
They want this kill. GPK straight in on top of him, the Remnants. Mickey surrounded, they drop the Golem as well. They want this TA dead, and they'll get it. Quick move from BetBoom. No chance of Liquid responding. Solar Guardian was still on cooldown, even if it was up. Might have been a too risky of a move for Saberlight to try and back up Mickey on his own with. Saberlight pushing the wave out pretty far top. TP's now coming in from GPK. Pure trying to start things off. GPK's in with the slight chains. It's caught Ari. By himself a little bit of time with the shackles, but he'll still be going down. Save and Pure, they're still looking to dive in for Boxy. He's got a snowball at the ready. Buy him a little bit of time, catches the two of them with a stun under the tower. Boxy,
block grenade.
It's in. Is it going to kill him? I think it will. Oh, the last tick.
Oh, if he had any tower region or the stick was available, of course he would live. So Save, very cool guy, getting off the kill with the blood grenade. I mean, Liquid are doing well when it comes to some of the networks, but I think the next couple of minutes, Owen, they could be hard. Click on this Darkseer. He's got a Crimson Guard available against a TA Dawnbreaker Pangolier draft.
Yeah, it's this sort of itemization is going to be fantastic here. Going for that straight into the Shivas here from Miro. He knows how to be unkillable. We saw it on his Quap last game, and this game, similar sort of just style that he's going to bring this sort of beef to the fight that. And Liquid, in the team fight, what do you sort of do about the Darkseer? Do you just have to try and find these fights where the Darkseer is not around? Because if he's in town here, Miro, he's going to stop everyone from dying.
You either need to try to have like a really good role in Solar Guardian where you just get to fight through the Crimson, or you poke it with something easily, back off, and then look for the re-engage. As of course it does have quite a high cooldown.
See if they can catch Pure.
They need him from the high ground.
They've got a good angle. He's already into the Ancient though. Drop the circle wards, we'll be able to block him. They get him out and they get the Hex immediately. TPs are coming in, but Pure's gone.
Good move.
Can they turn this in for more? Vacuum wall here down onto both Ari and Mickey. Jump in from Save, straight in on Ari. Ari will fall. Now they can turn towards Mickey as well. The TPs were quick from BetBoom. Miro was ready with that vac wall onto the two of them. Boxy also getting chased out. I mean, they get Pure, but again, these responses from BetBoom, if the TPs are up and available, they're pretty much instant.
Yeah, they are. Liquid are bleeding a lot of kills. Sure, you get the initial go onto Pure, but they will always pay the price. Some wards getting farmed as well. And I like the cheap stuff that BetBoom are going for. You know, it's not just the Crimson. You're getting a double Pavis on your supports because it is a near full physical damage lineup, at least for now, from Liquid.
Yep. I'll see 14-minute power rune coming into play. It's going to end up down bottom. Not anything too exciting, just the invis.
Well, they're going for a smoke through the gate. They know that Mickey, of course, he respawned and he TP'd into the bottom side, which means he's kind of stuck there.
Let's have a look how much Mickey senses this sort of play coming in.
He did scan, but they might be just barely dodging it out.
Or maybe they were just on the edge of it. Indeed, they don't get scanned out by that scan from Liquid. So Liquid, they're not going to expect this at all. Jumps made on a Boxy. And at the least, this will get the information for the cause of Liquid to get out of this area.
Well, at least they do only lose Boxy. They have a ward that kind of scouted out Mickey, but they feel that he is too deep. Can't really catch him for now. Liquid should be looking for the next round of items. You need the Blink on the Pango, and at least the Desolator on Mickey to like try and cut through something, because he's going to have to hit through double path his Crimson Guard.
Yes, you need a lot to be coming out from that initial burst of the TA.
Something else Liquid could look for later is to like kind of draw the attention away from Roche and then maybe go there with your Tusk TA or Tusk TA and Ari on the Rasa.
Saberlight. BetBoom's on the hunt for him.
They dropped a good lane ward into the Surge. Can he flip him back?
He's looking for that dispose.
Oh, got him.
He's going to get it. A Saberlight dead. Straight onto the tier 1 as well. BetBoom making these strong, coordinated early game moves. Starting to take over the map a little bit from Liquid. Liquid not really finding opportunities to fight back themselves right now.
It's not easy, because if they do look for a play, first of all, you need to commit a lot. And the counterplay from the BetBoom side is no joke. It's Golem, Crimson, Vacuum Wall. There's even like, there's Pure can also save people with the Infest Bomb. Gonna steal an Ancient Stack.
And there's the Deso timing. They might even wrap around to dive Boxy here under the tier 2 tower. They'll go straight for him. Another death on Liquid. BetBoom onto tier 2s now here. Just 16 minutes in. BetBoom feeling incredibly strong with these timings. Liquid just not quite ready to fight.
I mean, it's absolutely all BetBoom at this point. They're tanking up on the heroes. They've got the team fight for themselves too. Pure's got their armlet working into the Radiance. I do like what Liquid are potentially trying to do here. You put pressure onto the bottom side, get what you can, force them around.
Oh, looks like Ari was able to farm up a little stack here.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Serpent wards.
I mean, they're just not in an ability or in a position where they can fight BetBoom, right? But if you force BetBoom now to go bottom, maybe you can make a fast move, take over the top area, and look for Roche yourself on Liquid. It would be quite big for them. It's a tough ask.
Let's have a look. Because Mickey is on TA, one of the hot and contested heroes right now. I mean,
it's one of his best heroes, absolutely.
And how does this game sort of look overall with the prospects of a TA being able to carry?
It's fine. I wouldn't say it's amazing, because there's a lot of annoying.
Oh, and they're coming for him. Katomi's ready with the opening, drops the Golem down. Mickey's not getting out of this one. The Solar Guardian's coming in. It's a little bit ambitious here from Saberlight, it feels, because Mickey's dead. Saberlight might be in trouble as well himself, as BetBoom will look to chase him. BetBoom's going to have his hands on Ari at the side. The rebound's there to stop the attempted TP out from Saberlight.
Uh-oh.
They might have just wanted to have let that TA go down there. I don't know if there was any world that they were saving Mickey. It looks a bit desperate there from them.
This is some of the trouble. I mean, I see Boxy drawing a lot, maybe trying to set up some of the next moves, because, yeah, playing this game at this pace or straight up like this is just not working out. Look at Miro's game. I will say there is a huge reason that when you first pick TA, you're supposed to ban Darkseer at nearly most of the time.
I guess, yeah, Miro's indeed showing us quite the argument for that with how good of a game he's had from that bottom lane. 7-0-9, and as the itemization, absolutely perfect to just completely ruin a lot of the hopes that Liquid would have to get back into this. The Crimson, into the Shivas, and at this sort of progress, especially taking as many objectives that they have from the map, it's going to be a very, very early Shiva's Guard.
Yeah, you've got the 7k lead now. They've got everything that they kind of want on BetBoom. You've got double Solar Crest. Radiance completed, Crimson. Next up on the line is kind of Roche. I want to see how Liquid want to deal with it. Do they just try to split the map? You've got the Blink now on Nisha. I believe it's flying out to him, so he's more mobile when it comes to the map.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As BetBoom, they're just swarming the map.
Save.
Insta break on the smoke.
Yeah. I mean, do Liquid want to try and do something here, or do they just want to get out? They might want to just leave Ari. Ari's actually going to get the chance to drop the Serpent wards down. Liquid, they're considering if they want to try and catch something in return. They'll find their attention over towards Katomi, so that's the Warlock gone. But Miro, he's got his hands on Mickey. Drags him back into the wall. Mickey will get a trap down to try and slow them. Good sharp block as well from Boxy, trying to stop the chase. Solar Guardian heals coming in for Mickey, but he's getting surrounded by GPK and save. That's Mickey gone. Saberlight's going to try for the TP out. He will make it. Nothing to put a stop to that one. And meanwhile, under the tower, Pure looking for Nisha. Nisha gets the blink off just in time. So able to sort of cut their losses there on that one, Liquid, but it's still Mickey going down, and the TA is their big hope right now to have a chance of turning this one. Items are going to continue to fly out for BetBoom as they take out this second tier 2, or at least force out the fortification, get Pure very close to having that Radiance. It's only a few hundred gold away for him on the Lifestealer.
Yeah, it's on to Liquid to try and stabilize the map. Like, keep pushing out the side lanes, maybe play some wards in between, because the 5-on-5, you cannot take it. I believe it is just not possible anymore. Nisha still having a good game, 1-0-3 on the Pango, but he needs the Ags. They need more items on Liquid. They need to stall the game.
Yeah, there it is. 20-minute Armlet Radiance for Pure. Some time as well if they want to look up top and take the Tormentor.
Yeah, poor man's shield as well, as if it's already not hard enough to kill these heroes. Might be looking far ahead into the future, but if you're Liquid,
yep,
I wouldn't be surprised if they're talking about, okay guys, we need to slow down the game, split the map, and eventually get to like 1 or 2 more rounds of items, the Ags on the Pango, and an eventual Nullifier. Without doing this, like without splitting them up, or at least having the Nullifier in the 5-on-5 to cut through the double barrier of the Solar Crest and the Crimson, I don't see how they can fight. They need to outmaneuver BetBoom on the map and give themselves more time.
And for now, Liquid having both supports sort of in position between
Pure
potential
did
moves.
this yesterday where he was on some Wisdom Shrine. He didn't take an installment for the steal. Would give me a giggle if it happened again. For now, he's just clearing some creep waves in his little Prowler friend. The good old BSJ cosplay.
There we go. Into the pit.
BetBoom did get out some good wards. He knows this is happening.
I mean, he's going to go for the steal, right?
Yeah, I'm not surprised if they even drop a Dawn ult with him to just like try to make it happen.
Let's have a look.
Can he do it?
Can he read sort of the timing? He's a little too early at the moment.
Oh, he's still making time. He's giving good space to his team.
Katomi's going to try and stop the blink play. Box is in good spot here. If he goes about now, it'd be pretty good.
Oh!
He's not going to be able to. Oh, he's going to try, but it's a little too late. Can he actually get away from this Boxy? He cannot. So the idea was there, but the execution not quite early enough. Oh, well, that's kind of cute. Never mind, Vacuum's there.
It's still good stuff. Like, even though it doesn't work out, it's one hero that's making sure for BetBoom that they need to keep everyone in the split to just ensure the kill.
True, it's not sort of a situation where BetBoom can get the Roche, immediately TP out to split the lanes.
Exactly. Because at least in the last 2 minutes, you know, Liquid, they did get to hold the map. It's at least one of the things you have to do. You give up Roche, but you need to put the map in a position where you make it hard for BetBoom to immediately go for the play.
A very difficult position for Liquid to be in, but we have seen them fight their way out of some tough spots so far in the tournament. Nisha. And the move would dispel the smoke of the two of them, GPK and Katomi.
Good old chain gang. Root, Vacuum.
Can buy some time here with the snowball, but no chance to blink out.
Will die in the mid tier too. Nisha pings out the mid wave. He wants to cut the incoming wave from BetBoom here to try and stop the push. Will be able to do so.
We'll see again on the replay there. That nice little attempt from Boxy to live as he was able to push his way up to the high ground. But of course, Vacuum was ready to drag him back down.
It did have a little bit of a chuckle. We've got the Ags completed for Saber and the Pike on Mickey. They do, you know, Liquid do have the items to like help themselves to split the map, right? You've got multiple Blink Daggers, you've got the Pike available. So they, of course, understand the memo.
They just got to try and prepare everything possible for the high ground defense.
Yep.
Obviously, down the line, they could get some crazy items, you know, Boxy. The Aghanim is obviously a very distant dream.
Yep, but it is a dream.
It is a dream,
available.
You know, those dreams can become real.
It looks like BetBoom. Well, the best answer to split push is to just force the enemy back into their base.
Oh, Boxy. It's going to get caught outside of the base.
Oh, Nisha, he's closing in on the Ags, but he's not close enough. They will forfeit this Rax by the looks of it.
Yeah, just all in on trying to prepare for the bigger defense. Slow them down for now with the fortification, and maybe see if they can poke them back. I mean, they have made their way all the way to the tier 3 on the bottom lane.
They will go into the mid-racks, but for Liquid, they are getting a Crystallis on Mickey soon.
Yep.
And the Aghanim Scepter on Nisha. These are big items.
I'm gonna bet we're gonna get some TPs back here. We will now. So just gonna be GPK to deal with the push on the bottom lane.
Well, of course, he can return at any point to his team when he wishes to the Remnant.
Liquid making these sort of calls. Like, we gotta let these objectives go, see what they can at least pick up before they put everything together for their final attempt at holding them back.
You will fight this Rax. You're not getting any bigger timings if you wait for the third Rax.
Yeah, as you said, they're gonna have the crit, and they're gonna have the Aghanims.
I mean, I still see Mickey on the map.
Yeah.
Oh, there goes the TP.
Nisha. He's going to try and get in onto save, but he's going to have to go outside the base for this. They do get the Hex and Shackle in onto Pure. That's him gone the once. Solar Guardian coming in. They've caught GPK here. GPK able to jump out with the Remnant. So they get the Aegis out of BetBoom. Nisha. Roll up. Is caught by the chains. Anything to get him out of this box. He's going to try and jump on. Nisha's able to swashbuckle up the high ground. Shield crashes back in, but Nisha's dead. Sableye had the Starbreaker hit onto GPK. Damage coming in from Mickey, but the shields are up on GPK. He's fine. 3 dead on Liquid as Katsumi gets the double kill here with the Golem. Miro jumping in, looking for Ari. Mickey will be able to get back into the fountain just in time, but he's the only one left alive here on Liquid. They do have a few buybacks to play with, but BetBoom, they'll have the space to keep the push going. On to the mid-tier 3. And when fortification comes out, Mickey trying to clear out the Golem. It's very close to succeeding in doing so. He's caught by the chains. Quick force backwards. Jump forward from Boxy, gets the punch up. That's the first buyback here from Liquid coming out on Ari. The rest of them should be able to wait. And clear up the Golem and get that gold at least. Miro leading him with the Shivas. Mickey on the front of the fight. He's going to get dragged back by the vacuum. They're going to try and save him. Mickey.
Pike in 2.
Snowball buying time for the Pike called down to come back up. Drag him in, gets the chance for the blink out. Boxy will lose his life for that one though. But Mickey survives.
Uh-oh. Ari should be okay.
BetBoom, they'll back off. A little bit of breathing room for Liquid. Only back off momentarily though. BetBoom, they're ready to come back in. Pure caught by the Hex. Wants to get the job done here in the mid and we'll find it. Finishes off the melee racks. BetBoom now, do they want to stick around for more? Maybe seeing if anyone steps outside of the base. Liquid's got to be careful. BetBoom, they're ready to jump back in if Liquid step out.
Oh, it is very, very costly for Liquid. They lose nearly 2 entire sets of racks. A lot of gold injected into BetBoom here. 14k lead at the 27-minute mark.
BetBoom, I think they're going to be ready to come straight back at them. Here's the smoke. See who they can find from Liquid that's sort of dared to stray outside of the base. Both Saberlight and Mickey are out here right now. Mickey. Here's the Hurricane Pike. They've found him. There's no saving the TA. That's Mickey gone. Does not have the buyback gold. 170 short. He's out for a minute. BetBoom, they're ready to push on for more. Make the jump over to Nisha. He's got the roll up. That physical damage just coming in, bringing them so low. He's going to try and roll away from them. BetBoom, of course, have the creeps coming in, so they'll be able to finish off the mid set. And with tier 2 already gone on the bottom lane, they can swing round. Very close to starting to be able to look towards those mega creeps here. Saberlight is trying to cut the wave for now, but they still have this wave pressure coming in on the mid and the top. BetBoom against Liquid's base. So BetBoom, they can keep the push going.
Liquid need to put up a defense here. You can't do anything on the map here, Saber. If you try to cut some waves, it won't do you any good.
Saberlight. He's going to get caught here by the opening. He's in trouble. The bash comes in. He gets Snowball saved for now. Saberlight, the Golem dropped on the 2 of them. He's out. Does have buyback the 2 of them. Still need a few seconds until Mickey's back in. So the Guardian setup coming in, but the save's there. Save's able to bring him out with the rebound. They get the chains to hold back both of them. Mickey moves forward. Miro drops the wall for now. No, they'll back away from this Liquid. Backdoor protection coming into play. The bottom racks are safe for now. Slight chains once more. Pure's moving in straight on Ari. The vacuum into the rebound. They come in with the jump big time. Mickey trying to scramble back to safety, but Pure and Save are ready to chase him down. 3 dead, 4 dead on Liquid. Nobody with the buybacks. GG is called as BetBoom take game 2. And with that, the series 2-0 to move on to the grand finals to play against Gaimin Gladiators.
BetBoom, really, their progression through this tournament has been kind of astonishing even. They play really, really well as Miero on the Starks here. Yeah, just free game, beyond godlike. Liquid, of course, playing with a stand-in. Not the best situation, but yeah, BetBoom, they look real strong.
Yeah, they've been powering up, as you say, throughout the whole tournament. And yeah, they're going to give us quite the battle against Gaimin later today. BetBoom, they'll knock Liquid out of the competition here in this lower bracket final, 2-0 to move on.
And that means that we will be crowning a new champion here at Wallachia as the two-time defending champions have now fallen here in the lower bracket finals. Not an ideal situation, as I'm sure you guys would agree. Not being able to have their full roster, and even for the beginning of this tournament, didn't have their full roster. It became Toby, then Insania, and now back to Ari. But that's nothing to take away from BetBoom's fantastic performance this series and growth to this point.
Absolutely. They had more stand-ins, like more series with a stand-in than without.
That is true, actually.
So yeah, congratulations to Liquid for making it this far. I think it's still a pretty good performance and a pretty good tournament to participate in, to get some extra knowledge coming into the rest of the season. But for BetBoom, man, like these guys are just powering up every single day, every single series, I would say, even. They're finding new different approaches and new different small little spices, ingredients to make their drafts even better.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the draft, in this game too was exceptional from BP. Like, they pretty much exploited every single pick from Liquid, where, you know, as much as, yeah, Liquid have stand-ins, when you have this amount of pressure on you, you need to make sure that your drafts are at the top of their game. If you have any weaknesses and you've got a stand-in, it is going to compound to even a more difficult game. And BB, they saw the TA, they counter it. They saw the Dawnbreaker, they already had the lifesteal. Like, the entire draft was built around aggression, and I love how quickly they broke the map. It was sweeping movement. We saw Pure in the mid lane diving the tier 1 tower very early on, Save being like the kind of the glue connecting the pieces, GPK on the Ember TPing top, just going super like aggressive. Like, everything that you could ask for in regards to this draft on the Dire side did exactly what it needed to do. It was just layers of fight, and for Liquid, they just did not have any of the tools to rebuttal this.
No, definitely, I think got predicted a little bit, because Templar Assassin has been a mainstay for Team Liquid when they can get their hands on it. And BetBoom Team knew that with that being a possibility, they had all the tools necessary to dismantle it.
Cool. Yeah, it's a hero that has defined the last couple of series for Liquid as well. The one versus GG too. But when it comes to BetBoom, I just am a huge enjoyer of these guys just doubling down on their own stuff and their own strats and not necessarily looking into what the enemy team is doing. Sure, of course, you had multiple layers of dealing with refractions, of having a decent lanes, but just take BetBoom's draft away and don't even look what's on the left side. I'd say this draft has 50% chance versus anything in the current meta. It's that good. So they found their identity either with some co-ops offlane or just enabling Pure and GPK from the mid lane. And this man he is the heart of the battle, like in almost every single game.
I mean, the fact that he went for the Crimson Guard early on was, you know, exceptional. Right, you're playing into Tusk, TA, even the Pangolier. Like, just you get all this tankiness onto your team, prevent any of the right-click damage. You feel really good. On top of that, you have a Solar Crest on the Marcy. Like, they respected how Liquid can win in a kind of difficult lineup. And well, you know what? We all buy a couple items, and then there's no chance for you to play it out. So not only did they have a good draft, the items made sure that this game was as much of a stomp as it looked.
Well, why not get some thoughts from the heart of the battle himself, as Nomad is standing by with Miero for a winner's interview.
Thank you, Tsunami. Yes, Miero, your second grand finals back-to-back from the last tournament as well. How are you feeling about that?
I think we did our job pretty well, so I'm glad to play with our boys. Yeah.
Absolutely. Now, you know, coming into the next one, of course, you're playing against Gaimin Gladiators in the grand finals. Do you feel like, with the way you've been playing and how strong you felt, you're very confident in this one?
I think we're confident because we won them on the previous online tournament. It was a Fisher episode. We won them 3-0. So I think we're gonna do the same. I hope so.
I hope so. All right, well, we'll see how that one goes. I mean, do you feel like overconfidence can ever be a problem for your team, or do you think that can only be a good thing?
I don't think it's overconfidence, just everyone is doing their job, so we're okay with that.
Excellent stuff. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about your hero pool as well. Some interesting stuff coming out recently, especially with the Queen of Pain. I mean, is this hero just good? Like, it seems to be, you can play it anywhere. You've been killing with it in the offlane as well.
I think it's good in the competitive mode, and this is also good in the pubs. yeah.
All right, well, you've been making it look. I mean, what is it about the hero that makes it so strong? What makes it broken?
It makes him broken like a good laning stage, and after this you deal a lot of damage if you scale a lot with your X or some stuff like this.
Yeah, it looks very strong indeed, especially in your hands, Miero. You guys have been playing very fast. When you get ahead, it feels like you just all know what you're doing at any given point. Is that the case? What's the communication like? Are you actually even talking that much when you're moving around the map as fast as you are?
We're always repeating that we're strong and we can do some kind of stuff on the map. So we're just running at them and kill heroes. Yeah.
All right, killing heroes. Well, that's working very well for you. I'm going to let you go and prepare for the grand finals against Gaimin Gladiators. Miero, thank you very much for talking to me and good luck in those grand finals.
Now, this is a grand final matchup that has happened earlier on in the season. It was Fissure Universe, is what you said?
Yep.
Fissure Universe,
3-0.
which had Gaimin Gladiators go down 3-0 against BetBoom Team. So, going into grand finals, BetBoom Team are definitely comfortable in this environment, but this is the strongest that we have seen Gaimin Gladiators in quite a while. And now, because of these two teams being there, that means that Liquid are not able to defend their two-time anymore.
Yeah, this time around they're not. Maybe in one of the future seasons they can come back and swoop the crown. It won't be back-to-back, of course, but once again, nothing to be ashamed of. They ended in the third place. I think that they had some obstacles that weren't DOTA related, of course. They had a stand-in the group stage, stand-in in their last series as well. Stand-in that's not even position 5, right? So they had to switch up roles a little bit. All things considered, I think Liquid are completely fine. Of course, they'd like to do more to win, but with the circumstances, fans cannot be sad about this one.
For sure. And the fans of BetBoom Team are looking at this lower bracket journey that they've been through. And what was the statistics? That the past 3 of the 4 champions came from the lower bracket?
Exactly. 3 out of 4.
So history's on the side of BetBoom Team for this one.
Yeah, normally it feels like in the grand finals is always a favorite. And coming into the grand finals, I think I would have probably said Gaming, but how well BB just played, again, sure, stand-in, whatever. I feel like the drafts and the kind of the logic that BB applied, they made sure that they win the game on their authority, right? Especially that game 2. So I think if they can harness that game 2 energy into the first game of the grand finals, then we should have a very competitive one on our hands.
I'm looking forward to it. And all of you will have something to look forward to in the meanwhile, because as BetBoom Team and Gaimin Gladiators prepare for this best-of-5 grand finals, we've also prepared a little something for you. Nomad had a chance to speak to 3 of the legends that we had earlier in this tournament. Puppey, Kuro, and Notel joined him for a little podcast, a little commiseration between these legends. And we recorded it, and we're going to share it with you right now as we prepare for our grand finals. But that's it for us. Hope you enjoyed, and we're going to get into the final series of PGL Wallachia Season 5.
Welcome to the Lounge of Legends, where I'm sitting down with Puppey, Kuroki, and Notail. We're just going to be going through DOTA history, everything from the very beginning right up until now. I want to start by asking how you guys all met in the first place. So firstly, Puppey and Kuroki. Puppey, how did you meet Mr. Kuroki? When's the first time you met in person?
Sad to say, but it was a dating app. I think it was called Rate Me.
Rate Me. Interesting. What did you rate him?
You know that answer. Come on, man. Everybody knows that answer. No, I don't know. Actually, thinking a while back.
You don't know?
I mean, first of all, we met online.
Yeah.
As everybody, one of us. But the exact first time, it was probably, a tournament that we went to.
I mean, I played
the Hanover tournament?
DreamHack was the first
DreamHack was the
when
first
you
one,
stood
right?
in for
Against each other? Yeah. No.
He stood in for my team, Mouse.
Yeah, but I don't remember who I stood in, but it was with Twisted and stuff like that, and the Formula 1 hotel and everything,
Yeah, we all together in the hotel.
You know the Formula 1 hotel?
No, DreamHack Hotel? Is that the one, not the Scandic next to it?
No, not the cottages. I'm not talking about the cottages.
I was to the cottages, but there was a Scandic hotel right next to the arena.
Yeah, that's where the normal people got to.
This is what you call the Formula 1?
No. Formula 1 was a better hotel.
I don't remember the name. But
I mean worse, sorry. As in better sarcastically.
Okay.
Back to the question. First, I played against him in-house league clan, DCE. Do you remember that?
Of course I do.
Your nickname was like Puppet 41 Hydra.
Yeah.
46.
Didn't have to say that.
With the brackets.
Very edgy.
Didn't have to do any of that.
Puppet 41 Hydra.
I want to know, man.
They know
and
anyway.
I played him, probably owned him. He played Lycan. With the Invis Wolves that bashed.
Wolves had bash?
He always liked his Lycan. Yeah, but we met, I was playing with Mouse, he was playing with, was it already King Surf?
No, well, King Surf was Hanover.
It was right after, I think.
Yeah.
So he stood in and played Remake. We lost to MYM third place. We did the Roche double one. They cheated, remember?
They cheated.
Yeah, exactly.
What, the crowd noises?
Drama.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, because they randomly checked the Roshan in a tournament in what, 2000?
Never been done, by the way, before.
2000.
Never been done.
2008.
Never been done before. Some guy yelling. I don't think they cheated, but they had to cheat, right?
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know, but we found out it was some Danish friend that they had in the back yelling.
A plant.
Yeah, it's some guy. I mean, some guy that's fanning for their
Maybe we
team
can
or his
still
friend.
remake it
Or
today.
I mean, I remember the game even. I remember I played Tinker that game. I think, I don't know if you played Lone Root or someone else, because the strat was based on some Lone Root.
I mean, we had Broodmother too.
You played Shaker, I think.
We had a Broodmother thing, right, going on. Somebody was Ursa.
Somebody was Ursa. It was a
Somebody
great
was
game.
Ursa. Was a Roshan involved?
He was doing really good shot calling. I remember that. But yeah, we lost.
Wasn't that good, I guess.
No, it was because of the Roche situation. It ruined the game. It ruined the game. We got our revenge later. We're gonna get there.
We did.
When we went to Hanover.
And then we stomped them.
And what about Kuroki and Notail? When do you guys remember when you first met in person?
I think it was MLG. Because I saw you with Era, I think, first time together.
Yes, but did we also not play online?
Don't you?
Before we met?
We definitely played online.
For sure.
It cannot happen that we didn't play online.
Because I asked to join your team.
Yes, you were standing in. And then the only reason you actually didn't end up joining us was because our last teammate from Heroes of Newark decided, okay, I'm switching anyway. Because we had Hani, right? And he was like, no, I don't want to switch game. So we're like, okay, we're one guy short.
Take another German.
That was the idea. But yeah, I don't really remember. Maybe it was MLG. Was that really?
I feel like Poland was first.
Could have been.
Maybe.
So we switched around 2012. Like sometime after TR1, we started playing Dota 2, but we still played Han. I don't even remember my first LAN, but it was definitely some Poland.
I think it was the Poland
I want to say,
Maybe
yeah.
the same for
Where
you as well.
Where
Puppy,
you
right?
were, yeah. Well, the one with like ROTK one, I think, or something like that, with DK or something like that. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I'm not really sure if it was one of the first. Might not have been the first, but yeah, okay.
So Kuroki, on the lead up to TI1, what was that like? Because obviously, you know, a lot of money on the line, you know, the first big tournament, and Dota 2 was barely even out at that time, wasn't it?
Yeah, it wasn't out at all. They just started the beta version, like, I think less than 2 months before TI started. I was playing with Puppy. Then I remember he messaged me on the IRC, like Navi asked him to join. We were like big buddies back then.
Yeah,
still are.
Why are you laughing at that?
Because now it's weird.
Wait, weird, dude.
You did it.
No, wait. Let me
run it back. Run it back. That was a chuckle that he did it. He did it. Not me.
Let me finish the story. He messaged me like, "Yo, Navi asked it." But our team was falling apart, right? Was it GGNet?
It was pretty much.
It was just falling apart, and I was like, "Dude, go find your luck. Like, this is like not working here. Go away." Yeah, he went on to win, and that was the experience. And I went with a crumbled team because I didn't even want to go.
What does that mean? Why?
Because I hated Dota 2 at the start. Like because I was so in love with the Warcraft mechanics and Dota. And I mean, Dota 2 was like now it's for sure like the best game I've ever played. But when I'm like competitive gamer, I want real game. And anyway, this is what happened. Yeah, didn't want to go, got kind of forced to go. And yeah, then after TI, I quit Dota 2 immediately. Yeah, went back I went back to Dota 1. I didn't play Dota 2. I didn't like it. Like I played Dota 1 like for like 6 more months, and then that game was kind of dying in terms of like competitive scene, so
yeah,
forced to switch.
And then obviously you won the first TI. I mean, what was that like? You know, like was it? I'm guessing it wasn't quite the same as any of like the TIs that followed, because it was just very literally like the game is released. Here is a tournament, loads of money on the line still, but.
I mean, I would say that the first TI win was still Imba. Like. Because it was before inflation, first of all.
Okay, we're doing the economics now.
You know that time. The time was a good time.
When money was really worth
meant something.
Yes, yes.
Even though it was less money than you can win, these $44 million TIs that happened, you got one of those, back, you got in the bag. But I feel like the first one was still mattered a little bit more, because I think during that time we were all still young.
You could have bought GameStop with all that money and you would have been real winner.
Dude,
it was Imba, man. It was Imba.
It was Imba, dude.
There was like 20 heroes in the game.
There was 20 heroes, yeah.
20 heroes.
I mean, it was like...
But they were Imba, like the Navi Storm, like it was next level.
Yeah, I was going to ask about your perspective from it, and then of course...
They were too good.
We did have strategies that came from Dota 1. And the funny thing is, like, the people that were playing those strategies, they didn't think they were that good for some reason. And so when we played against people, we were like... I mean, Furians and stuff like that, people didn't give respect to that hero. Actually, your team started doing that Furian split pushy Naga stuff, and then Alliance. You made Alliance, so
yeah.
Screw you.
Yeah.
But
screw myself.
But that stuff started becoming really popular, and we started abusing it. Therefore, we started getting like, I mean, TI1 was a weird tournament because it wasn't necessarily a tournament who's the better team. It was mostly about who will adapt faster. That's it. Who will adapt faster and who believes in the prize pool, because a lot of people didn't.
All right, well, let's jump ahead. We had TI2, of course, where you came back, made it to the grand finals once again. In fact, we got a ton of grand finals in this room right now. But between all of you've played, do you know how many grand finals, if we can count all of your grand finals together, how many you've attended?
4 for me, I think.
TI finals, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been 2.
Mm-hmm.
3.
3?
Yeah.
So 9 in total.
In total.
Yeah, 9 in total. Because you guys went together as Navi on TI3.
We all went together.
Could have won that one.
Yeah, who cares?
Could have won that one.
Who cares?
Who cares?
Yes. I mean, I think that grand finals though was sort of, I would describe it as one of like the foundational moments of like Dota 2. I think it's one of the reasons we're all here, because it was just like,
when you look back at it though, you just click song and then the guys buy BKB and they're like, oh my god, it's gonna work. And then everybody BKB is like, oh fuck shit, it didn't work.
But the Ensnare pierced BKB, you know?
Oh right, the Naga one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
but still, like when you look at that, it's like, I can't believe they thought it would work. But yeah, sorry for interrupting you.
No, you're all good, dude. You're all good. I mean, that was like incredibly hype, as for me, it was one of the reasons like I started going to like really into Dota because of that grand finals. It was like an incredible series to watch, but I mean, what was it to play? What was it like to be in that? And I also wanted to ask, how much is it strategy versus mentality at that point in the game's development?
I don't know how to say.
Talking about TI2 finals?
You're talking about TI2, like let's say like the play and all those moments and stuff like that, or
TI3 with Alliance.
TI3 with Alliance.
We switched to TI3 now. Okay.
We switched.
Yeah, I was still thinking about the song.
Yeah, sorry.
The TI2 finals is the reason why I played Dota 2, because I was done with the game.
Okay, let's go back to TI2 finals then. Let's talk about TI2 finals.
Yeah, let's talk about TI1 actually. Let's go.
Let's talk about the league tournament first.
All right, sure.
So I was playing Olivia anyway. So he played TI2 inspired me. Like to play. I didn't want to play. I played a stand-in with some team.
Yeah.
You totally remember?
It was
some team.
It was Mouse again.
You didn't want to play TI1. You didn't want to play TI2.
Yes, I didn't want to play TI2. I didn't really play Dota 2. So he played finals. I was like, shit, man. Like.
When you saw that Enigma do that thing on the crowd, you were like, man,
he's old,
I gotta get in.
He's doing so well. It's like, oh man, I need to get back in there. And I saw like IG lift the trophy, ignited my heart.
Man.
Back to TI3 alive.
That kind of sucked.
Yeah, so sorry. Man.
Ignited my heart.
Yeah,
when the IG won.
Yeah, they lifted the ages, and I felt like I can do that too. So only then I started playing Dota 2 like actively.
Yeah.
So I messaged him, let me join your team.
Message me?
Yeah.
We talked in real life.
man?
Talked in real life.
Maybe it's 10 years ago, bro. Or 15, I don't know. But
Right,
anyway,
we'll just roll it.
Yeah, I'm rolling. So I asked him, I wanted to join NAVI because they were just the best team. And in Europe, there was like no team close to them. Till suddenly Alliance popped out. But the funny thing is, which I don't know if I ever told anyone, I got a big message on like a DOTA forum to join a team from a guy called Admiral Bulldog.
Oh.
And I didn't know who he is and stuff, so I just ignored it.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. Ghosted Admiral Bulldog.
Yeah, no, but it's better I joined NAVI anyway, so. Then we went to TI3, so what was the question?
All right, now we're all caught up. I mean,
We're caught up.
yeah.
Start the question.
Puppy. What, was TI3 a battle of strategy or was it a battle of mentality?
Hard to answer that question. Obviously, it's going to be both.
Yeah.
I think till TI5, I mean, I don't know. After every TI passes, I think it's less and less about strategy and more about like how you play and how you think of the map and stuff like that. Before, I felt like you could just cheese the hell out of people constantly. Like Alchemist last picks were just Brood last picks, Beepo last picks, anything would just fly, you know, some shit that would just come out and just ruin the game constantly. So back in the day, I felt like people were trying to break the game much more often. And now, especially till now point, everybody is aware of what's broken. And some things that are broken, some people don't know, but that's like a moment in one game, people will all find out now everybody's doing it. So like it catches on really fast. And replicating that stuff back in the day was not really possible. Back in the day, there was just like, people just didn't know that this hero would be able to do that stuff.
That's interesting.
A lot of strategy.
I mean, for them, they were definitely, I would say, better than the rest on probably both parts. I mean, maybe they could have probably done a lot better with better mentality also. I'm not, but from my point of view, like I was in Fnatic and we were like almost last. And we never got to big strategies. We never really got to play much game because we were not so good, I would say, mentally. And like also, I think, like Clement's saying, the strategies and the heroes look so broken. And I remember me looking back at the games, I looked at this broken stuff and I just didn't even know what I'm looking at, kind of, you know? I didn't fully understand and embrace, and I didn't really know how to replicate it. And I think that was a bit of the nice era where it's like, yeah, you had all these undiscovered cheeses and stuff. Now, like he's saying also, you reveal your card, the ace only works kind of once, you know? I mean, yeah, nobody would be caught by surprise anymore. You can practice all your strats and whatever, but now if you have a really good strat, you're also giving it to someone else potentially, you know?
Yeah,
like a lot of people are more ready to receive and copy.
TI3 was your first TI, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And what was that like for you? And how was it watching these two playing it out on the main stage?
I mean, really magic for me. I remember that I thought, wow, my dreams have come true in a way, you know, before I lost, obviously. When I just got to Seattle and we're in this Bellevue area, everything's so clean and nice. It's one of my first times in America. And I don't even think we had practice rooms, TI3.
No.
We did not have practice rooms. So we were forced to also socialize and hang out. And it was like a super nice experience, I remember.
Yeah, we had to go like some boot camp. Oh, sorry, not boot camp. Some
LAN
LAN cafes.
cafe.
Yeah,
2
net
years in a
cafes.
row we went there.
Yeah.
Forgot the name.
I forgot the name too.
And then it was like a tournament setup. You got there and it was like, oh, nice, you get to touch a PC again.
It was chill though.
It was really chill.
Remember he's talking about the TI3, but he's not saying that they recommended us to do stuff against the Lions. Remember when before the grand final started? Remember that?
Right, you asked us. Yeah, I mean, I was talking with you both about what to, how to beat them because we were their kryptonite. Yeah, we were the ones that they had the choice of picking us or LGD, and LGD was the top dog in China. And they picked LGD over us, and we're like, all right, at least we got that, you know? Yeah. But we had strategy. It was like you had to destroy Bulldog on the lane, leave Loda for later. If you can destroy Bulldog first, then you focus S4, and like this was our simple way of, you know, approaching the game.
And we asked them, and They recommended us some strat. I don't even know why we listened to them.
I think a tri-lane.
We lost the game. We insta-lost the game.
Insta-lost game.
We
It was
insta-lost
Venge,
game.
Venno, put Venge, Venno on the same, and we were like super desperate because the Alliance, they just kept beating us.
We lost first game like it's just, okay.
The first game, 20 minutes, like...
We had no idea how to play the strat, no idea how to, like, what to do.
It was just like, what are we doing? Like, call GG.
But I also... Venno against the Lone Druid, I remember, because we had the idea to, you gale the bear, you tri-lane the bear, you just hit the bear.
Something happened in that game that was not going to work.
Yeah, so we dropped the game, we had to recover, you know.
Yeah,
then we won the next
We did find out
2-1.
stuff. We did find out how to ban.
Yeah, then we know
against
how to
them.
ban. Then we like, it clicked.
Call
finally.
Naga, Chen,
Let's
get those
just
heroes
target
out
their
of there.
subs.
Yeah, we targeted their subs instead.
Because they were, we figured that the strategies were based on them actually.
Yeah.
It wasn't actually about the Lone Druid, it was actually about them. No Chen, like we contested Chen both ways, because Puppy played Chen.
Yeah.
Naga, Ench,
Caudle,
and the IO. And then the IO,
yeah.
the IO was the key, was that we were like, we don't play IO. I didn't play IO, and neither did Dandy. I maybe played it in some pubs, I don't know. But we only had so many bans, so we're like, let's just pick let's just play it. We never played it before. We just didn't touch the hero.
Yeah.
So I think that was my first IO game, was in the TI3 finals.
Damn, that's Chad.
It was fun. Kind of fun.
For sure, yeah. And then we had TI4. TI4 was the first time you went in a grand finals, Puppy.
Weren't. Yes.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, how was that for you? Did that suck?
I don't know what's going on. Why?
Did it hurt?
Did it hurt?
Did it hurt?
Did you cry? Anyway, team was breaking apart already.
What happened?
What happened?
Why was the team falling apart? Was it your fault?
Maybe.
Maybe.
You know, it's everybody's fault if you think about it.
Deep.
Deep.
That's what you say, but that's not what you think.
Anyway, regardless of whose fault it is or not, it just was happening. That was the worst part. It was happening.
Remember your placement?
It was like 8th place.
Yeah,
we lost to Cloud9.
Cloud9.
Yeah.
2-1.
And I mean, the thing is, like, once the team starts like breaking apart and you're not getting things done and whatnot, you just start playing worse and worse and worse and worse, and you just don't even want to play anymore. Because the funny thing is, it's like what, 11 years since that moment passed. I felt at that moment to quit because it was just really annoying to play, like really annoying to play, and I haven't felt that way. Probably, I mean, I felt this way before, you know, afterwards, you know, after TI4, but it's just like, it's a funny thing that was like 11 years ago, and at that point I felt like quitting, you know.
Yeah.
So that's why it just sucks. Sucks when it happens. I don't know why you bring it up.
Sorry, dude. My bad. Well, I mean, you know, something grew out of that. We had Team Secret, and the only time when the three of you were on the same team was that very short era of Team Secret. But Nota, what was it like joining these guys for a short run?
Yeah, I mean, for me it was, I came to Dota and I came really, I would say my ego was filled to the brim from my previous game. We were the best, nobody could beat us, everybody was so bad. So we thought we were gonna go to Dota and do well. And my first scrims against these two, they made a fool out of me, you know, like I felt, you know, very humbling experience. They made me feel like I'm really far away from understanding anything. And it's not like I can blame my teammates, they were like doing it to me.
No, you can't.
I wish I could. It was like I was trying to play some Visage and they would ench me, and then I would play the ench and they would Visage me, and I just didn't understand, like, how's it working, you know? I couldn't. So I felt like I was many steps behind. So when I had the chance to, of course, also party up, group up, I mean, Kuro and me, we had very long, deep conversations about Dota, life, many things. And I think after that TI, I could also tell that, I mean, I was last place, so I was a very broken man and a broken player. But I could also tell that, yeah, what they have been going through was a rough period. I mean, individually, as a team, whatever, the experience. So I quite liked, I learned a lot from both, not just playing with them, also playing against them. But so especially seeing it from the inside, we had a funny group. We had a really funny group with Theban and Misery. So we had a really funny group. As for Yeah, and Fly, I mean, Misery came at some point, but like it was a really good experience for me. I think got to taste experience, like real, raw, good Dota experience, some things, concepts and ideologies or whatever you want to say about the game that never occurred to me.
Yeah. But that team could have been something, you know?
Oh yeah.
Like,
yeah.
But young and stupid.
Yeah. Or the grass is always greener, I guess, also, but a nice learning experience, regardless. Also, like even the fallout and the secret that was built after, and you know, they also had success, and I had to sit and watch them also have success, and I couldn't still touch them or beat them, and I got stuck on Cloud9 after. Oh my God. Woo! And then I almost quit.
I know that feeling.
Yeah, but it was nice. As in,
I mean, then you went and made your own team.
Yeah,
and then
I
you
was
won.
So close to quitting, so fucking close. And then,
I remember.
So I wouldn't be who I am without also these experiences as a player. Like I'm sure that these two also probably shaped me more than any other opponent that I've had. You know.
Eventually, the Puppy and Kuro story had to end where you guys stopped playing together at last. Was that a difficult decision to make, Kuro?
How you want to tackle that one?
Yeah. Easy.
I don't know if I would say difficult, but it was an experience. I mean, I had to go my way. Puppy had to go his way. We already played a lot together. We're like, you know, stuff happens. So yeah, then it was like everyone has to prove himself. So I made my own team. He kept doing his things.
I mean, brand new teams though.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's not like anybody stayed or anything.
Yeah, it was like, I mean, Secret became a fully new team basically, right?
Yeah, and back in the day, like that concept didn't matter because the Team Secret wasn't Team Secret what it is now.
Yeah.
It wasn't an org. It was just a fucking team name.
Yeah, it was just a team name. It was just, I don't even remember. Like, I was just down because nothing worked out. You know, we lost TI, and our team was very powerful because we won the last 4 LANs before that. I think in a row.
Yes, we did. 7 months you were winning everything.
Yeah, we won everything, and we didn't practice a single game. We didn't scrim a single game, but we still won every LAN. 4 or 5 in a row. I don't remember.
4, I think, but maybe 5. Hard to remember.
So we felt like we're the best. I mean, we were the best. Yeah, so the whole TI experience was just, it was soul crushing. Because I think that we didn't expect to win, but obviously, like,
High
win or bust.
expectations.
Yeah, win or bust. So it all came together, and yeah, that's the story. And then he played on with Secret. Anyway, kept dominating. I made my own team. Was also owning. Yeah, we moved on. Just did our thing. Johan moved on, did his thing.
Almost quit while doing his thing.
Yeah, he almost quit after TI4. You were almost after
TI5.
TI5. Me after TI1.
Well, you almost never started, right?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
That's like the short, nice version of it.
Yeah, for sure. And then we had this really cool period where you guys were all in your own separate teams, all taking games of each other. We had like the spree of like the Frankfurt Major, where OG won against Secret. We had
Shanghai.
Shanghai, where Puppy won against Kuroki as well. So, and then
Nice
Manila,
one, guys.
where Notel won against Kuroki.
Yeah, nice guys.
Sorry, bro.
Beat me on major final.
We're about to get to TI7.
Everyone's taking games on each other, right?
TI7's coming up, man. Come on, it's all good.
We're getting there.
Yeah.
All right, let's go. TI7, Greg. We need to skip a bit anyway. So,
To be honest, many people might not even know we're watching this video, so they're like, "Oh, when is he gonna win, bro?" Dude, this guy sucks.
What do you mean? Second place with a new fresh team, okay?
TI7, of course. I mean, your big moment with Team Liquid.
We can pass that one.
Yeah,
You want to pass that one?
This is boring.
Notel, how did you feel watching Kuroki win TI?
I mean, I was happy for him. I was also, I mean, TI7, this was the one where we came in as, I would say, partly favorites, because we had won 2 majors. We were doing really good.
We were main favorites,
I would say main favorites. I'm trying to be humble.
Okay. Sorry, man.
we obviously had high expectations, and we also had like what was really crazy was one of the best boot camps ever. So when we went in, we had high expectations, but then to watch ex-teammate, my good friend, win, it was bitter, but it was also very sweet. I mean, I felt like he deserved it more than anyone for that tournament for sure. Like, if it wasn't going to be me, I wish it mostly for him.
Well, yeah, I mean, TI7 happens, amazing, and then we move on to TI8 and TI9. I mean, firstly, obviously starting with TI8, expectations for OG were like non-existent due to what had happened and everything. What I want to know is, did you guys kind of think the same thing, or did you think that, did you guys also think that OG weren't going to be able to perform very well because of what had happened with the roster? Or did you know No-Tail and been like, he's going to cook something up?
TI8?
Yeah.
Surprise. For sure, surprise.
No, I thought they have it in them. I mean, I was that time still good contact. I thought they can do it. I mean, because like it's No-Tail, man. You know, creative gamer.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, I believed in that team more than I believed in what it was formed. EG, I guess. That was
the TI5 EG. You mean?
No. The EG that was formed when your team broke.
Ah, okay, that one. Yeah.
I still believed in the Seb No-Tail thing much more than I believed in the breakup combo. Even though the breakup combo, as in the EG combo, did pretty well, still, like, relatively speaking.
Surprisingly well, actually, to me. But
yeah, I guess.
Nice, I love this. Let's bash it. Let's go.
But I remember we scrimmed a lot before TI8.
Yeah.
I think you won 0 games against us.
So this was actually, I mean, I don't know if we ever said this one on camera. They made us for TI8, for our bootcamp. So we had a bootcamp. We had more than one bootcamp because we had to go through opens. And our opens was, for me, it was crazy. Every day in the morning, I ripped myself out of bed. I did everything I could for every moment of the day, and we made it through opens, and we built something nice as a team. We built lots of understanding of the game. We built lots of joint passion and motivation for creating things and moments in the game to happen. Like, we're really doing something great in very short time. And so we come to the TI bootcamp, we're bootcamping in Canada, and we continue, and we're actually, nobody has a chance, it feels like. Both in strategy and in gameplay, we were just on top of everything, was my feeling. And then we play Liquid, and they like 10-0 us. And they make the same thing. They made me feel like a child, but the whole group. So after scrim number 10, we like, every time we played them, we went in full force. Like, we prep, we talk, we get ready, we go in, and they just smash us. You know, they brute mother us, they lone druid us, they nakes us. Like, we had nothing against the bullets that they had. And I remember the last time we scrimmed them before TI, we went outside on the we sat down on the grass, all of us. And we were just like empty, like defeated, you know? We're not broken, we're not apart, we're still a group. But we look at each other and it's like, what's wrong? Like, what's wrong? As in, we didn't, and the only conclusion we had was like, guys, we need to play faster. We need to be better and faster, like much, much faster. And it wasn't until that moment that we actually, I think, created the team in a way. They made us. So thank you very much.
Part of the game.
Yeah. Because fuck, man, like, I'm telling you.
Why didn't you help me?
So what happened is like we played like a fast-paced Dota, like
Fucking
which nobody did actually. But like I love that Dota.
Yeah.
I felt like Johan like he was humble about it because he understood this is the truth about the game.
Yeah.
My team understood it because like it's my team. Nobody else understood it for some reason, but he did because he knew me, I guess.
Yeah.
But what OG did is they literally stole our stuff and took it to the next level, though. That's what they did. They made an evolution of it because we were stagnating.
Yeah.
Slowly.
But TI9, I think I got to my highest level, and as a team we got to the highest level.
I really felt it was just a better version of what I was running with my team. That's really how it felt. Because your playstyle was similar.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Liquid made us, for sure, at TI8 bootcamp. Fuck.
I mean, everybody had to do that afterwards.
I mean, it's just the evolution of competition, right?
Everybody had to learn from all the stuff. Yeah.
And then, like, the next hungry guys come, they take that.
Yeah.
I mean, every good team you see, like, they have their, like, model team.
Yeah.
All of these. They just do. They take it to the next level. That's kind of how competition works.
Absolutely. And, you know, you gave them that basis to work from. And then after TI9 as well, like, I remember one thing, like, you left the arena with your team and you were smiling and you were saying, you know, it is what it is, but we put in a great performance, and, you know, you were smiling all the way out the arena, which I thought was like a great testament to you as a captain and you as like a kind of friend to your team as well.
I'm just grateful for what I go through in my life. Always grateful, win or lose, it's fine. Everything from God for me. So just feel super grateful for my life, even going second place, going last place, not even going to TI. I'm still very content, always. And it's mainly like, it's kind of like about the experience you make, right? Day by day, because all these days pass by. We talk about like this whole pass like that.
Yeah.
It's gone, like so fast though, but look how we're talking from our memories, like we're living it again. So just, you know, be grateful and live your day, like, but just to the maximum.
Absolutely.
So that's what you saw on that moment on the true side.
Well, this has been an awesome conversation. This has been fantastic, and I mean, Puppy, it's been great watching you play. I'm excited to see what you do coming into the next season. Kuroko, good luck at TI.
Yeah, I'm the only player. What the hell?
Yeah, these two are coaching.
You guys are talking to a bunch of coaches here.
Puppy, Kuroki, Notel, it's been an honor to interview you guys. Thank you so much for coming, and yeah, good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
No more games. Kneel before Zeus.
Good afternoon, a very warm welcome to PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we are getting ready for our grand finals here. Before we dive into our two teams sitting on those grand finals, I first want to take a moment to let you guys know that if you enjoyed that trip down memory lane, if you want more of it, or if you only caught it halfway and you want to see what you missed, then you can watch the director's cut live. It's on YouTube right now, and it's youtube.com/PGL. Did you enjoy the trip down memory lane, Jenkins?
I did. I thought that was very insightful. One thing that I found very interesting, hello Fear, by the way, was that, speaking of legends, was that a lot of very legendary people, such as Clinton over here, when they are faced with something very negative, something very bad, it's like, hey, we got destroyed in this game. We figured we didn't understand the game. They somehow spin it to be a positive, you know? And he's like, this made me. And I was listening to a podcast the other day by the guy who made Halo, one of the co-founders of Halo, and he calls it the wall. He says, when entrepreneurs and very highly skilled people hit a wall where there's like some financial problem or some problem they think that they can't solve, they view it as something that's like exciting, something that's challenging. It's like, okay, this is the make or break moment for the company. And a lot of people, they just quit when they get to that point. So I definitely will be checking out that director's cut for sure.
Yeah, a lot of good stuff to be said. I know they kind of glanced over TI5 Fear. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah, that was
I mean, I wasn't very memorable for those players in particular. So, you know, you're going to go for the ones that give you the most memory. And I think when you do hit a wall, every player will do it. It's about the determination and willingness to keep going, which everyone who has won a TI had that, right? Like they played for a long time, didn't work out, but eventually if you keep at it, you learn from your mistakes, you will eventually win.
And what is it for you then? What was the motivation for you? Because I feel like everybody...
I mean, I lost a lot until I won, like years and years of Dota 1, right? And then there was no specific moment where I was just like, this is it. It's just, you keep trying, you find to better yourself as a player, you find out what people you need to surround yourself with, and eventually you find that combination and everything clicks. A lot of it is luck too, I have to admit. So like it does come down to a little bit of luck, but you can't give up. That's the big
You think there's a little bit of insanity there? You have to be kind of insane to keep trying. Everything feels impossible, but then the clicking eventually happens.
I mean, being a esports athlete is insanity, yes.
Yeah, it's any
I think
athlete.
it is something that you have to really keep going at. Any athlete in general, right, has to go through. There's lots of training with no one guarantee. You just have to love the game, and that's all it comes down to.
Yeah, there's one big difference though. I mean, we're talking here to a TI champion. The podcast just now with Nomad was also with 3 TI champions. So you're only talking to the success stories, and I would imagine there's a
This is true. We need my input on this.
Jenkins is here.
where
Look.
I'm here, Shiva. Just ask me.
I feel like there's a step in between where you do get to go to the competition, but you just you finish very low every time, and then at some point what is the wall? Is there a wall, or are you? And this is gonna sound mean. Is there a wall, or are you just bad?
I mean, it could be both, I guess. Like some people just aren't cut out for it, but I think in a lot of cases, and maybe Jenkins is too, he probably didn't put 110% into it and having it as like, I'm going to be the best, I want to win, and you have that self-belief and you practice, put in the hours every single day. Some people will half-ass it, and those people will never be successful.
I think at least for Dota, it requires like 100% of your energy and effort.
Yes.
Like a lot of these players, they will drop out of school, they will not have a social life, they will not go to the gym, have like a healthy life.
Also, any competition, really, it's like whatever you're doing, the next guy is doing more than you.
There's
right?
somebody out there
if
that
someone's
is
working harder,
trying
so if
harder.
you're not working 120%, that guy's going to surpass you because you know he's out there.
Somebody's willing to sacrifice everything, so you have to be willing to sacrifice everything.
Well, we're about to have 10 players playing in the grand finals of PGL Wallachia that have given up a lot to be able to be playing at this level. And of course, winning Wallachia is great. There is TI on the horizon, which would be the ultimate goal for all 10 players. And we're going to find out who has the better step in the right direction here with their upcoming best of 5. I'm talking about Gaimin Gladiators and BetBoom. These are the 2 teams making it through the bracket, and before that, of course, making it through the group stages as well. Reflecting back, Fear, on the road that these 2 teams have taken, can you say you're surprised about either of these teams in the grand finals?
Gaimin, no. BetBoom, a little bit, right? Like they went to the last day of the group stage looking really shaky. They dropped down very early on to Liquid. No big surprise there, but they were resilient in that lower bracket. This is a team where oftentimes we think of, being very inconsistent, losing to teams that shouldn't lose to, but them making a lower bracket run and continuously getting stronger and powering up through is going to be very interesting to see how they can go against. I think the Goliaths are definitely Gaimin Gladiators here. They've looked way better than every other team here, so they got the work cut out for them, but they proved they're the team to be here. They're the ones that's going to show us that if Gaimin does have a chink in the armor, they're going to show it.
I think another really interesting thing about BetBoom is that they just played with a stand-in. and they looked very consistent with that stand-in, and their stand-in looked very consistent himself. And then Pure comes back in this tournament, and the games that BetBoom has lost, the games that they have looked rough, Pure is often feeding. Like, it is so black or white for him, where he's in a very polarizing place. But then, you know, come the last few series for BetBoom, and Pure is the MVP. He's playing Lifestealer and having like godlike flawless games. And yes, you have GPK, of course. He is doing exceptionally well as well, but 6-1 on Lifestealer. That is a crazy stat line for a hero that, quite frankly, nobody else was valuing in this tournament.
Look at all his heroes played. Like, he has 2 heroes or 3 heroes that he's winning with right now. Lifestealer, Nature's Prophet, TA. I feel like if he doesn't get one of those heroes, he's not showing the level he needs to be at for this tournament. Because I'm just like looking at the past games that he's played, like Lifestealer, Nature's Prophet, Lifestealer, Nature's Prophet, played Ursa, lost, played Nature's Prophet, won, played Lifestealer, won again. These are like his past 7 games. All wins with Nature's Prophet and Lifestealer. Sure, his TA is good too, but that one's usually banned in the first phase. So I think for Gaimin, there's, from my perspective at least, if you shut down Pure, that's your best chance of beating this team. But I don't know, a lot of teams aren't respecting his Lifestealer enough, and I don't know how his Nature's Prophet still getting through. These are things I don't know if Gaimin's going to allow.
Well, Gaimin has had a little bit of a painful record to BetBoom, so I would imagine they did some extra prep for it, because if we even look to the only times that they faced in 2025 for these two teams, it's always gone BetBoom's way, including, Jenkins, a grand finals.
Yeah, Gaimin has a very interesting history with grand finals. I mean, in particular, against BetBoom in series, it is looking very BetBoom favored. But you have to take all of these things with a grain of salt, because we haven't seen Gaimin at this caliber for a long time. And the way that they play is they are a very all or nothing team. They have a formula, they stick to it, and they stick to it perfectly. They do not make mistakes. So the question is that formula good or is it bad? And it looks really good right now. And we can see that this is the type of team they are. These are all the grand finals in 2024, 2025 that they've played in, and they have either 3-0'd or gotten 3-0'd, aka it is binary. Either the formula works or it doesn't. And right now, BetBoom is up against the wall of a very well-functioning formula, but also BetBoom has looked like one of the most resilient teams in the tournament, a team that can learn game by game. So I'm really hoping that it looks really hard for BetBoom game 1, and they slowly learn, and maybe we see some sort of reverse sweep action with a really competitive game 5. That's the ideal.
Just make it sound like BetBoom's playing versus a computer.
They are playing against OpenAI. Like, Gaimin is legitimately OpenAI, the team.
Well, I do want to touch upon the playstyles of the two teams. There might be people watching that have not watched the entire run of these two teams. So when you're saying that Gaimin Gladiators, they have a formula fear, how would you describe the formula to someone who's not watched their games in this past week and a half?
Typically with this team, it's all about itemization and certain abilities on heroes. And usually it's damage mitigation or healing and auras. This is like Gaimin Gladiators formula, right? Like, they're picking heroes that have heals or mitigation. They're buying all the auras they possibly can, distributing them very well. They're not buying the quote-unquote best item for the game for the individual hero. They're buying the best item for the team and that aura that can benefit the team. And then Watson just kind of slots in the hardest carry he can think of for the game, and then they just finish the game that way.
Yeah, and speaking of Watson, we have to mention the niche picks that both of these teams are willing to play, picks that allow them to get big advantages in the draft. For Watson, and these are some of the heroes that just are pretty unpicked in the rest of the tournament. I mean, just PL unpicked in general for like the last year, but they were able to find the perfect.
I'd say.
Yeah, 2 years. The perfect PL game, and he did exceptionally well in that game. We saw a point where there was that wall where PL became completely unkillable. There's the Venge off lane, which we've seen. That was against Batrider, and also, by the way, a perfect ace hero, in my opinion. Like, it's a Vlad's buying Aura carrier. You're kind of doing the same thing every time.
Frontlining type of hero.
Yeah, exactly. But this does go both ways. BetBoom has also shown that they are perfectly capable of doing niche picks. We saw, for example, Katomi play Dazzle just yesterday, and we were questioning, is this good? Like, are they picking this just to dumpster the lane? No, it was really good. He was owning in every fight, baiting, healing, forcing really, really good engagements. Save has played Witch Doctor. He was playing it into Axe, just making it so Axe could not initiate. Miro, of course, on his summons offlaners, and now at this point, I feel like it's a staple for him. If they pick Queen of Pain, I honestly think it's just going to be Miro's hero. And then Pure, we saw them win with the carry Lash. We were questioning it. Every other ranged hero was banned to go with the Naga because they banned them. And he did very well with also the facet on Leshrac that nobody goes for. He went for the building damage edict facet. He went for the facet that's so bad that we don't even call it what it is. Right?
It's just called the other one.
Well, the facet is the one that you hit.
It also has a more complicated name.
Well, you hit and you gain mana, right? This technically, the facet doesn't do anything to Edict. It's just that the other one changes Edict to be better.
Yeah.
So this this facet makes Edict crappier, but he went for this one because he felt like he needed tower damage.
Yeah, it just makes it different. I wouldn't say worse. Less damage to heroes, but objective based.
Yeah, you can kill towers with it.
Yeah, and I think if you're a carry, that's essential.
To be able to push towers.
Yeah. That's your job.
So how would we describe BetBoom's playstyle? They have seemingly a little bit more niche picks coming out. I know that, Fear, you've called Miero your GOAT of the tournament, but I think yesterday I might have seen a shift in you where you might want to shift that to GPK.
I might. I mean, they're both great, honestly. I think GPK, his DK, he made it work somehow. This is a hero that we've just called bad, but he found a way to make it look good. So there's always that. He is playing heroes like Puck, which he's an absolute magician on this hero, apparently. Just doesn't die. Even if he loses the game, he's still doing incredibly well. And then his Monkey King looked fantastic as well. And yeah, we saw in the group stage, he's playing Batrider mids, getting rampages. What can this guy not really do? Look at the meta heroes. Quap and SF. I guess he's not playing the heroes that are meta right now, but he does play a lot of heroes really well right now. He's outplaying everyone in the mid lane. He's scaling hard. As much as I am talking about Pure and like how I feel like this may be one of his weakest tournaments where BetBoom is doing well in, I think Miro and GPK are just really stepping up for this tournament.
They are, and I do want to mention the Monkey King for a second as we'll take a look at Miro's heroes. He's been pretty versatile, other than the Queen of Pain and Lycan, which I feel like have been more his jam for like the last couple of series, where they're looking to pick him last pick heroes like Darkseer. We also saw him in a perfect Darkseer game where he was hard countering. So yeah, really interesting hero pool from him. The Centaur, he had a huge impact on a lot of other people. The Centaur games just kind of look like generic and okay, but he's hitting these like big 3-4 man hoof stomps, doing really clutch saves with the cart. I did want to go back for a second to Monkey King as a hero, because I feel like that'll be a pretty big one in this game. To me, the way Gaimin is playing is it looks like they are just really good at putting their heroes in a spot that the enemy team does not want them to be. I really want to compare them to OpenAI, because I watched Quinn play against Nisha. He dumpstered Nisha up until level 6, where Nisha was Storm and he was Monkey King. It wasn't anything crazy. Quinn wasn't doing any crazy dives. It was quite a boring lane to watch, because Nisha was a good enough player to identify, like, I can't do anything to a Monkey King until I'm level 6. The moment Nisha hits level 6 on Storm, Quinn doesn't even look mid. There's creeps hitting the tower. He goes bot towards Mickey, and he goes on the Luna, and then he kills the Luna. And then after that, he goes top where there's like a creep wave. And the way that it looks like to me is Gaimin is just playing the game like economically, you know? It's like they're not thinking about lanes, they're not thinking of one-to-one hero matchups. They will just slam pick the Monkey King, even if it gets like countered mid, if there's a lane that he can eventually go to at some timing to pressure. It's just about taking as much from the enemy team as possible. And GBK, on the flip side, he does the exact same thing with Monkey King.
I guess it sounds like that if there was a textbook that told you exactly what to do and where to go at which moment of the game, Gaimin studied it, and they're doing it to a team.
And I think Monkey's the best hero for that, because Fear, tell me, as like if you're playing like a melee carry, I feel like Monkey is one of the most annoying heroes to just show up in a lane against you, to just be there because you're like, oh, I can't go lane, right? So I feel like that's why you're seeing a lot of Gaimin picking Monkey when they don't know Quinn's matchup. Number one, because the matchups against Monkey just aren't as good in the current patch, but then also because there's always somewhere you can go eventually with a rotation to feel good in the game, about just like denying the enemy team some sort of area.
Yeah, I mean, he fits the archetype of what mid laners are excelling at right now. It's like, if you're playing carry, these Pox, Void Spirits, Pangoliers, Monkey Kings, Storm Spirits, they all have this jump that they can come out of fog and just kill you instantly. And I think Quinn has been perfecting this playstyle for a very long time. Like, I remember back in the Quincy crew days, I would play against him, and I was playing support at that time, but either way, like, he would always dumpster mid, but instead of continuing to dumpster mid, he would always just go ruin another lane. You just like walk into the carry's lane. It's like, oh, carry's free farm.
Yeah, he gives some support mid that's good at staying there, and then he dumpsters another place. And then once that's dumpstered, he goes somewhere else after that and dumpsters there.
I mean, so it was much easier for him in NA because he had no competition really in the mid lane. But even if the lanes are even for him nowadays, he still has the same mentality of like, if I win my lane, I don't have to continue to sit here and farm and be useless. I'm going to take my advantage. I'm going to make it so maybe this free farm Lina or whatever it might be in the top lane, I'm going to go kill her twice in a row. Now her game is completely ruined. And now the map is in shambles, and that's when the auras start coming online, and that's when they start collapsing on you, and you start to get suffocated, really, in the game.
Yeah, and when we see the hero matchups as we just did, and maybe people are wondering like, wow, the hero diversity for BetBoom's players, it's really high compared to Gaimin. It's an optical illusion, because overall, this Wallachia, it's Gaimin Gladiators that have gone through the group stages 3-0, and obviously via the upper bracket, their route to the grand finals. They've played a total of 13 games, and BetBoom, they went the hard way, and they have a total of 25 games. So that is quite a different sample size.
That's a lot of practice.
It is a lot. Like, it's almost double.
And I feel like for a team that was clearly figuring out their identity in terms
they needed
of,
it.
Yeah, in terms of like Pure was having some really rough games, but now he's been excelling. I feel like they really needed that practice for sure.
And I think as critical I am about Pure right now in his hero pool, I think he'll get his heroes because you're very much so going to ban Naga no matter what. Katahomi's look too good on the hero. Save has some specialty heroes you're thinking about. I mean, Katahomi is very high on the potential ban radar because his Bane has looked absolutely amazing. His Nature's Prophet too is really amazing. Same with the Naga. So maybe BetBoom has finally found that system that works for them, and Pure is just, you know, the cog in the wheel here where he just has to play a couple heroes to make their system work.
Yeah, we haven't really touched upon the supports that much, but it's definitely worth mentioning these two position 5s. They have left their impact for Malady, of course, the most recent addition to Gaimin Gladiators. It took a little while for the whole team to find the right flow, but I feel like with Malady on board, Jenkins, they definitely found it.
Yeah, he has looked amazing. He's really clicked for the team. And speaking of Naga, I don't think this is going to go the other direction either. You're definitely not going to give Malady his Naga.
It's permaban.
Yeah, we have seen some insane saves where he songs in at the perfect time, baits the entirety of the enemy team in, and then you just see like a triple TP out. And it's got to feel so bad. Like, you watch that as a team that's going to go up against them, and you think like, okay, this guy's not getting Naga. So I think it's permaban, and I do think also the Gaimin supports are both very good at helping Quinn in the mid lane. They'll rotate to his lane, they'll get kills, they'll help him secure runes, and Malady has been a big part of that, because in order to do that, you also have to win your lane, right? You have to be able to leave the carry alone in the lane, and they've been pretty much dumpstering every safe lane that there is. Does help that Watson is rank 1. I think if you're laning with the rank 1 carry, it feels pretty good to leave him alone in lane.
Yeah, I feel like there's one role we haven't really mentioned that much yet, and that is the position 4. Why is that? Is it just because at the moment the other players are more of the stars of the show and these guys are more the supporting act?
These guys are just so good every tournament that
we talked about them so much.
It's just that how many times do we talk about BetBoom and like save is always the centerpiece of their success? Very, very frequent. So it's like kind of feel like a broken record talking about save. But I think Tofu, he's definitely, when Gaimin was at their prime, he was one of the reasons why that was so. I feel like whenever a Gaimin lineup is doing well, all 5 players are functioning as a unit. It's not one individual standout performance. And yeah, Tofu's back. He's looked really good. A lot of the heroes he enjoys playing are back in the meta.
Yeah.
But I think even more so than Tofu, who's very consistent, there is one player that feels a little inconsistent for Gaimin Gladiators, and I feel like that's Ace.
Yeah.
And this tournament, he has not been. He has been on point. And I feel like when Gaimin like knows exactly what they're doing, he's playing a certain style every single game, and he's been doing that. Like they're just looking at some of this here: Dawnbreakers, Omni Knights, Underlords, Konkos,
Vlad's,
Brewmaster, and the one game they lost recently, it's because Ace played Axe. It does not fit the archetype of how this team wants to play. So if he's going to be pulling out an Axe and these type of aggressive like offlaners, that's not what they want him to do. They want him to just be this team fighting aura buyer that has some utility that either heals, does damage reduction, something that adds bonus to that.
I feel like the stock in Axe has gone down, generally speaking, because people realized how broken it was, and so they started actually valuing countering it. Like we've seen Undying against Axe, if that does get through, that looks pretty good. We've seen Doom against Axe, if that gets through. You know, even Venge as like a swap out and save against the Axe. Like there are options to deal with the hero. So
it's going uncontested this grand finals, very likely, because I don't think Miro puts a lot of stock.
I don't think he wants Axe either. Yeah,
and Ace 100% does not want it. It does not really fit. Like Axe was kind of like shoved down our throats by Liquid a lot. Like every game we've had Liquid, there's going to be an Axe, and there's teams that really enjoy it. I think the hero is good, but the teams currently playing, this isn't their style. Axe is definitely, you got your initiator, now you can have like your carry mid, you can have like a harder carry as well. You're gonna really rely, you're not gonna have many auras because you have an Axe, but you're gonna have to burst a hero really quickly, and Axe is really good because he does have that Blade Mill, Blink Call combination, which is obnoxious.
Well, maybe we can take a look at the most contested heroes that we've had here in this Wallachia, just to get an overview, but also to see if we can pinpoint which heroes these two teams in particular will fight over more than others, as we do have the Batrider as the most contested. I would imagine that for both of these teams, that is still a coveted hero.
It would be very unusual to see Batrider get through at all in this grand final. Unless it's like
might. So it's like it depends on Gaimin's approach. It's either you're targeting these supports like the Naga, you're targeting the Batriders, the Undyings of the world. Shadow Shamans are also really good for this playstyle. Or do they want to potentially try to target Pure? He's been winning every game on Nature's Prophet. He's been winning every game on Lifestealer. You're gonna have to make a choice.
Honestly,
you can't ban everything.
Yeah, I would rather leave in like Undying than give Pure Nature's Prophet, for example, because you have some of these heroes like Nature's Prophet that are not only considered like S tier in general, but also it's one of Pure's big three. So I feel like it just makes sense. Puck, we saw actually making it into some of the most picked of the tournament. This was not the case in the group stage. Puck was just a good mid, not like this S tier broken mid. So I don't know. I feel like there's a non-zero chance that at least one game in the grand finals we see Puck in the first phase.
I would say so, especially considering it's a best of 5.
It's just in most,
it's a big beast.
Most teams are like, I don't think we've seen Puck first phase banned yet in the playoffs. It's always like second phase banned, or it gets ignored and then like pre-countered and then it gets picked anyway, you know?
Yeah, and keep in mind, Gaimin Gladiators is the team that played Puck, as we saw earlier, on Tofu. So they have played position 4 Puck and they have that flex.
I think that's more likely than a Puck ban, actually. Like I could totally see Gaimin just picking the Puck with the anticipation that they're going to flex it. But to be fair, in that game, he was playing against a Jakiro, and the double hit is giving Puck 2 charges of the innate. When you dodge, you're gaining double the amount of HP and mana. So that was pretty insane of a combo.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. We are in our grand finals. It's a best of 5 Gaimin Gladiators, Radiant side, BetBoom, Dire side. And we have first pick going the way of BetBoom. Gaimin Gladiators, they have preferred overall second pick.
A lot of heroes are going to get through. The choice to ban Terrorblade, Shadow Fiend early on. And Gaimin also realized that giving away these bans, I think, are really good from Gaimin. I think maybe the best you could possibly do. I think you eliminate the early TA from Pure. You eliminate the flex of the Nature's Prophet from Pure. And then you also ban these OP supports that have looked so good. And then Puck actually makes it into the first ban phase because they want to pick the Quap first pick. It could be GPK. It could also just be on Miro. It's a flexible hero. And Puck is just good versus it either way. So I'm curious now what we go for. There's been like Dawnbreaker first picks from Gaimin. They really like that hero on Ace. And Ace, he invented like the new Dawn build, right? Everyone was going for this blade mill first. He decided, nah, I'm gonna hit that mid game timing. I don't really care about my hero so much. I want to make sure that when I get to that Ags, Vlad's is available too, and then +1 item, whether it's a Crimson or a Pipe, depending on the game. We just hit this incredible momentum in the mid game.
I like the idea of Dawn here a lot too. I think you just don't care too much against about the Queen of Pain. I think also Co-op is kind of a preventative measure for Monkey King as well. And they go for Abaddon, which depending on the game, we've seen it work one way or the other in terms of actually laning against Queen of Pain. Like Co-op can be fine against Abaddon. However, Gaimin Gladiators will play Abaddon as a 5. Malady will play it. And I think as a support, this looks a lot better against Co-op than as a core. Because as a core, you just sit there and get hit by Queen of Pain, right? You shield off her dagger, and then a few seconds later, she has another dagger, and then you get your ass beat by her like long-range right clicks.
This is their idea against Axe as well. Similar to Co-op, has this damage over time ability, and they just put on 5. And if you look at BetBoom, they've mainly played this Co-op in the offlane. Like, sure, GBK played it once, they lost, but Miro's 3-0 on it. So I think Malady's like, okay, I mean, you're gonna ban out my Naga and heroes like that. I'm gonna pick this Abaddon. It worked really well against an Axe. It should have some impact here. But worst case scenario, Ace is willing to play this too. It fits how he wants to play the game. So
yeah,
it's flexible.
I'm just waiting for him to go for that age-old Abaddon Vlad's build. Like that was like the classic when he was first played in the offlane.
Yeah, unfortunately, the passive doesn't really work on buildings anymore. So the push potential is just a lot worse. Yeah, he used to be just like, buy Vlad's, take all the tier 1s. You can still do that, but it's not as good.
So with an Abaddon 5 potential, a lot of carries become a lot more viable. Morphling now has to be in consideration for BetBoom. Like you can always have a Watson last pick Morphling coming out here, and it's going to look really good. Of course, until that point, they're going to go for the generic, extremely good heroes such as Shadow Shaman. Shadow Shaman, great against Queen of Pain because you have the Hex Break eventually, which will break the Facet from Queen of Pain. And then also your Serpent Wards cannot be blade mailed.
This is the first game at Wallachia that Gaimin Gladiators will play Shadow Shaman, which is surprising considering it's one of the highest.
That is shocking. You are right.
I mean, Tofu hasn't really preferred that hero, but I think when you do pick a hero like Abaddon and you're debating if it's going to be a support or not, we heard in his interview, he wants to make sure that there's good synergy between the supports. And Abaddon doesn't have any stuns, so it is pretty logical to potentially just get a hero into the game that will give you that lockdown at some point in the game. Hasn't really needed to pick it till now, but I don't think this really changes a lot of how they play. I feel like Tofu's had a lot of freedom on this team on what he can play, how he can build. A lot of the auras have been coming from Malady plus Ace.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yeah, Tofu even whipped out the Ringmaster the other day, and then in the interview he said, yeah, I don't think the hero's very good, but I thought it was just a perfect game for it. The box save was really impactful, so he picked it, and he played really well on it. So yeah, I feel like he's definitely the type of player that can just be slotted in on like whatever is really necessary for the game.
Yeah,
and picking Bane into Abaddon, you can shield off Fiend's Grip, but also, yeah, you can shield off everything. But also on the flip side, you can, Nightmare Abaddon. He's gonna have to pop the ult for that. You're stunning and disabling multiple targets, so it's not exactly like a one-to-one counter, like hard counter as people might think.
They love doing this, by the way, on first pick. They love picking like a core, a Kataomi hero for certain, and then some Morta / because it could be pure too, right? I like picking the support that could also be a carry for them, because you just don't know, and you can't overreact to this.
Now you have to plan for both.
Yeah, essentially. And they're gonna pick Lina, which I assume this will be their flex to the end of the draft. And with this Undying being picked up, this Morta, you might have a discussion of, do we want this as our carry or not? Because it's pretty good versus Abaddon or Undying. if they want to go to the offlane. And we know for certain one of these two heroes is Maladies, and the other one is Aces. We just don't know if it's the Undying or the Abaddon.
Yeah, I mean, this is interesting because I also think Queen of Pain with Blade Mail, she loves blinking into Alina and reflecting all of the magic damage. Like, you will heal to full HP with the amount of magic damage that Lina does. But then, I mean, I guess on the flip side, you're also then blinking into Undying, Shadow Shaman, like a lineup that otherwise, other than the Lina, it's really hard to like reflect and, you know, get that spell lifesteal.
Yeah, and I have to talk about one of the big three heroes. You know, lifesteal's in there, but I don't think you can play Dota into Undying. I feel like that lane will just be too difficult to survive in.
We said Muerta's pretty good carry against Undying. And
yeah, I mean, I think that's why they picked Undying, right? Just so Pure doesn't go for the Lifestealer. But I'm very curious. Will he respect it, or does he think it's good? I mean, if you get out of the lane, the Lifestealer is great this game, but you have to get out of the lane. They're going to take it all the way to the last pick here. I think very, very likely this will be just a pure Muerta, because I don't know if there's a better pick. But if you kind of look at their core duos, or tri-core here, it's like an offlane, Queen of Pain, mid, or carry. Yeah, there's actually a lot they can do. I mean, I forgot, Pure hasn't really played it yet, but the Quap could be a carry in this situation.
I'm sure it's available for him as well.
Yeah, definitely.
They're lacking control, though, so if they slot in some GBK last pick here, that could be good. Some Pango or something like that. Because they are lacking a bit of that.
Lycan is very good against pretty much all of Gaimin's heroes. Like, Undying support, I know it's not support, it's going to be most likely the offlane.
I mean, Undying or Abaddon support.
Like, yeah, any of these heroes do not like playing against summons. I guess the one argument is that offlane Undying is a Crimson Guard buyer, but I don't feel like that's enough. You know, it's not like you're playing into a Bristleback that's also going to kill your summons. He's just going to prevent the damage for a little while, but then Lycan can get like a Nullifier later on into the game, and then you're playing still an offlane Undying into Muerta, which you can like double hit the Tombstone and counter him in that way. So it is a fairly good Lycan pick.
Yeah, and they still think that Pure is last pick here. Banning out the Ursa, which is, I mean, essentially Abaddon, Undying have essentially the same counters, right? It's like these Ursa summon units, they don't do anything to either of them. I don't know what other summon units you'd want to play, because Gaimin does have last pick. I think BetBoom is doing something creative here. They banned the Lifestealer anyway out of respect.
Rightfully so. He's looked good, and he has shown that he's not always swayed by being counterpicked.
Sure. Is there a world where Quap goes support this game?
Why not?
You did say 9class was playing it, right? In his pubs?
He has, yeah. I mean, I just saw one game of it. I don't know if he's spamming it or not, but
it's 9class. He's spamming it.
Probably. This is a cool draft from BetBoom because they can go any direction that they want here. And they decide to just go for the Rubik.
What makes this a good Rubik game?
Abaddon, Shadow Shaman.
Yeah. I feel like Gaimin just... Oh, the Ember is banned. Okay. Let's see. It's not really a great Huskar game. I mean, you
Huskar's already banned too.
And that that's it would have been a good Huskar game then.
So we are seeing Quap in the mid lane.
Buck is out as well. I mean, they did a good job at blocking a lot of the.
Also go mid here.
Yeah, they could. Quinn has played it. It was like closer to the start of the tournament.
I mean, it's Quap mid, and why not put the Lina mid, right?
Yeah,
that's a good matchup. And then you pick something for
Watson gets his last pick.
That's good against Lycan in the laning stage. It's going to be a Lycan Muerta lane. You have an Undying. I feel like you want some like AoE. Like maybe Sven could be okay in a game like this. If he wants, he has a lot of options. I mean, illusion heroes are good, but I don't know how good they are for the entirety of the game. I don't know. It's kind of like an interesting puzzle to solve here. I mean, you know Muerta's carry. You know Quap's mid. I just really like the idea, I think, of Watson's hero to be picked here. Because I'm not entirely sure what Quinn could play here. They kind of need like that beefy frontlining AoE hero. Like Pango would be fine, but I don't know if you like the lane.
It's not as free as a PL game as the one that we saw before.
No, it's not. I mean, CK would be fine potentially, but Muerta's kind of good against these heroes. You have a lot of AoE control. You buy Mjolnir.
Yeah.
You can burst them pretty easily.
An Axe coming out last.
So they're going to go for the Abaddon carry then. I still think it's going to be, mid Lina. I mean, Axe is... They're going away from their, script, as Jenkins. The OpenAI is adapting here. I think the Axe is like, this is a hard counter to Muerta. She can be ethereal all she wants, but she will reflect the damage to herself. So you will kill this hero in one call every single time, but they don't really have this crazy aura strategy that we're used to seeing. It used to be a two-part aura thing, right? Where Ace would do it and Malady would do it, but Malady is not going to do it. This Abaddon being a carry,
I'm waiting.
Not going to do it.
I'm waiting.
You're waiting for
I'm waiting to see who's picking Axe. Yes, because it's against Lycan. You do really well on lane, right?
Yes.
Oh, they might be thinking about
I mean, that would be really cool, but...
I mean,
they could still do the formula if Axe is carry, but they didn't.
They'll do it like normal. Yeah.
They definitely thought about it.
And as they should, because like this Undying Abaddon lane is hypothetically not going to pressure Miro on his Lycan. And it's a really good Lycan game. Sure, you're not going to attack the Axe, but you don't need to.
Can they just run these heroes on these positions, but then swap the lanes?
Doable, yes. I don't know. That's kind of like a concept that's been lost in time.
It has, yeah. It's like a lot of the time your carry will just play safe lane always. Like,
yeah.
People don't really.
I don't think they get a huge advantage by. So I don't think Watson has a lot of experience playing versus like a Muerta Bane lane. And if his lane goes poorly in the off lane, it could be really bad. So I think they'll play it safe.
You can like always cut creep waves and stuff too. It's pretty easy to 50-50 lanes. People know like the cheese strat, so you probably just throw the Abaddon off lane like normal.
Now, we did say that the one time that we've seen Ace play Axe did not go in their favor. It's literally the only game Gaimin has dropped this entire event.
This is an S-tier Axe game, though.
Okay.
Like, he's playing against Quap, Lycan, Muerta. You call any of these cores, they're dead.
Well, I'm sure that it's going to be working out at least to a certain extent for Gaimin with the help of their coach CY that has plotted this all out. Isn't that right, Nomad?
Let's hope so. CY, how are you doing? And, I mean, this isn't the first time you've come across this team in a finals, right?
No, I don't think so, at least.
All right, Fisher, finals, online, what's different this time around?
I think we play much better this time around. In the Fisher finals, they crushed us 3-0, if I remember correctly. So let's not repeat that, but I also think we play much better now. So, like, I'm pretty confident that we will 3-0 them.
All right, and what's the game plan then? What are you going to do differently, which the other teams here have failed to do against BetBoom?
Like, I think BetBooms are very strong laners, generally. Like, they're very, like, crisp on their lanes and stuff. And, like, I think we secure some strong lanes, and hopefully we can execute, like, gameplay-wise and still have good matchups. So, we'll see.
All right, and was there any consideration about the Axe going carry?
There was, actually. We discussed it for, like, quite a long time, to be honest. Watson, we played some Battle Cup, and Watson played X carry, so maybe it was ready, but, like, maybe not quite. So, yeah.
All right, very interesting in the toolkit. Thank you very much, CY. Good luck in these grand finals. We'll send it over to B-Cop and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Nomad. Coming into the grand finals here. Gaimin Gladiators against BetBoom Team for us another time. With us at the helm, we're looking at what should be a much closer matchup. They did talk about that Fissure final. That did end up 3-0, but I don't know. I sense a much closer final. I feel like, don't hate me for it, 5 games. I sense it.
Well, there are two different stories here. Wallachia produced some of the best grand finals we've seen in the last couple of years. And also, it is Gaimin Gladiators in the grand finals. So there's a bit of a, because last 5 grand finals that they played was either 0-3 or 3-0.
Whoa.
And the last grand finals that they did win was Riyadh Masters previous year. So we'll have to see. I think these teams are quite evenly matched in this matchup. I feel like both of them showed great performances so far. Gaimin Gladiators, maybe in this one, they are not playing the strategies that they did play. I think they wanted to adapt to. I talked about the BetBoom team being one of the fastest teams. It's always these Eastern European teams who focus heavily onto the lane, so they needed to match that energy, and we'll see if it's going to be working out for them, because I'm seeing this Axe and Shadow Shaman. Undying is a super strong laner with Abaddon. There's a lot of sustain. You can keep them low HP. it's also against Lycan Rubik. You should not be losing this lane. This is a lane that Gaimin Gladiators are definitely going to be winning because, again, it is Rubik. I think somebody might out there be like, you know what, this guy organized a hate club for Rubik. You want to pick it straight away, get it out of the system, game 1 out of the 5 potentially, and see what's going to happen afterwards.
I was going to say, we're in the middle of a pause. You could get your soapbox out and go after Rubik for as long as you want right now.
Yeah, Rubik right now is not doing the greatest. I believe he's sitting at 42% win rate. It is not the greatest. He's been played 7 times. So nothing too crazy, but again, this is a very good Rubik game in theory, because one of the issue that I do have is he doesn't have that good of a front line. Murta stays a little bit further. Queen of Pain might be blinking in with the Blade Mail. Lycan is going to be causing some of the issues for the supports, Shadow Shaman specifically, with his summons, with his timing on that Helm. But yeah, Rubik, if you steal Tombstone, Decay is great, Aphotic Shield, this is probably going to be your best one. LSA, anything from Shaman is good. Even Call for the later stages of the game is going to work out nicely. So none of the big spells, everything's going to be on relatively short cooldown, and this is what Rubik wants to have.
Yeah, Rubik definitely trying to steal anything that'll work, and I feel like if there's a team that's going to make BetBoom, or going to make Rubik work, it's BetBoom.
We saw the games where Rubik is going to try to steal anything because he's such a shit hero that he's going to be like, yeah, I'll have an extra spell. I'll take whatever I can.
Especially against Abaddon. We saw that last Rubik game where it was always Miscoil. I think they got a Aphotic Shield in that game once. But something I want to talk about is GPK. I mean, this guy has been immaculate. Like, the last 5 games, he's died a total of 3 times. I mean, that is unheard of. That is insane. He has just had so many good games, and it's not like he's doing it with one particular hero. He's doing it with a bunch of different heroes. He did it with the Puck. He did it with the Monkey King that he played up against Team Spirit yesterday, and then he played it with the DK and the Ember coming into this grand final. I mean, this guy has just been perfect.
Yeah, we saw some really good laning coming out from him, but so did Quinn. Quinn's having a blast of a tournament, pretty much dominating every single matchup. We saw him yesterday when he was playing against Nisha, getting the solo kills. Murta will TP to the top lane. Pure doesn't have TP ready.
I want to see how Quinn does with this Lina. We saw it played by BetBoom 3 times in a row by Pure. What's the difference that you get here from a safe lane Lina to a mid lane?
You're pretty much buying into the same items. You're going to be building into Maelstrom. You're going to be building into Boots of Travel as well. You're going to have, I would say, slightly better timing on Boots of Travel compared to the safe lane Lina, because we've seen some safe lanes Lina not having that great of a time, so you're forced to buy into Pyke, you're forced to buy into BKB early, but for mid Lina, you can kind of afford to go for it. Also, this lineup from Gaimin, they're strong in the lanes, but this is not a very explosive lineup. Abaddon, he needs to farm his Radiance. This is not the fastest farmer in the game, so he needs to have a good laning stage. Then you have mid Lina, which can pop off. Axe needs a little bit more time, especially if he goes for the Vanguard build, which seems like that's going to be the item of a choice for Ace.
Yeah, it looks like Bracer, Vanguard, and then eventually we'll see when he gets maybe Blade Mail and Blink Dagger. We've talked about Axe a couple times where it doesn't feel like he has to be at the ready until about that 20-minute mark when the Tormentor is up and objectives start to get taken. So it can be a little bit slower for Gaimin Gladiators, especially like you said with the Abaddon. You know, I'm very curious though, because they do have heroes that can kind of chase and play aggressive. Like both their supports, you land a Tombstone there, or you've got, you know, Tofu going in as well with the Shadow Shaman. He offers a lot in control early. I could see Gaimin getting a couple of kills, but for BetBoom, I am curious to see what they put together, especially with their supports of Bane and Rubik.
Right now, they can't do much, especially in the bottom lane. They really don't want to play this lane. It is a very difficult lane to play against, so they are going to be pulling the creeps, getting it closer to the tower. I mean, it is Undying plus Abaddon. Rubik has Fate Bolt, which deals 100 damage, reduces your damage by 5%, which is usually around 3 damage, which is insanely good. And
you don't sound convinced.
No, not really. And you can't really trade. It is also dispellable, so not the greatest spell.
A lot of faith in this hero.
I mean, 3 damage doesn't feel like a lot. It doesn't sound like a lot either. I don't think it is a lot.
But maybe combined with the Lycan, they can get something done. It's not easy, right? Aphotic Shield, as well as the fact that Undying
will have a couple of decays, has a tombstone.
But
I don't think they get a couple of kills in this
when
game.
you start thinking about it, the combo is there. Fate Bolt, Howl, damage reduction. It's going to be pretty okay. Maybe not at the moment, but once those spells are maxed out, could be pretty good.
Now, where does that rank, though? Pretty okay.
Pretty okay, like 2.7 out of 5.
Okay. That sounds pretty okay. And then this mid matchup so far has just been back and forth, but Quinn, he is pretty low on health, and it's 2-1 with a skill point held so far for GPK. Not a surprise that he's doing well in the lane. I mean, we have just watched this guy blossom throughout this tournament. He's a good player, but, you know, there were some struggles for BetBoom early on in the tournament where they started that first day losing 2-1 to Edge.
Yeah, they definitely powered up as a team. We haven't really seen them struggle as much. Usually it's the other way around with BetBoom Team, where they dominate and then they crumble, but this time around it is different. They are definitely upgrading their game. Maledic with the pause. So far, no first blood. Miero is relatively low. 8 decay, so losing 8 strength. They might decide to dive. Maledic does have Tombstone and does have Blood Grenade.
Didn't see it happen. There it is. There's the Tombstone. Looking for Miero.
Good body blocks by Miero with that Wolf.
Can he grab the Tombstone? Is it worth giving up first blood? No, he denied it. So now Save, he's pretty low. A decay hit. Save's down to about 50 health.
I'll just throw it out there. Well, wait a second. They're batting GPK against Quinn.
It might end up being
Fairy
first
Fire
blood
available
mid.
on Quinn.
Fairy Fire right clicks in on a GPK, leaves him at 95 health.
Really pushing the limits there. We'll see if it's going to be Queen of Pain winning that one, or if it's going to be maybe Quinn in Pain. Because, yeah, if you lose, like if you die solo in this matchup, it could be pretty tricky. You could die one more time with the supports rotation 6 minutes in, because you will have that level 6 available, that extra bit of a damage that you do need. Keeping things pretty even in terms of CS in that mid lane.
These decays are getting annoying, but not a lot of mana left at the moment for Maledic. He does have himself a Lotus as well as 8 charges on that stick. Deadshot comes through, but there's also Shackles on the other side and a Battle Hunger onto the Bane. Quinn went all the way back to base, shows up here full health, full mana with a full bottle. Meanwhile, again over bottom.
Oh, look at the HP.
Everybody over and everybody's
so low.
Kind of expecting a dive again, but he doesn't have the mana to just drop down a Tombstone. Nightmare on to Ace. Still chasing Kathomi, but the Deadshot connects from Pure, so he'll save his Bane. There's no first blood so far, but I feel like it's not for a lack of trying.
No, it's definitely happening soon.
Does seem like we're kind of on the edge of getting first blood. It's almost happened in all 3 lanes.
GPK does have extra bit of XP because Quinn did go back. So let's see if the rotation, maybe they could try to grab a kill. 6-minute rune is spawning in 15 seconds. Save, Blood Grenade, boots ready.
Shadow Strike and Save coming over with a Telekinesis and a Fade Bolt Blood Grenade combo. But still just don't quite have the damage. And now Tofu, he steps up. That may not be the place that he wants to be. Kataomi's also coming through. Maledic is here with a 2-man decay. Brain Sap Tofu, he has a Lotus, but he's gonna die here for first blood.
Ooh, didn't get that Lotus off. Maybe it could have made the difference, yeah. First blood for Kataomi, and he got a good sleep. Save, ready with the lift.
Telekinesis, they go to the Tombstone, but Quinn, he's gonna die, and they'll take out the trade on a save.
It's a level 3 Shadow Strike. It's a lot of slow and damage. They will kill the Tombstone.
Yeah,
extra 125 for GPK. Thinking about maybe jumping in, but knowing that Tofu's gonna be here as well, they're not gonna commit.
Giving up a couple of kills. First blood went the way of Bane, who picks up boots. So gonna be moving a bit quicker, also getting a Blood Grenade and a smoke, maybe expecting another move from Kataomi. GPK, this is how he gets started. All of a sudden, he gets a kill over mid. He's got some help, and he's got access if he wants it over to the Sonic Wave. But if he can control maybe the 8-minute rune, we can see him rotate over. This is definitely something that they're going to want for the Axe, is these stacks being made by Tofu as well. Still going for this Vanguard, and not too far away from it, 230 gold. He's got that Ring of Health already. He's holding on to a Lotus. So him and Tofu both have Lotuses. They both have regen in this lane. But we'll see if they can get anything. We've seen before a couple of carries rotate, and I honestly wouldn't be surprised if Pure maybe even made the rotation.
Oh, yeah. Pure was very active on some of the heroes, especially when he was playing NP, TPing in as level 4. We saw him rotating with other heroes as well through the Twin Gates when he was playing Monkey King, I believe. So this is not the easiest hero to gank. So maybe this time around we're not going to be seeing that Twin Gate rotation since you're playing into Abaddon. Lycan doesn't provide you with much damage. You just can't kill him that easily. So most likely he's just going to be continue to farm up, try to get as much as he can, while Tofu is stacking the triangle again for his axe. Maybe the big camp is going to belong to Lina, because Quinn did die that one time in the mid lane. Would definitely love to recover. GPK.
Shadow Strike and a Scream. Tofu looking pretty dead on his screen, but he gets into the trees. He'll have some help from Maladich with a 2-man decay, but save is here, and they get the kill on a Tofu. Another kill for GPK, just continuing to raise that KDA. He has had a little answer from other teams, and it has been a tough nut to crack.
Not an easy Queen of Pain game. There's a good amount of control that they do have. Axe with the Call, Blade Mail as well, Shadow Shaman, even Lina. I also want to see if Quinn is going to commit putting more than 1 point in LSA, because if you're playing against Rubik, you might just keep it. And you're also playing like a bit of a right-click oriented Lina. He also wanted to go for the Tombstone. There was nobody around, so maybe it was better that he didn't use it, that extra 125 gold.
Would have just boosted up GPK even further, and I mean, even that kill really does boost them up more. They show up mid, they immediately get jumped. You've got 2 supports that offer control with the Nightmare as well as the Telekinesis. You've got Fade Bolt now at level 3, on top of which they're going to steal these stacks, and now this feels even worse. You're here at the 9-minute mark, and both these supports on BetBoom are closing in on level 6.
I always love the play. Even Muerta's going to come in pure, getting some of the last hits as well. Bringing in numbers, placing the Observer Ward, so they saw any kind of rotation if Gaimin Gladiators wanted to make a move. This, like, you lose a lot, not just because you don't get that far, but also your position 4 hasn't really been doing much on the map other than stacking. It takes them good 15, maybe even 20 seconds to walk in their stack, secure the rune, but they were also not securing the runes. GPK again, Maladich, he just can't catch a break in this mid lane.
Drops the Tombstone, immediately goes to the Blood Grenade.
Ooh, Sonic Wave
pushes back Watson, but misses on Maladich. They'll blink over, they get the kill on Ketomi, and it's an illusion rune for GPK, who will refill that bottle. They don't really have an answer to go after these heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and they won't be able to get this Tombstone either.
Somebody needed to help him out, either Axe or Abaddon, because they don't have enough damage, and this is the right move, I would say, from Gaimin. Try to bring in the number, because this lineup, again, is a bit on the slower side. You need Radiance, you need your Blink on Axe. Lina can't really make the plays, needs to be the supports, but they're also like very reliant on bringing in numbers. They also need the levels. Tofu right now only level 5, 11 minutes into the game. He would definitely love to be level 6, and they're going to give him the lane, because Ace is clearing some of the stacks that were left. Kataomi still level 5.
He is getting very low, puts that skill point into borrowed time. So he'll pop that, heal up as they hit him, but they've got everybody here from the side of BetBoom. They're even going to go for the Undying, who's trying to TP out. Maladich is dead. GPK with a quick fingertip, while he's also helping out the rest of his team to get Watson. Stole a Photic Shield on
That's
that first steal
This is massive. This is level 4 Photic Shield. It goes down to 6-second cooldown, so you can pretty much use it all the time. You do have Arcane Boots, Save, having a really good game, involved in 5 out of 6 kills. You do also have this Troll Creep, which is going to be the tower with the Catapult, with the Wolves.
We've talked about Save so much throughout the back end of this tournament, especially about how he has felt like the quieter MVP, but GPK as well has just been definitely the showstopper for them.
I'm really trying hard to find more praise for Save, and I think over the last couple of years, it's just very hard because he's been so stable. He's playing one of the best Dota from position 4 we've seen in a while. He's definitely up there with the GOATs, with the Jerexes and the likes.
He's super consistent whenever BetBoom's playing. Shapeshift, Maladich, he'll throw down a Tombstone, but I mean, they're going to at least get that Tombstone for an extra 125. They'll try to chase Maladich, but he's going down the river, so he's a bit slower, and they'll focus on getting this Tombstone. I mean, 125 gold, you don't get the kill, it's definitely a good consolation prize.
Well, they're probably going to get the tower as well. GPK blinking in aggressively.
Very
knowing that
on
he
the
does have Shield Rune. Can pop that one. That's extra 700 HP almost.
He's trying to run in.
He knows that with the Photic Shield, they can play this fight relatively easy. Katomi, unfortunately, can't use Fiend's Grip as long as Abba is alive. There's a Sonic
Wave on Quinn.
Him top.
Put some high ground with the help of Watson. They'll focus their attention on Katomi. They get the kill into the Bane, and now they're looking for more. They've got the Shackle and the Battle Hunger. They got the control on it. Save, who puts in a Photic Shield on himself that immediately gets popped. He'll steal Decay, but it doesn't matter. Both supports die on the side of BetBoom. And Gaimin Gladiators, again, when they've been successful, it's been because they're bringing the numbers.
That's what they need to do, try to cover each other, and also finding Rubik. I think this is very important, especially when he has a good spell stolen. And this time around, he had a Photic Shield. It was a bit maybe too aggressive from GPK. I assume he wanted to try to bait the spell, maybe put them in a spot where they're not that comfortable taking the fight afterwards. But they also have a good amount of tankiness on Gaimin. You have Abaddon, who doesn't die that easily, acts as well with Vanguard, Magic Wand charges. He's also going for a bit of a greedier build, not opting to go for the Blink Dagger, thinking that they can try to out-farm them and not needing to take the fight. So keeping things pretty even so far. 1k gold lead now for Gaimin Gladiators.
They've got that gold lead, but Huerta is top of the net worth. Pure just kind of free to farm here, and more stacks being made by the side of Gaimin to accelerate that farm for these heroes that kind of need it. And Axe, he's towards the middle of the pack. He got that acceleration with the stacks that he's taken. He's almost into that blade mail. 14 minutes in, not a bad spot to be in by any means, and then he can go into that Blink Dagger, and they'll have that Initiator as well. Shadow Shaman's doing the same thing, though. We see this with Shadow Shamans a lot. Going into the Blink, looking for Blink Hex, as well as the Shackle control. Maybe get an Aether Lens from afar, but sometimes when you skip that Aether Lens and go straight for Blink, we've seen Shadow Shamans go for something else, right? Like a Yule Scepter in the past.
Yule Scepter
or a
against Axe, for example, is very good. Always a Glimmer Cape. You don't necessarily need to go super greedy on this hero. Let's see, Ace. That's going to be Blade Mail, so Blink Dagger is going to be delayed by quite a lot. This is going to be probably one of the later Blink Daggers that we've seen so far in the tournament, because he did go for Vanguard, he did go for the Phase Boots as well, and Blade Mail. Instead of going for auras, like we usually see on Gaimin, they usually have like these auras between Malady, if he's buying something from position 5, maybe even a Holy Locket, maybe a Vlad's or whatever, and then you have maybe sometimes Vlad's on Dawnbreaker, AC as well, or if he's building into Pipe Crimson. Maybe this time around he's just opting to go for a bit more like tanky build, because he's not building into auras. And it's just sleep on Abba, which is going to be fine. Relic is online for Watson, needs another 600 gold to finish off the Radiance.
Save doesn't have anything stolen in the moment. Would again really love to grab that Aphotic Shield if he could.
Just walk to the bottom lane and steal a Aphotic Shield and run back.
Not honestly that bad of a plan if he's the only one there. Might as well just steal it and get it. The whole time it is leaving both cores in their respective safe lanes and just farming with where we've kind of sat at for the last few minutes or so. Things have been very complacent. Had those couple of fights over mid. Since then, things quieting down quite a bit.
Once they finish off the Radiance, I could see Gaimin Gladiators try to smoke, go for the fight. You have very good AoE control with Undying, so you can choose where you want to take the fight with the Tombstone, with Shadow Shaman, Mass Serpent Wards.
There it is.
So Radiance, Blink Dagger, Blade Mail. If they feel that they need Blink Dagger on Axe, they could wait it out, but I could also see them try to take a fight, maybe even force a Roche. Smoke up, because they have more than enough damage to bring Roche on down. BetBoom is going to do the same thing, trying to look for some kind of an opening.
They don't necessarily need Axe to be the initiator immediately.
No, they're very good at counter-initiating.
Yeah. And they've got Tofu who picked up his Blink.
If he dies here, Kataomi's going to find him.
Ooh. Blinking back, gets hit by the Nightmare, so that actually puts him in a position where he's not going to get caught. TP attempt out, nobody's going to spot him, and
immediately TPing to the mid lane.
Bane leaves.
Save. Left, short range, but we'll find him.
Yeah, they've got the lift. They go to the Fiend's Grip. Anybody there to help? The Tombstone is dropped down. They hit the Sonic Wave. It's going to be out of the Lina. They get the kill out of the Quinn. Lina and take him out quick. But now, double Tombstone. The Shackle, but the calling stops that. They've got this giant Serpent Ward doing some decent damage on the GPK, but just not enough damage. Numbers not quite there, and now they're going to shapeshift and go around the back to go for this kill onto the Shadow Shaman. Kathomi with the Brain Sap, the Howl, as well as just hitting that foul play and then getting the kill onto the Shadow Shaman. BetBoom again have the numbers, and they will take out 2.
That was a really quick response from BetBoom, seeing that they rotated 3 heroes. And Kathomi finding the right place to TP out from, TPs to the mid lane, gets the grip, knowing that Abaddon can't be there because he was showing, the 3 of them were showing in the top lane. That was a really nice move, and this is also a big timing for them. Miero with Helm, they really don't have the heroes that deal well with it.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. Who deals with this Helm of the Overlord creep? LSA was picked up for save.
Oh, I thought you were going to ask the question. You said that was going to be my question.
Oh, yeah, well, that is my question. Who deals with the Helm of the Overlord? I thought you were just doing that thing where, like, you hear me say something, and then, like, you just kind of let me continue and panic. GPK, Shackle, Laguna Blade, but Save is here with the Telekinesis. He's going to throw him on top of Tofu. That means a blink back from GPK and a stolen Shackles. Quinn's in trouble. Pure gets the kill. He'll pierce that veil and pierce the heart of both the Lina and the Shadow Shaman. Double kill there for Pure.
And what a turnaround. This is why Rubik is good if you're building the right items. So he has Mana Boots, he does have Pavis instead of useless Ether Lens, and he can actually save his heroes. Like that extra bit of a physical damage barrier, 250. He wasn't dropping low enough to, you know, die, but just making sure that he doesn't die is also very, very good. GPK is going to become more tanky now that he is about to finish off his Kaya Sanj as well. Still yet to see Abaddon getting involved after he finished off that Radiance. But we already talked about Rubik. It's a good game for Rubik with the spells that he can steal. Anything from Shadow Shaman, Shackles with the increased cast range from Arcane Supremacy. Anything from Abaddon. Anything, I mean, Aphotic Shield. LSA could also be pretty good.
Right now holding on to Shackles. He also switched his Cobalt Cup into a Greedy Essence Ring. So he's getting some extra GPM to get towards that Solar Crest. He's also got Essence Ring, which we see picked up pretty often. Not a bad item to have, and there's that 20-minute Tormentor being taken by the side of BetBoom, which adds more to the net worth of this Rubik by giving him his shard.
It's big. This is actually pretty big. Knowing that you can lift people, whoever gets initiated on, by Shackles, pushing them away from Axe as well when he gets the call. And he immediately switches to Lens, which I'm fine with. Like, just don't rush this item. Like, get one item in between. It's a very good game to keep the distance and just make sure that you can get your spells off in a fight. Shackles, again, Aphotic Shield. If he can keep the distance, they also don't have the best jumpers right now. There's pretty much only Axe. Abaddon doesn't have a Blink Dagger yet, so it should, in theory, be very good for Rubik.
Call connects, and Queen is here as well. They'll try to get the kill onto Save and eventually use that Culling Blade. They also catch Kathomi, but the Sonic Wave hits onto Tofu, and now GPK is going to start to retreat. Giant Serpent Ward is down on the ground. Miero looking for his opening point while he's in that shapeshift, but the blink, as well as the call, it lands onto the Lycan, but what else?
No follow-up.
Tofu doesn't have a lot of health to kind of stand his ground as he's getting chased by the Ancient Black Dragon that's controlled with this Helm of the Overlord, but they're still going. They find another call. It's on Miero. Pick up the phone, Miero. He keeps calling you. But instead, it'll stay on the hook, and he'll be killed by Quinn.
Really good fight for Gaimin. Finding Rubik immediately before he can get anything off. He tried to toy with them, use the Soul Ring, use the, Essence Ring, and now he's stolen Aphotic Shield, using the Shackles there as well to try to prolong a fight. Maybe Axe doesn't get the dunk, which did give him move speed, so they can try to chase him down. And another call. I like that Tofu blinked in, even though he was relatively low HP, seeing that Abba is also behind him, even if it means that he sacrifices his life for the kill on Lycan, it's still gonna be worth it.
Kind of a long fight where, hold that thought. Fiend's Grip pierced the veil, as well as a couple of wolves here. GPK is also in the area. They'll get a quick kill onto Quinn. And I was going to say, you know, a long drawn-out fight where Axe has the opportunity to get a couple of calls in and get that connection and hold on to that Lycan. Letting a lot of calls in these fights and calling quite often, kind of like your food couriers. But now after that kill onto Quinn, they will go for Roche.
Yeah, they do have the damage. And Miero has been looking pretty impressive on this Lycan every single time he played it. Pretty much going for the same item build every game. Helm into AC, into Shard sometimes, but sometimes kind of going for Nullifier immediately after. There's a lot of good things that you can remove, especially the Aphotic Shield when supports get their defensive items. Solar Crest is ready on Maledich. You know that supports love to buy into Ghost Scepters when they play against you. Solar Crest, Glimmer, so they can try to hide you. With that Nullifier, it's not going to be a thing. And also Nullifier has been buffed. They also see Lina does have Hurricane Pike. I'm not sure for what reason Nullifier got buffed in this regard, because it has been already one of the most annoying items to play against when you're a support. And now it also gets nullified. Sure, you push him away from you, but you still stay in the same place pretty much.
They can get to that Nullifier pretty quickly.
Wolves have been doing a great job. Like Miero scouting things out, which did allow them to get the kill in the previous fight on Quinn, and then they got Roche out of it. They might need to pick up the gem early on Gaimin.
The thing is, it has to be held on like Axe, right? Because I don't think your support survive. Which is a little bit tough. Don't want to be looking to give back that gem so quickly. Here we'll ping out the 4 Lotuses in the pool, so Lycan will turn that into a great healing Lotus. They do lead by a little bit. They do have this Aegis. We'll see if they smoke and look for a play. Maybe they're just waiting for this AC to get delivered here on Miero, which he has coming out on his courier. They have a smoke ready to go on Save, who's got a Aphotic Shield, and that will give them also that a little bit of sustain to feel even more confident in these fights.
He's about to lose it in like 25 seconds or something. We'll need to steal another spell.
They're not going to find anybody, though, if they continue to retreat on the side of Gaimin. They rotated over here towards bottom, but just a little bit late on getting Tofu or Quinn. Blink Dagger for Pure. He wants to dive into these fights.
I think he sold it.
Yeah, he bought it then sold it because he was immediately back to 2,600 health. Or gold. And then they'll go. They'll find the shackles and get GPK, something that's been a very rare occurrence for these teams up against BetBoom Team. LSA lands, and Kataomi's going to be dead second. 2 heroes got on the dire side, but the chase is on. Tofu wants more. The calling is down, the shackles are out, but they're still chasing. Axe maybe even thinking about going for Pure. He went the other way. They knew that they had this kill ready to go on to save. Could they find Pure? No, they can't. Knew he was a little bit too fast, and Ace just a bit too far behind.
Without GPK, they're not going to be taking that fight. He is a lot of damage over time as well. Pure, yeah, he toyed with the idea that he needs a Blink Dagger there, but maybe against the BKB, like this BKB is going to give him protection against Muerta, which is going to be really nice. She's still going to kill herself onto the Blade Mail, so that's one way to protect herself. And Axe going for a bit of a different itemization. A lot of the times you would see BKB on Axe, as is pretty much his third item after the Blade Mail and Blink. But this time, he is going for Aghanim Scepter.
Easy 250 gold there for Quinn, who is being chased by a couple of wolves, picking up 82 more, so that was some very fast gold for Quinn. He's also going into the BKB.
Yeah, there's that Axe on Axe. I think he wants to be able to reduce the damage coming out from Muerta as well, so that he doesn't die when he uses the call on her. It can't go up, like these numbers have been nerfed, but it can go up to 72% damage reduction.
It's quite a bit, eh? Another pause and some delay on TeamSpeak.
That's my bad. It's actually 60%. It is 5 stacks instead of 6.
Still a pretty high number, though.
Yeah,
right?
it was 90, I believe.
Whoa. I mean, that's almost 100%.
Yeah, you were just not taking the damage as Axe.
Bought for the first time on this hero, though. In the grand final, switching it up, going for this Aghanim Scepter.
A little surprising, considering the amount of times we've seen Axe being played so far at Wallachia. Even being first pick in some of the games.
Choosing this time, though, to kind of experiment, but kind of know what you want. I like the build that he's got so far. But I'm looking at everything else, and you got Radiance as well as the Manta ready on this Abaddon. He's holding onto that poor man's shield. We've seen him able to survive these fights at times. Is it enough here from Gaimin with what they've got on their supports too? Just the Glimmer, the Solar Crest, the Blink Initiation that's going to come from Tofu. Do you want them to build anything in particular?
I would just like to see a gem. That's pretty much it.
Okay.
Maybe get another defensive item on Shadow Shaman. He has Yule Scepter being delivered. You have 2 of those on your Undying, which is more than fine at this stage of the game, 26 minutes in. He's relatively farmed, even without having the shard from Tormentor.
Deadshot, Nightmare, Blink in from GPK. Finally throws a Shadow Strike over onto the Shadow Shaman, but Yule's just delivered. That was the item I was talking about after that Blink Dagger. They've got that Yule's now. That sets up maybe even for himself or the Axe.
Interesting neutral item from the Arrow, Ancient Black Drake. Instead of the BBD that they usually have on side of BB team. So this increases spell amplification by 7%.
Oh, that connects, but the Nightmare for Kathomi to try and save Pure, at least for the moment.
He has the Croaker now. Ooh, 20-second cooldown on that mini Ravage.
Calling his place. There's the Shadow Strike, and then the Aphotic Shield from Watson. I will say connects not a Pure. He's got this Aegis for 15 more seconds. If this fight lasts a little bit too long, he might not be able to use it, but scratch that. He was called, then Culling Bladed. They hit the Shackles. They get the kill to Kathomi. They take the Bane. They're going to look as this giant Serpent Ward has a twin brother.
Oh, Maladich, he's buying time.
Yeah, they've got the Arrow in some trouble. The Battle Hunger on him. He has to run away. Maladich also has to go back into the base. As these 2 giant Serpent Wards will fight it out, Miero is trying to make sure that he doesn't get hit by a Culling Blade, but can't find the success in that.
Oh man, Ace having a great game. Didn't die a single time. Had a bit of a slower one. I mean, this whole lineup from Gaming needed a bit of extra time to come online, and it seems like now they're fully unlocked.
Stole that giant Serpent Ward, but the fight kind of dispersed. A little bit too far for both those Serpent Wards to find a lot of effectiveness in that fight.
Yeah, Miero's trying to fight the supports in the backlines, but they didn't die. This survivability from Maladich, being relatively high level, having Essence Ring, having Solar Crest and Glimmer Cape, keeping himself alive in most of these fights, which was nicely done. And also, something to point out is that Ace did go for the other level 10 talent. Usually you see the combination where he's moving faster, he's picking up the shard, but instead he did go for extra 3 seconds on the Culling Blade, which is 9 seconds. And you do get extra 30 armor, so everybody around you gets pretty tanky in 900 AoE. It's also one way to deal with having squishier supports, where you get the first initiation, you get the dunk, suddenly everybody gets the move speed, they get that extra armor. And he got a second dunk as well, then a third dunk, which also did help a lot in terms of how long they managed to survive on the supports.
Yeah, you saw Maladich able to run away and survive that one. He's going into a Lotus Orb. He's got some good net worth here. He's already got that first part of the plate mail picked up. We saw Tofu get his Yules right before that fight broke out. The supports are pretty farmed, and including the Rubik too. The only one who really doesn't have a lot is this Bane, who is going into that Aether Lens Aghanim Scepter. That's the combo. So just trying to make sure they have the control. If you can't stand there with the Fiend's Grip, try to at least delay as long as you can, and the Ags makes it much easier.
Yeah, not an easy game for Bane. Who's gonna win? 1-2 minute cooldown ability or 6-second cooldown on Abaddonsky? It is very difficult, especially now that he has a Blink Dagger as well. They have multiple ways of dealing with it. LSA, Yule Scepter on Shadow Shaman, any spell pretty much from Shadow Shaman. There's Tormentor available now. Supports on Gaimin, they don't have their shard. They can definitely take it. Quinn is showing in the bottom lane, about to finish off his Boots of Travel, so he opted to go for a bit of a later Boots of Travel. Quite opposite of what I said. Thought that the game is going to be, that he needed to be slightly more active in terms of bringing in the items, using that network. Knowing that maybe the rest of the team is also going to be playing a bit of a slower game, so just have protection of his own with the Hurricane Pike, with the BKB. Tofu's going to get it. This is a good shard. Upgrade your foul play allows you to use items. So you can blink out, you can Yule Scepter, maybe you get Glimmered, you can use the Gale Guard as well. Gives you good survivability after your foul play is procced.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of instances where Tofu, if he was able to use those items, would have survived getting through those trees and maybe able to blink away. We'll see if that shard makes the difference in the next fight. See if they're looking to fight on the side of Gaimin, and they are. They do spot themselves this Bane. They've got this Giga Ward down, but Kataomi, with the help of Pure and that dead shot, was able to run just a bit. Nightmare, LSA, Force Staff used by Pure on a Kataomi. Save, gonna steal an LSA. Deadshot connects now onto Quinn, but they put the Battle Hunger onto this Bane. They really want this Bane. They do not want to let him leave, but how far is too far on a Jace? Deadshot connects again. It's on a Quinn who will pop the BKB. They were thinking about the Sonic Wave. GBK over to the side, goes after Ace. They hit the Sonic Wave. It's on the 3. They get the kill on Ace. They'll take the axe. Now Quinn, Tofu, all fall. There goes Malinich. Oh, God, they chased all that wave for Kataomi, and they pay massively for that.
Ooh, man, that was a really long chase. Save, stealing LSA, even though it was only level 1 LSA, he still stuns him, force him to use a Photic Shield. And again, with this fight, BetBoom, they will take Roche. They committed pretty heavily. I believe he also had a, not sure if that was great or greater healing Lotus. So he used the sleep, used the brain sap, pretty much goes back to full HP, gets the Fiend's Rip onto Abba.
There's the Aegis. Picked up by Pure. Pure landing a couple of dead shots in there that extended that chase, but they were tunnel vision. They wanted this Bane. There's still a tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, and they chased so far.
Even if you get a kill there on Bane, he still has enough gold to buy back. He's sitting at 950 gold. And you can see he gets solar crested by his Rubik.
Look at where
Sleep.
Mira is.
Watson popped the ulti just to remove the sleep from Bane, which I don't think this is... maybe because the rest of the team are not around him, so he needed to unsleep himself, wake him up. And then he gets gripped afterwards. He can't do anything, losing some of the mana, and that was a full gripped duration. This is also a pretty big item. Silver Edge on Muerta, you can break Axe, and it also means that he can't spin.
Blink Call, Nightmare, Hurricane Pike pushback. Pierce the Veil into the Silver Edge. Will leave.
So with that Silver Edge, if you can get it off, let's say he calls you, you're on the Silver Edge or you break him before, that also means that that damage reduction is not going to be kicking in with the Aghanim Scepter.
See if they fight with this Aegis, if they're the aggressors this time. Do pick up a smoke on Rubik. BKB's finished on Watson. Lotus Orb on the Ace. And there is that immediate smoke. But who can they find? Quinn kind of far back by his tier 3 tower, but the rest of these heroes up towards top. They've got Maladich as well as Ace over there. They aren't really seeing. The only one they really see is that Undying, and that might just be who they go for. Nobody else too far under any of the vision they had in the jungle or anything like that. They place down that sentry. Gale Guard, they hit the fear, they'll get the kill, and then they get a plus 175, maybe. There it is, they got the vision.
How many times are they gonna miss?
Oh my God. Just missed like 7 times in a row.
It's the Gaimin Gladiators buff.
This shrine is trying to be stolen, and successfully done so by Kataomi. I mean, nobody's out here for the side of Gaimin Gladiators, who were just showing over in the top river outer jungle area. Kataomi gets it, and start to kill these wolves. They need to make sure that they can see these wolves coming in. Blink Call, Pure, taunted. LSA has an Aegis. Not sure if he'll sleep to use it, though. They have the Nightmare now. The Shack on a GBK, but that's going to be taken out immediately. The damage in real quick to stop that, but there's the Sonic Wave. It lands on a Quinn as well as Maladich. They'll get the kill to the Undying. He has buyback. They'll take the Aegis, but now the telekinesis on the borrowed time. Fiend's Grip on the Abaddon, but there's the Blink as well as the Hex. They'll drop down the Serpent Ward, but now the Blink of the Call coming up from Ace. That connects on a GPK, but the damage is there for the side of BetBoom. They look over at Watson, who no longer has that borrowed time. He'll be run down by Miero. One more shot. There it is. They get the kill. He's gone for 75. The Dust Diffuse. They've got Maladich once again. Nullifier on him. And they will take him out as well. It all breaks open. The hinges are off the door here for the side of BetBoom in the base of Gaimin Gladiators.
Borrowed time. They want to kill Quinn.
Yeah,
Those
they
scepters
do.
pop. They do it.
Oh my God. All right, at the cost of Pure.
Oh, that was a nice play. This is a statement inside of their base. This game kind of completely flipped with this fight. 7,000 damage from Queen of Pain. Almost 8,000. Same damage from Pure. Focusing down Quinn, like bringing him to low HP, and this was again another great Sonic Wave from GPK. Finds the right angle, connects onto multiple heroes.
Buyback from Quinn, but 3 heroes who just don't have buyback. This is not going to be good. The Hex is there, and Quinn, he's four-stepped into the fountain. They're in again!
With the Ghost Scepters.
Tofu too!
Oh, nice play from Tofu.
I don't know why. I mean, I'm surprised they're tipping Pure. I feel like they would have tipped GPK on that one.
Miero's in. He has the banner as well. AC. Ace thinking about getting the jump.
He was under a ward, though.
Oh, God.
They knew exactly where he was.
He got hexed immediately.
They got Tofu, and they're going to look for Ace. The spins are not winning. And the TP is out for Miero. Another tip to save. Save has Hex. I'm just wondering specifically why the tip straight to save.
Oh, they love the tip save. He's always pretty much the focus of 4 of the tips yesterday or day before when he was playing Wind Ranger. Like, even when he was not landing these crucial shackle shots of the 2 heroes, he was still getting tipped.
You still get the Dota plus points on the tips, right? When you get tipped? Maybe he's saving for a specific set he wants.
Yeah, when this guy retires, if he doesn't have enough money from Dota, which he probably should have, he can always be a waiter or something, because he's very good at collecting those tips.
You're gonna spin that iPad around.
No, yeah, dude.
Your options are 80%, 100%, or 120%.
I love America.
All I got was a $2 coffee. They'll take the outpost, and they are right up towards this top tier 2. They'll clean that up, and let's see, as they might just push for more. Went from 50-50 to 90-10. To say the odds have changed drastically might be an understatement.
Yeah, the damage from Queen of Pain, like, she has Whisper of the Dread, and she also has Timeless on top of that. So debuff duration, spell amplification. That Ghost Scepter that she did buy just to dive the fountain isn't even used.
Here with the you can't cheat death line. And they'll finish off that bottom set of racks. Just the top tier 3 and set of racks stand here between them and Mega Creeps.
Abaddon also needs to be careful. We talked about the break mechanic against Axe, but she does have break plus silence, which can be deadly for Abaddon.
GPK blinks in. They immediately drop the Tombstone and buy back on Tofu. They're not just going in at all. GPK is the one bringing the fight to them. Sonic Wave with the blink forward, looking over at Maladich. GPK gets the kill there. BKB borrowed time. Kethomi ends up dying. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but Tofu getting ripped apart by the Muerta. The ace is gone. 3 heroes dead without buyback. Down goes Tofu. 4 heroes are away from the fight, away from the game. And game number 1, they will dive your fountain like a coin thrown in. They will get Watson and get a full team wipe before the throne explodes, and BetBoom will take game number 1.
Oh, Gaimin Gladiators, they managed to find a couple of good fights when they brought in the numbers, but BetBoom as well in this one, finding 2 right fights, and suddenly this game completely flipped.
Yeah, they overwhelmed them, and BetBoom team take game number 1. We're going to throw it back to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
That was quite the statement game. BetBoom just had game 1 of a best of 5, and they definitely forced Gaimin's hand, and they were just able to just dominate from a certain point in the game. We're going to break it down. I'm here with Fear and Jenkins. Jenkins, this game was very dominant in the laning stage already for BetBoom.
Yeah, that was a sick game. I mean, I just want to do a special shout out to what they did at the end of the game, which is like diving the fountain, going for the kill on Quinn.
You like that?
Stealing the
That was the statement.
Abaddon.
That was the statement.
I unironically think that in a best of 5, stuff like that is really important to just like show how dominant you think
Mental
you are.
warfare?
Yeah, it's like we're actually having fun with this game. Like this is so easy for us. We're having fun.
I haven't seen a fountain camping in a very long time, so
It's very hard to do.
yeah, it is.
Especially with
you have to be really far ahead.
with a Rubik. Like that's a pretty insane thing. And I mean, we saw in this fight, he stole the ward as well. Like Save played crazy good on Rubik. A lot of the time when we see this hero come out, you know, Lacoste especially, he's like, it's not a good hero. It has to be a very specific game to make it work. In this game, I think they picked it against Abaddon to steal the Abaddon shield. That's usually what teams will do. But he was actually getting a lot of other steals. Like the Light Strike Array also carried a lot of the fights where he was getting those long-range Light Strike Arrays. Like we also saw the big ward steal. Like you're not supposed to get that at all, but when you do, it does come in clutch.
Yeah, and I think Gaimin kind of tested Pure here. And Pure definitely passed the test. He's like, we're going to pick this Undying, we're going to pick this Abaddon, and then the Lycan comes out. And then there's in a situation where like, well, I don't want to play Undying or Abaddon against this Pure Morta. So I guess I have to pick Axe. And this completely, not only did BetBoom get a draft advantage from this, it kind of broke Gaimin's identity and how they like to play as a team. But yeah, big shout out to Pure and GPK. They're playing heroes that they haven't, yes, they've played them this tournament, but they haven't played these heroes a lot, right?
Yeah.
And they just shifted where they needed the pieces to be shifted and ended up making a really good draft to exploit what Gaimin was showing.
I love Queen of Pain on this patch. It's so funny. Like the only death that GPK had, he just blinks in and dies. Like that's how the hero works, is like either you've calculated your damage correctly and you can get the return damage and then lifesteal from it and it looks really sick, or you blink in and you just feed. Like his only death was one of those, but other than that, he was doing a lot of work, a lot of tanking. You know, once again, being picked a hero fair early on in the draft, first pick, Queen of Pain, and he is still able to be the star of the show. Miro also, because of GPK getting first pick on Queen of Pain, it meant Miro could get Lycan in a game where it's pretty much a free Lycan game. And holy shit, I feel like we've all been in that game against Lycan. You're like some Undying or Skywrath mage support, and there's just nothing that you can do.
I'm usually the Lycan.
Yeah, it's just miserable being on the other end of that. And
It's
yes,
really fun as a Lycan player, though. Because the hero itself, like, doesn't have a place in the game except for these moments, right?
Yeah.
Where you're playing versus 0 stun, 0 AoE lineups, and
They
but
just
when it looks
run.
good, it looks real good.
It did look really good. I'm sure we'll talk about how that fit into the draft and how Gaimin was not able to answer it with their overall last pick in just a minute. But this game, as much as BetBoom was dominating, it still felt like it was a fairly even game. There were a couple of back and forths. We did have some fights going the way of Gaimin. But at the end of the day, there was one fight in particular that sealed the deal a bit in favor of BetBoom Fear.
Yeah, this is definitely the tipping point here, and I'm not sure what really possessed Gaimin Gladiators to want to chase this far. It's like there was a good shield, there was like a good dead shot, this was good too, but they're still going. When do you call this off? You know what I mean? And it's like they were so deep. I don't know what Kataomi did to them, but they really wanted to kill him. So they kept chasing, and then all of a sudden, now GPK TP's in, he's ready. Morta gets all his spells off. You've committed too deep to go for this Bane. Don't even get the kill on him here, and you get team wiped.
Were they desperate at that point? Because
no way.
For
There's
me,
no
it
way.
still felt like fairly even. So
It's the mustache on Kataomi. He looks like Ted Lasso now. They're like, he's a nice guy. He's not baiting us. Keep chasing this nice guy. He's not nice.
Yeah.
He had a whole team behind him.
Yeah.
I think a little bit of it does have to do with Gaimin's playstyle. This is their second loss of the tournament, both of them featuring Axe.
Yeah.
I feel like if they're not going for the style of auras, maybe they lose their composure. And there's like, what do we do now? Like, we have to get kills. We have Axe. Instead of relying back on the auras. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I was looking at the Axe and thinking, like, okay, what's the deal here? Why did they pick this? And he went for Aghanim Scepter, not a very usual thing that we see on Axe currently. It's a lot more about like the Aghanim Shard as an item and playing around Battle Hunger, going for those talents. He didn't do that this game, and I guess the idea is that you're getting the Aghanim Scepter, you're spinning a lot, you're reducing damage, and it's kind of a way of playing like utility Axe, kind of a way of dealing with the summons. But and we did see one fight where they won after he got the Ags, but to be honest, I don't know if it was the Ags that really did it for him in that fight. And to me, this game, it shows like definitely what Fear's saying, which is I love Ace when he can just be on his regular actual utility heroes rather than trying to go for some like old nerfed build to make Axe into a utility hero. It's like, you could just go Dawnbreaker. Just go Dawnbreaker, last pick Watson as hero, do the same formula. More competitive.
I mean, there were definitely a few options still on the board also when they went for that Axe as overall last pick. We're going to find out what's going to happen in the draft of game number 2 after a short break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
It's time for Guess the Highlight, where we're going to be asking a pro player which other pro player is playing in this highlight clip. I'm here with Maldi from Gaimin Gladiators, Paulson from Xtreme. I'm here with Omar from Nigma, and we are going to be showing you a highlight from a previous Wallachia game. Now, I'm going to tell you a hero of that game, and you have to tell me who was playing that hero. Do you think you're going to do well at this?
No.
Good stuff. All right, brilliant stuff, Omar. Do you watch much Dota when you're not playing? Do you watch a lot of the competitions or the Wallachias?
I do. I do watch most of the competitions when I'm not playing. Yeah.
I don't know shit about highlights.
Okay, all right, very good, very good. Well, you'll be terrible at this game then, so let's pull up the first clip. Did that jog any memories for you then? Do you think you know who this is?
No, I do watch most games, but I don't really remember like what happened in the game and stuff. Like I don't remember the details. Yeah.
Some insane things. It's like late game. It's minute 90.
Yeah, it's pretty late on. 3 rapiers going for the backdoor attack on the enemy base.
If I'm not mistaken, oh, that's a rough one.
The draft doesn't seem familiar at all. I have no idea. I'm just gonna say some random name. Okay, it's a CK, right? It's a crit.
It's a crit? It's not crit, I'm afraid. No, it's a Eastern European team. They're at this event, and no, it's one of the quieter ones, not Navi, no. One of the ones we haven't seen so much of this year.
Rubik left. Oh my god, that's what I would assume left were. It's so hard.
Eastern European team. What teams are there?
I can't say that would be that would be a little bit cheating for us.
Aurora wasn't from back then.
No, they weren't around. They haven't been at many events this year.
Oh, I know, BetBoom.
No, not BetBoom either. It's not BetBoom. You got to keep going down the list.
I mean, this Batrider is gold tier. Trust me, I've got some skills in this guessing game. It's gold tier.
Looking forward to seeing them. Over.
Was it Antares? No, he's level 30, but couldn't be him.
Who?
Antares?
Yep, you're absolutely
It
correct.
was him.
Yeah, it is Antares. Well done. Yeah, this is from a while ago, so maybe you hadn't quite got the levels up yet, and maybe that was baiting you a bit. But yeah, that is indeed Antares. Very, very well done.
Thank you.
VP?
Yes, it is VP. And who do you think the Batrider player is?
VP post 4.
Yeah.
Oh, who was it back then? Antares?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there you go.
Are they in this tournament as well?
They are in this tournament as well,
What
yeah.
the hell? From Eastern Europe, Aurora?
Not Aurora, no. The team is Virtus.pro, which means the Batrider is...
Antares.
Absolutely correct. Yes, that is Antares playing the Batrider. Yep. So, you know, they go for the base push here against Team Secret quite a while ago. And yeah, it doesn't quite work out for them.
Yeah, this game looks like a shit show.
Yeah, it kind of is. The triple rapier backdoor attempt. It's a rare phenomenon indeed, and I think we're seeing why it's rare in this clip.
I could recognize him from the set actually, because I used to watch replays. His replays.
I see, I see.
I was thinking which Batrider have this set.
That's interesting.
Wait, is this actually the play they're going for? Antares.
Well, he's got so many rapiers.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, he's gonna go for it. They're keeping in, they just went out of the game! Virtus.pro! Coming in for the finish, do they have enough? The lassos are there, they try and take him down, they get the disarm. It's not gonna matter, it's not gonna matter, no! Squadix goes down! They didn't have enough! Oh, Virtus.pro, you went for it all and you came up short. How?
Welcome back. You're watching the grand finals of PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we are getting ready for game number 2 in this best of 5. We have Gaimin Gladiators and BetBoom, and before game number 1 started, we heard from CY that he felt very confident that Gaming is a lot stronger than when they last met in the grand finals, where BetBoom 3-0'd Gaimin, and that this time, surely, it would be Gaimin that 3-0'd BetBoom.
It's called karma.
Game 1 didn't go the way of Gaimin, and it was BetBoom very strong, making statements in the fountain. Surely there's better answers though, because we did say this was not Gaimin's style. They got forced into a corner, into a box, and they did something crazy. It didn't work out, Fear.
Yeah, it was a very weird game. Like, all credit to BetBoom. Like, they did force Gaimin to try and do something new, and it worked, and Pure played a new hero. All this is great. And I think looking forward in this progression, that's good for them. However, Gaimin, do they at some point realize what the problem is and get back on track? I'd like to see that, and I'd like to see BetBoom beat that style as well. Because right now, yeah, second Axe game, second loss.
Yeah, what CY also mentioned in the interview, Jakes, I'd love your thoughts on that, because we talked about it on the panel as well. We said, what if they put the Axe on the carry? And CY mentioned that they were thinking about it. On hindsight, do you think it would have yielded a different result?
I think so, honestly. I feel like it depends on Watson's comfort levels, because, I mean, he's like rank 1 guy for a reason. They've been winning with last picking his hero, whether it's an Axe or otherwise. But generally, I'm very confident in Watson's ability just to play random stuff. Like, when you see him stream, the guy plays everything. Like, he is a hero specialist, sure, but it also feels like he kind of specializes in everything as long as he's getting, like, last pick. He's a good pudge, like, as long as he's last pick in a good game. So, yeah, definitely. Like, I feel like Ace is more the problem in terms of he's a problem when he's off of his meta heroes, but when he's on his meta heroes, he looks like literally the best offlaner in the world.
To deal with.
Yeah, he's really hard to deal with.
Yeah.
So I definitely think it was interesting, like you said, Fear, to see Gaimin push BetBoom out of their comfort zone in terms of Pure. But is it worth also having your team out of their comfort zone when you're a team that's like known to do very well when you're playing by a formula? Probably not. So I would like to see maybe even just give Pure his hero and play normal game and strategy. And maybe that's enough to actually beat BetBoom.
I mean, we're the ones saying that they have the formula, right? That's what we observe. But some teams don't realize that they have a formula, and they're just playing kind of off feel. I think that is not Gaimin, but after watching that last game, I'm not sure, right? Maybe everything, the stars just aligned. Maybe that was just game 1. It's like, we're going to try something new. and it proved that we are versatile. We can play different play styles. That'll give us confidence. But I think if they're fully aware of, we call the formula of what they've been doing, they'll switch it up now because you don't want to be down 0-2 in the grand finals.
I would be very shocked if they were in that situation. I get your hesitation and thinking maybe they are, because like it's 80-something% of their games they're first picking Quinn and then last picking Watson. Like, imagine just accidentally doing this.
There we go. This is
much better.
Yeah,
much better. And they have to sacrifice giving Pure something that he's very comfortable with, but I think it's totally worth trying to just play your standard Gaimin Gladiators Dota that has looked unstoppable and beat Pure at his own game, especially because we have seen Dawnbreaker. It's a fairly good hero against TA and lane. You can man up against TA. You have damage over time to take off the refraction charges. You can get on top of her, especially with a good duo. Maybe they aim for like a Tusk.
Yeah, I mean, I think you only have to change your style once it stops working, but it hasn't stopped working, so I really don't want them to change the way they're playing.
Yeah, and this game number 2, in terms of differences, we have the pick order be the same. It's just the sides that are different for this one. We do have the Queen of Pain in that first phase ban as a reaction to previous game, and that does mean that we are having Puck still in the pool.
Yes.
So that's something to keep on our radar going forward, as there's only one ban for Gaimin. They do get pick out of phase, so they might be wanting to pick that up themselves. We've seen them use it as a flex pick as well.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many high-value heroes that you're wanting, and there's a lot of mind games going on here of like, if this team takes this hero, what can we take to respond with it? I think the Puck is definitely a very high-value hero for both of these teams, so we'll see which one wants to pick it up. I think last game it was banned because the Queen of Pain was left in the pool, and that is generally the best lane counter. And I don't know what Queen of Pain loses lane to anymore.
I don't either.
It was Puck, right? I guess that was the hero. So he just played versus Alina. That seemed fine. That used to be a really bad matchup.
Yeah.
Speaking of losing lane, the last time Gaimin picked Dawnbreaker, first they did follow up with a Jakiro. They often second pick Jakiro, and I feel like against TA, it would feel really good. Once again, another hero that you can even lane against the TA with the Dawn, take off the refraction charges. Of course, Tusk is still available. That's good as well, but they could still aim for like a Tusk Jakiro. They for some reason just seem to think that these heroes work really well together in the game. I guess the like counterplay potential out of Jakiro plus a Dawnbreaker is like insanely strong. They go for some other damage over time.
I was going to say the Monkey King ban was a little interesting. I mean, I get it. Quinn looked really good on Monkey King. It's good versus TA. But I thought BetBoom might eyeball it too, just because this has looked like the Dawn counter to me so far this tournament. That and Kunkka. Just feels like anything that makes Dawn feel really bad about jumping into the middle of like some Monkey King or a boat, something like that.
It is pretty funny to see that Venomancer has not lost a single game this Wallachia.
Yeah, I mean, Tofu played it, I believe.
Yeah,
already once.
Laurel played it.
I think Pure
and Saberlight played it.
Pure's getting some PTSD here because
and Malady, of course.
Yeah, there was the Veno versus Doom.
Yeah, you keep mixing that up. That was actually Nightfall.
Okay, well they're like the same
on his behalf.
Because Pure in his prime is basically just Nightfall. So
okay,
yeah, but the Venomancer, I mean, obviously very good against TA.
And another hero that you feel really bad jumping into if you are this Dawnbreaker. I think people have figured it out. Like, you just have to really think back. Like, what punishes heroes that TP into you? It's like overwhelming team fight. And a lot of these players have played versus IO before. You know, it's like IO does not like to relocate into these type of heroes. So we're seeing Dawnbreaker fall off a little bit in this tournament because a lot of teams are responding very well, and they figured out, I'm going to pick a bunch of abilities that if you jump into, well, you're going to be in a spot that is very uncomfortable.
Okay, Tusk feels really good against Shadow Shaman. It's excellent with Dawnbreaker in lane. I think if you're going to run Malady playing Venomancer, then Tusk would look really good here. But then you're snowballing into Warlock ulti. And that feels really bad. Okay, so they just go with the counterplay of very long range, also good team fight, but it's like long range poke. You know, Ember can from far like chains Sleight of Fist. Veno can put the wards down. Gale and use his ult from far. Jakiro can poke with the Ice Path with all of his spells from far away. Like, you don't really have to commit anyone other than Dawnbreaker. Maybe you're okay with Dawn just going in and dying if all the other heroes are going to stay alive.
This is why the bans are so important. They actually used BetBoom's bans against them, because the Shadow Fiends banned, the Monkeys banned. It's like, all right, we can comfortably pick the Ember, and we've seen this matchup a lot this tournament, and I'm starting to think the same way BetBoom's thinking, that this Puck might actually just be an Ember counter, because a lot of teams are like, I want to pick Ember versus Puck, but GPK has showed us time and time again versus all these mid laners that he's going to punish them just hard, and you're going to get coiled, and you're just going to die.
Yeah. But he has not shown it against Quinn yet. So this is a new opponent.
Sure, he showed against many other mid laners, but not Quinn.
I'm curious to see if Quinn changes up the build on Ember, because I feel like a lot of the time we're seeing a pretty late BKB, and then that's where Ember suffers against Puck. You get coiled, Witchbladed, and you just die. So
yeah,
maybe he changes it up.
Maybe even not Blade Mail. Maybe Mage Slayer for the Magic Resist might be in order in this matchup. Not sure, but like, it's been time and time again where he has a Blade Mail, he pops it, he's coiled, he's not that tanky, still dies anyway. But yeah, we'll see. But yeah, GPK gets his Puck, looks great. Stuns are very limited, as usual when he picks this hero. It's scary.
These supports just do not do anything to a Puck mid, at least in terms of killing Puck. But if you show up to a rune fight, Puck definitely also can't just like commit to a Jakiro and Venomancer. Like, they're really strong roaming supports on Gaimin Gladiators. It's just that they don't have any like instant lockdown. You know, there's no Lion here that can hex the Puck and kill Puck.
All right, Miro gets the last pick here.
Yeah.
He has to blind pick. I think both these teams are in pretty good spots. Like, you have Watson, overall last pick of the draft. Miro, he gets to see at least the support.
I feel like
he might be eyeballing the zoo again.
I was gonna say, I feel like you gotta ban Lycan, right? I mean, I get that maybe in lane you're risking the Watson last pick plus Venomancer, or Jakiro, like very punishing to a Lycan in lane. But outside of the laning stage, you have two supports who are slowing you. That's it. You have Ember, who has chains and a ton of units, so a lot of the time you're not actually hitting the Lycan with chains. Like, this is a crazy good Lycan game. But maybe Gaimin has some sort of last pick in mind for Watson that would counter Lycan if they leave it.
I mean, I'd argue last game they had the opportunity to do that as well, and it still worked. But maybe they didn't utilize it as well as we would have liked. I'm just hoping this is a Watson pick. I don't want to see, like, you know, some ace last pick here and Watson's playing the Dawnbreaker, kind of like what happened in the last game.
Yeah.
So they banned the Beastmaster. Very, very similar to what Lycan does. But a bit more stable, I would say.
Yeah, it does mean they are leaving in the Lycan. So I imagine they probably have a hero that is fine against both, but they would just prefer the Lycan matchup over the Beastmaster matchup.
I mean, he can also just play like his Centaurs and stuff too.
Yeah.
That can just like disengage from Venomancer.
Yeah, I feel like there's quite a few options still in the pool.
They're all pretty good.
Make Miro comfortable. And then, of course, it's up to Gaming to see if they can counterpick whatever is coming their way.
Yeah, I mean, the disengage is pretty good. Having a pipe of this game would be pretty good. The zoo would be really good.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'll probably Lycan or Centaur, unless there's another really cool pick out there. I mean, Abaddon doesn't look bad either. Just a lot to dispel.
They have no time left to think about this.
They do not. It will be a Kunkka.
Kunkka. Interesting.
I mean, like you mentioned, it's a really good pipe game.
It is.
Definitely think. I mean, look at the two supports from Gaimin. This is such overwhelming magic damage. Now the question is for Watson: is there something that can really heavily punish a Kunkka in the game and also win the TA matchup. They tend to like to give him the winning carry matchup.
Yeah, punishing Kunkka is not easy. You have to go down like the routes of these Monkey King Razor type of picks. There's heroes that can just be played against Kunkka, like Morphling, that just doesn't really care about the harass that comes out constantly, gives him a lane if he wants to scale. But yeah, I think maybe the reason they picked Kunkka is because, yeah, it's one of those heroes that it's not easy as a carry to pick against. He's a very strong laner, especially with Shadow Shaman in the lane.
The carry that used to be picked against Kunkka was the Razor, but that hero is kind of dead.
Yeah. Razor, Monkey banned, or Razor's in the pool, Monkey's banned.
It's a lot to run into on the side of BetBoom, but it is really good against TA too, if you can get the link.
They will be the Morphling.
Yeah, I mean, so Morphling's in a spot right now where he isn't like super OP against anything. I guess he never has been that, but there's certain heroes that he's not going to really punish the Kunkka lane, but the Kunkka's not going to punish the Morphling, and that's the big thing, right? It's going to allow Morphling to have a lane. This is what we like to see from Gaimin, right? He picked a carry-to-carry matchup. This is going to absolutely destroy TA. It has an entry into the game because Kunkka doesn't punish it in the laning stage. Auras will be aplenty, enabling Watson to be that hard carry. We saw in the last game, it's like, at no point did we think this Abaddon was just going to take over the game. It's not the type of hero that does it. So Gaimin has gone back to the way we like to see them. So that is promising to see in this game 2 here, but BetBoom, they're going to fight back. GPK Puck is nothing to laugh at. Purist TA is one of his best heroes. Kadomi got Warlock, save on Shaman. This is going to be a great game.
So we're kind of feeling like Gaimin finally has a lineup that fits in their playstyle, right? But so does BetBoom.
Yeah, this is a fair matchup. This is no like, bullshit mind games going on. This is like classic Gaimin versus BetBoom having their comfort heroes. So I think we're going to have a very, very balanced game.
Okay, let's see if our commentary team has favorites coming into this game number 2. Lacoste, going to you first this time around.
Yeah, I think this is going to be very honest Dota. How much damage over time do you want to have on side of gaming? The answer is yes, they have pretty much everything. They wanted to ruin this Templar Assassin. We'll see if he's going to be able to survive through all this damage over time.
What do you want to see, B-Cup?
I think BetBoom have a lot going for them, right? They've got some decent team fight with the Chaotic Offering and the Dream Coil. They've got 2 heroes that love to take Roche pretty early on. The last time we saw the Kunkka for BetBoom, he was going more into auras. He had Pipe as well as Crimson. Like, I love what BetBoom have, but I do think Gaimin Gladiators have a good lineup too.
Okay, well, let's see who is going to take this game number 2 with B-Cup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Shiver. Coming into game number 2 here, BetBoom have themselves a 1-0 lead in this BO5. And it's looking like it's going to be honest Dota. Like you said, something pretty close overall. I don't really expect this game to be too one-sided, but we have seen these teams, I want to say, have like these exact lineups at some point in the tournament, and we've seen the best out of them with these heroes.
Yeah, we did save, leading the charge. He does have chicken fingers.
They're going for a first blood fight. Shackles
He'll
on
start
the
with Torrent. Torrent follow-up.
Yeah, that's more lockdown. That should secure this first blood. But do they get anything else? It's not looking likely. They all start to back off. But given that first blood to Pure...
Oof, we've seen what Templar Assassin can do. If we go back when Watson played it, he popped off completely playing that Templar Assassin, giving him the first blood. And this is going to be a very good start for him, because you can get your Falcon Blade. Seems like that's going to be the item of a choice for him, seeing that he has good amount of sustain in the lane playing with Warlock. He's going to be feeding him tangos, using the Shadow Word. It's going to be all about that survivability so that he doesn't die. It's not the lane that Gaimin Gladiators did run with TA, with the Refraction, with Abaddon against that Axe and Marcy. So they can take the Refraction relatively easily with all this damage over time. You are playing with Venomancer, and you also have Dawnbreaker. This has been, I would say, Gaimin's bread and butter in terms of how they've been playing. Strong mid laner, strong safe laner as well. Panel talked about this being a relatively good game for Morphling, a good lane as well, where he's not going to be caring too much about what he's playing against. And we'll see how much Watson's going to be able to get out of this lane.
Yeah, curious to see how the Morphling does, especially a little bit later too, right? Like if you get this shard on the Templar Assassin, which is normally a pretty standard pickup, You have that with the Waning Rift. If the silences are out there for Morphling to make it a little harder, or you've got that blink initiation from the Shaman, if Watson's going to be able to react quick enough, or if they have the ability to turn it around, Dawnbreaker seems like they have to be ready. And Maladich is in trouble up top. They hit the Shackle, they have the Torrent.
Also, Gale misses in the bottom lane, allows them to put some really good damage. It did not connect onto Pure.
Save, Fairy Fire. The creeps, though, will kill off the Shadow Shaman top. And it will split that bounty, and then bottom lane
that was
now.
Beautifully done.
Fatal Bonds, Tofu taking some decent damage.
Starbreaker connecting onto both of them, but Tofu also does have 8 stick charges. He's going to be fine. There's a lot of damage over time. Might need to sacrifice himself here, unless he can get the heal off. They used a lot of spells. Like minute and a half into the game, 8 stick charges on Tofu.
He's forced to salve, and he is trying to get as much life back as he can. Kataomi not going to spot him at the moment, but can he even go for this? I mean, this is now Tofu, pretty healthy. A lot of mana on him there, too. And you know, like you said, these Warlocks, they want to get that Shadow Word and heal up as much as they can, especially if you're breaking through the Refraction, and you know you can put that damage in heavy on the Pure early.
Not an easy lane for Pure. Like, right now, because he got the First Blood, he's getting extra bit of a gold, having that Blades of Attack, but once they initiate on him, it's not going to be as easy. Kataomi will need to use Fatal Bonds immediately, try to keep them low so they can't play aggressive in this lane. I think that's going to be pretty much the key. Keep Pure on pretty much full HP and try to keep them as low as possible. This Fatal Bonds is doing quite a lot of work.
Yeah, not only are you getting the CS, but then you get those imps that come through and try to put on some more damage to these heroes, which makes things a little bit more uneasy for Gaimin Gladiators. The longer Pure can stay in this lane, the better. But Templar Assassin is one of those heroes that can back up into the jungle, especially if some stacks have been made, and farm pretty efficiently around
Did he just block his own camp? I believe so, because he placed a sentry, which is outside of that small camp.
Nero up forward at this top lane. Ooh, they actually see Tofu, but Celestial Hammer thinking about going for Kataomi with the Starbreaker. Shuffles to the side. Fatal Bonds are there. Tofu shows himself. He's one shot from dead. But now trying to put the damage on these creeps. It's not going to be enough to get the kill there onto Ace, but Maladich ends up dead. Watson able to waveform back, and Miero survives with a sliver of health.
Maybe if they could get to level 4 on Miero, this could be pretty big. He can. Oh, he doesn't have a TP. I guess he TP'd to a lane once they made that move in the bottom lane, so he will need to get a TP healing salve most likely, try to get back himself to full HP.
The aggression that we're seeing from BetBoom bottom has really opened up the lane a lot for Pure.
It did.
They're sitting so low on Gaimin Gladiators, just constantly in this lane. And Ace, he's got 5 stick charges.
It's another healing salve.
Yeah, he's buying a salve that Tofu's going to be forced to pick up. So Tofu picks up that salve and throws it over to Ace. He activates it, and then he'll heal up. And now these heroes are finally with some decent health in the lane, but immediately they step back into the lane, and they're affected by these Fatal Bonds. This Celestial Hammer really doesn't grant them much of anything. Top lane, save. Moving forward, looking to get a kill here again onto Maladich. And we'll end up trading Miero, involved in yet another kill.
Watson is fine with these trades. Losing position 5, getting a kill, getting a solo XP, getting that gold. And also going to be extra bit of XP while Maladich is missing from the lane. We saw Quinn and GPK in the mid lane in the previous game squaring up relatively early on against each other, really pushing the limits.
Yeah, definitely a lot of aggression. It ended up, when it started to really fold over, was when that 6-minute mark hit and these heroes were coming over to defend against these runes. Get that Knobs off the high ground. Quinn needs to be careful about his positioning with Save looking to jump in, but they've also got Maladich coming through. We'll find the dual breath. Chicken Fingers Hex onto the Jakiro, and they just back away from each other.
Try to make a move before he gets level 6. Now Quinn can TP back to the lane. Full HP, full mana, refill that bottle. They managed to survive in the bottom lane, which is the most important thing for BetBoom. This damage over time. haven't managed to do much. Kataomi doing a very, very good job keeping them at very low HP. They spent a lot of gold as well on consumables. Tofu and Ace, multiple sets of tangos, couple of healing cells.
Arcane Rune was bottled for Quinn. A Shackle will just extend the inevitable death of Save. He'll foul play and die to Quinn, who got that first power rune, and it was him and GPK just trying to right-click quicker, but Quinn was the faster fingers. No chicken with his fingers. I've got a 1,000 net worth lead for BetBoom, and that's because these side lanes are going really well for them.
This glyph wasn't even supposed to be used for Miero, but they got the extra bit of a value. They did glyph it for the mid wave, keeping the catapult alive. Quinn playing behind enemy lines. GPK will still kill off the catapult. We saw yesterday as well, Team Spirit really struggling in this matchup, where GPK completely dominated Laurel. He did not have a game on Ember Spirit. We'll see how they're going to approach this one. Quinn needs to run away. They brought in the numbers.
Yeah, immediately needs to get out of there. Don't want to be giving up any advantage that you've picked up in the lane. He's only got himself about 40 gold ahead of this Puck. The one who's really struggling is Ace. He doesn't have much of anything in the lane.
As we said, a lot of that gold was spent on items to keep himself alive. He was constantly on low HP, sitting below 20%. Can't really get close to the lane. Couldn't get close to the creeps. And Pure's gonna be level 6. That extra bit of a slow. Also have in mind, Warlock has the extra bit of a charge on Black Grimoire. Only one though, one you get from the start. The second one he did pick up from getting that first blood.
So not many charges.
No, he did consume it. Running towards the mid lane.
You're not looking to wait on it, but didn't get the level 6 with it. No chaotic offering, and we'll come over towards the mid lane and see Tofu.
Blood grenade missed.
Venomous Gale thrown over on a Pure. Dream Coil committed. That's going to land onto Quinn. Tofu eventually will get run down. It will be GPK who gets the kill. Knowledge is here with Quinn, but it doesn't really mean anything.
They know. Like, I've seen a lot of rotations from the offlaners 6-8 minutes in when they really want to help out their mid lane, but also Pure going in, getting the kill, or at least getting the assist, but also making sure that they are grabbing that kill and then TPing to the bottom lane, being very active on this carry.
Yeah, when he's got himself a little bit of a lead, he spirals out of control, and now he's going into the Desolator, has that Falcon Blade already. Has picked that up alongside those treads, and he's sitting top of the net worth. Watson, though, not too far behind him. His lane's been relatively open for himself, despite the fact that Miero seems like he's having a pretty good game in that off lane.
Yeah, kind of expected, I would say, that Kunkka is going to farm. He's not going to be able to kill Morphling by any means, but both of them are getting good amount of farm. And I also want to see Pipe on Miero. I see Blade Mail, you want to have like one small item, and you're playing into insane amount of magic damage, supports as well. I want to see the Glimmer Capes also being built, because there's just so much. Other than Morphling, Ember Spirit's a bit of a like mixed damage, physical and magical, but yeah, Pipe definitely a must-have item in this game.
Something we've seen Kunkas pick up before. Dream Coil thinking about the Chaotic Offering. That's thrown over. And they've got the Torrent, the Ghost Ship. Unneeded as GPK gets the kill, but the Ghost Ship did land afterwards. And they'll go in, they'll push this tower. They've got a Golem to work with. So that's going to be some extra damage and some extra oomph into this.
And look at the triangle. Pure is actually stealing some of their stacks while they're making a move. Without Ember Spirit, he's really not afraid. He can TP out unless they bring like multiple heroes, and the rest of the team's playing relatively close to him. So getting the most out of the map. Already a 2k gold lead for BetBoom Team.
Oh, Miero really happy with that neutral item. Magical Chip Vest. That combined with the Blade Mail.
It is a lot of damage.
The duo
you
return.
Love. It is. It is. That's just me, inner offlaner bias talking through, because like it's good on Centaur, it's good on Axe, any of these heroes. Just the Chipped West gives you insane amount of farm, insane amount of return damage. Centaur's the best one because he also has an ability that gives you the return damage. You also build into the Blade Mill. Watson's still in a good spot, pretty much keeping up with Temporal Assassin, which is what is necessary for them to be able to punch back in this game. Problem is they did shut down Quinn. They did lose the tower in the mid lane as well. Yet to see Dawn ulti as a saving tool when they try to initiate. It has been used, like, ever since Dawnbreaker has been added to the game. Puck, at the time when she was added, was a relatively popular hero, so we saw it as a response to Coil. So you always know, like, even with Coil or against the Coil, where you can just disengage, get that extra bit of a heal. And we've seen some really good Dawnbreaker performances, but as tournament progressed, I feel like Dawnbreaker's win rate hasn't been the highest.
No, it's been maybe a little bit lacking. We have seen some good Dawnbreakers, and it always feels like they're doing a lot in these games to keep their team within it, but eventually it seems like they just kind of get overwhelmed. But Ace is still continuing to farm. Didn't want to react over to that.
Oh, yeah. Oof, man, I'm checking the stats. She lost last 5 games that she played.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
It's not like those Dawnbreaker performances, though, are that bad, I would say.
No, by any means.
Accomplishing that job of coming in, getting that Ags early, trying to keep these heroes alive, and just ends up not being enough. Blade Mail picked up for the Kunkka.
It is his farming tool as well. Exactly what Kunkka needs. Extra bit of a damage, extra bit of armor to make him even more tanky. Even though this hero is super tanky in general with his innate ability, Admiral's Rum, you get the Ghost Ship, get extra bit of a Rum buff as well. It seems like Ags is the item of a choice. Maybe thinking that... I mean, this is also tankiness when you think about it, because it does buff up your team. Pipe is a little bit easier to execute, but I wouldn't mind seeing both of them. And Deso, 12 minutes in. This has to be the record on Deso, because this is pre-Dragonlance. He does buy Falcon Blade, so that's an item of a substitute, at least for now, for him. Pure is in trouble here.
He's in trouble, but he might get a kill on a Maladich before he dies. Chaotic offerings in, he gets the refraction off again, but it's not going to matter. They get the kill on Pure. Solar Guardian, but they hit the shackles. Uh-oh, Dream Coil stopping that, getting the kill on a Watson. GPK making sure there's no Solar Guardian, and without that Guardian, they get that kill. They take out this Morphling and the Dawnbreaker. Tofu in trouble. He's dead too. GPK popping off.
He's X.
Looking for Quinn. They've got the X. The Remnant away, but is it far enough away? GPK is still there, and if Maladich continues this TP, he might just get caught too. Oh,
Arrow.
The Tidebringer, and now the jump behind the tower.
And now Maladich is dead as well.
This is going to be 6 heroes dead. BetBoom.
Oh, this is just brutal. This is
6 big
disaster.
booms.
That Coil making the difference. Pure also getting the Deso charge out of that, because he survived long enough. Refraction, got another off. I also love that they're layering the TPs. Kataomi coming in first, using the Rock, because he's the most important hero to try to break the fight. And then you can come in with the others. But, yeah. Not a good fight for Gaimin, and I'm really glad that Kunkka is switching things up. After getting that gold, he's involved in 10 out of 12 kills on Miero. Kunkka being very active and switching to Pipe, which I really like. I'm still fine with him getting the Aghanim Scepter as the next item. And there it is. Pure. Got a little surprise there. Immediately Warlock TPing in.
This Chaotic offering.
Getting Fatal Bonds on them, and this might be just another one. Puck makes this matchup really, I would say, borderline unplayable when you're playing it from behind, because you don't really want to buy a BKB. Maybe you want to buy something like we've seen. I would say Kiyotaka would probably buy something like a Yule Scepter to try to buy a little bit more time, remove that silence during the coil, and we'll see what Quinn's gonna go with. Because this guy Assange, it does make you tanky, but you also might suffer in some of these early engagements. Save, still searching.
They want Watson.
He's a little bit low on mana. If he gets the Hex off, Watson, they know. They just saw the creep die.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Ooh. Watson? The Hex? Shackle, Solar Guardian. This is going to come in. That'll save Watson for a second.
He's still dying.
It's not going to be enough. Quinn's here, but you already lost your Morphling. You'll get saving GPK. Pure, he escapes. They hit the torrent. Now Miero's on the run. This might actually be a good counterplay from Gaimin Gladiators, all things considered, with the fact that you've lost your Morphling. Tofu moving forward, looking for Miero, lands that Blood Grenade, and now pops that Blade Mail, tries to turn it around. He goes into the torrent as well as the Ghost Ship. That flies over, but does Miero have enough damage? Blade Mail, Starbreaker, the control is in, and Miero eventually will, in fact, fall.
Very good kills from Gaimin. Making sure that after Watson died, Ace getting a double kill, and that's going to be his big item. I like what I'm seeing. Instead of going for auras this game, at least for now, he has Orchid, seeing that they will need extra bit of a control. Right now, they don't have much, so GPK immediately queues up that Yule Scepter. He wants to be able to dispel it, because it is a pretty free puck game. When we talk about the amount of lockdown that they do have on Gaimin, it really isn't much. You don't have that instant stun. Maybe you can try to surprise them with the Ice Bat, which is okay, but it's the only level 1 Ice Bat.
Ace, Orchid, now going Ags. He's still middle of the pack, though. The one suffering in the moment is Quinn. Bottom of the net worth on the cores, and by a considerable amount of gold. He has just not been able to really find much of an opening in this game at the time, and this has been very tough for him, dealing with these Dream Coils, dealing with the aggression, the Hex, the Shackle, the control that BetBoom bring to the table. Serpent Wards to try and get this tower, but they will be cleaned up by Tofu and Quinn. I say that, though, Chaotic Offering committed. They go to the Hex, they land the Torrent. Ice Path isn't going to do much, but they've got the Solar Guardian, so now they're going to back away. The ones coming in are the side of Gaimin Gladiators. Celestial Hammer hits on a save. Quinn, Sleight of Fist, Searing Chains, wait for him forward from Watson, but he's going to be Hexed. Now, Silence. That was the Orchid from Ace. The Shackles on the Quinn, but the damage coming out from Pure might be able to clean him up. They've got the X, but the Ghost Ship coming in. It's going to be off the mark, but it'll hit on a Watson. They get the control, and now they'll look to get the
Silence,
kill.
he's
Take him
dead.
out. Maladich is gone. Kataomi with a double kill, and the target is now Ace.
They want to chase.
Oh, Quinn.
With the blink.
Uh-oh.
Quinn, no remnants.
Yeah, he is in trouble, and he is dead. Pure burning from the Celestial Hammer fire, but it's not going to be enough. They've got the Waning Rift trying to TP out, but the damage isn't enough. They've got Yules anyway. They have the lockdown, and they've got another.
Oh man, this is just a bit too much. Again, chasing for a really long time. It's what happened in game number 1 when they were chasing Bane for good 25 seconds. Now chasing Save instead. And he had Tranquil Boots ready, so had extra bit of a movement speed in that fight until he hit him with the Slight, which is physical damage. Tofu still just might die here. Witch Blade, gonna be enough. GPK popping off again.
I'm looking back, and
how far are you looking back?
I'm looking back at the tournament as a whole.
Okay.
Where BetBoom kind of had this ignition, right? They had the wick, it was there, they found their foot and steel, and they got themselves the spark needed to ignite them as a team, and they have only lost 2 games, or 3 games throughout this playoff, and they've gone through the lower bracket, and they've looked so good, and they have just grown the entire time. I mean, these fights are just perfect. The counter plays are good, and I mean, they're making a team like Gaimin, who have been amazing themselves, who have gone through the upper bracket, who ran through the Swiss stage, struggle so far in this first game and a half.
Yeah, this one is also getting slightly out of control. It needs to be Watson popping off. Now he has Manta style, which is going to be his way of dealing with those silences. Dealing with the control. But they are going for Roche. Kunkka is super tanky. Pipe ready. You have Solar Crest on Warlock. Shadow Shaman with Lens going into Blink Dagger next. But Pure is also going to be used as a bait in a lot of these situations because they have these items that we talked about. If you pop the pipe, use the Solar Crest on him, Refraction, especially now that he's holding the Aegis, and GPK will kill Tofu solo one more time.
On top of this pipe with the Crimson, this is the build we saw before for Kunkka when he was seen last time. And it is just such sustain for BetBoom Team, and they had, like we talked about before the game started, that early Roche potential. And they've got themselves an Aegis to work with now. Just overwhelming at all sides. This Venomancer has not really found many spots to output much of anything.
No, he's trying to get out on the map, try to get something done, get some extra information, get some farm, see when they move across the map. But GPK thinking about maybe blinking in. Unfortunately, his courier did die, and now Blink Dagger is being delivered on the courier. Coil coming off cooldown in 15 seconds.
Gonna need to be careful. That coil affects these heroes into a tight spot. Maladich.
3-shot. 400 gold for Pure. A lot of damage over time, but they also have good amount of sustain with pipe, with the heals coming out.
Hit by this
Topher
turret.
is dead again.
The Gale's not going to matter.
Oh! Never mind. They're ready. They might be ready to go for the high ground. They have Mass Serpent Wards. They have Aegis up and running for another 3.5 minutes. Golem off cooldown, and they're going to drop it. We've seen Kaori do the same thing multiple times. Just use it as a damage dealer. Pop the Solar Crest on him.
X into the shackle with the Ghost Ship. They've got an easy kill on a Quinn, and there just doesn't seem like they have an answer.
Some of the snakes are going to die because they are close to tier 4 towers, but still they have more than enough damage. Everybody almost full HP. This pipe keeping them healthy. They need Morphling, but I don't think Morphling's fight ready at the moment.
Ice Path off the mark. That'll melt away, and so will this mid-setter axe. I mean, this has been just a one-sided affair. One good fight from Gaimin, but the rest has all been BetBoom. Quickly on their way to potentially having a 2-0 with that mid-setter axe gone at 21.5 minutes. Now they finally have this axe from the Dawnbreaker, so maybe they can sustain in these fights, but they're behind quite a bit, and there is just so much going for the side of BetBoom. Like you said, it doesn't feel as though the Morphling is fight ready.
No, feels like he needs another item. For now, it's just going to be a Dragonlance, but we'll definitely love to have extra bit of protection. And they will take Tormentors. Save gets it. He can use the items as well, and the chickens last for 3 seconds, which is really nice. And I like that Pure recognizes that he could just straight up get damage. Like, he doesn't care about Morphling, at least not for now. Getting the Butterfly, he is playing with the disadvantage in this game, so wants to have as much damage as possible when the targets are shackled inside of the coil. He already 3-shot Maladich. Might do the same thing again. Might 2-shot him once you get that Crystallis.
Oh no. The Daedalus is ready. Could hit him once and then they'd be dead-less. Sleight of Fist Searing Chains, but there's the Waning Rift into the Silence. They got the Ice Path on a Pure, but the Dream Coil is going to be committed. They go to the Solar Guardian, but the damage from Pure is just overwhelming to Quinn. They will take on the Aegis, but now, I mean, just the Aegis is not enough. They'll start to back away, but GPK right into their face. He'll Yules up into the air to make sure that he's not affected much by that Orchid. Mega kill streak for GPK.
Watson
and
is
the Serpent Wards are going to be committed. Watson's gone. They'll face this Dawnbreaker. Ace on the run. This should be another team wipe for them if they can get around on Tofu, and they will. It's a 5-for-0 that favors BetBoom, and it is just all been downhill for Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh man, if one of the wisest person we have in the scene would call this Gaimin level shellacking, because this is just brutal to watch. They just can't get a single kill. Sure, you managed to kill Templar Assassin with Aegis, but they're going for the end. They're going for the tier 4s. They're not messing around.
Yeah, why not? Getting schlacked pretty hard.
I don't think they have the damage to finish off the game immediately, because there's still a tier 2 tower bottom, tier 2 tower top. It was definitely Pure's call. If somebody made that call, it was definitely him.
End. Very fast Daedalus. Now after picking up the pipe, the Blade Mail, it's no longer the Crimson, but almost the Axe for Miero.
Yeah, I like that more. He had that Axe Scepter as his first/second item, if you count in the Blade Mail. But I wanted to see the pipe immediately. It's better overall item, gives you more tankiness when you do the numbers. And second Ghost Ship also is going to be pretty good. And look at this. 6.5 minutes faster than the average.
640 and
7 minutes when you round it up.
Almost 10.
Basically 10, yeah.
He had this item at the beginning of the game.
Oh, can't they get this kill in bottom lane?
They'll try. This would be huge.
Will.
Pure out and alone. That's a bit nasty there to kill off Pure, but GPK going around. Now they found Watson. He's hexed. The Shackle, the Dream Coil, and a kill for GPK. If you get Pure, the problem is you still got GPK popping off. He's 12-1-11. The guy doesn't have an off switch. Chaotic Offering with the Fatal Bonds comes in, and they've got Miero here too. GPK with another kill. Ghost Ship flies in, pulls him back
with the X.
Oh man. And now they'll find Quinn. He's dead too. Ultra kill for GPK.
Oh man, what a team. BetBoom bringing in 4 heroes, still managing to take that fight without Pure, who's the biggest damage dealer pretty much in the team. But in this one, GPK is going to be the one stepping up. Parasma, Yule Scepter, Blink Dagger, Shard, and also has Kaya. We called him yesterday, godlike puck comrade. Every single time this guy plays the hero, he just completely owns, dying once, maybe twice, but that's about it. You said prior to the previous series, prior to the grind finals, he did die like 3 times in 5 games.
Yeah, it was pretty nuts. You're always good with those acronyms. The best I could come up with is godlike player killer.
Yeah, that's a good one as well.
It's, you know, I try to keep up with you sometimes.
Because I always say that you gotta keep it up.
Yeah. Every day, 50,000 times a day.
It's an internal joke.
Dream Coil plays down onto the Venomancer, and he's
gonna be fine. No, but I always gotta ask you, if you're keeping it up, and you're like, yeah,
keeping it up.
Keeping it up. Are you sure? You're like, yeah,
think so.
Gotta check up on you. This game looks completely cooked. Unless Morphling can get some big damage. Problem is he's playing into silence. He's playing into trap silence. Playing into like control from Shadow Shaman. Save has been all over the place. He's been involved in 25 kills out of 34.
Damn. They smoked up, but where do you go? I mean, this is what? To get some vision down, but it doesn't feel like you can win a fight. 0-11 and 10 for Maladich. Tofu 1-7 and 2, only involved in 3 of the 10. I mean, Maladich has been involved in all 10 kills, 100% kill participation. It's just Gaimin aren't getting a lot of them. Tofu trying to swipe, and he might be in trouble because this isn't going to be an easy kill for him at all. If he wanted to get anything from it, he had no chance to get the kill once the TPs came over. And then GPK has just been bullying Tofu. It's the rough life. Blink Hex, Serpent Words to block the path. A big 1,000 damage crit there from Pure.
Sitting underneath the trap, immediately save. Very quick with the initiation at the right time as well, at the right place. Let's see, they are pinging the high ground. Roshan may be alive in the top pit. It's gonna take another minute or so. But it seems like they don't need it. They feel like they don't. And that's gonna be the last left for Gaimin.
Quinn's got an amplified damage. Ooh, I hear maybe the Kaori happening. No, he's holding onto the Chaotic Offering, not just using it to go for a tier 3. Ice Path.
Scouting things out in the back lines. GPK making sure that Pure can get the damage in, that he can kill these barracks.
Well, did shit with that X and pulled back, but nobody making the dive in. And they'll back up as there's about 10 seconds, 5 seconds, I believe, on that clock on Roche.
Let's see how Gaimin approaches this one, whether they're going to be able to fight. Because if you let TA get that Aegis, you're pretty much cooked. So I want to see them smoke up, try to get the fight going. Because if you don't, you're playing into 2 lives on TA. And they're going to get that roar. And they will D-ward. There's Sentry and Obs in that sneaky spot. Miero with the gem.
Here they go. Macropire, Dream Coil coming through. Now they've got the Hex. It's on a Watson. Sword Guardian from Ace. Miero getting a little low, but they already took out Maladich with a being popped by Watson. The chase is on. The Starbreaker doesn't matter. Ace is going to be silenced up thanks to the trap coming down from Pure. He's already working with an Aegis. They've got 2 heroes out of the side of Gaimin Gladiators that both have buyback X. Pulling back Quinn, chasing after Miero, but they hit the shack on a Watson. It's Pure with a double kill. GPK beyond. Godlike taking out Tofu, and they call GG. BetBoom having 2-0 lead in this grand final as we will go into game 3. But man, this was ultimate domination from BetBoom.
For Gaimin, they need to figure out how to deal with these these aggressive plays that BetBoom is making. You see Pure 6-8 minutes in, going for the rune, getting a kill. They're bringing in numbers every single time, and Gaimin Gladiators, they were not matching those numbers in this game.
No, not at all. BetBoom moved fast. They were objective-taking, efficient, and everything worked well for them. They have a 2-0 lead. We'll send it back to the panel to hear their thoughts. Take it away.
At this rate, BetBoom is looking like the most dominant team we've ever had in the Wallachia Grand Finals. They leave no room for Gaimin Gladiators to go for their formula, which is what we've been saying, that this draft would actually fit in their formula. I don't know, their formula doesn't work, Jenkins. I mean, you said a hell of a stat at the start of the series before the draft even began, with Grand Finals track record of Gaimin Gladiators. What are they going to do to change that fate? By the way, the fate was all their Grand Finals in 2024, 2025 have all been 3-0s or 0-3s.
I'm really trying hard to be optimistic. I guess I'll leave that to Clinton. This was exactly what Gaimin wanted. I mean, I suppose some of their heroes were a little bit weird. Like Tofu playing Venomancer is not necessarily a Tofu special, but also he's played Puck. Like he's played heroes that Gaimin feels are required for the game.
But if you think about it though, right? Like if it works, it's like, oh, he's a genius, you know? We have the Venomancer versus the TA. We're gonna crush Pure in the lane.
Yeah.
And like, I get that. However, this Warlock pick just destroyed this Venomancer. Like every single wave, he's just running because Fatal Bonds is attached to him and he's losing all his health. Malady's just right-clicking him. You do throw a Gale, then all of a sudden there's a Shadow Word healing the damage over time, so Pure doesn't actually care. So this Warlock pick was actually kind of genius in my eyes, and the Veno just didn't work out. And they picked the Warlock after the Veno, so they knew this was coming, and it really just shut that down. And yeah, I mean, I don't know what else you want to add to that point, but I wanted to move on to GPK, Puck. I don't know what you do against this guy. What do you do? He's like the best player at the tournament, clearly. You're like, he hasn't done it to Quinn Ember yet. Well, he just did it to Quinn Ember. So it's like, this guy can't get Puck. His Quap is working. His Monkey King's insane. You have to ban Pure's Nature's Prophet. You give him TA, he destroys. Like, this team has finally found their formula.
Yeah.
And now it seems like teams can't figure out how to beat BetBoom.
I gotta say, I am no longer even close to a believer in Ember going Sanjin Kaya Blade Mail against Puck. It feels like something that should work because it's like, oh, Puck is dishing out all of this magic damage, right? And, you know, Ember has a magic shield and you can get a level 10 talent to improve it and then Blade Mail and return all of that damage. No, not really. He's just immune during that, right? You face, like, you Witchblade, the Witchblade damage is ticking away during the Dream Coil, you've disabled him, and all of that Witchblade damage is not being returned to you because you're immune.
It was first phase banned by BetBoom themselves in the first game, the Puck. And at this point, I do think it's one of those situations where probably all the mid laners are thinking like, you know, how good can I know how to beat a Puck? How good can his Puck really be? You know, they have to experience it once to really think like, oh yeah, no.
Yeah, I guess so, but
that can't be good.
You're running out of lifelines here. They also need to experience how good this Monkey King is from GPK.
True.
Because they tried the Quap, they tried
They have not been Lifestealer yet either.
True.
That's coming.
They're 6-1 on this for BetBoom. I think also if you're Ace after this game, you're really considering, instead of an Orchid, maybe we go for a Pipe, because Dawnbreaker ulting into Warlock ult and all of this AoE seems like this is a really good answer to Dawnbreaker as a hero. You just build a draft that you don't want to ult into, even to save. So maybe you need to... Also, BetBoom was doing a really good job baiting out the Dawnbreaker ult, speaking of save, and he would just shackles, walk away as soon as the Dawn ult comes out. So I don't think, like, value the Dawnbreaker less. I'm not sure if that's the response, because, like, Ace looks really good on it, but perhaps change the build, go for a Pipe or something, rather than going for the Orchid to counter the Puck.
Yeah, I feel like we have not seen Gaimin be exceptionally good at changing things mid-series, so I wonder if that's the route they're going to go, if they're going to try another iteration of the same formula and see if that works, and of course trying to stop BetBoom from getting their hands on what works for them, which seems to be a lot of heroes. It was a very successful game for BetBoom, and this time round, the game was a lot less even early on compared to game number 1, and that's why we already saw fairly early on, Jenkins, that we had some great fights for BetBoom.
Yeah, there was one really early fight where Gaimin is trying to go on Pure. I understand. It feels like he's kind of out of position. But guess what? Warlock is very high level. He, turns this with the Golem. You have Dawnbreaker ulting in. But guess what? GPK is there, and he actually sees the Dawnbreaker in the trees, interrupts the Dawn ult. So this is just where you have the GPK pluck factor coming in. This is a full 5-on-5 engagement, and GPK straight up outplays them in this fight. Like, the silences that he's hitting are on the perfect targets. He's using his curveball to continue to chase Quinn. Lets Miro walk in, get the last hit. By the way, Miro has been hitting some insane Tidebringer cleaves on Kunkka, even though he's going for a utility build and he's going for like defensive items. This is like the second or third time I've seen him hit some like insane clutch Tidebringer in a fight. Like, we talked a lot about GPK on Puck, but Miro has like low-key been owning on Kunkka. I know we talk a lot about his summons heroes, but Kunkka has looked exceptional for him as well when they need to pick it.
I mean, it turned out to be a fantastic pick as well. It was their last pick, not overall last pick, but their last pick, and it definitely put Gaimin a little bit in a corner and limited what they could go for in turn. But the story of this game must still be GPK versus Quinn.
Look at these stats.
Yeah, I mean, the net worth is devastating. Double the net worth by the end of the game here. GPK, actually, he ended up with 17 kills from what I see here, but yeah, 15 kills on there. But at the end of the game, Quinn was 2-8 to a 17-1 Puck. You counterpicked this Puck with Ember. We've seen this matchup many times now, and this is how it's ended every single time. So I'm a little baffled that teams are still thinking this is good. And I will say, like, just looking at this last game, like, it really feels like if I were to just look at the items and heroes and to guess who was playing what, I would say Gaimin was playing BetBoom's draft because, like, Miro, he's just going for pipe utility, right? And you have an Orchid Rush on the side of the Dawnbreaker, not really what he typically does here. So, yeah, Gaimin had their style of heroes, but they didn't really fully commit to it.
Yeah.
Where BetBoom Team, they did kind of what Gaimin was doing to get here in the first place. They're adapting.
They are adapting. Let's see if Gaming can adapt or if BetBoom will be the first team in Wallachia history to take a 3-0 championship here. Game 3 after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Welcome to Guess the Highlight, where we're asking pro players and coaches to name the player in these clips. I'm here with Sunby from Edge. I'm with Ace from Gaimin Gladiators. I'm here with Shad from OG. Shad, do you watch a lot of Dota when you're not playing?
It depends. Sometimes, like, when we're eliminated, I don't want to watch more because it's just, like, sadness, but, you know.
Fair enough.
I don't pay attention to other teams that much. I have been lately, yeah. I mean, yeah.
Okay, well, it's going to be from all of the previous Wallachias, so...
Uh-oh, okay. Let's see.
Drop in confidence, but let's see. Let's throw up the clip and see if you know who this is.
Oh, I think I did watch this game.
That's a good start.
But this was a while ago.
It's a lot of stuff which isn't in Dota anymore now, right?
What was this? What was this?
Marcy team? What the heck?
But we're watching the Kunkka. I'm going to ask you who the Kunkka is, but...
The Kunkka?
It's satanic, maybe?
It is not satanic, no.
Because it looks like it's a carry Kunkka, maybe?
No, it's in fact, I can give you the role. It is actually an offlane Kunkka.
Okay. So it's win the carry, I guess.
Yeah, it's a
while ago then.
Oh yeah, this is an old one.
Oh, this was Nigma against Perry Vision, actually, I remember. I think... Wait, was it?
It was
no,
not.
It wasn't.
No, neither of those teams.
No,
but
I'm thinking of something different.
I like the enthusiasm.
No.
Oh my god, I haven't got the slightest clue.
Well, weirdly, the Iomarcy might lead you to the answer, because even though the Radiant aren't playing the Iomarcy, they are known to play Iomarcy quite a lot as a team, which is a little weird in this clip.
Is it Liquid, maybe?
Yeah?
Oh. Is it Nisha?
It's not Nisha.
It's not
no.
Nisha.
But it is not
Wait,
Nisha.
is it Saberlight?
It is not Saberlight either.
Is it Mikke?
It is not Mikke either.
What? Who was playing Kunkka in this team? There's a stand-in.
It wasn't a stand-in either.
It wasn't? What?
So, it's from a Western EU team, a team which you know very, very well.
Saberlight?
Close, very, very close.
3-3?
Yes, it is 33 playing on that Kunkka offlane, yeah.
Who was it? Oh, was it Netta?
Yeah, absolutely right.
I see,
It was.
I see.
A mental block. Broken through those chat, and we did get there.
Yeah.
Dude, I don't even remember who Liquid's offlane at the time was.
That's interesting, though.
Oh man, I don't even remember what I ate yesterday. This is too hard. Okay, I don't know. Ace?
Ace, Liquid Ace?
Yeah, definitely
not quite.
Liquid Ace, no?
Not quite. But you're very much on the right tracks. I mean, why do you think it's Liquid?
I mean, that's... I don't know, maybe that's like Mikke Windrunner or something.
Okay,
it's like,
that's correct. That's correct. We're nearly there.
33, I guess, at the time?
Yeah, absolutely correct. Yeah, well done, Sunby. That is indeed 33 playing the Kunkka.
Damn, wow.
I'm shocked at how you managed to get from like seemingly lost in the woods without a way out to suddenly like seeing the light of Liquid. How did you get that?
I have no idea who Dire is, but I mean, this was when Windrunner was super duper broken. And I think Mikke did enjoy playing this hero.
He sure did.
Yeah, so it had nothing to do with the Kunkka. It was just it's like the carry player that kind of made me guess.
Hey man, the journey doesn't matter as long as you get to the destination, and that's exactly what you did. It is indeed 33 playing the Kunkka against Nouns actually in Wallachia Season 1, so big throwback here. But yeah, well worked out, Sunby.
They try and run away. Can they hit it? Can they kill it? Roche is so low. They're waiting desperately, and they move through. They go through. Wait, Roche is dead. Wait a minute. The ghost ship comes down. Aegis on the ground. Every damn thing.
33 got it.
He takes it away from them, and now they're going to chase down Corden. Mikke's on top of him. Corden in some trouble with Mikke is too. Four Staffs gets to the far side. The relocate, but now they can pull him back. Corden separated from the rest of his team. They have a nightmare. The boat is out, but do they have enough damage with that black hole to take him down once? But guess what? He's got an Aegis. Nisha has now shown up to the party, and Secret, they're going to get punished hard as they kill them all off again. Puppy going to get X'd and pulled back. Boom, the lone one surviving, and well, he might not be able to get out of there either.
It is BetBoom that is 2-0 in this grand finals against Gaimin Gladiators for PGL Wallachia Season 5. I want to see Gaimin do a little better because we've never had a 3-0 here. And I feel like, you know, let's not start. I want to have a little bit more competitive because BetBoom has just been absolutely dominant. So we're going to help them along a little bit. I got two very smart minds on my left, and they're going to say what Gaimin should be doing in Game 3 and where they should take this draft. Fair?
Very interesting. I think their drafting seems to be okay.
Okay.
For the most part. Their only kind of lacking in a couple areas, which is making the match hard for them. I feel like the GPK effect is the thing you have to worry about the most right now. All the other small things of like, yeah, sure, maybe Ace should itemize differently, but he's only itemizing this way as a reaction to what's happening in the game, right? It's just as puck's out of control. We need an Orchid, right? So he starts building it. But the problem that's happening in both these games is you have a Lina mid, which this hero just farms. It's not that great, and you barely get by. And then you feed the rest of the game because you're playing versus these Lycans and stuff. There's a reason we don't see a lot of Lina mid. And then the next game, you give GPK Puck, which is a meta hero. So Puck, very meta. Quap, very meta. You try in 2 games to counterpick this extremely meta hero that GPK's been dominating on, and you have failed 2 times in a row. And I think that has just made a hemorrhage effect throughout the entirety of the game. So you have to deal with GPK's heroes better. Like, take that Puck, ban that Quap, whatever. Just do not let him have these meta heroes because your responses are not working.
Well, they did change it up by having first pick, Jenkins. That should help them along a little bit, changing things up there.
Yeah, they can try to go for the snipe of Puck and see what GPK can do to counter it, because
He's just gonna Monkey King you, and he's looked great on that too.
You can ban Monkey, pick Puck, because honestly, like the other one is DK that has come out, and GPK did really well in that game. Don't get me wrong, he won, but it feels to me like Puck, Quap, and Monkey King are the ones where he'll really pop off.
But you also have to worry about the Nature's Prophet, the TA.
Yeah, Pure's heroes.
A lot of like interesting decisions to be made here, because like if you focus GPK, then you have to worry about Pure.
Yeah.
But I honestly full-heartedly believe that you have to shut down GPK this game. He's been a problem, a very big problem. He has not allowed Quinn to enter the game. And Quinn has always been, you know, we talked about when he does well and what he does to the map. He has not been able to do that.
He shuts down the map. Yeah, and
Neither of his games.
And Gaimin plays really well around Quinn controlling and shutting down the map like this. Okay, so BetBoom gets one of the age-old, very good counters to TA. Batrider has some of the most damage over time abilities in the game. Literally all of his abilities do it. You can also lasso the TA, pull her in, break her refraction charges. So not a hero we see going through, but Gaimin still values the TA. I want to say one thing about last game too, finally. And it's that I think if it's 9 class playing Venomancer, like I understand that Jungle Venom's not really a thing anymore. He's the one that gets Orchid. Like Tofu needs to have a game because he is usually the one that is responding to the game itself with both his picks and his itemization, like solving things in the game. And Ace is doing this kind of standard formula every single game of having these auras. But last game, Tofu just did not really have a game. And perhaps it's just because the Veno was a weird pick. It was an attempt to solve the TA, and then GPK just becomes a problem. And then, you know, you're left with this conundrum where Ace is farmed, Tofu is not farmed, Ace has to get the Orchid, Ace is no longer going the auras, Quinn is having a bad game, yada yada, everything falls apart. So I think Tofu also needs to be picked something.
He has it.
To have a game.
Doesn't he? The bat?
That's on BetBoom side.
Oh, you're totally right.
Yeah.
I just saw TA and I'm thinking BetBoom.
Yeah, they first picked the
my
TA,
bad. But yeah, he needs something like the Batrider.
Yeah.
That is not, I mean, I'm not going to say the Venomancer won't work. I just think Malady, his response to Warlock, shut the Veno down. I feel like that was just such a good pick, but there's a lot of picks like that, right? He could pick his Abaddon. The Oracle was the ban of choice they did because they know, like, if you can stop this aggression, it doesn't really do much of this Venomancer hero. He doesn't do what he did last patch. He can't just farm jungle. Things go bad.
I think we write that one off for now. Like the game also that Liquid picked Veno in was a very interesting one. And other than that, it's been kind of unpicked. It also was totally uncountered in that game. I like the Dawnbreaker is ignored up until this point too, because I do think the value in the hero goes down the more people figured out that to counter it, you just go a bunch of big team fight crap that she ults, you just put all the crap on the ground and you've committed a Dawn, you've committed whatever hero she's saving as well, and you turn the fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, like the Dawnbreaker, the Axe, these are heroes that as the tournament developed, started to look really good, but I think we've now reached a point in the meta where they've been figured out. Like, there's obvious exploits in both of these heroes, so it could be a liability to go for these heroes that are just very rampant in pubs right now, and we're looking good at the mid stage of the tournament.
Whoa. So they took a very long time to think about this.
Yes.
But they end up banning the puck themselves because they had the chance to pick it up, and they go for the Warlock, maybe preemptively already countering a potential Dawnbreaker coming out. But there will be a puck in this game. By the way, in terms of the bans that Gaimin went for, we talked about the Monkey a lot. Brewmaster, we don't see in the hands of BetBoom that often. Is that just because they have the TA?
It's an interesting one.
That's an interesting ban.
It is good versus TA. I think Ace has done it himself once, and he looked really good. I mean, Batrider, Brewmaster lane, very hard to play against as a TA. So, and they take the Warlock away. I think strategically they used a lot of time to think about this, because the Warlock, it stops the Dawn, it stops potentially the Axe as well, the team fight counter. It doesn't allow gaming to potentially get this Warlock that could stop the counters to the TA, because if Warlock does one thing very well, he will neutralize any lane, essentially. And TA's happy with that if you're first pick. I think so, because you're just going to shove every lane, go pool, shove every lane, go pool, and you'll eventually get out of it. And they will take potentially a Malady hero here against the Batrider.
Yeah, and still, we got to mention it again. Not a bad ace hero either, because you can take the Fatal Bonds off in lane against Warlock. You can farm perfectly fine in that lane, which means if Tofu is playing a hero which can roam, then he could be left alone in that lane and go somewhere else. But also an amazing hero with TA in the safe lane to take all the Batrider, like Napalms, Batrider W. Dispelling all of these things feels really good.
Yeah, you can just run at the Batrider and circles and just shield yourself to give TA. Pretty much have no pressure there.
I like this from Gaimin. This is a really good draft so far. Like, then they pick up the Willow. This could lane extremely fine with Abaddon. These two heroes are not the worst at killing Willow, but also I think Willow can like jump and kill a Bat or a Warlock. It's pretty hard to lasso a Willow as well. So it's basically Abaddon is still open to be the 5 or the 3 with this pick.
There's that Lifestealer. We talked about it quite a few times. It is a hero that Pure is exceptionally comfortable on.
He is.
Now you probably run the Abba as a 5 with that pick.
That pick is really good, actually, because I think both these teams wanted Beastmaster pretty badly for the offlane, but yeah, if you are a 5 Abaddon and a TA, you have no way to really kill these boars that are coming at you. I mean, later on, yeah, the shield is nice to have if you are going to just like play defensively against Aurora, but I think this is definitely going to be more playing around the summon units, buying the auras for the team. Kind of hard to deal with, actually, and they got their combo, right? Where you just run around inside of the Helm of the Overlord with the Gore Storm. Strong combination.
It is, in my eyes, not a very easy Leshrac game. Like, I feel like you're running into Warlock ulti, Batrider can kind of run circles around you, Lifestealer can turn magic immune, you can get Beast Roared. He does have an Abaddon to save him, though. Yep. That's 1+. And also, I will say the modern version of Leshrac doesn't play like the age-old Lesh, where you get in there. It's like you do get in there, but you're not this like damage over time, you know, slowly whittling everyone down, eventually killing them type hero. You get a Blink Dagger, and you blink in, and you like insta-burst somebody. So Quinn just has a read that this hero is good into the BetBoom heroes. We'll see if his read is correct, because previously on other patches, I would say like BetBoom's lineup looks pretty hard to play Lesh into. Wouldn't you agree?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think this Lesh pick is could be very explosive. I think that's what they want to have. Like, these supports can die before they do anything with a Lesh blinking on you. But yeah, Lifestealer doesn't care about you too much. Beastmaster, I think when we get the Helm of the Overlord, you're a pipe buyer. You're going to have some tools against that. This, I think, truly is going to be a mind game for the mid lane. It's like, you've got to pick your hero here, and you get 2 bans. And this, we've seen shuts down like the Pango. We've also seen like Monkey King struggle against this matchup. Lesh is good versus a lot of the heroes that GPK so far has currently played, and a lot more heroes that have been like very annoying for Leshrac in the past, like these Linas and snipers. They haven't looked good in this patch.
They have not.
So this was definitely very strategic by Quinn. Like, this is what he could pick on last pick, and it's 100%. Actually, it's not 100%. This bat could go mid, which is kind of an interesting prospect looking at this. This is like kamikaze lane versus kamikaze lane.
Bat has historically done really well against Lush, though. It's like if you're even on levels, Bat's damage is a bit higher, but also I'm remembering this based on like pre-Facet Leshrac where the damage was less, and then also Bat Rider didn't have the double napalm.
Ooh. So
Ace will play the bat, and most likely.
Yes.
Yeah, and they're gonna have a 5 Tinker. They wanted some more, just like, this hero is very good at protecting your towers. They had very little like safe lane shove where they can defend their towers. March on Machines is great for that. You can just spam March, make it so Beast can't just take every objective that he wants to. Defense Matrix has always been insanely good versus heroes like Bat Rider and Beastmaster because you get status resistance, and we're gonna get Bat mid.
He's a mid bat. Okay.
So you name a lot of great stuff about Tinker, but he's only been picked twice this event so far. What made and he was obviously very popular before this. What made him fall off so hard? Was it the nerfs, or was it also just the meta and playstyle changed too much for this hero?
Jenkins, the support player.
I think the nerfs definitely hurt him for sure. The Holy Locket nerf in particular hurt Tinker quite a lot. Unless you're like stacking other forms of healing restoration, that one was really rough for him. I don't think it's as bad as people think it is. Like, I also think AVULUS was becoming more popular in the meta. So was Nullifier, and like these are things which counter Tinker because you can take off the shield. But it's honestly not that bad. When I saw this come out, I was thinking like, this is a way to spin the current meta that I don't think is like picking some like absolutely garbage hero, but it changes the meta to be like the one that's like 1 or 2 patches ago. And I don't know how BetBoom's strategy, how they like to play, plays into Tinker. You know, there's a chance this is just better than BetBoom's strategy because their damage is a lot of like damage over time. You know,
I mean, it's great at the Lesh though, right? Like you have the Abaddon shield, then on top of that you have Defense Matrix, heal bots. This might be of that little edge to Leshrac to get the kills instead of dying himself.
Yeah, they might run into like a damage wall because of Tinker.
Well, we're going to find out if BetBoom can take this one 3-0, or if Gaimin Gladiators can punch back and force out an extra game. Before we head into the game, though, we're going to hear some words from CY, the coach.
Thanks, Shiva. Yeah, CY, very interesting with the Tinker last pick, but I'm interested in the Bat Rider pivoting to mid. Is this something you were ready for, and how good is it?
Like, we're always ready for it. We know the CIS team especially likes Bat and likes to just put it mid against like anything. So we had to pick also a hero that like can go against it, which like Lesh can, I think. So yeah, we'll have to see.
Okay, well, do you think that anything sort of clicked after these first 2 games? Do you feel like, you know, you've kind of figured something out?
Like, I think it's a bit interesting with draft because like this TA is obviously a very strong hero. We've seen like BetBoom winning every game with it. We owned like Liquid pretty hard. Like Watson played really well on that like yesterday. It's a bit weird because like Dawn usually very good against TA. I think I griefed us by like also letting us pick Venomancer there, like because the Warlock just destroyed us. Whereas like in some matchups, like depending on how it goes, it can go better. So yeah, some things can click, but it's also a bit about like gameplay. Like it starts with first blood on TA. Like if they play slightly better, if we play slightly better, let's say it can look like we own them, and then it can be like, okay, now TA loses priority because maybe you can play Dawn, something against that, etc. So everything kind of accumulates, and it's always a bit hard to like assess correctly. It kind of also depends on like how playing is, and like how lanes go and stuff like that.
Okay, yeah, you got to filter through that for sure, and that is, of course, the challenge here. Is this the start of the 2-0 reverse sweep? Is the comeback coming?
Yeah, we are like mode Azure in Kuala Lumpur. We're gonna do the 3-2 sweep instead.
What a throwback. Thank you very much, CY. Let's go check it out with Peacock and Lacoste.
Thank you very much. Coming in to this 3rd game, Pure getting away with that rage as we start this one off for Game 3, a potential 3-0 here for BetBoom, but Gaimin Gladiators trying to do everything that they can to hold that one off. And it is currently just 3 bounty runes were picked up by the side of Gaimin Gladiators to start, and we do see this Leshrac Bat Rider lane mid. When we saw GPK on the Leshrac, he absolutely dominated the game, but he should know the matchup here when he's playing this Batrider, right?
Yeah, he should. We saw him play it once. There were only 4 core Batriders. By core, I mean mid Batriders so far in the tournament. 75% win rate from these mid Batriders. The only one who did lose was PP. And let's see, GPK. There's gonna be, like, this lane is just insane. You make one bad play, like you stay long enough for him to stack maybe 1 extra napalm stack on you, and you might just die because of it. You do have damage. Like, this is definitely going to be a lane. We saw him game 1, game 2, pushing the limits of the heroes when they played it against each other, and I'm expecting to see the same thing. This Diabolic Edict might make the difference. He's also playing with Misanthropy, so dealing more damage, but doesn't deal damage to buildings. Even though we saw some mid Lashracks still going for it, we also saw carry Lashrack that BetBoom did pull off.
Pure taking a lot of damage up top.
He's struggling a little bit.
And he is definitely struggling. The one thing that there is to really talk about, I would say, with this Lifestealer is the fact that so many teams have tried to not go up against it as Pure, again, almost dying the Shadow Word, giving him enough life to survive. But man, their teams really don't want to give him this hero. He has played so well with Lifestealer every single time.
Yeah, he's had great success. He did win 6 out of 7 games, 85% win rate on that hero. And they're doing a very good job in this top lane, making sure that he's staying low enough so that he can get close. Maybe with the next Shadow Word, he's going to be fine, but he also doesn't have much mana to work with. Kateomi using all of his mana early on to try to heal him up. He also TP'd to a lane. This lane is not going to go well, so he's going to need to be in recovery mode. GPK, we saw him do well pretty much in every single game that he did play. High MVP of the tournament pretty much so far.
That with save, but I feel like save is just so consistent, where this is just an outstanding performance from GPK if you had to pick one. And every single game it feels like he is going godlike or something of the like. I mean, that is that last game was certainly one of those games on that puck. Here with this Batrider, top, they look over at Tofu, another Bramble Maze placed down. We'll pick up that Lotus at 3 minutes. And early on, you look at the CS difference, and it is all favoring Gaimin Gladiators. Shadow Realm strike from a distance, but the Shadow Word still healing him up. This should be first blood and will be.
Oh, great start for Gaimin. It's almost a 2k gold lead. And there it is. I love the build on Abaddon. 1 null talisman, that's exactly what you need. Tofu's gonna chase him down. Bramble's gonna connect. This lane, I think it might have been better if they just died straight away, seeing what happened in this lane afterwards. They're gonna need to have some really good time fixing it. They need to make some moves, try to shut down Watson. We saw Watson on Tempo Assassin. If he's off to a good start, that he can take over the game, and so far he's doing really well. And not just that, but also the offlane is popping off. This type of a lineup from Gaimin, they have a lot of sustain. We're talking about Tinker with the repair bots, you have Abaddon, you have TA with the refraction. Not sure if there's gonna be enough damage, especially at the early starts, to be able to deal with all this tankiness on Gaimin.
The tankiness on Gaimin Gladiators is certainly an issue, and maybe as time goes on, they can find that singular target pick-off with the Shadow Shaman as well as the Beastmaster. They do have a lot of pick-off potential here on BetBoom, but they kind of have to get to that timing where they're able to really utilize it. Pure's going after Ace. Shadow Realm goes into the Rage, now starting to back the other way. The Shadow Word is healing him up a little bit, but now the focus is on Aketomi for a second, but he gets under the tower this time.
And also Orb of Frost, reducing the amount of heal. You're playing against Lifestealer, so Ghoul Frenzy / Open Wounds. Like, you're not lifestealing as much with the Feast, with the Shadow Word. And now that has been upgraded, considering that he's having that good of a start. Orb of Corrosion and level 2 Curse of Avernus. It is a lot of damage over time, plus also that heal reduction.
Ace not working with a lot of health, but has a Photic Shield if need be. Should otherwise be fine in this lane. Has sustain and some help. Diabolic Edict, but then backing away. GPK, he is 23-2 compared to the 31-9 from Quinn. But now again, Shackles from save. They've also got the Hex. These repair bots are down. The chase is on, and that is going to be a kill here on to save. They look over at Miero, and for the moment, everything is just going Millhouse for the side of Gaimin Gladiators.
Top lane's not going to be able to do much. They got no kills, which means Black Grimoire is not going to be like slightly earlier when you might need it. It needs to be GPK. And let's see how he's going to approach this one. Quinn really pushing the limits. Save again with the TP rotation to the mid lane, making sure that he's going to try to secure this rune for GPK. Feels like this is something that they do need. And he's
Haste
going to pick
is
up the
actually
haste.
probably one
Actually
of
a
the
big
best
one.
runes for him at this moment.
If he can get level 6, needs one creep, and he's trying to go for it.
Just trying to go in and grab this kill on a Quinn. And
doesn't even need it.
Yeah, that was the exact rune he wanted. Ace, he'll end up dying to Kataomi, and Tofu just couldn't help enough. So Pure also even throwing the tip onto this Abaddon. It's still a 2,000 net worth lead here for Gaimin Gladiators, but some of the success is showing from BetBoom Team as they turn some of these lanes around. But overall, it feels really good for the Radiant.
It really does. They had a good start, but this haste rune really flipping this matchup in the mid lane allows him to not even use Flaming Lasso. GPK was thinking about using the Lasso. He was one creep away from level 6, and now he's level 7. So sticking a palm, not maxed out yet. He is playing with Arsonist Facet, which means that there is another level to it.
Could hit that 7-minute mark. You pick up that Shrine for save. Then maybe he makes the move over. You lasso, pull in Quinn into a Hex Shackle. Certainly a way to get an easy kill over in that mid lane if he wants to go that way. But the TP save towards top. Bramble Maze, he'll navigate it. Cursed Crown, though, means he's not really going to be able to add anything to this.
He's not going to be able to use the shackles. Nice play from Tofu.
Yeah, kind of being patient on that Cursed Crown where it could have been thrown elsewhere, but waiting for the Shadow Shaman to kind of show himself. With that, though, both supports, they're starting to rotate over towards mid, and Quinn needs to be careful. That's left Miero alone, who theoretically shouldn't die with the fact that there really isn't any lockdown in this lane. They'll give him some time to get himself to 6, and there it is. Fatal Bonds, that'll turn into having that lasso, and with the Hex, it's a simple kill for BetBoom.
They need these type of kills, and suddenly the game is pretty even. GPK did give bottle to Kataomi, who's going to get that region. Would not expect this one to happen, but they do have Golem ready.
Yeah,
Ace
he's got
still
level
level
6.
5. They want to drop this one. BetBoom bringing in numbers again.
Chaotic Offering, a Photic Shield was used, and he is going to be hit with that Flame Break. They get the kill on Ace. The Bramble Maze is down, saves in a bad spot. Shadow Realm Strike, but the Infest save is there. Kataomi under the tower, taking some shots, but GPK is going to die to Quinn, who has some big damage there with the Diabolic Edict. This Golem not hitting anything. It's just kind of walking at these heroes. They don't really have the initial turnaround. They'll pop out of the Infest, but nobody chasing any further to try and go for save.
It was a nice play there from BetBoom, going behind the tower, killing Abba, who is still level 5. But Quinn did respawn since they killed him in the mid lane, which is going to allow him to get the double kill. Exactly what he needed. He needs to have a good game. And so is Watson, who is on top of the network right now in this bottom lane. Save needs to be careful. You get caught by one of the Brambles. Flame Break's going to push him away. Still, Diabolic
Just
Edict.
not enough, yeah. And GPK is just in too far. He tries to play aggressive, but we have talked about how quick the damage comes from Lishrak. Miero will use that Roar, but Tofu's level 6. Now you've got the Terrorize. Watson's still alive.
Multiple traps in this lane.
Miero's going to die. From mid to bot, Tofu being a big help to get these heroes even more gold and an injection of an advantage.
And he also has Urn. They also have Big Lotus. By big, I mean mid Lotus at the moment. Can't have the Big Lotus at this stage of the game. Templar Assassin, extra 400 HP could make the difference. They have Urn of Shadows. So they're going to be staying pretty much full HP all the time. These heroes, we already said, are very difficult to kill. You overextend, one Aphotic Shield comes through, Terrorize, Repair Bots, which are maxed out now. Going to be a good amount of healing at Maledich. He just needs a recipe, and he's going to have that Holy Locket. Not an easy game for BetBoom by any means. We'll see. Next fight, next 2 fights, if they lose them, Gaimin will take control over pretty much the whole map. With the damage, with that Deso TA, you can take over the objectives. We might see something from BetBoom. They might try to sneak in Roche. I think that could potentially be the play with Shadow Shaman, with Beastmaster and his Helm Creep. But Miero has been shut down in the lane, the lowest net worth core at the moment. That's where we usually see him.
Yeah, he still has Helm of the Dominator, but he needs Helm of the Overlord. Borrowed time, open wounds, save coming in, hits that Hex. They've got the Shackle. That is a kill for Pure. Getting him closer to that Relic. Still sitting at a 3,000 net worth lead, but that's, you know, the wide open lane for Watson. And truthfully, it looked and felt for a little while that after that kill mid, GPK had control of the lane, but with Quinn getting a couple, all of a sudden he's up by about 1,000 net worth over this Bat Rider.
And dying twice, that mid-death definitely felt like it was not necessary. Trying to help out save, and then getting caught. Bramble, Quinn, Blink Dagger, faster than the average. We haven't really seen much of Leshrac though.
The few times it's been mid, it's felt very strong.
Yeah, when GPK played it, I don't think he died a single time in that game. Maybe one death, but this has been the story of GPK so far at Wallachia.
Just doesn't die.
Yeah.
That being said, he has died twice in this game. Bedlam, Cursed Crown, Miero in some trouble, but over mid they get the kill on a Quinn. Miero will throw out that Primal Roar. Now the Terrorize thought about, but Tofu doesn't commit to it just yet, and Watson's going to be under the tower with the help here from Maladich. He's got that defense matrix.
Can't really get close. It's way too much heal. Way too many that they do have. Holy Locket is ready with the repair bots. They will get something done from the mid lane. At least getting something. Miero, this Helm of the Overlord will be delayed by quite a big amount of time.
Save tried to go for this.
I don't think you can. I don't think you have damage to kill these heroes at the moment, especially TA. With the Refraction, the 4 Radiance, I don't think that's doable. Maybe you need Bat. But Bat is making a move on a different side. Ace, borrowed time is ready.
Can't really go for that kill on Ace. He's a long kill to get. When you've got the borrowed time, you're going to need the Shadow Shaman as a +1 to have that Hex as well as that Shackle while he's within the borrowed time. Maladich is going to go for the 2 camp stack. And looking at the numbers, it's 13-7. Pure. Cursed Crown, and that will pop. Bedlam doesn't have Rage for 10, doesn't have anything. They just run down this Lifestealer. Wasn't really expecting that.
No, I was also not expecting him to play the bottom lane. I mean, they have very limited amount of stuns. Maybe he thought, I can Rage TP out. They don't have enough, but you also need to respect the damage from Templar Assassin. 3 points in Meld, Refraction damage. Now Miero's in the bottom lane. They should be the tower for Gaimin. They are bringing in numbers.
Yeah.
Quinn, ready with the Blink Dagger. 67%. That's what Gaimin
shows up, but Quinn have Primal Roar backing away. Nothing to really follow up on Miero's Roar.
No boots of speed. Let's see if he can TP out.
Oh no. Another kill there for Quinn. Gaimin Gladiators, this is the kind of game they need to come back into this series down 2-0. But they've got to hold this lead. They get both shrines. That's going to be big experience for the supports on the side of Gaimin Gladiators. It's 2 cores that take the shrines. But you've got Maladich, who's already level 11. By the way, has more farm than Miero and is closing in on having more farm than Pure.
Yeah, I remember a couple of tournaments ago that he did pop off. Like, this is what you can do. Some of these heroes are still viable, even after the nerfs. You do kind of forget about him. But if you do get a good amount of farm, he's 3-0-6. And when he finishes off Solar Crest, Holy Locket, with the repair bots, his defense matrix gets maxed out. That's 30% status resistance plus the barrier. I'm not sure where the damage is going to be coming from, because BetBoom right now, they are very limited. Lifestealer does have Relic, but needs another 1,000 gold to finish off the Radiance. But he also can't be the only damage dealer in the team. GPK, even though after getting those 2 kills, he did get shut down. Has some stacks to fall back to, but Miero's game is completely ruined.
He has no farm at the moment from an offlaner, and you could see Pure trying to infest and look for something, but going after Ace is not an easy kill. You're not really going to find the damage there unless you can really control him and make sure that the rest of the side of Gaimin Gladiators don't come in. But Serpent Ward's committed to the top lane. Maladich, he'll throw down the repair bots, and then they should be able to get this tower with the catapult. No deny there. TP mid. And Dark Will was there. Chaotic Offering comes through.
They'll get any kind of kill they can
Flame
get.
Break, Tofu, and the Terrorize is a complete miss. But Save will get the kill on a Tofu. They'll start to take these Serpent Wards for some extra gold. They do give up that kill of Tofu. Worth 388 for Save.
Not too bad. Any kind of gold influx they can get, it's pretty good. Save, hands off keyboard. He is playing Lifestealer after all. Not many things you can do.
Not really. Handamitis for Ace. Kind of expecting this game to maybe go a little bit long. Picked that up and now going into a Radiance. Had picked up the Orb of Corrosion before. Maybe a little bit surprising to see that Midas, but when you expect the game to kind of go 45 minutes or so,
yeah, this is also something 33 does. If he feels like he needs to go for different itemization, whether for a Blade Mail, Orchid, Octarine Core as well, lowering the cooldown with your Facet as well, could come in pretty handy. But also if you want to scale, there's always the Radiance option. And speaking of Radiance, Lifestealer just did finish off his. Quinn, Kaya, Arcane Rune in bottle. This could be a good fight for them. Maladich is sitting behind him, so Quinn can play very aggressive.
Watson looking for the Desolator. 1,600 gold away from that. We've talked about how these Lifestealers can do well with the Ancient Black Dragon, but he runs in.
They have the damage.
3 heroes.
He needs to be careful. Edict.
He is really eating a lot of damage. Bramble Maze is down. He ran into that, and
I don't think he's going to be running into that again.
Nobody else was there from BetBoom that responded. Oh, okay, Pure.
Taking that pure damage from Diabolic Edict. And also Templar Assassin, even before Deso. So, like, this creep that he takes over and also creep from Beastmaster are not going to be doing much. Quinn, thinking about jumping in. He got him.
Yeah, he'll have save. This is such an easy kill. These heroes just melt.
Melt or meld?
Both.
Well, they definitely will. That is maxed out. And also Deso, once he finishes that off. Ooh, amplified damage. Who's going to pick it up? Quinn. They are controlling all the runes. All the power runes belong to Quinn. This is what you want to have on Leshrac. GPK has Pike ready.
And lasso. But look at the damage. You're lassoing somebody who's hurting you. Doesn't even have to click any buttons after that.
Kateomi tried, or at least wanted to go for Chaotic Offer and then realized that he's dead anyway. Even if he uses it, damage over time is still going to kill him.
What's the comeback?
They managed to stabilize at 5k, even with these 2 kills that they just lost.
Is it all on Pure?
It pretty much is. We've seen him carry the games on Lifestealer, only losing 1 of those and played it 7 times, so we'll see if he's going to be able to replicate the same thing. Problem is they're so tanky. Tinker's becoming tankier and tankier as Mana Boot, so that's probably going to be Guardian Greaves as well later on. Just not sure who's going to be like, there are these auras or barriers that they need to remove. Eventually, Lifestealer can get Nullifier.
This would be a big kill. And they will find Quinn, but can they kill Quinn before anybody gets melted? They can. 500 gold again for Kateomi. They would have loved that to be on, say, GPK. But this is gold coming in for the Warlock, where he's looking to get a 4-staff. He's already got himself a Glimmer Cape. If there wasn't a Tinker in this game, we would probably be saying that Kateomi has a lot of fun. But because he's now able to be compared to the Tinker, who is giga-farmed, it's not exactly as much of a show-off.
No, definitely not. And he can do these types of plays. Seeing that there's tier 1 tower in the bottom lane, if they need to steal this rune, they can't allow Quinn to get it again.
Working on that 4-staff. Just picks up that Arcane Rune. However, it doesn't have Serpent Words. They'll go for the Tormentor top. This will be a kill for BetBoom Team. Save gets that shard. And again, having that upgrade to the foul play. He's coming towards top, but there isn't really a hero here to follow up. They have Miero, but that didn't really seem like that was going to be enough. So save TP's bottom. Looks like they'll give up this tier 1 tower. They want to take a tier 1 tower of their own. Shard helps them cut into this, and now they've got themselves the Hex. Pure moving forward, but the TPs are coming through. The upheaval is going to be committed to this. Primal Roar used very early. Watson shows up out of the fight. They're going to have the Abaddon TPing in. Will he commit to this TP? He will. So Ace commits that TP while Quinn gets a kill on a GPK. That was also nearby where this fight is going on. So they can start to drift down towards the bottom lane, and they need to leave.
They need to leave somehow. Miero, save. Seems like they're TPing out, but Tofu also has an idea. Maybe he's trying to cut them off here on this little bridge. Seems like that's going to be enough. Getting GPK. This is one of the few times where we see GPK having more than 2 deaths in a game. 4 deaths already. Not an easy game for him by any means.
What was his average? 1.6 the other day as of that point?
I believe so.
It's not like it's too crazy now, but man, this has been one of GPK's harder games.
Yeah, it's 2.11 at the moment. So pretty much doubling that value.
Amplify damage top. This Radiant's almost finished for Ace. Needs 94 gold. Ooh, another amplified damage for Quinn. This has been sitting there for a couple seconds. Pure's going for the Ags.
We've seen it before. When it's a good game for it, he wants to lower the cooldown. It goes down to 20 seconds, wants to play slightly longer fights, have that extra bit of a damage. Doesn't disarm anymore, unfortunately. Would definitely love to have that against Templar Assassin. Blink Dagger on Miero. It's like they want to smoke. They want to be playing the pickoff game, get a kill, and then maybe try to get an objective afterwards or deal some of the damage. But it's not going to be as easy. See, Batrider, no Blink Dagger. GPK playing on a different side of the map. This is a big one if they can get him. Nice Hex.
Good job there by BetBoom Team. Miero pulls and gets that kill. 338 gold for him. And he's starting to recover. He's recovered really well because he was down there with the Tinker, and now he's up there with Ace.
They will need so many items. Like him sitting the same amount of farm as GPK, you said close to Ace. I want to see what he's starting. Like, it might be a good game for Shiva's Guard because there will be good amount of healing. You're playing against Abaddon, you're playing against Tinker with the Holy Locket, repair bots. Not the usual item on a Beastmaster, but might be a good pickup in this one. And they also are going to be needing the Nullifier. Removing those barriers, removing Defense Matrix, Solar. This is very annoying to play against. And them having no abilities that go through debuff immunity, so that also means that he can always rage DP out.
As long as he doesn't soak too much damage. Quinn came towards top. The trap is down. Glimmer Cape using the trap to try and get this kill, and almost gets it. That was pretty close. Moutage not there in time to put down these Tinker bots, but using the trap to try and get that kill onto the Warlock. Still with Pure keeping up with the net worth. You never know what he's able to accomplish with this one. It's one of his best heroes.
Dragging the creep wave. This creep is pretty speedy. Almost 400 move speed, burning them down with the Radiance. When he gets out of it, also deals the damage. Pretty much one-shots the creep wave because of the Gore Storm facet.
They scanned. They know that they were there. Quinn's actually waiting for them on the other side. Might even...
It was a nice play. Showing the hero in the bottom lane. Rest of the BetBoom team is pretty much relatively close by, but also camping the gates. If they are going to be going through the twin gates, try to punish that, whoever is pushing the bottom lane. Instead, Gaimin Gladiators, they have a better option. They have an option to go for the towers. You have Quite a lot of damage with this Deso and Templar Assassin. Still yet to get the Deso charge.
Yeah, he's had this Deso for a while, and the net worth has kind of stayed pretty much at 3 to 5K for a while. Gaimin Gladiators really haven't broken through this wall yet. Pure. Rage TP. Just goes all the way back to base. Now the team without him, but they kind of know the TA is there. They can't really jump Maladich with the assumption that the Templar Assassin is nearby, and still is. Miero's going to continue to farm for this BKB, almost at it. Has that recipe bought now. Shaman wants a Blink Dagger to get some initiation going. Might be able to drop Watson, but he's got an Aegis. You don't really want to try and kill him twice.
It's way too risky. With the Tinker TPing, bringing all these auras, Solar, Defense Matrix, now even Mech, plus the Holy Locket, it's way too much heal. They just need to play the longer game. They need to be able to get another round of items, try to reset. Abaddon is in no man's land. Maybe they can kill him here, but Ace blinks out of the trouble. Was way too deep in.
They are smoked.
They want to take the tower in the mid lane.
Yep.
Bringing in numbers, and let's see. Maybe they can try to catch. They're trying to punish Tinker here on the side. If he's going to be greedy, if he wants to farm another wave.
He does come
Double
over.
BKB now ready.
Batrider's not there, though, anymore. Hex hits immediately a TP from the Templar Assassin. And for Staff, the damage not enough. And an escape from Save.
Very limited lockdown. They will need some kind of a Hex. They will need... Pure's going to be TPing out. Still not that much damage. Like Diabolic Edict still deals damage through debuff immunity, but not enough damage at the moment. They've been splitting the map nicely. BetBoom always doing something in the side lanes. Like even Warlock right now in the bottom lanes using Fatal Bonds, does have Glimmer, does have Force Staff. So he pushes himself out of the trouble if necessary. So far, Gaimin, they haven't been managed to punish that. And I just said that, like, they need Hex. They need these abilities to be able to get that instant initiation. Abaddon might need to get something like a Basher, but seems like he's going for a bit of a more low cooldown-oriented build, something that we said that 33 does. Just lower the cooldown on that Aphotic Shield, play the longer fights, win off of that.
GPK, he is looking very much in trouble, but the Chaotic Offering with the lasso of the BKB.
He's full HP.
Can he turn this on to Quinn? He doesn't have a lot of health on GPK. How much more can he go for? But they've got the Primal Roar to follow it up. They get the kill on Maladich to look over for Quinn, but he's got that Aphotic Shield help from Ace. So only one kill so far. It's only onto the Tinker. They've got this Ancient Black Dragon. Throws down a Fireball. Doesn't really matter. The Cursed Crown pops on a Pure. Watson blinks back with the rest of his team. Pure still going forward. GPK, he's healing up and might be able to return to this fight with a lot more damage. Quinn doesn't have a lot of mana to work with. The Flame Break lands. They've got themselves a Serpent Ward. They'll infest it on the Quinn. They've got the Fatal Bonds that hit Tofu. Tofu dies first. Quinn dies afterwards. Even with all the sustain, with the repair bots, with the Aphotic Shields, it's just not enough. BetBoom persisting in this fight.
No, this Gore Storm is dealing an insane amount of damage. He infests them. It's on a low cooldown with the Aghanim Scepter. It deals 30% of the damage of the remaining HP. And then managing to find Maladich. This is the first target you want to kill. This is also pre-Nullifier, and I think he just might be getting Nullifier plus the Radiance. Like, I don't think he's going to be disassembling Radiance in this one, but once they get to that Nullifier, it is going to be pretty insane. Removing all of these barriers, there's just so many to remove. So you can remove Dark Willow's Eul Scepter, Aphotic Shield, everything from Tinker pretty much.
It was, what, 4 Aphotic Shields in that fight, a couple more Solar Crests, just not enough. And GPK got back into the fight, the Shadow Word healing him up into a spot where he felt comfortable.
Like, he get two-shotted there with the crit on Templar Assassin. He could definitely die with the Crystallis, but really pushing the limits. You can see Pure holding the game back by his good Lifestealer performance again.
Pulls the net worth to even, and kind of puts both these heroes, the Beastmaster and, well, not so much the Batrider, back into the game. But they are going to find this Willow.
Like, there's nobody to help him out. Completely isolated. They are starting to TP in.
Maybe they can immediately. Pure's like, I'm out. He TPs. Did not have the confidence, started to see these heroes pinching in, and did not want to take the chance.
Again, this is favoring BetBoom. They're waiting for the next round of items.
Yeah, they are.
Beastmaster wants AC, wants another Aura. There was a game where GPK played Batrider. He did go for AC of his own because you do benefit from the attack speed on the Batrider with this Arsonist facet. Going for Manta style this time around.
Daedalus almost finished for the Templar Assassin. They do smoke up. Taking a look.
They saw the courier. They saw the courier.
Oh, they found him. TP in though. I'm Aurora, and there's the Chaotic Offering. Borrowed Time's going to put him back towards full. He blinks away, and now they stacked all that, and they're going to lose GPK top. That's a smoke that works out for Gaimin.
And when they are making this type of a move, this is the third time GPK gets punished, where he's playing away from the team. I guess somebody needs to be showing in the lane, otherwise it's going to be slightly too obvious. Tormentor is ready. Gaimin, they can take this one.
Tormentor's ready, but the clock for Roche is like a minute away. I got 2 thumbs up for that one. I was told I was correct.
We did struggle.
It only took me to the grand finals to get that clock right.
A 9-day event. Plus all the events before this one. Still dealing good amount of damage. Ancient Black Dragon. Maldadich will deny the tower. But still, they will have this part of the map open. So they will only be able to TP to a tier 3 towers. Roshan's not allowed yet. About to respawn. I would also be fine if Pure gets Nullifier and then still goes back to Radiance. Maybe he's just valuing the Radiance for the farm speed, but if they feel like they need it, he could also be buying Helm of the Iron Will, then disassemble it in the fight if they really need it to dispel, and still go back for Radiance.
With that kill in GPK, as well as getting that Tormentor, they went from that 1,000 net worth lead to getting it back to the 6,000 that they were at before.
Croaker?
You mean Pure? He is in this Croaker, taking some big damage numbers, but not a lot yet to get this kill. Ace was on him, Flame Break pushes him, but he's got Borrowed Time, or does he? He ends up dead, and
he got broken, level 15.
He ends up dying here as Ace, he doesn't have buyback, so GPK moves in. Flame Break a little bit late, he's still just moving on forward with the help of the Infest coming through from this Lifestealer.
Oh, I guess he did not count this one in.
Just hit that 15 recently, and the Hex breaks.
So he broke him, and they killed him off instantly. Roshan is alive. There is no buyback available on Abba. He did go for Octarine Core, fully invested.
That's a
now the full wraparound. Wow. Let's see how they're going to approach it. They want to climb the high ground. Save. Can he catch him?
GPK,
Watson,
break.
No BKB.
There's the last
Everything
of the
on him.
Terrorize. They got Tofu, the look for Watson, the Force Staff. He has nowhere to go. No place to move around, and now it's all on a Roche.
This is a game-breaking moment, pretty much. Save that Hex on Abaddon, and now also getting another initiation on Templar Assassin. There's no way to save him, and they're getting even more items. The Nullifier pretty much is on its way.
Getting this Aegis, taking a fight. They're really taking it in. It is a breath of fresh air here for BetBoom in this game. And now they're working with this Aegis, and they've got the AC also picked up from Miero. There's still certainly a lot of damage coming from the side of Gaimin with
newbie
this
numbers
too.
3 seconds slower than average.
Disappointing.
Very
disappointing.
He managed to pull it back in this game. Did die 3 times in the laning stage. Got focused pretty heavily. But Miero, now top 3. Pretty much has the same amount of farm as Lifestealer. They've been struggling to deal with this Lifestealer going in. Infested in a creep. They cut the creep wave so many times. Always making some kind of a play. There's no BKB piercing abilities as well, so that's going to be like how close he actually has the Hex. So this is pretty big. If they can surprise him, problem is now that he has Aegis. So he needs to be slightly more careful.
Smoke up from Gaimin as 3. Tinker can kind of be there at any time. The scan connects. They know where they're at. They at least know something's over there.
This Hex could be pretty big.
If they could start out the fight, he's got a blink, so he can surprise them, but unfortunately, they're just a little bit too slow to the party. The call time was 35 minutes. They show up a little bit late, and everybody's gone. All heroes out of there for the side of BetBoom, and Tinker pushing bottom. He'll try to get out, but they have the Hex, and he is all alone, and these shackles are more than long enough to get this kill onto the Tinker. He's dead for 100 seconds.
Well, disadvantage this Gaimin did have. They just couldn't put it to a good use.
Got it back into a 1,000 net worth lead for BetBoom. And they're going to start to push the high ground in the bottom lane. They drop those Serpent Wards. Chaotic Offering even committed.
They're going for the mid lane. AC, Shadow Shaman Wards in the bottom.
They want to end this with
this
the
35-minute wave. With Banner, and now the split push is coming out. What a play from BetBoom, splitting them into two different directions, and might get both of them actually. Tinker has no buyback.
They could force him into a bad fight too. They
Now
do not have this Tinker, but now he's got buyback. The Glyph is available and they'll use it. Flame Break though, thinking about it, but uses that BKB. GBK gonna retreat on this one, but BetBoom, they're not fully back just yet. Maybe they're looking for their way in.
It might be a time to reset.
Yeah.
Getting the Tinker buyback, this is pretty big, what he brings to the table, but there is Nullifier now on Lifestealer. There's a reason why they wanted to get Lifestealer pretty much in every single game possible. Having a good read, and Pure bringing it back with this Lifestealer one more time. 75% win rate.
Has himself enough gold for that.
Chance to win this game, not a win rate, but whatever. But I would say that, let's check what their win rate was so far in the tournament.
It says 75-25, but this feels like it's one fight away.
70% win rate for BetBoom Team so far in the tournament. Wasn't too... The lie that I said wasn't even too far away.
No,
from
it wasn't. I think the shocking thing is, Gaimin Gladiators were what, 12-1 coming into this series? They've been so dominant. They just have not been able to find much success in this BO5. Quinn, though, going over. He's got that Hex. Looks for the stump of the Nullifier. It's onto him. Pure taking some damage, but still running forward. They've got the Primal Ward's going to be on the watch.
He's in. Pure wants him.
Staff going away. GPK looking for an answer, but he's going to be silenced for a second. Hits that last one of the Templar Assassin. The BKB's running out in a second. Then the damage can be thrown over from the TA. They're also going to have Ace to try and hit him up with that Defense Matrix
GPK's
as well as the Aphotic
about
Shield.
Going in.
They got the Aegis out of the hands of Pure. They'll get the kill to save the look over Miero. They're taking the Beastmaster, but they'll end up losing Watson. Now Pure's got to fight back. However, he's locked down and killed. 3 heroes gone. Ketum is going to be next. He's trying to get out of the high ground, but the Curse Crown is there. The control with the Yules, and that is a dead Warlock. A big fight here for Gaimin Gladiators. They do lose Watson, but they come out ahead.
And that's a fight without using any of the buybacks on their side. Getting into the fight did split. You could see Leshrac finally getting the damage in. So goes for Templar Assassin, because Pure really wanted to kill Lesh, but needed extra bit of a lockdown. Nobody else was able to get anything on top of him. So he chased him down. His rage did run out. And also Abaddon killing 4 Aphotic Shields in the previous fight, 5 missed coils.
Really helping out. And him and Melodic came over to try and help Watson, who survives here for Staff onto the other side of these Serpent Wards.
Yeah, they were focusing different targets. Watson, because Pure was not focusing him down, did manage to survive long enough, but they still get killed in the end. And then there's the amplified damage. Not sure who even picked it up. It was Miero who got it, but them fighting close to the Abaddon with the Aphotic Shields, with the heals and everything. You can see Tinker repair bots, keeping him alive long enough just so that they can get stuff done. And then Ace shows up, full HP, and that fight is over.
No buybacks expended from the side of BetBoom in that loss of a fight. They're still the ones at least leading when it comes to the map, but that goes back to the net worth lead here for Gaimin Gladiators. BKB picked up for Lifestealer. He wants to have that extra time in between rages to survive in this fight.
It is 21 seconds of debuff immunity if he doesn't overlap it, plus then you can get another one slightly later. It is a 9-second BKB. It's going to be extended by extra 2 seconds once he gets Rage level 25 talent, but I also like what I'm seeing on Quinn. He wants Refresher. If he can get that double Hex, knowing that they don't have too many saves. They have like a Force Staff, Glimmer Caves, these type of items, but if they have Vision, and they should be having Vision, because Dark Willow does have Gem, they could lock onto a Lifestealer and kill him.
Getting that gem back from that fight.
5.6 second Hex could mean a lot if you can get to the Refresher.
They know this is Pure. And you look at the damage that he's taking.
That's
he
level
needs to
25
back
left.
away. Yeah, the damage is a bit overwhelming to force that BKB from Pure. Not the way he'd like to use that BKB, but kind of playing a little bit lackadaisical over mid. Just gets seen and it sticks around for a second, but
the only thing that Pure is afraid of is pure damage from Leshrac. Those explosions, level 25.
There's the lasso. Can they get the kill on a Queen before this all pops off? They go to the Chaotic Offering. They've got themselves the Fatal Bonds. Quinn's going to be dead, but he's going to buy back immediately.
Tofu,
now, Ace
also
on
dead.
the side. They get the kill on a Tofu. He's got buyback, but does he want to come back into the fight? Leshrac will get there in a second, but things aren't popping off as much as they were in the beginning of that fight. Now that Quinn has to re-enter.
They're trying to reset, but also trying to make something happen. This was also a pretty late Blink Dagger picked up by GPK. I'm not sure if they saw that he does have Blink Dagger, so he dragged him away with the Pike and with the Blink Dagger away from a fight. Roar comes onto the Abaddon so that he can't follow. He can't get the Aphotic Shield. He can't dispel it. That was such a clutch play from BetBoom Team.
How is this clock working? Ooh, quick spawn. It's 5 seconds away.
Yeah, it's going to be probably more than 5, more like 15. We're waiting. We're looking at the clock top.
Just give me 2 thumbs up. Come on. Please.
It's always delayed.
Yeah, you know, it's back though. And they see it. Quinn buying back is a massive blow here to the offerings of Gaimin Gladiators in the team fight, but they're the ones who are sneaking over to Roche with this smoke.
Trying to use this opportunity, knowing that 2 supports don't have their ultis available. It's a lot of damage. This Roche goes down so quickly. BetBoom,
Third Cure is too late. They need
damage
to go
has
in
been
now.
done. Somebody needs to go in. They're scouting things out. GPK made the slot.
Flame break. Oh, the Aegis was picked up by Quinn in time, but he picks up the Refresher Shard. Maybe he can survive.
And Cheese eats the cheese.
Staff and the cheese. He's ethereal and will get away, but save gonna be really chunked out by Quinn. And now Niero, he's gone to the other side. He looks over at Maladich. They're gonna refresh on GPK. He's got this BKB, but Pure moving forward. They've got the freedom on top of these heroes, and the BKB is gonna be popped by Pure. Can he still move forward though?
Quinn is
Save's
dying.
still alive. Watson, BKB is going to run out in a moment. They took the first life out of the hands of Quinn. Can they get back in? Quinn blinks over towards where Pure was. These heroes are near.
Infest is ready. He got silenced.
Ooh, Infest into Watson, but these heroes are taking him away from his team. He needs some help. The Terrorize connects. Pure's all alone. Where is your team? Oh, Pure dead for 100. No buyback.
Oh, this could be pretty big. And Save, he got nullified. He doesn't have foul play ready.
Weesh.
Does have buyback ready. 1,000 damage crits coming out from Templar Assassin. Finally, he has 25 talent on TA with the bash. They needed that extra bit of a control. That was a bit too much from Pure, thinking that he can go in, but they also blinked out, I believe, into the middle of 5 heroes, and the rest of the team not ready to back him up. Clutch play, though, from GPK. Going in, getting the Refresher, getting the cheese, almost getting the Aegis as well.
Yeah, that flame break almost on the money. But Pure, he was in very far, and again, just kind of, he infests in, plays aggressive, but once he sees that they're infested in, they move back towards the rest of the team, and nobody from BetBoom's there. Nobody's able to respond.
Bringing it back, close to 50% win probability. Still trying to buy time as much as they can until Pure respawns. 45 seconds. It's a pretty long time. And Quinn, after dying there, he's like, Refresher, this is a fine item, but I also need something else. I need something different. I need more survivability, knowing that I don't have buyback available. A lot of level 25s here. 25 on TA with that Melt Hit Bash. Level 25 on ABBA. Mist Coil. It's 350 AoE.
He wants to get Abyssal on Ace.
Just to have more control. Lifestealer is pretty much doing all the damage, even though GPK does a lot, especially now with level 25. He has Magnifying Monocle, so that's extra bit of attack range, cast range, plus 10 stick in a palm damage from level 25 talent. Even Tinker has BKB ready. Like, they're getting bigger and bigger.
Even Tinker almost has 25 ready. He's 23. Shard for Quinn now. That's a lot of area denial in these longer fights, especially when the BKBs start to run out. You don't realize what you're standing over, and all of a sudden you're getting stunned and then deleted.
That shard
at
got
Hardy
nerfed.
style by TA.
It is not 3 times anymore, it is 2 additional times. Still very strong if you're fighting in the middle of it. Does have Timeless, debuff duration, spell amplification with Pyrrhic Cloak. If you're using that on any of the heroes that don't have any kind of a dispel, they're gonna die. And there's a lot of Lincoln Spheres. Tinker wants one finished on Tofu. So no Infest potentially coming out, no Nullifier. Fights are gonna be much, much harder now for BB team.
So Lifestealer dealing with 4,200 health, now 3,500, drops down, but he has been a harder target to kill when within the rage, but when they find those intervals without him having that or the BKB, Quinn really does start to melt them. Gotta wonder if down by 10k now, and a good amount of that is Tinker, but a lot of that is also these cores ahead. Can they kind of fight back? They're trying. So are Gaimin Gladiators. They're down to their last life in this BO5. These heroes are getting closer and closer to 25. And they've got a couple there already. Beastmaster's further away from it than the Tinker is, which is a little bit of a surprise.
His is, I would say, not as impactful. Having Aurora in 30 seconds allows you to use it one more time, so it's still very good. Maybe 3 times with the refresher. But some of them that they got on Gaimin are pretty massive. This level 25 Lesh that he had for quite some time now, you can feel that he can't really get too close. Oh,
Trap.
He got silenced.
Silence for Staff. He does have an E-Blade if need be. Flame Break thrown over, but that won't connect on anybody, and they will retreat on the side of BetBoom. Tense moments, as even with these fights that have gone the way of Gaimin, they have not broken the high ground. This high ground in the bottom lane was taken by BetBoom, what, 28 minutes in?
Yeah.
They really were pushing for an end at a certain point. Pure will spot these heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, but it's really the side of Gaimin Gladiators that have them in their trap. They get the kill on a save. They look for the Terrorize, and the BKB comes through. They hit the Terrorize. The 4 steps back. Now they're going to go to the Chaotic Offering, but they're going to melt through Kataomi, and that's going to be both supports down on the side of BetBoom. Flame Break hits Tofu. Blink away from this Batrider. GPK trying to get out of this. He's got 4 staff in a moment, but he's also got that Firefly, and he can get up onto the high ground away from this team.
Losing the gem there as well. This is pretty massive. Like, they're going to be outscanning. 2 supports are doing a lot more on Gaimin. You have this Tinker who provides you with pretty much every single aura, a lot of healing. There is nothing to stop the healing from going off. Another roar, but they need to fall back immediately.
Forward. He wants me arrow.
Keeping in.
BKB, and just so much damage. Everybody's here for Gaimin. He doesn't have buyback.
Gaimin, they're ready. They're ready to push for the high ground for the first time.
Miero's short 700 gold on that buyback, and now they're going to go to the high ground. They won't have this Beastmaster for that entire time, and buyback's going to be available for Quinn in 10 seconds. The advantage has fallen all the way over to the side of Gaimin, and they are really looking to end this one. They had the Golem pushing mid, cutting this creep wave, but still, they're moving forward, and they're going to get themselves at least a set of racks. Don't commit for the full set. They take the melee racks, which is more than enough.
I'm thinking how BetBoom can pull this one back. They had it in the bag, and then one very good fight for Gaimin. Suddenly, this game completely flipped.
The net worth has skyrocketed. It's a 23,000 net worth lead. I mean, look at that graph. It was so close, and then just erupted.
There's going to be 5 Lincoln Spheres, pretty much. 4. Abaddon doesn't have one. Maladich, he's close to it, but saving the buyback for now.
Gaimin Gladiators showing some resilience, making sure that they're not knocked out of this 3-0. Holding on. But BetBoom, we've seen them in spots like this before where they've come back, but Gaimin, they are really, really in a great spot 50 minutes in.
Tinker just got 25 as well.
Oh boy.
Extra 10 seconds on defense matrix. They do have nullifier, but it is only one nullifier, and he can get multiple of those on different targets. 25-second duration defense matrix with 30% status resistance. This is not going to be fun to play against.
Lasts longer than the cooldown.
Dire are scanning.
It's crazy work. Divine Rapier for Pure. Is that going to be enough damage?
This might be it. Like we saw, I think he understands that he needs to deal the damage. Like he needs to go in and try to kill off people immediately. I would not be surprised if he also just buys on this Aghanim Scepter, buys maybe one more item, try to find something, but he doesn't have enough gold right now. 2.3k for now. Divine Rapier sitting at 600 plus damage at the moment.
Yeah, and they're not going to wait for the next Roche. The next Roche is about 2 minutes away, 2:10 away. There's a lot of time in between then and now.
Also got to respect the buybacks. You are taking the fight close to their base. Radiant, they know. They just scanned.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty rough. Even if they win this fight, like you said, the buybacks are available.
Maladich.
Save up on the high ground. Smoke broken.
Him.
Dust used, but nobody hit by that one. The trap's going to be thrown over. They're going to find themselves saved. They've got themselves this caught Shadow Shot and force staff back, but he cannot survive the initial engagement. Save's going to be dead, but they'll go after Quinn. The right quick damage coming out with the Divine Rapier, but they just don't have enough. Pure, he's soloed out. Where is his help? BKB is going to be popped. Who can he go for? Where is anybody?
He's not dealing the
GPK
damage.
comes back in. They've got the nullifier. They go to the Prime Aurora. It's going to be on Ace and Hill Infest. Now looking over, trying to survive. Pure's dead. Divine Rapier on the deck. That's a problem. It is going to be a Divine Rapier here for Watson. Save. Oh, basically one shot.
And that just might be it. They don't have buyback available on Pure. He's struggling to deal the damage. Doesn't have infest targets onto the enemies. These multiple Lincoln Spheres are causing issues, and they should just go for the throne. Try to see if they have buybacks available. Only one on Warlock. This is 3 versus 5.
Tinker went back for a second.
Yeah, this is
Creeps
basically
are pushing into the
3
base.
versus 10. Everybody has buyback available.
Or he might just go for the bounty rune. That's all they're pinging.
He needs 7 gold for buyback on Pure.
Beastmaster still down there. Tinker TPing back home. Tier 4s are going to go. Lincolns. It's a Lincoln's Park over there. Pure had the buyback. They still don't have it on save. 3-shot on a GPK who's got his own buyback. They'll go for the throne. Nullifier onto the Templar Assassin, but how do you deal with all these defense matrices?
They're trying to find something. Miero's dying, and
There's
Quinn
no
soloed.
way. Look at Pure.
Quinn
Niero,
soloed him.
gets soloed by Quinn, like you said, and he just does not have an answer. Ketheomi's going to die. GG is called. They'll hold on for now. Gaimin Gladiators take game number 3, and we're going to see at least 4.
This is the type of a game that Gaimin needed to have. Like, running their own strategy with these unkillable heroes. We haven't seen it because BetBoom played so well at the early stages of the game, between 10 and 25, getting some stuff done, but very well executed at the later stages of the game.
Yeah, Gaimin Gladiators hold on. They at least get themselves a win under their belt, but still, BetBoom are 1 game away from taking the series. Can Gaimin hold on for more? We'll have to hear from our panel. Panel, take it away.
But with this victory here, Gaimin did make sure to break that curse of having only 3-0 or 0-3s in grand finals, so that is definitely a big step in the right direction. Also, this game, big step in the right direction on figuring out how to deal with a BetBoom. And to talk about all of that, I'm here with Jenkins and Fear, and I feel like, Jenkins, we said at the end of the draft, we said the one thing that BetBoom might run into is that they don't have enough damage to deal with all these shields coming out from the Tinker on the side of Gaming, and that proved to be 100% right.
Yeah, and Pure tried to solve it in the late game with a Rapier pickup, which is what we saw. I respect the balls from Gaimin to go for this strategy. They pick Leshrac, a hero that is all or nothing. Fear, I think you said it's like the suicide lane mid. You know, both heroes are just going to like run at each other, and whoever does more damage over time will kill the other.
If you want to get a kill, yeah.
But one side has an Abaddon who is shielding and saving, And then you have the other side, the other hero, who is Tinker, and also has shields and saves and Holy Locket. And yeah, they absolutely did run into damage issues. I feel like there was so much focus on Quinn this game, even in like the pivotal fight. You saw that Pure felt like he had to focus Quinn, otherwise Quinn would kill everyone. And then Watson on the other side was killing everybody, while Quinn was just kiting. So it was kind of like Gaimin presented these two big problems and then picked supports to protect those problems, and Quinn and Watson both played the game exceptionally well.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely did, and this Leshrac looked good, right? We talked about the heroes that he could potentially play. I feel like for GPK, he was finally solved in this series. Like, he ended up the entire game as a 4-6 scoreline. When's the last time we saw GPK going 4-6 in a game? It's been a long time, and yeah. I think the Leshrac was a response to the potential Bat Rider mid. It makes it so Bat can't dive you, and this is a hero that wants to dive you. We didn't see Quinn do anything crazy in the lane. He just kind of spam lightning with his stick charges, and if Bat ever goes in, you're just going to press Edict, and you will die. And we saw throughout the entirety of this game how that looked, but I do have to say, Ace and Malady, this looked really good for them. Like, they just continuously kept the team alive with all the shields. This late pick Tinker looked absolutely amazing here. And I think for BetBoom, a lot of the way they did win was off the back of GPK playing some of these like meta heroes. And I think this is a good response for Gaimin Gladiators. Maybe they want to potentially play more first pick to get this desired result.
And speaking of supports, Malady played very well.
Hero healing.
Hey, that's so much. That is so much.
So
almost
hard.
as much as his net worth. Like, that's crazy. So that's like a damage number, you know, not a hero healing number. But Tofu also had an excellent game as well. He was he built Blink Dagger, Yule Scepter, and then a Lincoln Sphere. And he was such a menace in the fights, like constantly throwing down brambles, using Cursed Crowns. Like, sometimes we're seeing that stun Pure after like all of his rages, BKBs, Mantas, whatever. And there were so many fights that we saw where BetBoom tried to go on Tofu, and he would use the Willow W. Yeah, and it's like a there's like a 0.2 second window where you can have things casted on you when you're in the Shadow Realm.
Yes.
And there was one time where he got hexed and he went into the Shadow Realm. I was like, holy shit, the amount of muscle memory you have to have. Like, his finger that's an index finger press right there. Your middle finger is not even quick enough for that.
Well, it was definitely like that was the game he was playing. He's like, I really hope they'll jump me and I'll be fast enough. And he was fast enough. We're gonna look at two more things in this game we just watched. One thing was actually in favor of BetBoom because they went for a smoke gank on Watson Jenkins.
Yeah, and this was when they actually made a pretty good comeback. They used the break mechanic from Shadow Shaman Hex to kill Ace. And then they made it look like they were going to go into Roshan, but they actually were going for the smoke wraparound, and this catches Watson out. And here's where I was thinking, like, oh no, Gaimin Gladiators, like, they're going to lose, and it's going to be another 0-3 series. They're not like, here's the curse, here it is. But the thing is, Gaimin had such a strong idea of how to play the game. They can get outplayed once. Like, this wasn't Gaimin making a mistake. This was just BetBoom showing how strong of a team they are strategically to get to this point.
Yeah, they were still definitely playing to win and trying to find a way to deal with the lineup that Gaimin had that was so difficult to kill with all the shields that we mentioned. That was one fight that they also tried, but it didn't work out as well that time around, as we are gonna see a fight a little bit later on, Fear. We're going to about 38 minutes into the game. They want to take this fight.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful force staff, though, from BetBoom, and a lot of these fights in the mid game, it was a really close game, but these Tinkers, right? Like, you're trying to get all these spells off, you're trying to kill these heroes, but these shields coming out every single fight was incredibly annoying to deal with. And yes, you're focusing yet again, this shield coming out, double shield for the TA. You use everything to kill this TA, but at what cost, right? You get him, but your whole lineup is like crumbling apart. You're fighting within the March, you're fighting within these Edict Pulse Novas. The ground control that Gaimin had in this game was crazy, as well as just the healing. We saw the healing the Tinker did, but that doesn't factor in the Solar Crest, the Defense Matrix, like barriers he's putting on everyone as well.
The Dispels as well.
Yeah, the Dispels. So there's been a lot to deal with in this lineup, and unfortunately, they were under-equipped. When you're playing heroes like Batrider and Beastmaster, shields and status resist are your enemy, and there was so much to deal with.
There was a lot to deal with for BetBoom that they didn't deal with in the end. How recreatable is this for Gaimin Gladiators to see if they can go the distance and potentially even a reverse sweep here?
Go ahead.
I think it's recreatable. I think, like you said, they solved GPK. It looks
or did
like
GBK solve himself?
Maybe he solved himself, but
He
it
didn't
just
have to play Bat that game.
he didn't. But the games that we have seen him really pop off, it's like he's always Puck in Monkey King. And we saw the Queen of Pain. It maybe wasn't as like insane as the Puck has looked, but I think if you can get the Puck out, take the Monkey King, ban the Monkey King, at least make GPK human, then the game is a lot more even. And then, and only maybe then, will Gaimin take this to all 5 games.
Make GPK human.
Yes.
Yep. We've got to. he's not been human lately.
It sounds like such a simple solution if it's just going to come down to that mid lane. We're going to find out if Gaimin can make GPK human 2 games in a row in game number 4 after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just 1 click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
No more games. Kneel before Zeus.
Welcome back. You are watching the grand finals of PGL Wallachia Season 5, and we are going to a game number 4. BetBoom is still on match point. They're 2 games up, not against Gaimin. They're 1 game up against Gaimin because it's 2-1. That's right. Gaimin was able to break their 0-3-3-0 curse, and we're going to find out if they can turn that into a potentially reverse sweep. They figured out how to deal with BetBoom in that 3rd game. And the question is, can they do that again? Can they replicate what they had? Because it's not just them looking for adaptation now. It's also going to be BetBoom looking for that adaptation. And I feel like, Fear, this is a team with all the games that they've played. This is BetBoom with so many games played. Before the finals, it was 25 versus the 13 of Gaimin. They've played a lot of 3-game series, so adaptation is definitely in their playbook.
Yeah, for sure. And they won a lot of their games in the same way, though. That's like my only concern. It's like GPK got some Puck. He's unkillable. He's playing Monkey King. His rotations are really good. Pure got Nature's Prophet or TA, or maybe this late pick Lifestealer. So they're still doing that, except for the only thing they changed in this game is they banned the Puck, which maybe in hindsight they might not want to do, just because he's shown that if he gets one of these heroes, he typically pops off. And this was a mid bat that it's a risky pick. If it doesn't pop off, it usually doesn't look good. And how are you going to pop off in this game? You're versus a Leshrac, you're versus a Tinker, you're versus a Baden. It was a really tough game. So Gaimin did a good job with their bans. I think the Leshrac pick did dissuade some of these monkey slash Pango picks that he might have went for. But you got to pick your hero a little bit earlier. The odds are higher. So you got to maybe jam that puck in a bit earlier. And I say, why not? GPKs look so good on it.
Yeah, it's like it hasn't not worked yet. So just keep trying it. I totally agree that the adjustment for BetBoom needs to happen with GPK's hero, because even without the Tinker, because that came in last pick, I think the idea was that Batrider does really well against Leshrac mid, which is the case historically speaking, but people
wasn't really true that game though.
Yeah, people had this data from before Leshrac got the facet added that made his Edict do twice the amount of damage, or the same amount of damage but quicker, right? So in that 1v1 matchup, it looked completely miserable. Even with the BKB pickup from GPK, he could not go like mono a mono with Leshrac, and that's even before the Tinker showed up. So I think you respect the Leshrac, aka you don't flex the bat to be a mid, with the anticipation that, of course, they can now pick Tinker, Abaddon, they can pick these heroes to empower Leshrac. I think you just go for something else, which like more hard counters the Lesh mid. Get him a better hero.
Yeah, and like the other arguments, like, well, maybe they don't have a bat player. Save is one of the best bat players in the world. Right?
Yeah.
He's so good on the hero. So they tried something out. It didn't work out. That's fine. I think for Gaimin, they're on the right path of how to win this series, right? You got to really focus on making sure GPK just doesn't pop off. Because Pure's hero pool, it's fine, but he needs that +1 core to really scale with him.
Well, in game 3, it was the only game so far, that's including this one, that Gaimin had first pick. This time around, they'll be back to second pick, just like game 1 and 2. And I wonder if that played a part in their victory as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're first pick, right, you get your choice of what you want. And then on 18 pick, you have lots of options there. So I think it's a lot easier. And I think a big part of that, right, they were able to steal the TA on first pick. And that is the beauty of first pick. You can steal heroes very easily. On second pick, it's a lot harder.
They'll go back for the Batrider.
I don't hate this.
I think it's fine.
Yeah.
Because as long as they are understanding that Save is likely to play this, sure, you can give it to GPK mid. I think it's fine if it looks like a free Batrider game.
And the Baden too, which I really like.
Yeah, if you're making sure that the shields are not there, you're not picking into a matchup, like you're picking it into a matchup where you know that Batrider is going to dominate, like melee heroes mid. Batrider will dominate a lot of these.
I feel like you take the puck here. Yes, good. I think you take the puck just because there's so little bans, and you need to start dismantling everything BetBoom can do here.
And I will say the same thing as I said at the start of the series. Gaimin is actually one of the teams that made Puck first pick work by at some point rotating it in the hands of Tofu, position 4.
Yep. And I genuinely believe that Puck as a pause 4, generally speaking, is actually not that bad, because the innate where you are dodging and getting healing is something that is a lot less broken on mid lane, theoretically, because mid already has a bottle. You're already filling the bottle up with runes and constantly having this regen. So it's like a little bit of extra regen there. Of course it matters. Like, you enjoy this on Puck. But in a side lane, you're not used to just having like constant free regen, right? So I do genuinely think that it's a strong hero, and it makes the flex even better, that it's just an underutilized thing.
Yeah, that first time they did it, they did make sure to do it against a Jakiro, who has the double attack, but even without that, I do think they can make it work if need be.
He was walking into tower while taking like 2 hits from a range creep and getting 4 projectile dodges and healing up like 100 and something HP, 100 mana. It's like this is a crazy amount of regen for a side lane support.
I mean, I'm totally fine with that, and it's definitely a viable option. However, that was early on in the tournament before a lot of players have proven that Puck, if you play it the right way, doesn't actually
it's just
have
fine,
man.
Yes.
Right? And it scales better than almost any hero in Dota. So,
and if they're really worried, they can still ban out the Ember at this point.
yeah, because like I'm just looking at mid lane a lot this tournament.
No,
and
don't ban Ember.
It truly does feel like in this patch right now, we have our S tier mid laners.
Yeah.
And I feel like going out of your way to get some niche pick might not even be worth it anymore.
Yeah, and honestly, let GPK play the DK mid. Like, I think that's totally fine because then you know that the guy that was the problem in the first 2 games is going to be on some normal hero and not completely popping off. He's a great DK, but the performance that we've seen him on his S-tier heroes is godly. And Tinker just generally getting valued higher in this series.
What did GPK play against Puck yesterday? It was Monkey.
Yeah, it was Monkey King. I am
and he smashed with it.
I'm shocked that got through. Absolutely shocked.
Yeah, it looked so good.
Yeah. I mean, I get it. Kataomi Bane is great, but I feel like there should be a huge emphasis on this mid lane. And yeah, he just looks so good on the hero. Like, yeah, maybe they punish this. Maybe this is the game where you can, the Huskar, Tinker, something like that will work. But I'm skeptical if this is Puck mid versus Monkey King.
Yeah.
But it's still playable. It's not an unplayable matchup by any means. It's just Monkey King, if you give it a reason to get into the game, it will generally thrive.
Yeah.
I love it with Batrider a lot. Just Lasso into Wukong's is such a strong combination.
I really wouldn't mind.
They're going to take Morta again, aren't they?
I wouldn't mind flex Puck to B4. I know Puck Tinker is a very sus support combo. And then just get Lesh. Just go Lesh again. They already have Tinker to shield him. We have seen how disgusting Leshrac is against Monkey King mid. It seems to completely dominate him.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, it's totally playable. It's fine.
I love the idea of Morta, by the way. Yeah. The classic.
You don't usually what they do.
You don't know where it's gonna go, And it's good against Tinker as well, good against Puck, ground target of silence.
At this point, if you go for the Muerta, because I know Pure can play the Monkey, but he probably won't. And so if he won't, then GPK will play Monkey, then Save has to play Bat. Ooh, they'll just go for silencing.
Right.
So that's Kataomi's hero right there.
Yeah, I mean, maybe they can't pick Morta there just because I don't know if Kataomi plays Batrider. So far in this tournament, he has not. So, I mean, then again, Save, yeah, he's played it actually. Save is typically the Bat player for the team, so maybe they couldn't pick another Save hero because Save can only play one hero. So, Silencer is good versus both these heroes. They don't like being silenced, especially Puck, so that is pretty good. And now Gaimin needs to kind of decide what they want to do. I mean, the Leshrac got a bit better now. Leshrac doesn't care too much about being silenced.
I think, though, that you have to consider how much are they thinking that the Tinker saves were helping the Lesh, because now with Silencer, you can kind of ignore the Tinker component. Then again, he can get Greaves. He can take the global off.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Greaves is not a bad item on the hero, so it's not like an Oracle counter or something where he doesn't buy any items that can dispel himself, so he doesn't have an issue farming either.
We got a Doom and a Willow. I also thought a Silencer is probably also preventing a potential Dawnbreaker from coming out.
Yeah, and this just confirms the Puck flex is no longer going to happen, so it will be Puck versus Monkey King in the mid lane. And now Pure.
Is there a reason to not pick Lifestealer? Yeah.
It's just not good versus Doom. I mean, it's not bad, actually. You can't man-fight him, and typically Lifestealer likes to play versus these strength heroes. And they're just going to take it. Oh, range creep. That was brutal. Or melee creep. But that's what he does.
That's what he does.
It's usually an ancient black dragon now, though, actually, with the Gore Storm facet.
Yeah, so this is fine. I mean, it's good in lane. Doesn't care about a lot of these heroes. If you do get doomed, well, you better kill him within Doom because he will just infest and go back to full health. So, yeah, I mean, it's fine. Was it the best pick possible? Who cares? It's Pure. We know what his hero pool is anyway. He plays the heroes that he thinks are good. And I agree with the assessment of, like, Lifestealer was not an issue last game.
So then we're looking for our final picks. Hero for Miero. It is BetBoom that gets to pick out of this ban phase. And a Watson hero for Gaimin, unless they put Doom on Watson, which
they could.
That is a potential there too.
I think Centaur looks pretty nice. Running away from Doom, Tinker. The only thing is like Coil is a little weird. You can snap that. Also pipe builder against a metric shitload of magic damage. Summons are okay, but into Doom it feels kind of bad because he can eat them in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure. I mean, I think it's likely a carry Doom.
It has so far only been what's in play for Gaimin, but I know it's in Ace's wheelhouse too.
It is. I mean, I don't hate the idea of taking Miro like more of these Pango type of routes.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds remaining.
Pango would be really good. You're right. They do. It does feel like they kind of lack a lot of team fight right now. And Pango could simply roll through all of the garbage that Gaimin is throwing on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, Pango, Bristle could be interesting too. Just sit there. Tank it up. Dark Willow hates playing versus Bristleback. It would be like your frontliner, which, you know, Leicester doesn't like to play in the front line. You don't want to get doomed. Monkey doesn't like the front line either. So if they put a Bristle in the front, could be good. So yeah, Bristle, Pango.
Mm-hmm. And I know a lot of people like think of Bristle as getting countered by Doom, but I just don't think it's like that anymore because of the green facet. Like you're buying utility items and frontlining, you're kind of okay soaking everything. Like that's what you want to do in the first place is soak everything.
Well, they banned Undying.
I'm pretty certain as well that Lifestealers Infest goes through AA Blast and Doom.
It does.
So you can actually just heal people.
Yeah.
So even if you have a frontliner like a Bristle, for example, or Pango, if you go on them, you can actually just have that extra heal that for whatever reason works.
It's not because it's not considered a heal. It's just a straight HP.
It's Sunder and Time Lapse are the other two. It's only 3 in the game.
Yes, but out of the other ones mentioned, that one's kind of the weirdest. Sunder I get, but either way, they're going to take Axe. This is a more aggressive approach. Very strong in lane versus Doom, but a lot of people pick carry Doom into Axe.
Yeah.
Because later on in the game, like, you don't really care too much about the Blade Mill combo.
In any hard committing hero to Doom, you present him a good Doom target, he's happy to take it.
Yep.
You know, Axe is an excellent Doom target, especially these days with the Ag Shard, Octarine Core build. Like, you're all about hitting multiple calls in a fight, hitting multiple Culling Blades, multiple Battle Hungers. They stack with the Ag Shard.
Oh, it's offlane Venge time.
Ooh.
That's what I'd like to see.
I was thinking that, but the only concern was like the global silence.
Sure.
To counter the counter, but
I mean, it's helpful for a little bit, but like you have saves against Lasso, Wukong's, Call. You have 2 lives, so if they jump on you, you're pretty strong. You are this agility scaling hero against like a life stealer that has minus armor. There's there's definitely an argument for it. I mean, it would definitely be really strong in lane with
I think the lane is really good, yeah. 2 range against Lifestealer could really punish him. And you can kill the Silencer over and over again, too.
Because just because they have Silencer, I don't think that's a reason to just not pick any saves.
No, because then it counters everything.
Yeah, because Puck can just kill the Silencer in the fights, and all of a sudden, if Global's on cooldown or Silencer's dead, you can play the game.
Unless you go for the Silencer can't be silenced.
That doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, too bad.
Unfortunate. Silencer now just takes less damage and does more damage.
Yeah, Mask of Madness Silencer is dead.
Hey, will be the Venge. Good call, Fear.
I mean, I think of what was left, this made the most sense. I personally think offlane Venge destroys Axe. It's like an almost unplayable matchup. I mean, Silencer does tip the scale a little bit, but by how much? And of course, Venge, you can buy Ags, and guess what? You can buy a Manta. You're a core. Now all of a sudden, you just press Manta, then you swap. You can't counter that.
Even if you aggressively swap Axe further into the fight, like if he calls, that can actually be worse for Axe than swapping the target and saving them. Because if you swap Axe into the fight, he's still not blade mailing because he has to run back the distance, right? And then Axe is in a position where he can then get focused.
Did Gaimin recreate the formula of Game 3 just now?
I like their draft a lot.
I love the draft.
Yeah, I think the only thing the X factor is going to be GPK, as he always is.
Of course.
Is he going to win mid, go to every lane, and destroy it? Could happen, but in an even game, I feel like you have a lot of tools and annoying spells to deal with on Gaimin. A lot of scaling. Their lineup looks unlosable in these late game situations.
Yeah, that was my thought exactly. Is like Monkey King is a counter to Puck, at least That's what the data said prior to this tournament. GPK has beat Puck in the mid lane and snowballed, but can he do it again to Quinn?
The curveball, yeah. He doesn't go for
that. Is true. He does not go curveball. He's the one puck.
Not.
And I don't know if curveball is your way of winning this matchup or not. So we'll see.
We'll see. So the way that it sounds like is that Gaimin have a good lineup, but they shouldn't wait too long with trying to close things out.
No, they can wait. Their scale is good. It's just they need to make sure GPK doesn't destroy the tempo of the game. That's simply it for me.
Okay.
And they're good.
Do we then want to see extra rotations going into that mid lane if things do go south for Quinn?
Yeah, whatever it takes.
I think so.
Make sure GPK does not
try him.
Yeah, because honestly, especially with the facet that Quinn went, he should lose this lane. Like, you're supposed to lose this lane, and I think GPK's high skill enough to punish him for going this facet.
Okay, so all eyes on the mid lane to see if GPK can indeed win that lane as confidently as my panel is, but then also hoping that Quinn is not left to his own devices. Are there any other lanes? You know what? We're going to just see all those other lanes in action right now as we're ready for game number 4 with Beakup and Lacoste.
Thank you very much, Shiver, coming into game number 4 here between Gaimin Gladiators and BetBoom. It is an off-lane Venge, something we haven't seen too much of this tournament, but safe lane Doom for Gaimin, which we've seen a lot coming into this grand final. They go back to the Tinker, and this is something that showed off in the last game.
It really did. I mean, they had a lot of success with this carry Doom. This Vengeful Spirit last pick, I feel like this is pretty much what's going to cause the game to be much more difficult for BetBoom, because it's great against Lasso, it's great against swapping the Monkey King out of Wukongs, you have BKB Piercing Tool against the Lifestealer, great against swapping the target that Axe initiates on. The question is how much farm you're going to be getting. It is going to be 2 range heroes into the Lifestealer. We saw them taking a fight in the previous game where Lifestealer couldn't really do much, like they were forced to TP with Warlock, and this time I don't want to see him lose that much HP at the start. I want to see him start with the full HP. He's playing with the Silencer. We saw very hot and cold Silencer performances. We saw one game where it was Team Spirit, Miposhka, completely dominating, moving from lane to lane. This is not the most killer threat lane. Like, you have Lifestealer in the lane, he does pretty much nothing other than the right click. So I want to see if it's going to be him rotating to the other lanes, making the moves. GPK is playing his Monkey King, so he can make rotations as well. Or if it's going to be Save, maybe trying to go for some of these sneaky rotations when Axe is creep skipping, what he's going for the jungle as well, farming in the triangle.
Some white noise gone as they restarted their TeamSpeak. You a TeamSpeak guy?
I was, yeah, back in 2011 or something.
You weren't part of the raid call, Ventrilo?
Yeah, we used everything, Skype, Ventrilo. Then we started using Discord. Now don't use anything. I don't want to talk to people, just kidding.
You don't even answer my calls on Discord.
When did you call? You answer my calls.
Oh, instant.
Yeah, when I call you on WhatsApp, 5 a.m., we're playing some MTG. I'm like, I need to know this interaction. Yeah, what is this mechanic? I need an explanation. AI can't give me the answer. And then you call your friend Zach, who gives us the explanation. So we have to wait there, sit there, chat for like 15, 20 minutes to be able to get the answer so we can continue with the game.
I find out how your day is while I'm waiting for Zach to answer me. Speaking of how your day is, how is your day, chat? I can't see you right now, but you know, I assume you're
pretty
all
good.
saying
It's
pretty good.
not a 3-0, I would say. I think chat is very pleased with that one.
Yeah, well, you know, you always want the most Dota possible. Why not get the most Dota possible? We've seen it a couple times between you and me. The 2-0 immediate lead, and then all of a sudden, things click for the team that's down to their last life, and then you get into that situation where you're at
Yeah, all of these Dota players, all of the watchers, all of the viewers, they want to see the most Dota because they invested a lot of money in this, playing the free game, watching the free stream, you know.
Got to get your money's worth.
Yeah, exactly.
And that only happens if you go 5 games.
And that's what we want to see.
2 bounties apiece. BetBoom probably don't want to see 5 games as they've had this 2-0 lead, but then lost game 3. And now hoping to close it out in game number 4, but gaming it the other way, of course. And this kind of starts from the mid lane. It's something the panel was talking about. But does this matchup change much when the changes to Jostling Rift other than the curveball here for a puck.
Maybe Quinn is thinking differently in this matchup. It allows you to use Waning Rift to either get out of the trouble. You can pull somebody in, you can push somebody out, which might be really good against Monkey King. So he might not get that Jingu that he wants. He might not get that last hit that is going to turn this matchup around, and we'll have to see. GPK, we saw him do really well every single time that he plays Monkey King, especially in a matchup that he should be winning. Last matchup that they played was a very interesting one, not the one that we see every day. We saw 5 Batriders so far in the mid lane, not too many last tracks, even though we saw him from the mid lane. He was the one who played it. They also ran it as a carry. And GPK immediately starting to play a little bit more aggressive. I think the big focus is going to be on this top lane, how much they're going to be able to punish Pure. This is not an easy lifestealer lane to begin with. You are playing into minus armor, Vengeful Spirit, like you build pretty much in the rate band, double rate band, into power treads, then straight into the Ags. And also Silencer is not the best support to deal with these two heroes. And also lifestealer doesn't provide you with much damage. It's not a killer lane by any means.
It's Kataomi who's gone first level into the Glaives and then went Arcane Curse now. He was trying to harass with those Glaives, but I mean, Tofu is just kind of standing his ground. Pure actually took a good amount of damage from that minus armor as well as the Shadow Realm strike, so Pure definitely needs to be careful. Wave of Terror flies through, and there's that Shadow Realm combo. It's not a lot of damage, but it's definitely something to keep them low. Watson, he's in trouble, chased up, Battle Hunger. There's First Bloods for safe.
A lot of damage over time.
Ooh, kill there on a Tofu coming in from Kathomi, and Pure still alive. Again, trying to get this kill onto the Lifestealer, but already starting a lot better this game than last for BetBoom.
Not sure what happened there. I guess he got hit multiple times by Glaze and didn't have enough mana to use Shadow Realm. And the bottom lane, a lot of damage over time, using this opportunity that there was no March of the Machines ready. It's a 35-second cooldown ability at level 1. He used it. It's a lot of damage on the ground, so if they initiate onto Watson, they can try to turn the fight around with the Scorched Earth for now. He does have Mana Burn, and he does have Mana Aura on Doom, so that's pretty big, meaning that Axe is not the most important guy to Mana Burn in the lane, because he can still deal damage. But Batrider can be annoying, but you're also relieving some of that pressure if he's not using the Battle Hunger.
We've seen some different skill builds on Axe. This time going 0-1-2.
Depends what you're playing against.
Right.
We saw Marcy as well. When he's paired up with Marcy, some Axes getting 1-0-1 build. Yep. So you can get that call immediately. Some are waiting for level 3. And now Miero's skipping, getting 2 points in counter healings, making sure that he can creep skip if necessary. He can be the one putting slightly more pressure, because knowing that he's not going to have that mana. So what's the point of having the Battle Hunger and Call if you don't have enough? Good body blocks.
Body blocks are immaculate.
10.
Does he dive him under the tower? Thinks about it, but in the trees doesn't want to, and that's almost a kill on a Watson. That could have been devastating to this lane. I mean, of course, Doom is one of those heroes that really recovers. You go into the Midas, you grab yourself that Devourer, of course. But Flame Break again, Battle Hunger is there, and Watson just burns out to save for the second time. Catching them with these March of the Machines on cooldown in a spot where he's vulnerable.
Very well played from them. GPK in the mid lane. Pretty much the same amount of CS. Quinn does have Water Rune available.
Pause from Maladich. TeamSpeak. Didn't say that, but I just assume. But top lane,
Acts like this very much.
It's been pretty quiet, I would say, a little back and forth. But Watson's the one struggling the most at the moment. Of course, as like I said, a hero that can recover, so it's not the end of the world. But definitely don't want to be giving Batrider the quick 6, that lasso control.
This is a bit of a different Batrider than from the mid lane, where you are building into Pike, BKB. We saw a relatively late Blink Dagger when they wanted to drag people away from Abaddon in the previous game. It was like 40 minutes in. Batrider from position 4, you're kind of rushing the item. And that's going to be their control, even though there is good amount of saves on their side with like Defense Matrix, Status Assistance, Swap, Terrorize as well. But if you can drag them underneath the team inside of the Wukong's command, there's a lot of BKB piercing tools in this game. on BetBoom Team.
Definitely are. But we'll see how they handle it. Nace. It's just 22-8. Yeah, not bad for him. I mean, he's got more CS right now than the Lifestealer, but just by 1. But he's
That's
keeping
a good amount
up.
of denies.
Yeah. 8 denies already. Top in the denies. Making sure that he's making Pure's life not as easy as it could be as this Lifestealer. You really don't want to give him an easy lane. One of the things that teams do well, or have done well when they've beaten BetBoom, has been shutting down Pure. And they'll go for him immediately. Throw that Shadow Realm Strike. They've got this Blood Grenade. And Pure on the run, but the Bramble Maze connects, and they'll get this kill. Well done by Tofu. And this is where it all starts. You need to be shutting down Pure to have a chance to really, especially against his Lifestealer, have a chance of this game.
He can't really square up the extra minus armor. It's -4, and then also he catches him with the nice Bramble Maze, especially at the early levels. Once you start to get more levels, it's going to be much easier. Trying to dive again, but this time Maladich will have those March ready. And this is what I think that they should do with Axe. Try to creep skip, get the most amount of farm, level 6. Try to get that level 6, maybe get some dunks going. Puck is not the easiest hero to kill in the mid lane. Amplify damage is ready on Monkey King. Save is coming. Maybe with a nice flame break, they could be able to get something done. Quinn.
There
See that flame break.
Illusory Orb, flame break ready, pushes him back, thinking about the Boundless Strike, lands that, and then save. Now already on a killing spree, getting the kill on a Quinn. Tofu fighting back on Pure, Arcane Curse on a 2.
Save is always ready. All 4 games so far, every single time, 6 minutes in, he's ready to help out GPK. And now GPK teeping to the mid lane. This is the big maneuver if they can execute it. Ace, level 4, Bramble is ready.
Good Bramble. Good Bramble, stops GPK from going forward. He is level 6. Does have access to the Wukong's command. Just making sure that they don't end up dead there in that top lane. They can sustain. They can go for that 7-minute Wisdom Shrine. Because if he gets those kills there, if he starts a fight behind the tier 1 tower, your Shrine's probably gone too.
Yeah, if you get that kill. But also Quinn was ready to TP in. He has Coil ready because they killed him. Same thing happened in the previous game, which kind of set them back by good 2k. Pure. A little bit of harassment, trying to bait rage out of him. Kateomi. And there's save rotation, something we said. They might be getting good amount of kills from this top lane. Trying to TP out. There's nothing to stop it with. No stuns unless you bring Monkey King, unless you bring Axe.
The lack of stuns is a little concerning. It gets better with the level 6 on the Bat Rider, of course, having yourself that lasso. But for the most part, Gaimin, you know, these stuns aren't that low of a cooldown, right? The Balance Strike, 15 seconds isn't terribly low. It's a decent amount of time, and maybe if you land the call, right now it's 17 at lowest 11.
So allowing them to TP out.
Yeah.
Even Dark Willow TP'd out. I'm not sure if we saw that on camera, but she got initiated on with the Flame Break, with the Firefly TP'd out. Now she needs to walk back to the lane. Malady was having a good game in the previous one on Tinker, getting good amount of farm. Right now sitting at 19 only, but eventually he's gonna start to scale.
Bramble Maze connects. Maladich is here. Katheomi on the run. Laser. Thrown over on the Silencer. Pure starts to hit at the Tinker. They've got the help from Save, who's level 5, and this Magic Missile won't do much. Flame Break lands on Ace, and now the chase is there. Primal Spring, even under the tower, I don't think they'll care. They'll go for more, and GPK's got that kill.
No TP ready.
Tofu. Tofu has Shadow Realm, Arcane Curse, but still alive. Boundless Strike comes through. Kethomi's going to get the +1 as GPK gets a double.
All of these small items, and he's also going to get the stack, so keeping an eye on everything. Raindrop, keeping him alive. Magic One eats the tango, finds a nice juke inside of those trees, survives, and also gets the +1.
The Brain Drain feels pretty good, especially when it's on the survivability right there. And then you also now have yourself in that funny Brazil scoreline, but a 7-1 early lead.
Never forget it.
It's less than 1,000 net worth lead. Obviously, you've got a Doom in the game. Things don't look too bad, especially with where Quinn's at. It's just early aggression that's succeeding here for the side of BetBoom. If they could get this kill onto Pure, which is going to be quite difficult.
He's still in it. He sees that Venge is level 5. They want to take this fight.
Ballast strike, the lasso connects. They've got the kill on a Quinn who was leading the charge in the net worth. But now Maladich, she's caught too. Watson's coming over. What was Watson coming for? He goes and throws a Doom onto this Lifestealer, and maybe he gets this kill, but if he loses his life, is it worth it? He comes in, Ballast strike, GPK, does he go in? No. He doesn't want to make the dive, so this Watson move, is it going to work? Yes, with the swap, he'll have the save to stay alive.
Yeah, the barrier actually keeping him alive.
Yeah. I asked what he was coming in for, but it's a salvage of the fight. They got Pure, he threw the Doom, that ends up being really worth it.
But also a very nice move from BetBoom. Going into the enemy triangle, Pure with the Gore Storm facet, infesting that Black Dragon, trying to steal some of the stacks, and then them grabbing a fight. Maladich is in the bottom lane. This could be problematic.
Call connects, Pure is here, body blocks now to get in front of Maladich, and this should be a dunk and will be. Miero tipping Pure.
Being active on carry Lifestealer. He did the same thing in the previous game where he was trying to make something happen in the bottom lane. A bit more difficult lane for him, considering that he was playing into Templar Assassin. And this time it's going to be easier for him to make these type of a plays. Even though there is Doom, there is Swap in the previous game, there were no BKB piercing tools until some later stages of the game. Watson will TP back to the bottom, try to save the tower, and will get to deny while they will get the tower in the mid lane.
Go for Maladich again, lasso, and they should have another Culling Blade and will. Miero getting a good amount of gold. He's top of the net worth by a good chunk. 5-5-5-5 for a second. The quad fives.
Very important thing to point out. And this is a game where Watson will need to recover. He is recovering slowly. Hand of Midas is finished. He can sell that Midas, get the Radiance, and then start to scale, maybe go back for it, pick up a BKB. There are good Doom targets in this game. You can use it on Lifestealer, you can use it on Monkey King. However, if you don't use it on Lifestealer, they're still going to be getting the kills from the Infest. We saw Pure going for the pretty much same item build or opting to go for that Aghanim Scepter as fast as possible. Second item in the previous game. Lower the cooldown. Goes down to 20 seconds, which is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
We haven't seen much of a Lifestealer, I would say, in the last couple of tournaments, but in this one at Wallachia, him showing that this is still a very, very good hero in the right hands.
Definitely is, and I would say even though they lost the last game, Lifestealer looked good in game number 3. They are wrapping over with Quinn, but again, just they need sustained lockdown through this rage, and it's going to be tough. They're going to need a couple of heroes to combine there. Diffusal Blade picked up for GPK. He'll have that inhibit. And then draining the mana from these heroes will certainly make life very difficult.
I think Gaming can slow things down, maybe try to get a pick off. Once you get to the Aghanim Scepter on Venge, this is when the fights become much more difficult. Sure, you still are going to struggle if they use the combo, initiate with the Blink Dagger on X, who's the most farm hero right now. We'll have that Blink Dagger in the next 300 gold. And then you can follow with the Global Silence. No swap's going to come out, no Defense Matrix or anything from Tinker.
Call from Miero just on the camp, just continuing to farm, stay at the top of that net worth. You got Quinn going for that Witchblade, going Yule's next. So he wants a little bit of extra control, maybe a little extra survivability. Maladich is starting to get himself some good farm. He's got himself that Holy Locket.
Yep. Yule's very good. I mean, he's not playing into too much control, but against the Global Silence, you might need to pick it up, and it's also great against Axe. When he jumps in, you might be able to save people. Again, Lifestealer, finding the creeps, trying to get some kind of a farm.
Say wants to survive here. He's so close to this Blink Dagger. It'll be double blink timing too. Axe and Batrider will have this blink. Maladich caught. GPK is here. Here comes Pure. Thinking about the Terrorize to save Maladich. But it won't even matter. They'll get the kill into the Tinker, and the rest of the team has to retreat away.
This is also before they showed the 2 Blink Daggers. They also have Global Silence. So I want to see another smoke from BetBoom Team to try to make something happen, because you want to get stuff done. Maybe Gaimin are not going to be expecting this type of a move, seeing that they played so aggressive, but they definitely can play much more aggressive now with the 2 Blink Daggers. It's not just the blink, it's also Miero with the blink, blade mail, and level 2 call. So that's 375 threshold. Tofu in a good spot, sensing that something is wrong.
They don't commit forward, so their smoke doesn't get broken. They might be able
want
to
the
catch
big
Quinn
one
now. Blink call, and he is in a lot of trouble. Boundless Strike, culling blade. There's the kill. Miero and Katomi don't get their smoke broken by Tofu on the top of the steps, and in doing so, Quinn comes back mid. They blink, they call, they kill.
Also not using global silence, so this should be a very... Oh, no.
Blink Lasso now. They'll catch Ace. GPK, he's kind of waiting for this
ready.
Tinker. Boundless Strike coming through into 2. There's another culling blade. He's going dunking.
They're not done. Tofu's also in trouble. Terrorize.
Flame Break right back. This Bedwam's not going to do anything. Waiting to have him available. There's another kill for Miero. Triple kill for the Axe. 14 coats of that blood.
They are trying to steal some of the stacks as well. Quinn, they need to try to punish this. Doom is ready.
They still have global. Quinn has to be careful.
Who's
silence?
Ooh, blinks
Won't
out.
be able to get it now. They still had global if they wanted to make that move. Doom used and Rage to start. Wukong's Boundless Strike connects
no
on
coil.
a Quinn. Again, no global silence. The dead silencer. He has buyback if they really feel it necessary to buyback and use that Doom. The coil will snap
Rage
on a
coming
save,
off
but
cooldown.
there's the infest into save to save
He wants
his
to
life.
go in. Save definitely wants to jump in. With the global silence. Once silencer is up, they're making this move. Looking for the opportunity.
GPK getting focused, but they'll pop the infest. They'll think about the terrorize, but it's just not in time. And now Quinn, Watson running, but they've got this Radiance. Global Silence is going to be started with. They got to go after Quinn. They're going to try and get the control here. They've got the blink into the call on a 2. The swap, though, saves Quinn. Not for long, though. Balance Strike comes in from GPK, who will die to Ace.
Miero's ready for the dunks.
See ya, Ace. It's a dunk contest for Miero. He'll catch the call.
He
It's
has
on
no
the
mana
Tinker,
for
and
these
nobody
dunks.
else is around because he is the last one alive, and he will fall to pure full team wipe for BetBoom.
They were so patient. This Lifestealer with Radiance infested into your position 4, who has a 14-minute Blink Dagger. So basically you have 2 very good vehicles for yourself in Axe, in Batrider, even Monkey King. Like, this can also work out, but they managed to disengage nicely. Big Wukong's command from GPK and big Boundless Strike, not allowing Quinn to use his coil. Kind of resets the fight immediately. And then Miero always in the back lines, and Quinn like trying to toy with them a little bit. Had Wanning Rift ready. I guess not respecting the global silence.
No, not respecting it. Meanwhile, there is a coil terrorize, and Miero is dead.
Gold.
That is so much gold. And Quinn got the kill, too.
1,300 gold. That's basically his Yule Scepter. Needs to farm 2 waves, and we'll have it.
That being, you know, with all that happening, it's only a 4K lead. I mean, a fight like that, it feels like it would have broken the doors open, but I mean, it's still close. I mean, the kill score feels like it should be 8,000, 9,000.
They're getting good amount of farm. Like, if you're making a move, that also means you're not farming as much. And 66% win rate. It was pretty similar to what was happening in game number 3, but still, Gaimin managed to pull it back. They need those items. Oh my, that's Ace's Aghanim Scepter. We'll not have that for almost full 2 minutes. We'll definitely love to have that one. Swapping people in, and then not caring whether he dies or not.
That feels really bad. It just lowers the impact from your offlaner so heavily for the next 2 minutes. Which does make it feel like you're just not going to fight for Gaimin as long as you don't have that Ags. And it does give the opportunity for BetBoom to go in and try and play aggressively, knowing that that Ags isn't there. That deep ward on that cliff spot, it's a nice spot for that ward, and it sees so much. It really is giving them a lot of information. Miero has to go back. He doesn't find a jump in just yet. Bramble Maze, GPK. They could follow this up with a blink call. Miero's actually looking for
He wants him.
Yeah, gets him right at the end of this Shadow Realm, so he gets hit with that into the Blade Mail and then has another dunk.
That's his BKB. 100 gold away. Quinn.
Wukong's command, silence. Quinn's in, but this Tinker He is going to die. GPK getting the kill to pop out of the Infest. Ace, you got to remember, he just does not have this Zags. They go to the Global Silence. They look over at Gwyn. Another dunk from Miero. Ace swaps for the shield.
Pure
it's only
playing his own
150
game.
on the level 1, and now Watson
Another
did
team wipe.
another team wipe for BetBoom.
Oh man, they're playing it so well. At least they're gonna get something out of it. Watson killing Miero, then they're with the help of Dark Willow, I believe. Not sure what he died to.
This is Doom last
Okay, so
tick.
he was still doomed, pretty much.
But now it's jumped into a 9,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, this is pretty massive. Aghanim Scepter was missing on Vengeful Spirit. Maybe they could have gotten something else out of it. His courier did respawn, so we'll have it for the next fight. A bit of unfortunate there. Roshan is coming to the bottom pit. No Wukong's command for 35, no global for a minute, but they will still go inside of the Roche and try to take it. Because they see, like this observer word that you said, did show 3 heroes.
Yeah, this word is a great spot. I really love it. I'll use it in my pubs. Go for Roche. Not the quickest, but there really isn't much from the side of Gaimin to try and fight back.
Quinn, Arcane Curse on him, does have Yule Scepter. Definitely needs to go back, but there's also another Observer ward. This is also such a sneaky ward, because you can't tell if, for example, Pure is playing with the creep, he killed the camp, and this ward is probably not going to get dewarded.
I don't think the other one does either. Watson trying to find farm anywhere he can. He's going into the Mantis style after getting this Radiance. They do have a smoke on Dark Willow, but they really need to find such a good fight. Considering that they're working with an Aegis here on BetBoom, I don't know which fight that is unless it's a pickoff. But they have been grouped up pretty well on the side of BetBoom, and they just don't need to really split too far.
They don't. They can take these fights. They have double BKB now. They have Rage, Aegis as well, plus the Global Silence Lasso. So many BKB piercing abilities on their side. They can take it easily. Take the Tormentor, control the map. Miero is in the bottom lane. Maybe he can make a jump here.
Safe.
If Quinn goes for another wave, could be deadly for him. He could definitely solo kill him. He's waiting.
Illusory Orb doesn't jump over. Miero blinks into the creep wave to clean up some more gold, and he's looking for the shard. He's looking for the Sanjinkaya.
Not the item that we see, even though this is a very strong item on Axe, gives you mana. A lot of the times he does need that. We do see Lotus Orb a lot of the times as well.
Bramble Maze connects.
Decide to swap it out if he finds the opportunity. If they're like, Doom is causing us a lot of issues.
Blink call.
Swap.
And they've got the swap. It's a level 2 now, but now they've got the Wukong's command. Ace is going to be in a lot of trouble. Maladage comes over. They'll throw the Doom out onto the Monkey King, the one who does not
no
have
damage.
that Aegis,
Lemmer
but
Cape
they
on
just
him.
don't have the damage at all. They go to the Dream Coil. They get the catch out of Kataomi. They look over at Miero. He's got that BKB. Pure. He's working with an Aegis, so he's in pretty deep. He's going to need some help, and Miero's looking for the blink back in, maybe into a call.
Rage.
He's got Blade Mail ready. Pure TP attempt out, and he is fine. They won't re-engage. They back off, and BetBoom will lose just the silencer.
Maladich TP'd in front of him.
Yeah, that's
Let's see.
an interesting
1, 2.
choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. That was a... I know what chat is going to say about this one. It's going to be something about the agent, but he thought he was going to be able to TP out of it. Try to buy a little bit more time using Holy Locket, but it was not good enough.
Well, now they're pushing the tier 2 bottom.
Yeah, without Thinker, you probably can't defend this one. There is no Doom available for 60 seconds. Watson trying to play a bit of a different game with Manta style, remove the Global Silence, and then potentially use Purge to dispel one of his teammates as well if necessary. Could be pretty big. Also very good against Axe. There's so many things that you can dispel in this game. Great against Batrider as well. Problem is, they're going to start to scale really well, especially... Ooh, good silence. No BKB available, but they're going to get something out of this still.
Yeah, Tofu trying to bendle him, but there's another Culling Blade. How many coats of blood does that make?
29.
29? I mean, that is a lot. That is just, it's the axe show, but we see this a lot with axes.
It's basically a free plate mail for him now, plus the extra damage that he does get from Battle Hunger.
Pure forward on this tier 2 tower. He's looking for an axe as well. Still sitting top of the net worth. All 3 cores on BetBoom are. They have Global Silence at the ready, and it is a long time till Roche is up. But BetBoom, they lead this game by so much, it feels like the map is completely controlled by them. Another deep ward. Giving them just that crossover information that might give them a smoke spot, because maybe they smoke by the tier 3 tower, they catch a little glimpse of that. It's in a spot that might get them just the perfect amount of information that they need to play defensively. At least they're trying to farm back in here for Gaimin Gladiators. You got Quinn farming a little bit deep. You've got this Doom, of course, like we've said, with the Devour. Not holding on to that Midas anymore. Call off the mark.
Wrong number. Doesn't get him there. Miero seems like he is going to be committing with this Kaya and Sanj. It's a good item. We haven't really seen it because a lot of the times we've seen like Octarine, we've seen Lotus Orb, but it does amplify the damage on your counter. Helix gives you mana regen, gives you like the Culling Blade trash hole damage as well, so that's pretty nice.
There's that Aghanim Scepter for Lifestealer. Grouped up on the side of Gaimin Gladiators near mid for a couple of these heroes, and just taking an eye on the vision.
This is what I want to see.
And a couple more wards.
From neutral items, only one same item between 10 heroes.
It should be that way if they're all good enough, right?
Yeah, some of them are lower tier still. I think they might need to farm up some of the higher tier as well. 26 minutes in.
Gale Guards coming through. Tough Gale Guard for Ace. And he's had a tough game. Only 600 gold ahead of the Bat Rider.
Definitely did.
Of Save,
he wants
super farmed.
He wants to dispel. He wants Manta style to remove the global silence and then try to swap people out of the trouble. But not an easy game by any means. Right now, BetBoom Team taking it slowly. Waiting for Roshan to respawn. It's going to take another good 2 minutes.
And some extra time.
Oh, Pure senses something is wrong. Immediately goes back. BetBoom. Rest of the team playing on a different side of the map. They still have global silence ready if necessary. Problem is this scaling. Like, we've seen Batrider being highly contested at Wallachia for a good reason. It allows you to scale in terms of like, I'm getting the BKB, I'm maybe getting this Aghanim Scepter, catching 2 people off guard. And we've seen also taking third Roshan, he gets priority, he gets that double lasso, double blink BKB, 4-staff.
GPK here with the Bat Rider, looking for the blink into the call.
Swaps things around with his itemization. Kaya for now, but instead of Kaya Sanj, he wants Kaya Yasha, which gives you almost instant call. That extra 25% cast speed is really, really good.
Call connects. Knowledge, Balance Strike, Blink. Even the lasso committed on this, but there is another dunk. They are still just being kind of corralled deep inside their own side of the map. They're really in some trouble. Blink call again, BKB.
Lifestealer, he's trying to TP out.
Gale Guard, another dunk. Ace has that Ags, but I'm not sure it's going to matter. He'll dunk the Ags illusion. They will lose save, but Pure, he's got infested in just a second. Jumps over now with the blink as well as the call. It's on to Watson. He is going to buy back on Ace. Oh, the Wukong's command coming through with the Balance Strike. It lands out of the Dark Will. They're infested inside of Watson with the BKB being popped by GPK. Can they find this kill onto Watson? They'll take out Tofu. Quinn's still alive.
Another call
hits, but they've got another swap. They're trying to keep the Doom alive. They'll get the kill on Miero. No more dunks, but Pure still in another boundless strike that lands. Watson's going to be dead. Ace popped back. He might be dead again. The chase is on. Ketomi's going to be focused by Quinn, but Quinn, he does not have the damage. If GPK and Pure are going to stick around, they've got the silence on him. He's going to be infested. It doesn't matter. The boundless strike connects again. Ace, he'll lose that illusion. Another team wipe for BetBoom Team.
This is not just a team wipe. Ace also bought back. They killed this Vengeful Spirit 4 times and only losing, I believe, only 2 heroes. That's pretty much it. They killed Save and they just killed Axe, but everybody else is living.
So many dunks from Miero, looking like Mac McClung, and just dunk after dunk. I mean, he dunked on Ace twice in the span of like 2 seconds.
Pure was also, like, he loves to go aggressive, finds the right target, finds Maladich, but these Boundless Strike completely destroy the fight. GPK having another flawless game, 3-man Boundless, allows Pure to get the kill on Watson, and then the buyback from Ace is not going to do much. He's going to find another 2-man Boundless, one onto the Strong Illusion, this from Vengeful Spirit, and also into the puck. They just don't have enough. Like, they're trying to... This status assistance as well that they are building into.
Starting to get loud, starting to have that emotion.
They can sense it, they can feel it. They're very close.
Yeah, they're 20,000 up, and while they're screaming, Gaimin Gladiators, they're 6 feet from the edge, and they're thinking, can we stay in this game? Oh, Boundless Strike again coming through with the help of Pure on the Infest. They'll look for Maladich, blink into the call, and they will take out the Tinker once more. Just BetBoom overwhelming Gaimin Gladiators at every step. They are trying to find themselves at the top of these stairs for a Grand Finals championship, but BetBoom are just not letting them make any progress.
Ace also killed his own game. Like, he needs to buy back there. They need to be able to win one fight, but he also died back. Level 15 now. Still, like, close to Manta style, but not really, especially if he dies once. Quinn got shut down as well. Not having the puck performance that we usually see. Tough game for him. Playing into the Global Silence, playing into this Axe. Monkey King as well. Tough matchup for him.
Another Roshan here for BetBoom Team. Still not the quickest Roche, but it doesn't matter.
We'll get it eventually.
It truly does not matter. Aegis on a Pure. And he's looking for that Abyssal Blade, have that extra bit of control. But Gaimin Gladiators, there's got to be a way back in, right?
Yeah, it's a lot of copium for sure. Just down. I don't know how. It's a maybe with some swaps, but then you need to like swap Terrorize Doom type of a combo because they don't have that real follow-up when they swap somebody in. But there's also a Global Silence that you need to be afraid of. Miero with the Shield Rune has extra 1000 HP on him. Still can't get dispelled. Save, looking for the jump. They might actually catch Vengeful Spirit. They're fine with that trade.
There's the lasso in. They'll pop the Infest, the Gale Guard, the swap, but the Culling Blade is there. Miero just dunking constantly.
With level 10 talent, it gives you 9-second extra move speed, extra bit of armor. This is level 3 Culling Blade, so that's extra 30 armor that you're getting from it.
Boundless Strike again, blink call. Can you get another dunk for him? They might be able to get the kill to Quinn. They use the Global Silence. They hit the Wukong's command. It's right on top of Watson. Terrorize, charged up, thrown out, hits onto both the Monkey King as well as the Life Stealer, but Miero now dead. Doesn't have buyback. The stun hits with the Curse Crown on a 3, but they're gonna look over at Maladich. He's very far forward. Tinker's dead. Silencer in trouble. The Bedlam damage is there. Kataoma's gone, but Pure, he'll infest into GPK as that Curse Crown was about to go off, and Quinn now finds that Yules. It's on to Save, who has a BKB of his own. The Boundless Strike and the jump forward with the Shard, but can they get this puck? The look over, Save's dead. There's a swap. Quinn with the Illusory Orb trying to John away, but they've got themselves GPK caught and killed. It's just Pure. Gaimin Gladiators, they're coming back with the roar, trying to get a full cheap wipe of their own. He's got the BKB
No
ready.
swap.
He's got himself
He
an
has
Aegis.
no mana.
But can he get away completely? Watson, Quinn on his tail, but do they want to go for more? An illusory orb and a jaunt forward. They should be right on Pure, but the blink in with the Yules, they have the control. Nobody up for a little while on the side of BetBoom, but now they've got the first life away from this Lifestealer. They throw down the Bramble Maze. They've got the Infernal Blade. He'll infest into Tofu. He'll Yules it up into the air, and then eventually it's going to be a pop out from Pure. Can they get the team wipe? They're going to have Silencer back into the fight. They go to the
More
Arcane
Staff
Curse. It's
Glimmer.
going to be on a 3. That slows them up, and Pure's able to get out. But now, Kataomi with the Gale Guard, not enough of a save to survive. Quinn,
GPK with
he
the
gets
buyback.
Silencer. They'll buy back on
They
GPK.
need the stun.
TPs are long. The Balance Strike connects, and they've got the kill and ace. He's got an illusion to throw in a magic missile out at Pure, but it doesn't matter. He's dead again.
Oh, GPK with the buyback. Like, this is a kill that they got on Venge, but I don't think Ace cares too much about getting this trade. Very long chase, but also a very good fight overall from Gaimin. That was a minute-and-a-half fight pretty much there. Doom did a lot. Like, he was not contested. He does have finally Pax Leader Aura, so that's going to be extra bit of a damage coming out from him. Level 22 as well. If you're higher level with his level pain ability, he's going to be doing that extra 25 bonus damage. We see level 23, level 22.
Now you got to wonder, can
everybody else except for Lifestealer, pretty much.
Yeah, can Gaimin set up now for a kill on a GPK? He bought back. BetBoom were feeling it. We saw the emotion. They're usually pretty cool, calm, and collected in there, keeping it pretty level and tame, but they feel it a little bit too much as they get countered on that high ground attempt.
It might be time to wait for the next Roche. Very, very good fight from Gaimin.
What's the timing that Gaimin's looking for to get back in completely? Where they just, you know, it's not a pick-off and a counterplay defense here. It's them being the aggressors. It's them being the ones who get these pick-offs and kills themselves.
Not the best pick-off potential from them. Doom doesn't have a Blink Dagger. You might start with Vengeful Spirit swap into the Doom. That's your probably best play. But they're very good at counter-initiating. With some swap, with some Terrorize, Defense Matrix, Holy Locket, Guardian Greaves on your Tinker. And I like what Ace is building into. Vlad's, so you're going to be having extra damage from Vlad's, Vengeance Aura, and also Pack Leader's Aura. So even Puck's damage is going to be through the roof. And speaking of extra bit of a damage, he does have amplified damage on Puck right now. Maybe they can try to find something with it.
I think they just picked up double Abyssal on BetBoom. Yeah, Monkey King's got one, and so does the Lifestealer.
Okay, that's a lot of items. Usually you don't see it as early, and usually you don't see two heroes getting it at the same time.
So even more control to go with the Balance Strike, to go with the Blink Call, Lasso. This is tough still for Gaimin, but they are pulling back a little bit.
Yeah, they disassembled both of them, their S and Y. Seems like Pure wants to pick up Manta Style, and Monkey King still wants to go back for his S and Y. That status resistance against Doom, against some of these stuns. Could come in pretty handy. Let's see if they can find an opening here. Right now, Gaimin, they know that they need to stick together. They need to hold the hands.
They need to be one group. But the smoke was used, and they're going to come through as 5. A tree and 4 heroes.
Oh, Miero, he also has these Bloodright. Bigger AoE on call. Level 25 got nerfed. Extra. It was 100, now it's down to 85.
Still a lot at the end of the day. Maladich has been the one who's been getting caught out a little bit, and it might just be him getting tracked up here. Miero gets the Battle Hunger. They'll pop the Infest. Swap, though, from Ace. Curse Crown. That'll pop on Pure. They'll go to the Doom. It's going to be on the GPK, but the blink into the Lasso with the BKB is being popped by both those heroes. Watson still running forward. He's very confident with this BKB still going, but it's going to end in a moment. The Dream Coil is going to be a bit of a whiff. This Doom is going to run out. GBK is going to be able to go back into the fight. Pure blink call from the arrow, but there's the Yules coming out from Quinn. Ooh, croakered a little bit. They also get the dunk on the Ace. The Illusion is going to be in trouble. The Abyssal Blade is there. They'll dunk that one as well. So Ace is dead for 48 seconds. Trying to get a bash. Balance Strike a little bit late. No call there either.
Oh, this one was close. Only losing Venge and her Aghanim Scepter Illusion. Let's see what else they can get from this. Roshan is dead. Let's see the respawn timer. Gonna be slightly more than a minute, so they need to wait it out a little bit.
Dreamcoil completely missing there.
They wanted GPK. They were not on the same page. Knowing that Doom is down, let's see how they approach this one. Pure wants to siege the high ground, has that BKB, has Rage ready. This is an 8-second BKB.
Only
So
Dark
20
Will and the Axe have
seconds
buybacks
of
too.
debuff immunity if he wants to use it again.
Watson not being seen. GPK on those trees. They start to retreat on BetBoom. 30 seconds till the minimum respawn timer. Still can Gaimin hold on. They lose that tier 3, but that's it so far.
We talked about Batrider scaling. He already took over Venture Possibility by a good 3,000 gold and getting closer to his Monkey King even. Monkey did use buyback.
Ags for Batrider, double lasso potential. These obs all around seeing so much. The scan connects on Gaimin. Oh boy. BetBoom have an idea, and this is about 1:20 on the Roche with the clock that I can finally read. Trust me.
I believe you.
Right? That looks like 1:20, right? 1:30?
Slightly more, I would say, but you're getting there. It's gonna be Nullifier on the Lifestealer. Again, this time he will disassemble Radiance. In the previous game, he wanted to still have that damage. He did disassemble it in the end, got the Divine Rapier, but they didn't get much out of it. Now you have ways of dealing with Tinker, Defense Matrix, Solar Crest gone, Yule Scepter as well on Dark Willow, which has been causing good amount of issues. Even in the previous fight, he got the good Yule Scepter onto the Axe.
Phase shift, Illusory Orb. Miero's ready with a blink if needed, but he blinks over to the left towards his team, so they don't get a blink call, they don't get a lasso.
They will start to scale. I could also see BetBoom, like if this game goes late, have 4, maybe even like 5 refreshers potentially. These are the heroes that want to build into refreshers, and this is where the fights get slightly more difficult when you have these buybacks, these refreshers. Miero needs to be slightly more careful. He does have blink ready, and he's quick enough to blink out.
Kind of understanding where they were. They have this obs on that cliff, and they saw Quinn coming towards the mid lane. The rest of the team was smoked behind him, so they didn't quite see that, but they understood the information.
They're going in again. Save. Infested.
Looking
double lasso.
for the double lasso.
With Magnifying Monocle. Cast range as well. Mystical is ready.
Just took out the obs. They're going to see Ace. They're going to blink in the lasso. He got 2. But now they've got the Doom. The Balance Strike comes in with the Wukong's command. They get the kill into Tofu. The takeout Ace. It's going to be 2 dead with the Global Science following it up. They look for Watson. They've got the Doom in trouble. The BKB will help him to get out. He gets far enough away now. But Quinn nullified.
He doesn't care. Pure's just going
out.
in. He's like, I don't care about this Doom.
Balance Strike connects on the illusion. There's the swap, but it won't matter. And they will take Ace's illusion, infest back into GPK.
Oh man, this is such a clutch initiation from Save. Save Batrider, one of the classics as well. What is that in the Roche pit as well? Blood grenade. Casually sitting there. GPK is gonna ping it out. Hero needs to be careful. Very low on HP. Will TP out.
Yeah, Save 23 assists, by the way. He has been on point. So has Monkey King, 10-2 and 22. Still, again, not the quickest Roche. We said we were getting there last time. This time, still not that fast.
And his buyback did reset. If GPK dies, he's going to be able to... Like, he's going to be dead for a really long time. This is almost like full 2 minutes we're talking about. Refresher for now. It's just going to be GPK. Roshan's banner still inside the pit. Not an easy fight. Like, they get the initiation. I also like that Kateomi is really holding this global silence until slightly later they know with the Wukong's command, double lasso, they can get the kills, and GPK hits 25 off of this XP rune. This is the big one. This is one of the best level 25s in the game.
Especially for sieging, right?
Yeah, what it gives you when you're trying to go for the high ground is just way too good. First one, then you have a BKB, double Boundless, double BKB, even double Abyssal Blade.
Got this 25. They have level 18 on Silencer with that level 3 in the Global Silence, and then Miero picks up his refresher. He's got 44 coats of blood. Can put as many coats as you want on it, as long as you don't put a coat over my first $1.
It's At one point, it's like enough. Like he has over 70% physical damage reduction. When he uses Call, that's going to be even more.
Maladich, he's getting the farm, but it's not nearly the same Tinker game.
No, definitely not. You can tell. Made a couple of mistakes, though. TPing in front of the Lifestealer, then dying. In the previous fight, he TP'd in the middle of them as well, immediately got focused. He needs to stay behind and try to get as many items, as many defense matrices as possible, but there is this big item, like this Monkey King as well with Refresher. It's going to be causing you way too many issues. Nullifier on Lifestealer in the backpack.
Trying to figure out how you defend against all this. Aegis with 3 minutes on it, looking for the Aghanim's Blessing so he can put that BKB in his slot. Pure even committing to TPing down into the bottom lane. No full-fledged fight from BetBoom Team, no push up onto the high ground, and again, they place this ward in a spot that might get them a touch of information. See where these heroes from Gaimin are going to be. BetBoom had a big problem trying to go through this Tinker in the last game, but it has not been the same problem this game.
Doom is 25, that's the big one. So they can't be using their items anymore. That's the old Doom. Not sure how that was. I mean, we had a lot of OP stuff in Dota over the years, but that was a part of his basic ability where you couldn't do anything. It didn't have the stop the healing component. And with that Aegis on 2 minutes left, they will be trying to go for the high ground, but have in mind, you can't use your items.
Pure working on this tier 3 mid. And then the blink into the lasso, it's onto an illusion. Dream Coil gets snapped, so Dream Coil for nothing, lasso for nothing.
There is a Refresher available if they want to use that one. Maybe give it the save, try to surprise them with the blink jump again.
Not exactly what they would have liked there. But also Dream Coil on cooldown. But you're running lower and lower on this Aegis. A minute 30.
Lasso's not that big on cooldown, especially with level 20 talent. And Arcane Rune now picked up.
Yeah, he's got 15-second cooldown left on the lasso.
50 on BKB.
That's the big one if he just gets caught. Can't group up, but they go to the swap. They're going to look for Pure. He's silenced. This Aegis is gone. Good move there by Gaimin Gladiators to take the Aegis out pretty quickly, but now they're going to go to the Wukong's command GPK that's going to be deep inside the base. This will secure at least the melee racks.
That one.
But yeah, nothing more doing, and GPK bails from this Gaimin Gladiators side, and a little surprising.
They will need to be more careful if they're going to be sieging with no Aegis next time around. There is no Linken's here yet, no Lotus Orb available to put on your Lifestealer, and they can execute it the next time with the swap into Doom.
Almost 25 for Puck. Couple creeps away, and he'll have Dream Coil pierces debuff immunity.
That's one way to stop them. Now they can't use their items, they can't use their BKBs if they get doomed. Still winnable.
Oh, yeah.
Even though it says 16,000. We've seen some bigger comebacks as well, but they definitely have the heroes now, especially when they start scaling slightly more. We talked about this Vengeful Spirit, Vlad's, Vengeance Aura, and also Pax Leader Aura. I want to see the damage when he's standing close to the Doom. Linken's 450 damage.
First time on this Monkey King.
They did give, in the end, the Refresher to save. They want to have that double lasso.
Quinn?
He's in.
Ooh. He's playing on the edge. Dream Coil is even going to place down, but the Arrow's got the paw.
He has a Refresher as well.
Swap. All right, that gets Quinn out. The Terra is going to be on to 3 heroes because they're infested onto the Bat Rider. But you use Coil. They do have Lasso. They do have Global. They gave the Refresher over to save. He's got the double Lasso potential. Look, see if they make the jump. They're holding off. They're playing very conservative. That fight looked like it was going to happen. Both teams, just kidding.
As soon as that defense matrix came in, extra status resistance against Axe. Very, very good. Also forcing Miero to use Refresher. He thought he was going to have him with the double call, but also Swap came through immediately. That's exactly what they need. This type of a fight where they counter-initiate. They're not ever gonna be like initiating unless they're sieging the high ground to swap into Doom play. Roshan is gonna be respawning shortly. Needs another minute and 45.
Looks like they're content with just waiting for Roche. The pace of the game makes me think we might be going to 60 minutes. But there's still a full 10 in between then and now. See if Gaimin Gladiators can find a pickoff. Can they get anything? Maybe they get Miero. See the creeps being pulled over, but it's GPK who's right next to Miero, as well as Pure. No Aegis, but a cheese available on the Monkey King. They'll all back up together, and they've got the Bat Rider nearby. So they'll infest in a save
with the
again.
Shadow Blade. He sold his boots. For now, it's Refresher Shard. Wants to find something. He said it so many times. At the later stage of the game, invisibility is invincibility. Let's see if they can find something here. Roshan is going to be spawning on Radiant's side.
But in how long?
Needs another good 30 seconds.
At least, yeah. Gem from Maladich. He's starting to catch up to the Bat Rider and Farm, who save. He's super farmed. But they're starting to cross over, and they might be able to catch something. They've got the lasso. It's on to the Venge. They will get Ace, and they should be able to get his second life. They actually swap Quinn in.
They got Tofu as well. He pretty much died from collateral damage from Wukong's command and Boundless Strike. And now Roshan is... Oh, never mind. It's going to take a while until this Roshan respawns. This was the potential respawn.
Minute 20. Or minute 10.
Still using this Refresher, trying to use this Refresher. They've been holding it for a really long time now, ever since the last Roche.
They've been trying to use this lasso with the vest. They're trying to break through. Both these heroes on the side of Gaimin Gladiators don't have to use their buybacks. Same respawn timer. That's kind of rare. They are moving in, and Miero, he has just been on point with these blink calls constantly. They looked over at Save. They'll have Maladich coming over, and now up in the air, they've got the call. The Nullifier, the Global Sound is going to come through. They'll look for the Doom.
They got another
Pure,
one.
They go to the swap. It's not going to be on the right target. Quinn dead, buying back. Doom on a Pure, but he is going to get out of the fight. Now they'll look for Kentaomi, but this is Ace in trouble with the Wukong's command coming down. They need to get out of this circle, but Ace is not going to be fortunate enough because they've got this Abyssal Blade, but the Guardian Greaves now, he gets away with the Lotus, but the Culling Blade is through, and now Pure, as well as Miero, they've got their hands on the illusion. They'll take
another
the second
double
life.
lasso.
The lasso on a Bolt of Doom as well as the Tinker. They're going to try and get the kill on Watson. Pure going in and gets out Miladich. Watson with the Lotus Orb on himself, but the BKB from Pure, it's running out in a second. They've got the blink as well as the call coming out from Miero. Quinn, can he help at all? Buybacks around the horn coming through from Gaimin Gladiators. They get the swap on a Watson, but behind them, GPK, he's there. Boundless Strike on a Watson with a Lotus Orb. He's still surviving. They get the kill on the Silencer. Finally, they should be able to take out Watson, but he's still standing his ground. He finally gets killed up by Miero. They'll take out the Axe. They look over at GPK. He's going to be infested into. The Magic Missile comes through from Ace. GPK is dead. It's a triple kill from Quinn. They're actually pulling this back. They'll look for the Life Stealer, who's going to be stunned up again, and the laser hits, and he dies too. So much gold going back for Gaimin Gladiators. It cost them 4 buybacks, but I mean, that is a victory in itself. Especially if they get this
4 buys, and let's see how, like, BetBoom is a team that will take these fights. They will buy back. It is a very aggressive team. Not sure if this is the right choice here, but they might take it slowly, seeing that they can kill them multiple times. 4 buybacks on cooldown, and if they can get away without buying back here. Let's see. There's a tier 2 tower available at the mid. They still need to munch through the tier 3s as well, but there's a lot of damage. Like Quinn, we talked about all of these auras stacking with Vlad, with Vengeful Spirit aura and Pack Leader aura. They were life-stealing also a lot. You saw Watson in the middle of a fight.
He had this much health, making the smallest little sliver possible because he was standing there with almost nothing.
These are long 60 seconds. Everybody does have buyback available on BetBoom Team.
How long do they hold the buybacks? Can Gaimin pull them out of BetBoom's pocket?
Refresher on Doom, so double Doom this time around. The Barracks, they are gone in a second.
How much are you willing to give up? The fact that they're going to be the first ones to break a second set of barracks here is insane. We're at a 54-minute game, and it was BetBoom leading by 22,000 net worth. They're
gonna give it up.
Hold.
They made the call. They want their abilities to reset. They want refreshers back online with the double call.
I cannot believe they all held buybacks from a team like BetBoom that I sometimes feel like are trigger happy to just go in and try and end it. This is the patience that might make the difference.
It was a risky move. Let's see, 57%. Dota Plus is gonna give for Gaimin Gladiators to win this game potentially.
Aghanim Scepter for Puck. And look at that win percentage go back. Look at that graph start to go up. This is you gotta be sweating if you're BetBoom now. Look at this. Look at how long Watson survives here.
Swap of Doom, barrier gets
400
nullified, but he's still surviving. Like goes back up with every single hit. He is life stealing a lot.
Another
Guardian
barrier.
Greaves as well. That extra bit of armor, extra bit of regen that he gets, actually keeping him alive there with all of these other things that they're throwing on top of him. And then you can feel the damage. Quinn with the buyback. He was the first one to use it.
And they catch Pure. They locked him down. They don't buy back, though. They hold those buybacks. So you look at that chart, and it's just the Dark Willow. Can Gaimin complete the comeback in this game?
All the buybacks are ready for BetBoom Team. 4 buybacks used in the previous fight. Aegis, 2.5 minutes. Their buybacks are resetting in 4 minutes. Almost 5 minutes for Watson.
They understand that they have no buybacks. They just have the Aegis on Quinn.
If they get a pick-off, it's going to be 4v5. But there's also Vengeful Spirit with Cheese, with Aghanim Scepter, and also Quinn with Aegis. So let's see how they're going to approach this one. Whoever leaves the base, save. He had some pretty good initiations. Let's see if he can find another one.
Smoke and Infested looking for the blink. They need to be away from each other.
Just a tiny bit of vision.
Can't risk getting double lassoed in this moment. The Guardian Greaves were very important as well. It looked as though Ace was going to die initially inside the Wukong's command. He's able to make the escape because they had the heals for him. He ended up surviving, getting out of the circle, and the kill on Venge initially takes a little bit longer than maybe they would have thought, especially because Wukong's, when it was used, was right on the Venge.
Yep, she's also very tanky with level 20 talent. Her Wave of Terror steals like the damage reduced and armor. Definitely starts to add up. Almost has 40 armor, which is 70% physical resistance. Great against Lifestealer. They will need to make a move. Maybe they can wait it out until Aegis is gone, so knowing that Quinn doesn't have buyback, there's going to be a 2-minute window, minute and 30, to try to kill him before he gets his buyback. Again, Flame Break applies Sticking Palm charges. He's been level 25 for quite some time.
These supports, though, of Dark Willow and Silencer not near that 25 at all. No surprise. Dark Willow did hit that 20, so they do have that Bramble Maze cooldown reduction.
Yeah, the only one who didn't buy back was Tofu. He's trying to get his hands on Nullifier, which is a good way of saving people, but there's also Nullifier on Lifestealer. Still, you can't use it on every single target.
They've been sitting here on this cliff. Amplify damage.
Aegis, 20 seconds left. Ooh, let's see. Are they going to be able to find something? Any kind of pick-off is going to be good for BetBoom Team. Amplify damage as well. Pure. Going to pick that one up.
Hitting for 545. They did see that on the Radiant side, but now you gotta, you have to try and play this in a way you don't get Lasso to start.
Aegis is gone immediately. They're looking for the jump.
They're at least gonna try and look for the buildings. Dream Coil and the swap.
Snap the coil.
That snap seat. They'll go to the Global Silence. Pierre's gonna be in a little bit of trouble, but he goes into the Infest. It's gonna be out of the Doom, and now they've got the Lasso, they've got the Wukongs, but do they have the damage? They hit the call. It's gonna be out of Quinn. They'll go into the phase shift. They get the kill on Watson. They take out the Doom. He's gone for 2 minutes. There's the Abyssal on a Quinn, but he yules. Can he survive? Ooh, phase shifting, trying to get away. Blink call and attempt. But they will get the mid-tier 3. They will get the range racks. Still, though, no Watson for 100 seconds.
He had Refresher, he had Doom ready, didn't use anything. He got nullified immediately. Batrider catching both Puck and Doom. What a great initiation from Save. This could have been a disastrous one, because you have level 25 on Puck with Coil.
Coil
they snapped it again.
Under the tier 4s, Pure! Oh, he's able to survive against the Infested and the Tofu. Oh, man! That's a problem. They still get Miero, though. He's going to buy back immediately. They'll go over at Pure. They've got the waiting Rift. With the jostling Rift, that pulls him in. Pure buys back 2. Now you don't have buybacks available on both your 1 and your 3.
They called it. They called to be in. They want to try to end this game. Buybacks are coming off cooldown. Doom is going to be ready, but he doesn't have money. He invested his money into Sacred Relic. So let's see how they approach this one.
Coil's
Coil,
up again.
10 seconds.
Oh, boy.
Swap ready again.
Danger, danger.
This just gave them opportunity. 2 really big buybacks.
Lasso on a 2. They'll pop the Infest. They'll try to go and get the kill on a Quinn. They jump forward, and he is down, but he's got buyback. Now they hit the Terrorize. It comes through. It lands on a Miero. It lands on a save. They have the Refresher. It's onto the Silencer. He needs to get himself the Global Silence, but they get the Miero. No buyback. GPK on the run. He's got a Refresher as well. But now Doom, he's going to be back up 25 seconds. The buyback for Quinn available, and he gets to come back into the fight.
This is pretty massive. This opens up the door for them to win this 4th game and potentially go for the distance. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. Refresher available on Doom. It has not been used in the previous fight. They're still holding the cheese.
Gotta get those tier 5s.
60 minutes in. Aeon Disc on Puck.
I didn't really think we'd get here.
Nullified, but we are here.
GPK gonna lose that Courier, and they need to start going for these neutrals, get those Mad Stones, get those tier 5s.
They're trying to get to neutralizers on the side. It's gonna take a while. It's a lot of tokens that you need to get, a lot of these Mad Stones. But they also want to be pushing the mid lane. They want to get the buyback out on some of these heroes, knowing that there is no buyback on Lifestealer. Miero's gone for 60 seconds. They do have Glyph. So this fight is going to be pretty much 4 versus 5, and they also have some buybacks coming off cooldown on Radiant side.
Maladich as well as Ace, they have these buybacks. If they can get a glimpse, they can get a swap. All they need to do is break this smoke. They're in the back of the base. They'll get at least the tier 4. Gaimin Gladiators looking for the way back in. They go to the Wukong's man with a balance strike in that shard. They hit the lasso. They pull him into the Wukongs. But is it going to be enough damage? They're looking over. They get themselves Watson. No, he's still alive.
He has
he's
Refresher.
Trying to run. He gets the Refresher. He's trying to be high
Can't get the
here
Doom
with all
off
these
Manta.
Watts, but no, he's dead. Now they've got another one. Ace is in trouble. He's in the middle of the Wukong's command. The Terrorize lands on the Monkey King. That stops the Wukongs and kind of keeps Ace alive for another second or so. The Curse Crown lands. GPK's in trouble. He's got a little bit of life left, and Pure now focusing his attention on the
Undying.
They get the GPK. He's got buyback.
Pure's cleaning up
into this exchange.
They need to kill
for Pure.
They need to kill the banner. Banner, oh man, catapults. All the tier 4s are gone, but still holding the Glyph. They did not use it in the previous fight. Ace with the buyback, and so the GPK. Let's see if Roshan is available in the bottom pit.
Oof.
Refresher could be a big one. Aegis and Cheese as well.
Can they go for it? Everybody's up for the side of BetBoom.
Pure, he risked it all. Divine Regalia. That's extra 20% of the damage that you deal. You cannot die, though.
This is
level 30 on Lifestealer.
These tier 5s, only 2 out of all of them. They didn't go for the tier 5s on the side of Gaimin Gladiators, and now this Roshan, this Aegis, is going to be here for BetBoom. 64 minutes in. They're trying to collect everything they can to get the tier 5s. Book of the Dead for the Silencer.
they have way too many items. Like Batrider, again, he has Refresher.
Creeps going
This
into
is
the
going to be a
front.
Refresher shard. Refresher on Silencer coming off cooldown in 75 seconds. GPK bought his as well. And you have Axe. We talked about it 30 minutes ago that there's going to be maybe a big issue if it comes down to the super late game where there's going to be like 4 or 5 refreshers. And I see 4 for now. Miero with Boots of Travel wants to push it out.
Yeah, those creeps were in on the throne. Blink Lasso, that's connects on to Quinn. Nullifier
Another one.
Refresher, looking for another Lasso. Quinn lassoed again, still alive.
Watson
Arcane
lassoed.
Burst, and they should be able to get the kill. That's going to be 2 minutes without this puck.
He got swapped out.
Oh, man.
Another Refresher on Monkey in 30 seconds. Without Coil, they don't have that combo. They don't have Swap, and they're going in. Book of the Dead.
The
2
banner
Books
down
of the
for
Dead,
him as
actually.
well. Creeps are in on the throne. On the Radiant side, another creep wave's coming in. They go to the swap. They look over at Pure. Is going to pop the BKB. They hit the Nullifier on Ace. Blink, Call, Miero, Watson jumping in, gets the Doom. It's onto the Silencer. They should be able to get a kill there. He'll burn out. He's got buyback, though. Katheomi buys back immediately. They go after Ace. This is the illusion. Nullified, trying to run open wounds. That cleans that up. He's going to be dead for 2 minutes as well. The throne is exposed. They hit the lasso. It's on to
GPK
Watson.
with another
And now,
Wukong.
a Wukong's command. A balance strike. They'll look over Balance. She'll get the dunk. They'll get the kill, and he's going to buy back too. But they need to really control
Does have
this.
buyback.
Watson
They're going
getting
all
a kill
in.
and a save. He's going to buy back.
One
with
last
the throne.
time.
Very low. Getting low. Looking like BetBoom are going to have this victory as they take out Watson. He's
Still
got
holding the
buyback
glyph.
as well. Another glyph, though. 60 seconds without Quinn. This just isn't looking possible.
For
Pure is
Duraccio,
in.
Pure says.
He really wants it, and he calls for Duraccio. Maladich is gone, and BetBoom will take the series 3-1 over Gaimin Gladiators.
Oh man, what a performance. What a game 4. Back and forth. No buybacks. Waiting for a good timing to reset. And managing to get the dub in this one. Managing to get the victory at Wallachia.
That was close to falling away from them. I mean, they showed emotion about halfway through. They got up to 22,000 net worth ahead. I mean, man, they had it all going their way, and they almost let it slip through their fingers.
They did, but they managed to pull it back with these refreshers, with using the buybacks as well. This is the team that is very aggressive. Also, finding the right moment not to use the buybacks when Gaimin Gladiators are going for the Roche, saving all of their buybacks, and then managing to get the victory in the end with all of these refreshers online.
Hard-fought series, and one that they will not forget. I mean, this was really good from BetBoom, from the struggles in the Swiss stage all the way to this point where they just felt like the most dominant team in this tournament. They dropped one game in this BO5, but man, they looked oh so good. I mean, there are certainly a couple picks for the MVPs, but it felt like such a team effort towards the end where everybody was playing on all cylinders. So BetBoom Team, they claim it all. They're your PGL Wallachia Season 5 champions. Take it away, BetBoom Team!
Well, congratulations, Save! You are the Wallachia champions. How does it feel?
I mean, it feels fucking good.
I mean, in the group stage, you were 2-2. You know, there was a point where we were questioning whether you'd even make it to the playoffs. And now you're here in front of the trophy. How does that happen?
I mean, we just broke all the curses on this tournament, you know. We won against Tidebound. They eliminated us, like nothing to say, eliminated us from 2 Wallachias that we played, you know, and the G2IG and the Team Tidebound. Then we beat the Spirit, man, in Romania, you know, like on TI-10 we lost both to them. Also then we killed the Liquid and in the lower bracket, you know. I'm so proud of my team that we won from the lower bracket because we always used to choke like on the 3rd map of the series in the lower bracket. Now it's different, you know, we won.
Congratulations, you certainly did. And of course, Katheomi, you're looking good. I mean, I heard so much shouting, so much energy coming from that booth, you know, like, what were you guys saying? What was going on in those final moments?
I mean, we're just saying way of usage spells, like Betrider, calling always like double lasso and stuff. Yeah, just basically shouting the spells.
Excellent stuff. And, of course, Gaimin Gladiators, you know, they're a team you've beaten before. Did that give you confidence coming into this matchup?
Yeah, for sure. We knew we were gonna beat them.
You knew you were gonna beat them. All right, I like the confidence. Mr. Pure, congratulations, dude. I mean, tell me, for Duratio, you know, what did you mean by that?
Just for Duratio, guys. It's one of their worst mistakes as a players and as an orc. To kick Duratio and get Watson. What the hell?
All right. Well, you know, this win right before the international as well. How do you think that's going to help you guys going into the big tournaments at the end of the year?
Feels good. Feels good to be this good. I mean, we just hope to play the same Dota as we played on this one, on the Riyadh and TI. And I think we can get some really nice places there. That's it.
Absolutely. And does it bother you at all having a target on your back, having people watching you now that you've won this event?
I mean, you know, haters gonna hate, and that's it. I'm just back as I were always, and I'm just happy to be there.
Congratulations, Pure. GPK, how was that? I mean, good games versus Quinn. How's it playing against Quinn at mid?
Quinn just best mid laner in this tournament, I think. Yeah, but good.
Lots of respect there between you two, of course. And, you know, what about for yourself, you know, like being able to play different heroes, being able to be strong in each and every one? Why are you always looking so good?
I don't know. I just play Dota. a lot of pubs. Just play a lot of pubs, yeah.
Just play a lot of pubs. Alrighty, I like that very much indeed. And Miero, congratulations. I want to know, what were you guys doing better than everybody else? Can you give me one thing you guys did better than everybody else at this tournament to take this win?
We're just doing one thing as a team, so this most important thing. And also we did very good drafts this tournament. I very like. I very thanks to our drafters, Safe and Pure. Yeah, and also our coach Bulk. He's online, but he helped us a lot, though. Yeah.
All right, good stuff, Miero. And Pure, you want to say one more thing?
Yeah, I also want to do some shoutouts. Can I hold? Can I hold this?
All right, go for it.
I also want to do some shoutouts. Shoutouts, first of all, to our coach Bull, guys. He's not with us on this tournament, but he was with us during this tournament by calls and by messages, and he has done a lot of great job, you know, guys, to see us win. And that's unfortunate that he didn't get visa yet, but on the next tournament we're gonna play with him, and we're gonna play even better. Also shout out to our, you know, real fans, guys, who's not like just following us for fun. The real fans, we got your back, guys. And also shout out to my family. I love you guys. Shout out also to my girlfriend, Mary.
I also want to say something.
Go for it.
Shout out to my most lovely, most supportive girlfriend ever. I love you.
All right, thank you very much. One more time, your Wallachia Season 5 champions, BetBoom!
Oh, congratulations to BetBoom indeed. They are your Wallachia Season 5 champions here. And in such manner, I want to still talk a little bit about that Game 4, guys. I cannot put it out of my head because I felt like we've not seen buyback usage be this. I don't know. I feel like it's always impactful, yes, but I feel like we saw from both teams some amazing decision making on the buybacks, Jank.
I have to say, the way that Pure is as a person, which is just always so interesting, like he just makes, whether you love him, whether you hate him, people love to watch him, right? Either you're watching him because you think he's the GOAT, you think he's amazing, or you're hate watching him, you know? And it's throughout the tournament, we've seen him on like Nature's Prophet. In this game, he's going for the buyback. He'll often get rapiers when you don't even need to get a rapier to win the game. Like he will just go for these clutches that makes it so interesting. But throughout this tournament, they have been able to just straight up execute, and I mean execute in terms of like guillotine a team by using a buyback and then just saying, we're going to go for your throne. Right now, you're fighting us. We're losing or you're losing. And every single time, because they won, they've been the ones coming out on the winning end of that.
Yeah, you definitely felt the tension of this being a grand finals game for sure from both teams. Of course, Gaimin, the potential of them losing the tournament, going to in favor of them, but also BetBoom, that feeling you have right before potentially winning is also adrenaline. A lot of buybacks, a lot of indecision. Wasn't the cleanest game ever, but that's why we love Dota. Like, clean games aren't that fun to watch. There's a lot of epic moments that do happen. There's a lot to take into account in these games too, because like you have to save buyback timers. BetBoom didn't. They tried to end the game, then buybacks came out from Quinn, and now the pendulum started swinging the other way. It got really fun to watch at some point, and yeah, very interesting to see. And congratulations to BetBoom. They finally were able to control their nerves and win the tournament.
Yeah, it's as Miero said, right? I mean, the buybacks are one way of showing it, but Miero said that the one thing that they felt like they did better than everybody else was that basically everybody's on the same page. The whole team, either they're all going in or not. There was maybe some indecision on targets here and there in certain fights, but...
Yeah. And that was the case also for Gaimin making their way dominantly through the tournament. It just seems like whether an idea is correct or not, you'd rather do something that's like 90% there, but as a unit. And it makes a lot of sense with how Dota is currently played, because like every single hero can have that sort of impact where they will win the game for their team. Like even in this game, we saw Save hitting incredible double lassos. We saw Miero going for Kaya and Yasha, not a super common build on Axe, but to catch the puck, and he was constantly hitting like 2-3-man calls. So just depending on how the fight is going, who goes first, who gets initiated on, like you need everybody to be able to clutch up.
Yeah, I think this is also... I was very happy to hear from the players that they do very much value also Bulk on a distance.
Yeah.
You could tell that he helped out a lot, but I think he also has a very good reason to be proud of his squad. Zoomed in on that.
I mean, this team like went from, as we mentioned before in the group stage, looking like they don't know what's happening this meta to having a clear game plan of what they want to pick, how they want to play. I mean, Pure is just like, I found my heroes. GPK found his heroes. And I feel like that was it. Once those two players found what they wanted to play in this patch, it just really clicked for them.
Yeah.
GPK had to be like the standout player of this entire tournament for me. There were so many games that he just clutched up. He rarely had a bad game ever since the group stage. So like a lot of these guys, like they eventually found their form, and that's all it takes to win a tournament. You just have to find a set of heroes that works for your team and how to play around it. And this team did that. They evolved and they adapted quickly.
And it was like every series, it felt like they were adding one more hero and one more hero, and people would pick something to counter it. And at a certain point, there was too much. There were too many things that they were complete specialists on. You were saying that Miero is just like a Dota fiend because he's got so many Grandmaster tier heroes,
and then pool's insane.
And then all of a sudden he whips out an Axe and he gets 24 kills. It's like, brother, do you sleep?
The pool never ends on his in his case. I mean,
it's a deep pool.
That GPK and Pure found their heroes. I think the reason why we mentioned them two is because the other three, they have the pool. They already are able to play such a wide variety of heroes that are relevant right now as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like Miero, he's Grandmaster on every hero he plays. Outside of the co-op, which was very impressive that he could play this new meta hero and still own on. But yeah, I think GPK, he really kind of like paved the way for this meta of like this curveball puck. He knows how to use it better than any other player, and he's exploiting it. The Queen of Pains, Pure. Nobody else is playing this Lifestealer, but he's like, this hero's good, and I'm going to show the world that it's good. And I think a lot of teams are going to start playing this Lifestealer after watching him introduce it.
And I think it's really cool to have BetBoom looking so incredible going into TI season, because this has been a team that you always think of them in contention for like top 6, but never really going all the way because of all of the curses that Save was talking about. And in this tournament, they've broken so many of them from so many years of Dota. And what that is going to do to a team's mentality, that those are no longer a thing. You've finally broken so many curses right before TI. This has got to feel amazing.
Yeah, free as a bird in terms of that. They do get maybe a little bit more of a target on their back, but maybe that'll be fine. They seem to be fine with that. They seem to be able to deal with that because I feel like this event already, they had a big target on the back the moment people found out that GPK's puck was stupid good.
Because it felt like their hero pool was abusable. It felt like it was limited because they weren't doing well in the group stage. Like, this was a shaky team. This is the word of BetBoom for the entire tournament. Shaky, shaky, shaky. We kept saying it.
Yeah.
They don't look shaky anymore. They figured it out.
I do feel like we should also close the book on Gaimin here. They fell short, came second after a tremendously dominant run throughout the group stages and the bracket until they reached BetBoom in these grand finals. Is this just a rock, paper, scissors scenario where BetBoom will take Gaimin's series every time, as they have done this year?
It's really hard to say. We need to see more. So I'm very excited and optimistic for this version of Gaimin because they showed to be the most dominant team all the way up until the grand finals. So was it like a little bit of shakiness in the grand finals, nerves potentially, or did BetBoom just figure them out? It's really hard to say, but I think they should be proud of the progress they've made. They made it to the grand finals. And, you know, maybe winning it is a curse in its own, going on further. So as long as they take the good things and see how they got exploited by BetBoom, that gives them a lot of material to learn from moving forward.
We were talking about it in the green room, right? You brought up, Shiver, the fact that Puppy said that sometimes like dominating through an entire tournament can actually be a bit of a curse because you haven't been challenged yet. People haven't poked holes in your armor, whereas BetBoom, they were made aware of their holes and then they filled them. Like they did a good job drafting to adjust for that, or they did a good job playing to adjust for it, which is like shout outs to their support staff and the players for being that adaptable. But Gaimin they didn't really have that chance because nobody challenged them up until BetBoom powered up.
No. And I think maybe for Gaimin in that sense, then it is good that they got challenged here because, of course, this Wallachia is the final stop, was the final stop before the season of EWC, but of course also the international in September. So if you want to be the best, you need to know these holes right now. So if they would have cruised 3-0, that would also have not been good for them potentially. But at this point, I feel like we do have a bit of a feel about the team's form fear going into that most important season of Dota 2.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I don't know what's going to happen in the patch. It'll probably be somewhat similar. I doubt much will change. So all they have to do is just kind of refine and polish the way that they got here with. Same with BetBoom. Like, they finally found something that works for them. And hopefully with their coach and everything, they can find ways of replicating it. You're not going to be able to do the exact same thing all the time.
They're going to continue to get challenged.
Yeah, of course they will. So both these teams, they evolved the quickest at this tournament, and that's why they got to the grand finals. But BetBoom, special shout out to them because they evolved way past I even expected them to. It was really good.
Yeah, it was a treat to watch. The whole 9 days of Dota have been a treat to watch. So I do want to reflect a tiny bit here. Favorite moment for you, Jenkins, of these past, not 9 days of Dota?
Favorite moment? You know, I think that the mega creep comebacks were definitely
plural.
Great. Yeah, and I think we saw a little bit of that trauma or, you know, PTSD in the grand finals there, where teams understand that, like, look, it's 60 minutes plus. We can go for mega creeps, but what really matters is buybacks. I think I agree with Fear that probably when the patch comes out, it'll be another like minor letter patch like this, because I think everything is so balanced right now that there's a lot of heroes getting picked. A lot of matches are like really, really fun and determined by who's just higher skill on their like very specialty heroes. So it's an absolute treat to watch. This tournament was amazing, and I'm really excited that the big tournaments of the year are about to happen, and we're on an amazing patch.
Yeah, I mean, except for there might be some tweaks to puck that's maybe looking a little too strong, but yeah, it's a really good patch, and I think now is a good time for a lot of these teams to be here. So my favorite thing about this tournament was definitely NAVI just showing up.
I knew you were going to say that.
I mean, I
didn't want to steal it.
I love these like underdog stories of teams coming in, especially like these potentially already disbanded teams coming in and just like destroying a lot of the other teams that have been, you know, the professional teams that have been around for a while, and these guys just come out and just swing, and that was fun to watch.
Yeah, I do also think it was incredibly to watch NAVI, but the whole road that BetBoom took for me was pretty incredible, because I feel like I've said a couple of times already, you know, they, or at least every time they play, it's like, well, they had a rough group stage, who knows how far they can get, and then they end up taking the whole thing. But that That is it for this PGL Wallachia Season 5. We're going into the season that matters most. We have EWC first, but of course September, the International will be there, looming on the horizon for all the teams that played here and more. Of course, there is already a new Wallachia announced as well, so November will be that for that, but that's a long ways away. So from all of us here, thank you very much for tuning in. We've had an absolute blast, and we hope, and we know you did too. Also, special shout out to PGL for making that podcast happen that we saw earlier today. I thought that was very cool as well. But yeah, that was it. Thank you so much. And with my final words, I would like to once more congratulate our PGL Wallachia Season 5 champions in BetBoom Team.